Traversing the world of Dragon Ball with the divine option system bound from the outset, Lin Chen ascends to the pinnacle of combat power. While Wukong toils in his training to transform into a Super Saiyan, Lin Chen has already toyed with the Ginyu Force using a mere candy. As the Z warriors despair for the future, Lin Chen has long foreseen everything, soothing all temporal regrets for Trunks. The Cell Games? Merely a painless training exercise prepared for Gohan. Majin Buu? He could be tamed into the strongest glutton with an endless supply of delicacies. The arrival of the god of destruction, Beerus? A perfect opportunity for a friendly spar that will reverberate throughout the universe. This is a tale of a time traveler who, with an absolutely invincible demeanor, effortlessly and powerfully subverts the entire multiverse of Dragon Ball. From Z to Super, and into the hero dimension, all crises shall be resolved with ease, and all formidable foes shall fade into obscurity. Follow in Lin Chen's footsteps and witness how he rectifies regrets, crushes all adversaries, and becomes the one true god above the Omni King. Chapter 1. Crossing into Dragon Ball, the Divine Selection. Earth Wilderness Battle. The air is thick with the scent of scorched earth, gunpowder, and an overwhelming stench of blood. Lin Chen abruptly opens his eyes, a violent headache causing a wave of dizziness as he realizes he is lying in a crater blasted by an energy wave. Not far off, several injured figures are struggling to breathe, while facing them stand two men, exuding an aura of menace. One is short, arms crossed, with shoulder pads that jut up from his battle suit, a smirk of unabashed mockery gracing his lips. The other is a towering bald man, over 2 meters tall, laughing maniacally, reveling in the despair reflected in the eyes of his prey. That nap, Vegeta. Lin Chen's mind buzzes, his pupils constricting sharply. Is this not the classic scene from Dragon Ball Z, where the Saiyans invade Earth? A glance around the battlefield chills his heart. The self-detonation of Chaozu has left only a small black mark on Nab's battlesuit, while Tien's desperate Kikaho merely served to stretch Nab's muscles, costing Tien an arm as he collapses, gasping for breath. Further away, a tall, green-skinned figure lies stiffly, a gaping hole in his chest. The creator of a Mechanicus Sappo, Piccolo, has been obliterated by Nab's single strike while protecting Son Gohan. The faces of Krillin and Tien are void of hope, resembling ashen despair. Have I crossed over? Lin Chen's mind is in turmoil. Just moments ago, he was in his office, laboring through the night over a damned project report, and now he finds himself in this terrifying world where combat power exceeding 10,000 could obliterate a planet. Just as he feels an overwhelming fear for his predicament, believing he might perish in the next instant, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice suddenly resonates in his mind. Ding! Host's soul fluctuations have detected a strong resonance with the current time-space, meeting the activation criteria. The Divine Selection System is officially activated. Current world, Dragon Ball Z, Saiyan Invasion Arc danger detected. Host is in extreme peril. Life signs may vanish at any moment. A novice-exclusive selection task is now issued to the host. This voice is like the last piece of driftwood clutched by a drowning man. Lin Chen's heart skips a beat. Option 1. Exhaust all energy and immediately escape the Earth battlefield. Reward. A small single-person spacecraft equipped with a basic life support system capable of sustaining life for 10 years. Option 2. Choose to remain and confront the invading Saiyans head-on. Reward. Direct combat power increase to 180,000 points, along with the perfect Saiyan bloodline. The system's voice clearly lays out two starkly different paths. Lin Chen hesitates, not for a moment, feeling that this question is somewhat insulting to his intelligence. Escape? What a ludicrous notion. Even if he obtained the spacecraft, with Nab and Vegeta's vengeful natures, how far could he truly flee? It would not be long before he was obliterated by an energy wave, spacecraft and all, turning to cosmic dust. Even if he miraculously escaped, drifting alone in the vast universe for 10 years is hardly different from serving a prison sentence. In contrast, the second option is akin to a pie falling from sky. No, a divine dragon descending. An astonishing 180,000 combat power. What does that even mean? At this moment, the seemingly invincible Nab boasts a combat power of at most 8,000. The proud Saiyan prince, Vegeta, has a normal combat power of only 18,000. 180,000 is 10 times Vegeta's strength, enough to repeatedly grind these two into the ground. Not to mention the added benefit of the perfect Saiyan bloodline, representing the terrifying potential for growth and power when on the brink of death. This is not merely a choice. It is an opportunity handed to him. I choose option 2. Right now. Immediately. Lin Chen almost roars internally. The moment he makes his choice, An indescribable and terrifying force erupts from the depths of his being. This power is wild and pure, like a torrent of stars breaking free, furiously reshaping his every limb and sinew. Each cell in his body dances madly between destruction and reconstruction, every muscle fiber infused with unimaginable energy. His body, once weakened from long nights of toil, transforms in a mere second into a vessel of explosive power, surpassing even the finest supercar engines. Lin Chen can distinctly feel an immense, boundless energy surging within him, akin to an ancient dragon, having slumbered for eons, finally awakening to open its eyes. He slowly rose from the pit, casually brushing the dust off his clothes. The entire world, in his perception, had transformed utterly. He could distinctly see the faint energies of Kellen and Tianjin Fan nearby, flickering like candles on the verge of extinguishment. He could also sense the arrogant and self-righteous ferocity of Naba, as well as the palpable, yet somewhat laughable energy of Vegeta before him. Is this what 18,000 battle power feels like? Lin Chen gently clenched his fist, the joints cracking with a series of crisp sounds, as if the air itself had been shattered. He experienced a peculiar sensation. It feels as if I could shatter this planet with a single punch. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, haha, the expressions on your faces are just too amusing. Absolutely splendid. Naba kicked the immobilized Tianjin Fan far away. Then, like a cat toying with a mouse, he slowly approached the curled-up and trembling Sun Wukong. Your father, Sun Wukong, still hasn't arrived. It seems he has completely abandoned you, little brat. A cruel smile adorned Naba's face as he slowly lifted his enormous foot, resembling a grinding stone. No. Kellen's eyes widened with rage, desperately striving to break free and rush forward. Yet he was held firmly in place by an invisible wall of energy, unable to move even a finger. That was the pressure exerted by Vegeta. Do not disturb Naba's amusement, trash. Vegeta did not even turn around. He merely cast a cold glance at Kellen, his eyes filled with disdain for the weak. Despair engulfed all present like the frigid depths of an ocean. Naba's massive foot, accompanied by a howling wind, descended mercilessly toward Wukong's small head. He could almost foresee the gruesome spectacle of the boy's skull bursting like a ripe watermelon. However, the anticipated sensation did not arrive. Naba's foot halted midair, less than a centimeter from Wukong's hair. A hand, seemingly not particularly robust, effortlessly held his entire ankle in place. Naba furrowed his brow, suddenly exerting force beneath his foot, attempting to crush both the obstacle and the child into a pulp. Yet, he was soon horrified to discover that his foot was firmly held by an immovable ancient mountain, refusing to budge despite his efforts. He looked uncertainly along the arm of the hand, and his eyes landed on a young man with black hair and eyes. The young man was slightly raising his head, his gaze as calm as an unfathomable ancient pool, indifferently regarding him, the corners of his mouth hinting at a barely perceptible smile. Children should witness beautiful things. Lin Chen's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone on the battlefield. Such scenes of bloody violence are unsuitable for the young. As his words fell, Lin Chen casually flicked his wrist upward, still holding Naba's ankle. An overwhelming force surged forth, and Naba's towering figure was sent flying uncontrollably like a torn sack, rolling over the hard ground multiple times, shattering several boulders before coming to a messy stop. The entire scene was plunged into an eerie silence. Kellen's eyes widened, his mouth agape, as if it could fit a dinosaur egg. Vegeta, who had been watching the spectacle with his arms crossed, momentarily stiffened, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes for the first time. Even Wukong, who had closed his eyes in fear, quietly opened a slit, staring blankly at the reliable silhouette that had unexpectedly appeared before him, resembling a mountain. Who exactly is this sudden newcomer? Chapter 2. The Power of a Finger, Instantaneous Defeat of Naba. Naba rose from the ground, shaking his dazed head. He glanced down at his battle attire, now coated in dust, an affront to his pride. How could a Saiyan elite warrior be bested by a mere earthling who appeared from nowhere? A guttural growl escaped Naba's throat, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Lin Chen, as if challenging him to death. The very earth beneath him cracked violently, a tempest of rage erupting into the sky, sending surrounding debris flying. Oh, are you angry? Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged, even taking a keen interest in the spectacle, commenting that the intensity was commendable, but ultimately hollow. This flippant remark became the proverbial last straw. I shall tear you to shreds. Naba roared, his massive form launching forth with a speed that belied his size, his fist, bigger than a cooking pot, slicing through the air with a deafening shriek. Aimed straight for Lin Chen's face. This punch alone could level a small mountain. In the distance, Krillin felt his heart leap into his throat, instinctively shutting his eyes. Yet, the anticipated sound of impact never came. Peeking through his eyelids, he was met with a scene that left his mind reeling. Lin Chen had not even shifted his stance. At the moment the punch neared, he merely tilted his head back slightly, evading the lethal strike by mere millimeters. Naba, undeterred by his missed blow, transformed his fist into an elbow, sweeping it horizontally. Lin Chen leaned slightly, effortlessly dodging once more. Right hook, left roundhouse, knee strike, headbutt. Naba, seemingly possessed, unleashed a torrent of his seasoned combat prowess, each attack imbued with destructive force, creating deep craters in the ground, dust swirling around them. Yet amidst the chaos, the figure of the young man with black hair glided like a leaf on water, meandering through Naba's furious onslaught with ease, as if on a leisurely stroll. No matter how swift or cunning Naba's strikes were, he could not even graze the hem of Lin Chen's clothing. What was happening? Krillin rubbed his eyes, nearly convinced he was hallucinating. The very monster that had just ruthlessly subdued them, slain Piccolo, and gravely injured Tien, now appeared as a clumsy child flailing an adult, rendering the scene absurd and laughable. Is he toying with Naba? The thought seemed ludicrous even to him. Meanwhile, Vegeta's expression shifted from shock to seriousness. The combat power detector over his left eye emitted a rapid beeping, the readings fluctuating wildly. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000. Naba had pushed his battle power to its limits, nearing 8,000. Yet within the detector, the black-haired youth's power level remained a steadfast 5. How could a mere fighter possess a power level of only 5? Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply. In an instant, he comprehended that it was not the opponent's power that was limited to a mere 5, but rather that the energy level of the adversary had far surpassed the scanning threshold of this shabby detector. His gaze fixated intently on every movement of Lin Chen. It was not merely speed. It embodied an ineffable grace and composure. Each sidestep, each evasion, was executed with perfect precision, devoid of any superfluous motion, as if meticulously calculated. It was as if all of Nappa's attack trajectories were anticipated by him. This individual was not evading. He was strolling. A tempest of emotions surged within Vegeta. To toy with a warrior of Nappa's caliber so effortlessly indicated that his own strength was undoubtedly eclipsed. Infuriating. After a prolonged struggle, Nappa's reason had been entirely consumed by rage. He leapt backward, creating distance, and opened his mouth wide, a blinding white energy sphere rapidly coalescing within. Giant storm. This was the technique that had annihilated East City. A robust wave of energy erupted from his mouth, imbued with the force to reduce all to ashes, instantly engulfing Lin Chen's figure. Not good, Krillin exclaimed in alarm. Yet, Vegeta, who had been observing with crossed arms, wore an expression grimmer than death itself. For he clearly witnessed the moment the cataclysmic energy wave was about to strike the man. That man merely raised his right hand with a sense of ennui, extending 2 fingers, his index and middle finger. Then, with a gentle pinch, that ferocious energy wave, capable of leveling a city, was effortlessly constrained between those 2 fingers. The leading edge of the energy wave continued to surge wildly, while its rear, like a chicken with its neck grasped, became utterly still, all energy dissipating before those seemingly delicate fingers. The entire world felt as though it had been muted. The wind ceased, and the dust hung suspended. Krillin and Gohan's mouths gaped in astonishment, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Nappa's energy brilliance came to an abrupt halt, his expression frozen as if witnessing a scene from myth and legend. Energy captured? Vegeta felt his worldview irrevocably overturned and shattered in that moment. How could energy possibly be captured? It was a pure energy form, not a tangible entity. This completely contradicted the most fundamental laws of physics in the universe. Yet, this astonishing spectacle unfolded before his very eyes. Lin Chen, grasping the energy wave as one might a troublesome cigar, displayed a hint of distaste on his face. With a slight pressure of his fingertips, there was a soft pop, akin to the bursting of a soap bubble. That terrifying energy wave simply vanished without leaving even a ripple of energy behind. How noisy! Lin Chen dug into his ears, seemingly displeased by the earlier roar of Naba. He took a step forward, causing Naba's massive form to instinctively retreat a step in fear. An unprecedented terror washed over him like a frigid tide, engulfing his entire being. The figure before him was neither human nor Saiyan, nor any creature he had ever known. It was a monster, a demon. The game was over. In an instant, Lin Chen vanished from Naba's sight, only to reappear abruptly behind him, as if he had always been there. Naba's body froze. He felt a single finger gently pressing against the back of his neck. He yearned to move, to escape, but found his body immobilized, as if infused with millions of tons of cement, unable to budge even a fingertip. Lin Chen extended his index finger and lightly tapped Naba's battlesuit. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no dazzling light effects. The action was as gentle as a jest between friends. 1 second, 2 seconds. Nothing happened. Naba was dumbfounded. Krillin was dumbfounded, and even Vegeta in the distance was taken aback. What was happening? Naba stiffly turned his head, a grotesque smile stretching across his face. Before he could utter another word, his voice fell silent. From the point where Lin Chen's finger had touched, fine cracks appeared without warning on his seemingly indestructible battle suit. The fissures spread rapidly, filling every corner of the suit in the blink of an eye. Soon after, they began to encroach upon his skin, his muscles, his bones. From inside out, from matter to energy, the very concept of his existence was being utterly obliterated by an incomprehensible force. A vague whimper escaped Naba's throat, his eyes brimming with sheer terror and bewilderment. He wished to plead for mercy, but no sound emerged. He longed for a glance at Vegeta, yet his body was disintegrating into the minutest particles. Before the horrified gazes of all present, Naba's towering figure, over 2 meters tall, silently melted away like snow under the sun, disassembling into countless golden specks of light, ultimately vanishing into the air without leaving a trace. It was as if he had never existed in this world at all. Beep, beep, beep. The battle power detector on Vegeta's left eye emitted a series of piercing wails before exploding violently, shattering into countless fragments. Yet Vegeta did not so much as blink. His body trembled slightly, not from rage, but from a fear that resonated from the depths of his soul. His mind was blank. An instant kill? No, that was not an instant kill. That was utter annihilation. No need for energy blasts. No need for punches or kicks. And not even a hint of a breath was felt. With merely a casual gesture, an elite Saiyan warrior with a battle power of 8,000 was utterly erased from the fabric of this universe. What kind of power is this? A deity? No, even a god could not accomplish such a feat. This is a force of a higher dimension, an essence that transcends his wildest imagination, akin to the very laws of nature. Just as Vegeta's mind descended into chaos, teetering on the brink of mental collapse, that infernal figure slowly turned. Lin Chen's gaze traversed the stunned expressions of Krillin and Gohan, landing upon the rigid form of the Saiyan prince suspended in midair. A smirk of amusement curved upon his lips. Now it is your turn. Chapter 3. The Cat and the Mouse. The Prince's Humiliation. Lin Chen's voice was remarkably calm, as though he were stating an inconsequential fact. Yet this unassuming tone struck Vegeta's ears like thunder from the heavens. His body trembled uncontrollably. Fear, an emotion he had never encountered since the dawn of his memories, gripping his heart like countless icy hands. That Bardock has perished. A Saiyan elite warrior, boasting a battle power of 8,000, was obliterated from existence by this man with a mere finger. Not killed, but erased. Not a trace of battle remained. Not a single drop of blood was shed. Such an event transcended Vegeta's comprehension, even surpassing the limits of his imagination. Is this the power reserved for gods? No, even the divine could not achieve this. Were you? Vegeta's voice, strained by profound terror, became hoarse, yet he still held his ground, refusing to retreat. He was the prince of the Saiyans, the proudest of warriors. His dignity forbade him from fleeing. Observing Vegeta's facade of strength masking inner turmoil, Lin Chen's amusement deepened. What I am is unimportant. Lin Chen extended a finger, beckoning Vegeta closer. What matters is that you are far too weak. Boom! This statement ignited within Vegeta's heart a volatile pride, akin to a barrel of high-octane fuel ablaze. Fear was swiftly overwhelmed by fury. What did you say? Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins, his eyes blazing crimson as a tempestuous aura erupted from his diminutive frame. The earth beneath him cracked and split. Waves of white energy surged forth like a tsunami, pulverizing the surrounding boulders into dust. I am a noble Saiyan prince, Vegeta. How dare you, a mere wretch from a lowly planet, claim that I am weak? Vegeta roared like a beast, his surrounding aura solidifying into a palpable force. 18,000 battle power, unleashed without reservation. In the perception of Krillin and Gohan, The aura emanating from Vegeta felt akin to a volcanic eruption, the sheer pressure it exuded rendering them breathless, almost suffocating. Vegeta's form vanished instantaneously, reappearing before Lin Chen in the next moment. With every ounce of his strength coalesced into a single punch, he unleashed a shriek that tore through the atmosphere, aimed directly at Lin Chen's head. He swore to reduce the head of this man, along with his damned smile, to a pulp. Yet, his determined strike met only air. Lin Chen did not even shift his footing at the critical moment before impact. He merely tilted his head back slightly. The gale from the punch brushed against his nose, stirring a few strands of his dark hair. Too slow. Lin Chen's voice resonated softly. Vegeta's pupils constricted, and without a moment's hesitation, he executed a devastating elbow strike infused with terrifying power. Lin Chen's body tilted slightly to the side, narrowly evading the blow by mere millimeters. Is that all the force you've got? Are you giving me a massage? Shut up. Vegeta was utterly consumed by rage, his battle-hardened skills reaching their zenith in that moment. A right hook, a left roundhouse kick, a knee strike, a headbutt. His figure became a flurry of afterimages, unleashing a tempest of relentless assaults upon Lin Chen from all directions. Each strike possessed the might to reduce a heavy tank to scrap, every kick capable of flattening a small mountain. The battlefield was thrown into chaos, dust swirling as terrifying craters formed upon the ground. Yet, regardless of how swift or cunning his attacks were, that dark-haired figure remained akin to a leaf caught in a torrent, navigating the tumult without a single droplet touching him. With his hands tucked casually in his pockets, Lin Chen strolled leisurely amidst Vegeta's impenetrable onslaught, his expression bordering on boredom. Is this the best speed the prince can muster? Such exaggerated movements, all full of openings. Hey, did you forget to eat? Put some effort into it. As he effortlessly dodged, Lin Chen delivered real-time commentary in a languid tone. Each remark struck like a finely honed dagger, piercing through Vegeta's inflated pride with chilling precision. In the distance, Krillin and Gohan were utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? The once formidable Saiyan prince, who had instilled a sense of despair in them, now resembled a 3-year-old child flailing his fists at an adult, appearing so comical, so absurd. And that man named Lin Chen, he was not fighting. He was taking a stroll. He was toying with Vegeta. This realization nearly dropped Krillin's jaw to the ground. Damn it. Damn it all. Vegeta's rationality had been completely incinerated. He suddenly leaped backward, conjuring 2 blinding energy spheres in his hands, hurling them furiously towards Lin Chen. Dozens of energy orbs trailed long tails of flame, sealing off all avenues of evasion for Lin Chen. As he beheld the oncoming barrage, he finally sprang into action. He raised his right hand and waved dismissively at the onslaught, akin to shooing away a few bothersome flies. In the next moment, a spectacle unfolded that nearly caused Vegeta's eyes to bulge from their sockets. Those energy orbs, capable of reducing the area to rubble, struck an invisible barrier a mere 10 meters from Lin Chen, abruptly changing direction and hurtling back towards Vegeta with a velocity surpassing that of their arrival. What? Vegeta gasped in horror, unable to evade in time, and hastily erected an energy shield before him. Boom! 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 The cacophony of explosions melded into a singular roar, as the terrifying shockwave consumed Vegeta entirely. As the dust settled, he hovered in the air, charred and battered, his battle suit in tatters, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Gasping for breath, the madness in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a profound sense of humiliation and resentment. He had exerted all his might, yet had not even grazed his opponent, only to be harmed by his own assault. This was an affront he, as the Prince of Saiyans, had never endured. Lin Chen remained rooted in place, hands in his pockets, his posture unchanged, a faint smirk of derision gracing his lips. How pitiable, Vegeta! Lin Chen shook his head and sighed. I have heard that your father, King Vegeta, was once the mightiest warrior among the Saiyans. Alas, like father, like son, should he witness your current disgraceful state, he would likely be so mortified as to die again in the depths of hell. This remark became the final straw that broke Vegeta's spirit. Aya! He emitted a wretched howl, his eyes bloodshot, and in that moment, his sanity shattered completely. He soared skyward, ascending several hundred meters, arms wide open, raised above his head. You bastard! If I cannot kill you, then I shall annihilate this accursed planet along with myself. Let us both vanish into oblivion. A blinding purple energy radiated from his palms, coalescing into a massive sphere imbued with ominous energy. The atmosphere trembled beneath the weight of his terrifying power. The air wailed as the clouds above twisted into a vortex, and debris from the ground floated uncontrollably, as if the very magnetic field of the planet had been thoroughly disrupted. Gallic Gun, Chapter 4, The Dispersed Despair. Vegeta, suspended in the sky, resembled a malevolent purple sun. The dreadful energy fluctuations caused the atmosphere to lament, as the clouds were torn asunder, and the earth trembled under the oppressive force. Gallic Gun, accompanied by Vegeta's hysterical roar. A formidable purple energy beam, thick enough to eclipse the sun, descended from the heavens, exuding the power to obliterate all in its path. As it traversed the space, the very fabric of reality emitted mournful cries, contorted like a canvas scorched by a searing blade. It was over. Krillin sat helplessly on the ground, gazing up at the ever-growing beam of death, his face drained of color. Faced with such apocalyptic force, he could not even entertain the thought of fleeing. Instinctively, he shielded the petrified Gohan behind him, closed his eyes, and awaited the arrival of death. Was the earth to be extinguished in this manner? What could that impossibly powerful man do against this onslaught? In everyone's perception, Vegeta's strike had far surpassed any power he had previously exhibited. It was the ultimate blow, embodying all his life and dignity. Yet, Lin Chen, the intended target, remained firmly planted in place. He did not even alter his casual posture with hands in pockets. He merely lifted his gaze toward the magnificent purple beam, devoid of gravity, shock, or even the slightest hint of seriousness. Instead, a faint, almost tedious annoyance flickered in his eyes. It was deafening. Lin Chen pursed his lips, seemingly dissatisfied with the cataclysmic spectacle, under Krillin and Gohan's despairing stares. And amidst Vegeta's frenzied delight, the purple beam of destruction finally descended toward the ground. As it neared the earth, poised to reduce the land, and indeed the entire planet, to cosmic dust, Lin Chen finally took action. He leisurely raised his head to gaze at the violet sun, and then, gently, almost casually, exhaled toward the sky. A soft breath. There was no earth-shattering clash of energies, nor any deafening explosion, just a subtle sound of air, almost illusory. In the next moment, a sight that nearly caused Vegeta's eyes to bulge from their sockets unfolded. The beam, capable of annihilating planets and brimming with boundless violent energy, came to an abrupt halt upon contact with that breath, as if a roaring tiger had suddenly been seized by the throat. The momentum of the beam's descent was abruptly arrested. Following this, as if caressed by an invisible divine hand, the tumultuous purple energy began to dissolve and disintegrate in a manner that defied all physical laws. It did not explode or scatter, but rather dissipated like dandelion seeds scattered by a gentle spring breeze or snow melting under the sun. That destructive energy was tenderly and completely smoothed over by a power of a higher dimension, reverting to the most pure and harmless particles of energy in the universe, before vanishing into thin air. All of this transpired in the span of a mere second. The sky regained its clarity. The ominous purple sun has vanished, and warm sunlight once again bathes the earth, as if the cataclysmic scene that just transpired had never occurred. The entire world is engulfed in an eerie silence. The wind has ceased its whisper, and the dust has settled. Krillin's mouth has gaped into an incredulous O shape, his being resembling a wooden sculpture deprived of its soul, gazing blankly at the expanse of azure sky. Behind him, Gohan's small head is a void, utterly incapable of comprehending the extraordinary events that unfolded moments ago. A mere breath? Did it disperse an attack potent enough to annihilate the planet? What kind of myth is this? No, even the gods of mythology could not accomplish such absurdity. Krillin feels his worldview shattered, crushed, and then reassembled into a more surreal shape within mere minutes. High above, Vegeta remains frozen in a posture of thrusting hands, his body suspended as if encased in ice, utterly motionless. The madness and ecstasy that once graced his visage have solidified into an unprecedented stupor, a vacant bewilderment, as if his soul has been siphoned away. He senses that the last vestige of his strength has been completely drained with the disappearance of the Gallic Gun. Empty. Both body and mind are devoid of substance. Fury, resentment, and humiliation, all emotions become pale and ludicrous in the face of that unfathomable spectacle. His proud Saiyan prince lineage, his battle-hardened skills, his ultimate technique for which he wagered everything, all rendered as trivial as a child brandishing a wooden sword, charging an immovable deity. That was not combat. It was mere mockery. No, it was less than mockery. Throughout, the adversary might have merely found the buzzing mosquito too bothersome and swatted it away, without a second thought. He is that mosquito. This realization strikes like a merciless hammer, shattering the final pillar of Vegeta's dignity. His mind is blank, incapable of thought. Just as he teeters on the brink of total collapse, plummeting from the sky, a figure appears abruptly before him, without warning. It is Lin Chen. He remains in his casual demeanor, hands tucked into his pockets, as though he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. His gaze rests calmly upon Vegeta's dazed face, a hint of playful amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. Has the warm-up concluded? Lin Chen's voice, though soft, reverberates like thunder in Vegeta's vacant mind. Vegeta's body jolts, and his unfocused pupils finally coalesce into a glimmer of clarity. He gazes at the face before him, adorned with a subtle smirk of derision, his lips twitching as he attempts to form words, yet he finds himself rendered utterly speechless. Lin Chen extended his hand, gently patting Vegeta's tattered battlesuit shoulder as one would an old friend. Shall we engage in a proper conversation now? Lin Chen's smile remained, yet his words caused Vegeta's pupils to constrict suddenly. About King Frieza. Chapter 5. Prince, do you yearn for revenge? When Lin Chen uttered that name in an almost casual tone, time seemed to stand still. Vegeta, who had been in a state of profound detachment, felt a jolt run through his body. His once vacant, bewildered eyes were suddenly filled with a tumultuous array of emotions, deep-seated fear, the inertia of long-standing enslavement, but most prominently, a long-suppressed hatred that he had nearly forgotten. King Frieza. That name was like a brand, indelibly etched upon his soul. He was his master, the emperor of the universe, the absolute ruler to whom all surviving Saiyans owed their allegiance. He was also the figure that haunted Vegeta's dreams, suspended in the skies above planet Vegeta, wearing a mocking smile as he raised a finger. Vegeta's lips trembled violently, a raspy sound escaping his throat akin to sandpaper's friction. How dare you utter the name of King Frieza? The moment those words slipped from his lips, even Vegeta himself was taken aback. It was instinctive, a primal response, warped by years of oppressive rule and an insurmountable disparity in power, ingrained in his very being. Observing Vegeta's expression of shock, fury, and fear, Lin Chen's smirk deepened, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke of the century. King? Lin Chen shook his head, his gaze akin to that of a spectator watching a pitiful creature who had been sold, yet continued to count the coins for its captors. Vegeta, you truly are pitiable. Lin Chen stepped closer, their faces mere inches apart, allowing him to discern the blood vessels in Vegeta's eyes. Lowering his voice, he spoke in a tone laced with devilish temptation, enunciating each word deliberately. Do you truly believe that your home planet, Planet Vegeta, was annihilated by a sudden, colossal meteorite? Boom! That statement struck Vegeta's mind like a primordial thunderclap, jolting his dulled senses, worn from exhaustion and mental collapse, into frantic activity. A meteorite. This was the official narrative Frieza had fed to all surviving Saiyans. A formidable, proud race of elite warriors brought to ruin by a mere meteorite. The absurdity of this explanation was striking. Ironically, no one, not even he, the Saiyan prince, dared to question it. For the one who uttered those words was Frieza, the cosmic emperor capable of determining the fate of a planet or an entire civilization with a mere flick of his finger. His words are the truth, even if that truth is riddled with flaws. What else could it be? Vegeta's voice quivered with an unrecognized tremor. The doubts he had forcibly suppressed for over a decade, the terrifying speculations he dared not contemplate, were surging forth with a fervor, poised to break free. Lin Chen smiled, a smile both radiant and cruel. What else could it be? He extended a finger, gently swaying it before Vegeta. Which do you think is more terrifying? A meteorite or the mere finger of your Lord Frieza? Vegeta's pupils abruptly contracted to the size of pinpoints. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. The image he had buried deep within his memory surged forth uncontrollably. Frieza's spaceship loomed in orbit around planet Vegeta, while his father, the proud King Vegeta, charged toward the vessel with his elite guard, only to be extinguished in the cosmos like a firework, silently vanishing. Then came that diminutive figure seated on the throne, a smile of delight gracing his face as he slowly raised a finger. At its tip glimmered a small yet dazzling point of light, more radiant than any star. No! Vegeta's countenance turned as pale as parchment, shaking his head frantically as if in self-hypnosis. No! Lord Frieza said it was a meteorite. A meteorite! Can a lie be repeated 1,000 times and be accepted as truth, Your Highness? Lin Chen's voice was as cold as ancient ice. Have you never pondered why Frieza sought to annihilate Planet Vegeta? is because he feared. Lin Chen's voice rose sharply, striking Vegeta's heart with the force of a hammer. He feared your science. He feared your boundless potential. Most of all, he feared the legend that has haunted him for millennia. The Super Saiyan. When the words Super Saiyan left Lin Chen's lips, Vegeta's body felt as though struck by lightning, rendered utterly motionless. Thus, he resolved to eradicate any future threats. Lin Chen's tone softened, yet brimmed with sanguinary malice. He summoned all the Saiyans on missions back to their home planet, and then before your father, in front of all the Saiyan warriors, with a single finger, he ignited the entire planet, including your father, King Vegeta, including your proud race, including everything you, as a prince, were destined to inherit. All was reduced to cosmic dust amidst the maniacal laughter of your lord. Lin Chen's voice reverberated across the silent battlefield, each word searing into Vegeta's very soul like a red-hot brand. Vegeta's breath quickened, his eyes a fiery crimson, as something searing swirled within their depths. He recalled the elite education he had received since childhood. He recalled his father's words, proclaiming that he would be the next king of the Saiyans. He remembered the years spent serving Frieza like a dog, conquering one planet after another, his hands stained with blood, all for a mere token of praise. The very being he had pledged allegiance to was, in fact, the enemy responsible for his race's annihilation. His life, his pride, his everything had been a farcical joke. Ein immensiest. A surge of scalding blood erupted from Vegeta's mouth. It was not merely a wound, it was hatred, a profound humiliation, anger, and resentment intermingled, threatening to incinerate his sanity. Frieza. The name slipped from his lips, each syllable squeezed out with what felt like his last ounce of strength. The hatred contained within those words was enough to freeze the soul. His hands clenched into fists, sharp nails digging into his palms, blood trickling down between his fingers. Yet he felt no pain, for an emotion far more intense than pain had utterly consumed him, the desire for vengeance. Lin Chen observed Vegeta silently, watching as this proud prince crumbled before the truth, only to rise anew amidst his fury. A flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes. The pieces were now perfectly aligned. Excellent. He gently patted Vegeta's shoulder, a light touch that nonetheless stilled the prince's trembling form. Vegeta slowly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with the flames of revenge, locking onto Lin Chen's gaze. He cared not for the identity of this man, nor why he possessed such knowledge. All that mattered was that it was this man who had unveiled the truth to him. In response to Vegeta's seemingly predatory glare, Lin Chen's smile deepened, radiating a playful intrigue. He leaned closer to Vegeta's ear, whispering in a tone meant solely for their ears. The sound bore a seductive power. Prince, do you desire revenge? Chapter 6. The legendary Super Saiyan. Prince, do you desire revenge? Lin Chen's voice resonated like a devil's whisper, echoing in Vegeta's ear, each syllable striking precisely against his heart. Now filled with vengeance. Vegeta abruptly raised his head, his crimson eyes ablaze with an unrelenting madness. He stared intently at Lin Chen, his voice rasping like two rusty metal sheets scraping together. What legend? Revenge. These two words were the sole focus of his thoughts. For this, he would forsake everything, including the fragile dignity that had long been trampled into dust. A legend that could instill such terror in Frieza that he would lose sleep, willing to bear the blame of genocide just to eradicate it in its infancy. A mysterious smile graced Lin Chen's lips, reminiscent of a bard about to recount a long-forgotten epic. In the ancient chronicles of the Saiyans, every millennium heralds the arrival of an ultimate warrior endowed with unparalleled combat prowess. His strength swells infinitely with rage, culminating in a transformative evolution upon surpassing a critical threshold of fury. Golden hair, emerald eyes, and a body engulfed in a blazing golden aura, his combat power escalates exponentially. Lin Chen's voice resonated with a measured cadence, each word penetrating Vegeta's ears with crystalline clarity. Vegeta's breath involuntarily quickened. The phrases golden hair and golden aura evoked an awakening within him, akin to unlocking a long-sealed switch deep within his bloodline. The inherent fierceness and desire for strength within the Saiyan genes ignited fervently at that moment. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, locking onto Vegeta's eyes, as he proclaimed the name of this legendary warrior, Super Saiyan. Boom! At the instant those 5 words were uttered, Vegeta's body trembled as if struck by lightning. Super Saiyan. He had certainly heard of this legend. It was a tale recounted to every Saiyan child at bedtime, an ultimate fantasy yearned for by every Saiyan warrior. Yet, He had always believed it to be mere fiction, a fanciful illusion. But now, this man revealed to him that Frieza annihilated planet Vegeta out of fear of this very legend. This confirmed the truth of the myth. Indeed, what Frieza feared was the emergence of a Super Saiyan. Lin Chen seemed to peer into the depths of Vegeta's thoughts, sensing his dread that someone among the Saiyans might attain that pinnacle and usurp his reign. Thus, he would rather execute 1,000 innocents than spare a single soul, erasing the entire planet from existence. Lin Chen stepped forward, gazing down upon Vegeta with an air of amusement. And you, Vegeta, as the prince of the Saiyan race, possess the most noble and purest combat lineage. If anyone in this era holds the potential to become the legendary Super Saiyan, it is you. Vegeta's heart raced uncontrollably, a surge of unprecedented excitement and ecstasy flooding his being. Me, a Super Saiyan? Yes, I am the prince of the Saiyans. I possess the strongest gifts and bloodline. That legendary warrior can only be me. It must be me. What is Frieza compared to the power of a Super Saiyan? The flames of vengeful hope blazed within him, nearly soaring to the heavens. However, as he trembled with exhilaration, Lin Chen's subsequent words fell upon him like a deluge of icy water, drenching him from head to toe. But Lin Chen's tone shifted, his playful smirk transforming into unabashed disdain. With your current state, do you even deserve it? The elation on Vegeta's face instantly froze. Just look at yourself now. Lin Chen extended his finger, gesturing towards Vegeta in the void, provoking him with mere words until he lost his composure. Resembling a rabid dog in his frantic attacks, ultimately swatted down like a bothersome fly. Your fury is merely impotent rage. It serves no purpose other than to rapidly deplete your stamina. Your pride is as fragile as a layer of window paper, easily pierced by a gentle poke, leaving only hysteria in its wake. With such a limited capacity and mindset, do you still aspire to become a Super Saiyan? Lin Chen scoffed, shaking his head. Do not harbor such dreams. You lack even the qualification to serve as Super Saiyan. Vegeta's complexion shifted from red to pale, then to a sickly green as his chest heaved violently, a lump lodged in his throat threatening to expel blood once more. He attempted to retort, but found himself rendered speechless. For every word Lin Chen spoke was a palpable truth, grim realities that had just transpired. The flickering flame of hope ignited moments ago was extinguished by this merciless reality, leaving only wisps of reluctant smoke. Observing Vegeta's despondent demeanor, Lin Chen recognized that he had sufficiently chastised him. It was time to offer a morsel of sweetness. Yet Lin Chen's voice pierced through, returning Vegeta from the brink of despair. Anger, in itself, is not a flaw. Vegeta's eyes widened in confusion as he met Lin Chen's gaze. Anger serves as a catalyst for a Saiyan's strength, particularly the deep-seated fury you harbor from past grievances. This is the finest fuel. Alas, you do not comprehend how to wield this power. You allow it to burn chaotically, ultimately inflicting harm upon yourself. Lin Chen's gaze drifted into the distance, where Krillin was supporting young Gohan, both watching warily. What you must do is learn to harness your anger, purifying and compressing it into a true force that drives you to greater strength. How? Vegeta instinctively asked, for the first time revealing a posture of seeking guidance before someone stronger than himself. Lin Chen returned his gaze to Vegeta, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Very simply, stay. What? Vegeta was taken aback. Remain on this planet, training alongside those Earth warriors over there. You want me to train with those weaklings whose power barely reaches 5? Vegeta's pride was once again challenged, and he instinctively wanted to refuse. Lin Chen seemed to have anticipated his reaction, disdainfully curling his lip. Weaklings? That bald one, though feeble, possesses a technique known as Keyblade, capable of slicing through anything. Can you do that? That noseless lad employs a combat style that is both flexible and adaptive, always discovering opportunities even in dire straits. Do you possess his tactical acumen? Not to mention, they have a companion named Son Goku, a low-class warrior like yourself. Yet his dedication and purity towards martial arts far surpass yours. You have remained aloof for far too long, Your Highness the Prince. You fail to comprehend that true strength is forged through gradual perseverance from weakness. Lin Chen's words struck like a series of hammers, shattering the meager pride that resided within Vegeta's heart. Channel your anger and hatred toward your aspirations. Treat Earth as your training ground, and regard every individual here as a stepping stone for your transcendence. Only when you can relinquish your meaningless royal facade and glean wisdom from these so-called inferior beings will you have truly embarked upon the first step toward becoming a Super Saiyan. At that moment, seeking vengeance against Frieza will no longer be an empty proclamation. On the desolate battlefield, only the whisper of the wind remained. Vegeta hovered in the air, head bowed, his expression obscured from view. Within him, a fierce inner struggle raged. To remain? To associate with these lowly creatures? It would be more unbearable than death itself. Yet, Super Saiyan Frieza loomed at his thoughts. The flames of hatred clashed violently with the pride of the prince within his heart. Observing Vegeta's trembling shoulders, Lin Chen knew the time had come. He uttered no more words, merely casting a fleeting glance at Vegeta before turning to depart. His demeanor was nonchalant, as if indifferent to the choice Vegeta would make. I have illuminated the path for you. Lin Chen's voice drifted lightly from ahead. Will you continue to wag your tail like a beaten dog, serving your family's nemesis? Or will you choose to become a legend and reclaim what is rightfully yours? The choice is yours, Your Highness. Chapter 7. Prince, forge your strength. Lin Chen's words pierced through Vegeta's chaotic thoughts like a nail. The path had been revealed. Yet, the choice loomed like an insurmountable mountain, weighing heavily upon his heart. Should he remain a mere dog, groveling at the feet of his family's executioner, or become a legend and seize back all that was meant to be his? Pride and hatred tore at the very depths of his soul, threatening to rend him asunder. Vegeta's teeth ground together, producing a fierce clatter, while a beast-like growl rumbled from his throat. How could he, Prince of the Saiyans, stoop to mingle with these inferior beings of a lowly planet? Yet Frieza, the mere thought of that lofty figure, who annihilated his entire race with a mere finger, unleashed a torrent of rage that eclipsed his pitiful self-esteem. In the moment of his inner turmoil, as he was poised to make a decision, a golden light streaked across the horizon with astonishing speed. Nimbus! Krillin exclaimed in delight. The golden cloud executed a graceful halt above the battlefield, and a man clad in an orange martial arts uniform, with a distinctive hairstyle, leaped down from the cloud. Goku had finally arrived. He immediately spotted the lifeless body of Piccolo lying on the ground, alongside the severely injured Krillin and the young Gohan. A wave of indescribable sorrow and fury surged within him. Gohan, Krillin, are you all right? Goku's figure flickered and instantly appeared beside the two, his eyes brimming with concern. Father. Upon seeing Goku, Gohan could no longer hold back his tears and rushed into his embrace. Goku, you finally made it, Krillin sighed in relief, his taut nerves momentarily relaxing as he nearly collapsed. Goku's gaze swept across the ravaged battlefield, finally resting upon the diminutive figure suspended in mid-air, clad in tattered battle attire, emanating a weak yet malevolent aura. It was you who killed Piccolo and the others, wasn't it? Goku's voice was calm, but those who knew him understood that this was a precursor to his overwhelming wrath. Vegeta snorted contemptuously, refusing to respond. His gaze bypassed Goku and, fixated on the dark-haired figure, turned away from the crowd. Lin Chen. This person was his sole concern at that moment. Sensing Vegeta's focus, Goku followed his line of sight, only to discover an unfamiliar presence, inscrutable and unfathomable, lingering in the fray. Goku, we cannot let him escape. He is the one who killed Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and the others. Krillin urgently pointed at Vegeta, exclaiming, the one in black saved us and defeated this Saiyan. A flicker of astonishment crossed Goku's face. He had felt no indication of a battle between the two. Nevertheless, he trusted Krillin's words. No matter the circumstances, he must not be allowed to leave Earth. Goku's eyes sharpened instantly, his body slightly crouching as he adopted the initial stance of the Turtle School. A terrifying energy surged from within him. Indeed, Goku, let's strike together. Avenge our fallen comrades. Krillin strained to rise, raising his right hand high, a rapidly spinning energy disc forming swiftly in his palm. Energy slice. He intended to end this blood-stained demon once and for all with this indomitable technique. Vegeta's pupils constricted suddenly. He sensed the lethal threat contained within that thin energy disc. He wished to move, yet his body felt unbearably heavy from exhaustion. This is the end. Just as he believed he would meet his demise, a figure ghosted before Krillin and Goku. It was Lin Chen. He remained in his casual stance with hands in pockets, effortlessly standing there as if an insurmountable chasm lay between them. What are you doing? Krillin faltered, gazing bewilderedly at Lin Chen's back. Step aside. We must kill him. Kill him? Lin Chen turned his head, casting a glance at Krillin and Goku. his expression akin to that of an adult observing two misguided children. What benefit would killing him bring you? He has slain our comrades. Wukong spoke in a deep voice, his eyes filled with confusion. So what? Lin Chen retorted. Killing him would merely be an outlet for your anger. Your comrade cannot be resurrected. He paused, his gaze shifting to the ever-changing expression of Vegeta suspended in the air, a playful smirk gracing his lips. A purpose-driven Vegeta is far more valuable than a lifeless corpse. What do you mean? Wukong furrowed his brow. Lin Chen extended a finger, pointing towards Vegeta, his voice soft yet resonant across the battlefield. His objective is to surpass me and seek vengeance against Frieza. For that goal, he will stop at nothing to grow stronger. And you, Lin Chen's gaze swept over Wukong and Krillin. If you wish to protect this planet and not become a burden in future battles, you must surpass him in strength. I leave him to you as a whetstone, a tool that will keep you vigilant, constantly pushing your limits and striving for unparalleled strength. Lin Chen's words left everyone in stunned silence. To regard an adversary capable of annihilating planets as a whetstone, what immense confidence and audacity. This was no longer mere combat. It was a strategic game, a grand scheme played on the cosmic chessboard, with these titans capable of shaking the stars as the pieces. The anger on Wukong's face gradually faded, replaced by exhilaration, the igniting spirit of a warrior who had found a worthy opponent. He understood. This enigmatic man was urging them all to evolve in a manner that transcended conventional dimensions. Krillin's energy blade slowly dissipated, and he opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. He was utterly astounded by Lin Chen's astonishing perspective. In the high skies, Vegeta's body quivered violently. He comprehended every word Lin Chen uttered. Humiliation, an unprecedented humiliation. This man had not only shattered him in strength and spirit, but now treated him as a mere tool, a stone to hone his enemies. He wasn't even worthy of being his opponent. He was merely an instrument. A suppressed roar erupted from Vegeta's throat, filled with resentment, fury, and a hint of excitement he had yet to recognize within himself. He fixed his gaze on Lin Chen, as if attempting to engrave the man's image deep within his soul. Without uttering another word, he struggled back to his battered spherical spaceship. With a piercing roar, the ship wobbled and soared into the sky, vanishing into the azure horizon in an instant. He departed, bearing the weight of his scars, shattered pride, and an unequivocal purpose. To grow stronger, to become invincible at any cost, until the day he could personally trample that man and Frieza beneath his feet. As he watched Vegeta's spacecraft vanish into the horizon, Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. A premier piece on the chessboard had finally settled into its rightful position. The unfolding narrative was destined to become increasingly captivating. He turned to face several inquisitive, reverent, and fiercely determined gazes. Sun Wukong approached Lin Chen, his demeanor remarkably earnest. He bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for saving Gohan and Krillin, for saving the entire Earth. Straightening up, his eyes blazed with an unprecedented fervor for battle as he excitedly inquired, Who are you? You are truly formidable. May we spar just once? Chapter 8. My name is Lin Chen, a Blue Star inhabitant. Sun Wukong's eyes resembled two fiery flames, brimming with the purest desire for martial arts. This was the thrill of finding an equal, the exhilaration of discovering new realms. His signature innocent smile, coupled with that earnest request for a spar, rendered it nearly impossible for any martial artist to decline. However, Lin Chen merely smiled, a serene expression as if nothing had transpired moments before. Now was not the time for sparring. He shook his head, his gaze drifting past Wukong to the fallen figures on the ground. You have more pressing matters to attend to. Wukong's excitement momentarily waned as he followed Lin Chen's gaze, beholding the lifeless Piccolo and the pale, injured Gohan being supported by Krillin. The fervor within him was swiftly replaced by concern and sorrow. Indeed, this was not a time for combat. Just then, the distant roar of a propeller echoed through the air. A Capsule Corporation aircraft, emblazoned with the CC logo, wobbled as it descended onto the nearby terrain. The hatch opened, and Bulma was the first to leap out, followed closely by Master Roshi, Chi-Chi, and Oolong. Wukong, Gohan. Chi-Chi's piercing scream pierced the air as she beheld the ravaged battlefield and her wounded husband and son, nearly collapsing from shock. Bulma and Master Roshi stood speechless, stunned by the sight before them. It appeared as though a meteor shower had ravaged the area, with enormous craters connecting one after another. The charred earth emanating a pungent odor. Yamcha and Kaiatsu, those comrades who once fought side by side, now lay silently on the ground, devoid of breath. What on earth has transpired? Master Roshi asked, removing his sunglasses, his aged voice trembling with emotion. Bulma's gaze swept rapidly across the battlefield, finally settling on an unfamiliar figure. Lin Chen. This man, with black hair and dark eyes, donned casual attire that starkly contrasted with the chaotic scene, standing there with his hands in his pockets. Calm and composed. Surrounding him was the sorrow and devastation of the Z fighters, while he appeared to be an outsider, merely observing. This profound sense of incongruity instantly raised Bulma's wariness. Who are you? Bulma summoned her courage and questioned loudly. Before Lin Chen could respond, Krillin hurriedly interjected, Bulma, don't misunderstand. He saved us. It was that Saiyan named Vegeta who he drove away. What? Both Bulma and Master Roshi were taken aback. He drove away Vegeta? They had witnessed, through their scouters, the cataclysmic power of that Saiyan prince. How could this seemingly ordinary man possibly repel such a monster? Goku scratched his head and added, yeah. He is incredibly strong. I can't even sense his energy. It's like the ocean. The ocean? Instinctively, Bulma pulled out a spare scouter from her pocket, donned it, and aimed it at Lin Chen. Beep beep. A string of numbers flashed on the scouter screen. 5. Bulma nearly bulged her eyes out. A mere human with a power level of 5? How could this be possible? Skeptically, she pressed a few more buttons, but the device stubbornly displayed that insulting number. Just as she was about to try again, a sudden crack. The lens before her was instantly marred with a spiderweb of cracks, followed by a plume of black smoke, rendering it completely useless. Startled by this unexpected turn of events, Bulma stared blankly at the broken gadget in her hands. All eyes turned to Lin Chen. He maintained a relaxed demeanor, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips, as if he were watching an amusing play unfold. My name is Lin Chen. He finally spoke, his voice calm and clear. Just a passerby for Blue Star. Blue Star? This seemingly mundane introduction was now laden with an aura of profound mystery. A being with a power level of merely 5, yet capable of causing a scouter to explode, who could be likened to the ocean by Goku, and who singularly repelled the Saiyan Prince. Who could possibly believe it? Master Roshi's expression grew exceedingly grave. He sensed that the power contained within this man transcended his entire lifetime of martial understanding. It was not a matter of energy intensity. It was a presence from a higher dimension. He felt as if he were a being in a three-dimensional world, gazing down at a multitude of two-dimensional paper figures. This realization made Master Roshi's palms sweat. While the crowd was steeped in awe and confusion regarding Lin Chen's identity and strength, Krillin's anguished cry abruptly pulled everyone's thoughts back to the harsh reality. Den is dead. Krillin gazed at Den's already cold body, his voice choked with emotion. This revelation struck each person like a thunderbolt. What? Den too? Goku's complexion turned ashen. Bulma reacted the quickest, as if a terrifying thought had struck her. And she screamed in despair, oh no, if Den is dead, that means the Guardian too. The hearts of all sank to the depths in response to Bulma's words. Piccolo and the Supreme Kai were intrinsically linked, their fates intertwined. One thriving meant both thrived. One perished meant both perished. Piccolo's death signified the demise of the Supreme Kai, who was the creator of the Dragon Balls on Earth. Krillin trembled as he retrieved the 4-star ball from his pocket. That once radiant orb now lay cold and dim, resembling nothing more than an ordinary stone. It was over. The final glimmer of hope had been extinguished. The fallen comrades, Yamcha, Ten, Kairatsu, and Piccolo, could never be resurrected. A despair more profound than that faced against Vegeta enveloped every heart. It was a sorrow born of helplessness and irretrievable anguish. Chi-Chi wept inconsolably in Gohan's embrace, while Krillin knelt, his fists weakly pounding the ground. Even the ever-optimistic Goku bowed his head, his fists clenched, his body trembling from overwhelming grief. Lin Chen quietly observed this scene. He watched as these future titans capable of shaking the universe now resembled a group of helpless children, clearly orchestrated by the script of fate. A subtle, unnoticed smile curled at the corners of his lips. What a tedious script this is, he mused inwardly. Since I am here, I must inject a bit of intrigue into the narrative. Just as the atmosphere reached its most oppressive point, everyone ensnared in profound sorrow, a languid, teasing voice abruptly broke the silence. Is it not merely a matter of resurrecting our companions? The voice, though soft, thundered like a bolt of lightning in everyone's ears. All heads snapped up, gazing incredulously towards the source of the sound. Lin Chen stood there, hands casually tucked into his pockets, his expression as relaxed as if discussing what to have for dinner. He surveyed the crowd, their faces frozen in disbelief, and spoke calmly. Who said that the Dragon Balls of Blue Star are lost beyond recovery? I know of a place that holds something even more formidable than your Blue Star's Dragon Balls. Chapter 9. System Reward, Instant Teleportation. Lin Chen's words pierced through the endless darkness like a beam of light, illuminating the ashen faces of all present. Something even more powerful than the Dragon Balls? Krillin was the first to react, seizing Lin Chen's sleeve, his voice trembling with excitement, as if he had grasped the last lifeline. Are you serious? Where is it? Goku leaned in as well. Though sadness still lingered on his face, the flames of hope reignited in his eyes. Bulma and Master Roshi, however, wore expressions of disbelief. The Dragon Balls were created by the Supreme Kai. How could there possibly be others? Lin Chen regarded the astonished, skeptical, and yearning faces surrounding him, finding it somewhat amusing. He spoke softly, his voice not loud, yet it resonated clearly in every ear present. The name of a place known as Namek, the homeland of the short flute and divine beings. Namek, this unfamiliar name, startled everyone momentarily. Bulma, the erudite genius, had her mind racing, swiftly retrieving relevant information from the recesses of her memory. It was a name her father, Dr. Brief, had once mentioned while researching the spaceship of the temple, an almost unattainable distant planet. I know that place, Bulma exclaimed excitedly. But the thought of how to get there dampened her spirit. Her words faltered as if doused with cold water, the excitement on her face dissipating in an instant. The atmosphere around them grew heavy once again with her silence. In West City, at the Capsule Corporation, the brightly lit reception room felt stifling. Bulma had just utilized the most advanced astronomical computer to retrieve the coordinates of Namek. She found it. Gazing at the distant green on the screen, her voice bore no trace of joy, instead filled with a sense of helplessness. However, based on the distance indicated on the star chart, even with the fastest, newly developed spaceship from Capsule Corporation, a one-way journey would take at least a year. A year. This unit of time struck each heart like a heavy hammer. A year? How can we possibly manage? Krillin mumbled, the flickering flame of hope extinguished once more by the merciless reality. Even if the Dragon Balls were found after a year, their fallen comrades would be beyond resurrection due to the passage of time. Everything had returned to square one. A pervasive sense of despair enveloped them all once more. Goku clenched his fists tightly, remaining silent. Bulma, in a fit of frustration, tugged at her hair and paced back and forth, desperately seeking a brilliant solution. Yet her extraordinary intellect felt void in the face of such insurmountable physical distance. Kiki Krado Gohan, softly sobbing. Lin Chen leaned against the sofa, hands in his pockets, observing these future cosmic titans, now frowning over a seemingly trivial issue of distance. He found their predicament far more amusing than the battle just past. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice, audible only to him, echoed in his mind. Ding! Hidden task completed. Reshape the Saiyan invasion chapter. Task evaluation. Perfect. The host crushed the invaders with absolute power, altering the fate of key figures with a transcendent perspective, transforming a bloody tragedy into a hopeful drama. Plot participation 100. Keynote impact 100. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations, host, you have acquired S-Class Skill Instant Transmission. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Spirit Beans X10. Boom! An immense torrent of information surged into Lin Chen's mind, akin to a burst dam of stars, instantaneously flooding him with knowledge of space, dimensions, the coordinates of energy, and the positioning of any life form within the cosmos. Countless esoteric laws were forcibly deciphered and imbued within him at that moment. Transforming into an instinct he could wield at will. There was no need for him to consciously learn. It came to him as effortlessly as breathing. Lin Chen slowly closed his eyes, and with a mere thought, the distribution of energy throughout the universe materialized before his perception in the form of a holographic map. He could sense the pure and fervent energy of Wukong beside him, as well as the distant, tumultuous energy from the depths of the universe, an energy filled with humiliation and overwhelming hatred that belonged to Vegeta. Even farther away, on a verdant planet, he could feel numerous gentle and benevolent energies gradually dissipating, while adjacent to those benevolent essences, there were formidable and malevolent forces brimming with the aura of slaughter and tyranny, the Frisia Force. A subtle, unnoticed smirk crept upon Lin Chen's lips. Simultaneously, his consciousness delved into the system space, where he beheld 10 vibrant, life-infused seeds, senza beans. Remarkable treasures. Alas, is there truly no way? Krillin's voice was laden with despair. How vexing. If only I could be a bit faster. Wukong lamented, striking the table in frustration. Bulma slumped in her chair, abandoning all thought. It's impossible. A year is the physical limit, utterly unbreakable. Just as the atmosphere in the meeting room grew thick with despondency and everyone was on the verge of surrender, a light chuckle unexpectedly resonated. It was Lin Chen. The others looked up in confusion at the man who had remained so relaxed throughout. Lin Chen slowly rose, stretching languidly as if awakening from slumber. He approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the azure sky, and spoke in a calm tone. A year? Too slow. Everyone was taken aback. Bulma could not help but retort, slow? This is already the theoretical maximum speed. Do you think interstellar travel is akin to riding a bus? Lin Chen did not turn around. Instead, he continued to gaze out, stating nonchalantly, who says we need a spaceship? As his words fell, the meeting room was enveloped in an eerie silence. No spaceship? What could that possibly mean? Is he suggesting we fly there? Surely, he cannot be serious. Countless speculations flashed through Bulma's mind, but she dismissed each one almost instantly. This is utterly unscientific, just as the others oscillated between confusion and disbelief. Wondering if Lin Chen was jesting, he turned to face them. A playful smile graced his features, and his pitch-black eyes held a depth that seemed capable of consuming everything. He offered no further explanation, merely extending a hand. His gaze fell upon Krillin, Gohan, and Bulma. Those who wish to journey to Namek, place your hands upon mine. The three were taken aback. What is the purpose of this? Krillin instinctively inquired. Lin Chen's smile widened. The journey is swift, lasting approximately a mere second. Thus, I personally advise you to close your eyes. Chapter 10, Destination Namek. A second? A journey? And we must close our eyes? Lin Chen's words resonated in the minds of everyone in the living room like an indecipherable code. Bulma's lips twitched. She felt as though her intelligence, as the foremost genius scientist on Earth, was being mercilessly diminished. The flight from Earth to Namek takes over a year. This is a cold and absolute physical limit calculated based on astrophysics and the theory of space curvature engines. Yet, this man before her claimed it would only take a second. This transcended the realm of science. It was theological, metaphysical. You cannot be serious, can you? Krillin's voice was dry as he gazed at Lin Chen's unremarkable outstretched hand, feeling as if his worldview was crumbling. Gohan looked at Lin Chen with a bewildered expression, then glanced at Chi-Chi and Goku beside him. Goku remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Chen, burning with a fiercer fighting spirit than ever before. He understood nothing of science, yet he could sense the inherent confidence in Lin Chen's declaration. It was not mere bravado, but a statement of fact, as simple to him as eating and drinking. This man truly could accomplish it. The atmosphere in the living room became strangely stagnant. The despairing reality clashed violently with absurd hope in each person's heart. Ultimately, it was Krillin who broke the impasse. He recalled the fallen Piccolo, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu. He remembered the Dragon Ball that had turned into an ordinary stone. Taking a deep breath, as if making the most significant decision of his life, a glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes. I will go. Trembling, Krillin extended his hand, the first to rest upon Lin Chen's shoulder. The warmth of the palm and the texture of the clothing were nothing extraordinary. Yet Krillin felt he was grasping the only hope for reviving all his companions. I will go too. Gohan, though frightened, summoned his courage upon seeing Uncle Krillin's action, mimicking his gesture and placing his small hand on Lin Chen's other side. Bulma's complexion shifted from pale to flushed, for as a staunch materialist scientist, her internal struggle was more intense than anyone else's. This is unreasonable. It completely contradicts the conservation of mass energy. How could space transition be possible? She muttered incantations under her breath, seemingly attempting to hypnotize herself, yet her body moved with unwavering honesty. Finally, gritting her teeth as if committing to a bold leap, she seized the hem of Lin Chen's garment. I warn you, should you dare deceive me, I shall employ my ingenious invention to ensure that you will forever be unable to locate a restroom. This threat, devoid of any true intimidation, elicited a chuckle from Lin Chen. He tightened his grip. Lin Chen's gaze swept over the trio, his smile transforming into an enigmatic expression. He withdrew his other hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, and lightly tapped his forehead. The journey is about to commence. At the moment his words fell, a hum resonated. The trio felt their minds plunge into a void. The world before them seemed to disintegrate into countless colorful specks of light, which then retreated at a speed that defied comprehension. There was no sensation of weightlessness, no dizziness. Rather, it was a far more terrifying experience, a feeling of existence being erased and rewritten. The notions of time and space were utterly shattered in that instant, merged into a chaotic amalgamation. This process appeared to stretch into eternity, yet felt as fleeting as the blink of an eye. When Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan regained their consciousness, they felt a soft texture beneath their feet. No longer was it the hard, smooth floor of Capsule Corporation, but a softness reminiscent of grass. The air was suffused with an unfamiliar, faintly sweet, and peculiar fragrance. This place is. Krillin cautiously opened his eyes, and in the next moment his pupils dilated, rendering him statue-like in shock. Bulma and Gohan followed suit, their eyes widening in astonishment, mirroring Krillin's stunned reaction. The scene before them utterly dismantled their preconceived notions of the world. The sky was green, akin to a piece of warm, translucent jade. 3 suns of varying sizes hung high above, radiating a gentle glow. In the distance, rolling blue mountains met their gaze, alongside clusters of peculiar, gigantic, mushroom-like purple trees. White circular buildings, imbued with exotic charm, dotted the verdant landscape. Everything here was breathtaking, resembling a surreal dream. Good heavens! Bulma's mind went into a complete overload as she instinctively retrieved an array of sophisticated instruments from the multifunctional capsule. Atmospheric composition analysis, oxygen levels adequate, presence of unknown inert gases, gravity approximately 103 times that of Earth, star map positioning in progress. A flurry of data scrolled rapidly across the instrument screen. Ultimately, accompanied by a series of urgent alarms, a line of crimson text erupted onto the screen, causing Bulma's soul to momentarily leave her body. Warning: current coordinates located at the edge of the Perseus arm of the Milky Way, approximately 4,721 light-years from the solar system. With a pop, the instrument, overwhelmed by excessive calculations, emitted a plume of black smoke and became utterly inoperative. As Bulma's grip faltered, the discarded instrument tumbled onto the grass, unnoticed by her. Her legs weakened, leaving her nearly unable to stand, fixating on the man before her with a gaze one would reserve for a monster. For 1,721 light-years. A single second. God. Apart from this singular word, her lexicon failed to provide any term capable of encapsulating the essence of the man before her. Lin Chen released his hold, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He regarded the 3 stunned individuals, their worldviews shattered, with an increasingly mischievous smile. Extending his arms, he inhaled the refreshing air of Namek, speaking in a tone reminiscent of a theatrical opening. Welcome to Namek. At that moment, Lin Chen's gaze shifted toward the distant horizon, a slight smile gracing his lips. Now, our game officially commences. As his words settled, a thunderous roar erupted. From the direction of a distant Namekian village, a massive fireball surged into the sky, thick smoke billowing forth. Soon after, a chilling cacophony of anguished screams and derisive laughter echoed on the wind. Clint instinctively glanced at the combat power detector he had salvaged from the battlefield on his wrist. Beep, beep, beep. The device emitted a piercing alarm, the screen displaying multiple combat power readings soaring into the thousands, rapidly approaching their location. Enemies. Clint's expression paled, his stance shifting instantly into one of combat readiness. Bulma and Gohan, equally terrified, instinctively sought refuge behind Lin Chen. Yet, Lin Chen showed no inclination to turn. He simply gazed toward the rising smoke, a glimmer of icy resolve flickering in his dark eyes. The Frisia Force. It seemed he had arrived just in time. Chapter 11. The Insignificant, Unworthy of Remembrance. Beneath a verdant sky, with 3 suns shining brightly, the soft grass cushioned their feet, and the air was imbued with an unusual sweetness. Everything here appeared as if plucked from the pages of a fairy tale, stunningly unreal. Good heavens! Bulma's mind had ceased to function entirely. She stared at the frantically pulsing, now smoking, ruined device on her wrist, her mouth agape in disbelief. 1 second. 4,700 light-years. This was a miracle. Clint and Gohan were equally stunned, surveying this unfamiliar world, their perceptions shattering and reforming around Lin Chen as the focal point. Lin Chen released his grip, as if merely escorting them for a leisurely stroll. With arms wide open, he inhaled deeply, a playful smile illuminating his features. Welcome to Namek. However, as his theatrical proclamation hung in the air, a resounding boom erupted from afar, a tremendous fireball ascending into the sky, darkening the once tranquil green heavens. The chilling screams and derisive laughter wafted through the air, carried by the wind. The detector that Clint had salvaged from the battlefield emitted a piercing alarm. Beep, beep, beep. On the screen, a staggering combat power reading exceeding 20,000 wreaked havoc in the direction of a nearby village. Enemies were present. Clint's expression changed dramatically as he instinctively assumed a combat stance. Every muscle in his body tensed. Gohan's face turned pale with fear, clutching tightly to Lin Chen's sleeve. Do not be afraid. Lin Chen's voice was calm, devoid of concern as he did not even glance back at the two behind him. The game has begun. Let's observe. No sooner had he spoken than Clint and Gohan felt a fleeting blur before them, their bodies enveloped by an irresistible, gentle force. In the next moment, the surroundings transformed entirely. They had traversed several kilometers, arriving above the burning village. What lay before them made Clint and Gohan's pupils constrict in horror. The once peaceful and serene white, circular structures had been reduced to ruins, and green-skinned Namekians lay lifeless on the ground, their bodies cold and faces frozen in the terror of their final moments. The mingling scents of blood and charred flesh filled the air, nauseatingly pungent. At the center of the village, a grotesque, rotund creature, entirely pink and adorned with fleshy spikes, was maliciously laughing as it held a defenseless Namekian high aloft. Ha ha ha! This is the fate of those who defy Lord Frisia. Dodoria cackled, his grip tightening. With a sickening crack, the neck of the Namekian was brutally snapped, its body falling limply. Dodoria carelessly discarded the corpse, his gaze scanning the ruins for his next target. Unforgivable. Gohan watched this horrifying scene, his young heart shattered by the brutality, an unprecedented rage erupting from within him. His combat power surged dramatically in response to his fury. Clint, too, clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding together. Though he had endured countless battles, the sheer one-sidedness and brutality of this massacre ignited a fierce anger within him. Damn it, Clint roared, ready to charge down. However, Dodoria's overwhelming combat power of 22,000 loomed over them like an invisible mountain, suffocating them under its weight. The malevolent and potent aura made breathing laborious, freezing their bodies in place, rendering them motionless. This was the chasm of absolute power. Dodoria seemed to sense something, lifting his head to behold Clint and Gohan hovering in the air. A cruel grin spread across his face, revealing sharp teeth. Oh, two little insects are there? He dismissed the two with combat powers barely over 1,000, disregarding them entirely. In his perspective, these were merely two moths, willingly drawn to the flame. How fortuitous! It would add a few more pieces to Lord Frisia's collection. Let's commence with that little brat. Dodoria emitted a sinister chuckle, his corpulent form soaring into the sky with an unexpected swiftness, his colossal fist enveloped in malevolent energy, hurtling directly towards Gohan at the forefront. This strike possessed the capacity to reduce a small mountain to rubble. Krillin's eyes widened in horror. He yearned to move, yet found his body incapable of keeping pace with his adversary's speed. Gohan, quickly evade. He could only emit a desperate cry. Gohan gazed at the fist, which loomed larger in his vision, his youthful face paling, as the shadow of death swiftly enveloped him. It was over. At that critical moment, a figure ambled forth leisurely from behind Gohan and Krillin. Lin Chen. He maintained his casual demeanor, hands tucked in his pockets, as though confronting a world-destroying monster was akin to strolling through his own backyard. His gait was unhurried, yet precisely positioned in front of Gohan. A glimmer of malevolent glee flickered in Dodoria's eyes. This suddenly appeared, dark-haired youth radiated no sense of combat prowess, practically inviting demise. He couldn't even be bothered to alter the trajectory of his punch, intending to obliterate both this ignorant fool and the little brat into cosmic dust. The force of the punch howled through the air, producing a piercing sonic boom. Krillin's eyes bulged in terror. Yet, what transpired next left his mind utterly paralyzed. In the face of the cataclysmic strike, Lin Chen nonchalantly withdrew a hand from his pocket, extending it forward with casual indifference, fingers splayed wide. There was no earth-shattering collision, no cataclysmic explosion of energy, just a soft thud. It was akin to effortlessly catching a basketball, toss his way. Dodoria's formidable fist, capable of shattering anything, came to a delicate halt within Lin Chen's palm. The terrifying energy contained within it vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. The violent gust from the punch tousled Lin Chen's dark hair, rendering Krillin and Gohan behind him nearly unable to open their eyes. Yet, he did not even blink. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The sinister grin on Dodoria's face utterly froze. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his own fist, then glanced at the unperturbed man before him. How could this be? His full force strike had been so effortlessly caught. Not a single ripple of energy had been generated. This defied all logic. This was simply impossible. He felt as though his fist had plunged into an endless void, all power instantaneously devoured. A chill surged from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. He attempted to retract his fist, only to discover that the seemingly unremarkable hand before him had transformed into a vice forged from the very material of a neutron star, firmly ensnaring his fist, rendering it immovable. He exerted every ounce of strength, his face turning a deep shade of purple, yet his fist remained utterly unyielding. Lin Chen's gaze traversed the stunned figure of Dodoria, landing instead upon a collapsed rock not far away. There a small Namekian child trembled in fear, his large eyes filled with terror and despair. It was Dandy. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze, his expression instantly chilling. He regarded the pink creature before him, drenched in cold sweat and rife with panic, the corners of his mouth curving into a frigid arc. How noisy, this rabble. As his words fell, Lin Chen's hand, still gripping Dodoria's fist, tightened ever so slightly. A cacophony of bone-crunching sounds reverberated, a series of sickening cracks echoing through the air. It was not merely the sound of single bone shattering. Rather, it was the entire arm, from fist to wrist, forearm to upper arm, and finally the shoulder, being crushed inch by inch by an irresistible and terrifying force. A shrill, inhuman scream pierced the sky of Namek. Dodoria's entire right arm twisted at a grotesque angle, contorted and ultimately drooped down, reduced to a mass of mangled flesh. The stark white of bone protruded through the pink skin, and blood erupted like a fountain. Dodoria clutched what could no longer be called an arm, his body trembling violently from excruciating pain and sheer terror as he stumbled backward in horror. The defiance and cruelty that once filled his eyes faded, replaced by a profound fear, as if he faced a deity. What manner of monster is this man? He felt no aura whatsoever. Who are you? Dodoria's voice, twisted and shrill with dread, questioned. Why did my power detector fail to respond? Clint and Gohan were utterly dumbfounded. This was no mere instant kill. It was a complete obliteration, a merciless domination, an unfathomable disparity between the divine and the mortal. Lin Chen gazed at Dodoria, who was now retreating in panic, his expression rife with undisguised disdain. He spoke slowly, his voice low yet resonant, striking like a chilling hammer against the very essence of Dodoria's soul. Mere fodder does not deserve to be remembered. Chapter 12. Your intelligence is worthless. Mere fodder does not deserve to be remembered. Lin Chen's voice, devoid of emotion, resonated like the final judgment from the abyss, each word carving into Dodoria's soul with a cold precision. Fodder? Me? Dodoria, a senior officer under the command of King Frisia, with a battle power of 22,000, is fodder? The agony and fear intertwined, plunging Dodoria's mind into a chaotic abyss. He clutched at the mass of flesh that could no longer be deemed an arm, his body trembling violently from excruciating pain and terror, retreating desperately in an attempt to distance himself from the dark-haired man who had plunged him into endless nightmares. The arrogance and cruelty once present in his gaze towards Lin Chen had vanished, replaced by a primordial fear reminiscent of confronting a demon. What manner of monster was this man? Why did the combat power detector absurdly display a mere 5? Such a discrepancy defied all logic. Who are you truly? Doria's voice became a high-pitched, distorted wail, akin to a wild dog with its tail stepped on. Clint and Gohan stood utterly dumbfounded, their understanding of combat shattered by the scene before them. This was not a battle. It was a crushing domination, an unfathomable descent from a deity upon mere mortals. A cosmic powerhouse with a combat strength of 22,000, a terrifying monster that had, just moments ago, rendered them immobile, now quaked like a lamb awaiting slaughter before that man. Lin Chen ignored Doria's frantic inquiries, observing his pitiful retreat with undisguised disdain. It was too noisy, too grotesque. He slowly lifted his foot and took a step forward. Thud! This step felt as though it did not touch the void, but rather landed directly upon Doria's heart. Doria's body convulsed violently, a chill racing up from his soles to the crown of his head. Lin Chen advanced once more. Thud! The color drained from Doria's face, and he momentarily forgot the agonizing pain in his arm. consumed instead by the sensation that his very soul trembled with each echoing footfall, as if it could shatter at any moment. Escape. He had to escape. The farther, the better. This thought became the singular focus of his mind. Yet, his body felt as though it were laden with lead, every movement a Herculean effort. The figure of the dark-haired man, seemingly strolling leisurely, instilled in him an inescapable sense of despair. Step by step, Lin Chen drew closer to death. At last, Doria's spirit shattered completely. Unable to bear the weight of that invisible pressure any longer, his legs buckled, and he felt his knees in a pitiful heap. The cosmic villain, who had moments ago reveled in slaughter, now resembled the most abject of dogs, prostrating before his prey. Please, please don't kill me, Doria sobbed. His dignity as a powerful being evaporated as he frantically bowed towards Lin Chen, striking the ground with resounding thuds. I beg you, spare me. I will never dare again. I will tell you everything. Whatever you wish to know, I shall reveal, he implored in a disjointed frenzy, his voice rife with revolting sycophancy. Lin and Gohan observed the scene before them, devoid of any sense of satisfaction, only feeling a wave of nausea. Is this what they call a cosmic powerhouse? In the face of absolute power, he is but a heap of useless mud. Lin Chen halted his steps, looking down from a height at the kneeling, grotesquely contorted Dodoria, a teasing smirk playing upon his lips. Oh, what intelligence do you possess that could barter for your life? Upon hearing this, Dodoria's eyes ignited with a desperate glimmer, as if he had grasped the last straw while drowning. Suddenly recalling his final trump card, he exclaimed eagerly, I know, a monumental secret. A secret concerning the Saiyans and King Frieza. It is Vegeta. Vegeta has betrayed King Frieza. He seeks to seize the Dragon Balls of Namek and attain immortality. Dodoria hurriedly divulged, anxiously studying Lin Chen's expression, hoping to detect even a flicker of interest. Yet, Lin Chen's demeanor remained unchanged, still wearing that enigmatic smile. Dodoria's heart sank. He gritted his teeth and cast forth his most valuable bargaining chip. Furthermore, the destruction of planet Vegeta was not due to a colossal meteorite impact. It was a ruse. It was King Frieza. King Frieza personally annihilated the Saiyan homeworld. That fool Vegeta remains blissfully unaware. He has been unwittingly serving the very enemy responsible for his race's annihilation. Ha! As he reached the end of his revelation, he even laughed maniacally. In his view, the worth of this secret was sufficient to buy his life. This was highly classified intelligence, capable of shaking the very foundations of Frieza's army. Whoever learns this secret holds a trump card against Frieza and Vegeta. He lifted his gaze, filled with anticipation, to Lin Chen. However, what he saw were eyes brimming with mockery and pity. Lin Chen chuckled softly. The sound, though not loud, struck like a merciless hammer, shattering all of Dodoria's hopes into fragments. These? Lin Chen elongated his tone, speaking in an eerily matter-of-fact manner. I have already informed Vegeta. Boom! In an instant, Dodoria's mind became a blank slate. What? What did he just say? He had already told Vegeta? How could this be possible? This secret was known only to King Frieza, himself, and a select few high-ranking officials. How did this dark-haired man come to know? Not only did he know, but he had also imparted this knowledge to Vegeta. No wonder Vegeta would betray. It turns out from the very beginning, unseen hands had been manipulating everything from behind the scenes. A terror deeper than death washed over Dodoria, like a chilling tide, submerging all his consciousness in an instant. He finally understood. Pride, once regarded as a lifeline, now stands before the adversary as nothing more than a farcical jest. From beginning to end, I am merely a self-deluded jester. Lin Chen gazed at the contorted face of Dodoria, twisted by profound shock and despair, and a wider smile curled upon his lips. He extended a finger and gently flicked it towards Dodoria. Your intelligence is utterly worthless. In that very instant, a nearly imperceptible point of light sprang from Lin Chen's fingertip, silently embedding itself into Dodoria's forehead. There was no explosion, no sound. Dodoria's body stiffened abruptly, his kneeling motion frozen in time. His expression became eternally fixed in a blend of horror, confusion, and despair. In the next moment, intricate golden cracks radiated from the center of his forehead, sprawling across his body like a spider's web. Dazzling light seeped through these fissures, transforming his form into that of a porcelain vessel marred by fractures. There was no blood, no cries of agony. Under the dazed gazes of Krillin and Gohan, Dodoria's corpulent body began to disintegrate silently, dissolving into countless motes of light that drifted slowly into the verdant sky of planet Namek. A gentle breeze swept by, scattering the final remnants of light as if he had never existed in this world. The entire realm fell into silence. Krillin's mouth hung agape, his throat uttering raspy sounds. Yet no words emerged. This method of annihilation, it transcended mere killing. It was purification, a complete erasure of a life form from the very fabric of existence. This was a terror far exceeding that of reducing an opponent to mere fragments. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Namek, within the colossal circular spacecraft of Frisia, the atmosphere felt stifling. Frisia, perched upon his iconic floating chair, held a glass of red wine, gently swirling it with an air of impatience. How long must it take for that incompetent Dodoria to dispatch a few insects? Beside him, Zarbon felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow. Fixated on the detector on his wrist, the screen displayed a stable combat power reading of 22,000, representing Dodoria. Yet just moments ago, that figure had inexplicably vanished without warning or sign of struggle, plummeting from 22,000 straight to 0, as if a switch had been flipped. Zarbon's pupils constricted in disbelief as he pressed the detector several more times, only to receive the same result. Dodoria's life signal had utterly vanished. Lord Frisia. Zarbon's voice emerged hoarse, tinged with a tremor he himself had not noticed. Frisia elegantly sipped his wine, barely lifting his eyelids. Speak. Doria swallowed hard, reporting in a hushed tone that his signal had vanished. Oh. Frisia's movements faltered slightly. Was he eliminated by that monkey Vegeta? It seems he has made considerable progress on Earth. No, it can't be. Doria quickly refuted, insisting that the scanner showed no signs of battle. Doria's power level was instantaneously nullified. Instantaneously? Frisia finally set down his goblet, slowly lifting his head. A glimmer of cold malice flickered in his crimson eyes. He took the scanner from Doria, examining the zeroed-out readings and the blank combat log, his expression growing serious for the first time. Vegeta could not possess such power. On Namek, aside from Vegeta and those feeble Earthlings, there exists a mysterious third party whose battle prowess eludes even the combat scanner. A low, ominous chuckle emanated from Frisia's throat. Interesting. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. He rose slowly, moving to the massive viewport, gazing down at the verdant planet below with a cruel and excited glint in his eyes. It appeared this hunting game would not be dull after all. Chapter 13. The Hope of Namek. In an instant, the world fell silent. The wind swept across the scorched earth, stirring up wisps of dust, leaving no trace of the pink monstrosity. Krillin gaped, his throat emitting a dry, rasping sound, unable to utter a single word. Gohan's pale face reflected shock as he watched Lin Chen's silhouette, his pure, wide eyes filled with a reverence that bordered on faith. This method of extermination, it could not be termed mere killing. It was purification, erasing a life form from existence itself. This was 1,000 times more terrifying and 1,000 times more sacred than obliterating an enemy to dust. Amidst the profound silence, several green figures emerged trembling from the collapsed ruins. Leading them was an elderly Namekian, cradling a child named Dandy in his arms. They were the last survivors of this village. The aged village chief gazed at the black-haired, dark-eyed man before him, his murky eyes brimming with excitement, gratitude, and unmatched reverence. He had hidden behind a stone, witnessing the entire sequence, from the brutal slaughter by the pink demon to the divine arrival of this man, who effortlessly transformed the demon into mere specks of light. Stumbling forward, he approached Lin Chen without a moment's hesitation, kneeling down with a thud and pressing his forehead firmly to the ground in the most ancient and revered manner of his people. Great deity, we thank you for your mercy upon Namek. Behind him, Dandy and several other surviving young Namekians knelt reverently on the ground, emulating the village chief. In their hearts, Lin Chen's image had gradually merged with that of the legendary dragon god Purunga, the creator of Namek. A deity? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, finding the title somewhat intriguing, yet he felt no inclination to correct them. He gazed at Dandy, who knelt with a body still slightly trembling, and casually inquired, "Are you all right, child?" Dandy lifted his gaze, and in his large, violet eyes, fear had dissipated, leaving only the purest admiration and yearning of a child. He vigorously shook his head, his voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. "I am fine, thank you, esteemed deity." "All right, everyone rise. I dislike being knelt to." Lin Chen waved his hand with a hint of impatience. To the village chief and the others, this casual gesture was perceived as the relaxed demeanor of a benevolent deity. The village chief stood up respectfully, his expression increasingly agitated, and with a trembling voice declared, "Esteemed deity, just moments ago, the great elder sensed your arrival through telepathy." Klein and Gohan's ears perked up at once. The great elder? Wasn't that the creator of the Dragon Balls? The supreme leader of this planet? The village chief continued. His tone brimming with fervor, he spoke of a warmth as vast and radiant as the sun, dispelling the evil that shrouded Namek. He urged, "I must take you, our hope for Namek, to the holy place for a meeting." The weight of the title, Hope for Namek, made Klein's heart skip a beat. He observed Lin Chen's nonchalant expression, and within him, turbulent waves surged. Their purpose for coming here was to seek the Elder and request the use of the Dragon Balls. Yet now, before they had even begun their search, the Elder had extended a formal invitation, and in such a reverent tone. Just how powerful was this man? Lin Chen was not surprised by this outcome. Everything unfolded as per his design. He nodded, signifying his acceptance of the invitation, and turned his gaze towards Klein and Gohan. "You two should accompany us." This was precisely what Klein and Gohan had longed for. As everyone prepared to depart, Lin Chen looked at the chaotic state of the village and sighed softly. "Really, it's a mess here." It was almost a complaint as he casually raised his hand and gently waved at the ruins. "No fears guins, no resounding crises." An invisible, peculiar force, akin to a gentle hand of creation, swept over the entire village. In the next moment, a sight that would leave Klein, Gohan, and all the Namekians wide-eyed occurred. The raging flames, as if paused, extinguished instantaneously. The collapsed circular structures, their fragments seemingly imbued with life, automatically returned to their original positions, reassembling seamlessly. The vast crater on the ground was swiftly filled with soil and covered anew with a lush carpet of grass. In a mere few seconds, a village devastated by the ravages of war was restored to its former state, save for the irretrievable lives lost. Everything here seemed as though the recent massacre had never transpired. Klin's mouth gaped wide enough to accommodate a fist, his mind rendered completely incapacitated by the influx of information far beyond his comprehension. Wufan rubbed his eyes vigorously, convinced he was witnessing an illusion. Meanwhile, the village chief and dandy stood utterly petrified. If Lin Chen's obliteration of Deloria had showcased a cataclysmic force akin to divine retribution, then what he demonstrated now was a miraculous act of creation. With a thud, the village chief's legs weakened once more, causing him to kneel again. His body trembling violently from overwhelming excitement, tears streaming down his aged face. The dragon god had truly descended. Lin Chen paid no heed to those who had once again knelt before him, accustomed as he was to such displays. He was preparing to set off with Klin and Wufan when his movement abruptly halted. Tilting his head slightly, his gaze seemed to penetrate endless space, directing itself towards another region of the planet. On a holographic map, visible only to him and composed of countless energies, a powerful point of light, emblematic of malevolence, was swiftly advancing towards another Namekian village, Sabo. In another corner, a similarly formidable yet cunning point of light evaded detection. Vegeta. A playful smile crept across Lin Chen's lips. It appeared that before he could meet the Elder, there was another bothersome fly to swat away. His muttering caught Klin, who had just regained his senses from the miraculous sight, off guard. A fly? Mr. Lin Chen, could it be that? Klin instinctively glanced at the detector on his wrist. Beep, beep, beep. The screen displayed a combat power reading even greater than Deloria's, swiftly approaching. 23,000. Klin's complexion turned ashen. Another one had arrived. Stronger than the last. It was heading towards another village. His voice brimmed with urgency and concern. Can we make it there in time? That fellow is so powerful. Lin Chen turned to the anxious Klin, a languid smile gracing his face. He raised a finger and gently shook it. Do not worry. Killing him is as effortless as drinking water. Chapter 14. Is ugliness a sin? Do not worry. Lin Chen reached out a finger, casually shaking it with a relaxed smile, seemingly unfazed by the foe, with a combat power of 23,000. Eliminating him will require no effort at all. Klin and Wufan, observing Lin Chen's demeanor, found themselves surprisingly less anxious. What could one possibly worry about? The man before him is capable of instantaneous travel across 4,000 light years. To him, an adversary with a combat power exceeding 20,000 may indeed be of little consequence. Krillin let out a wry smile, feeling increasingly perplexed by this man. Shall we proceed now? Krillin inquired tentatively. Lin Chen remained still, tilting his head with interest as he observed the luminous point rapidly traversing the holographic map. No ruse. Let him soar a while longer. Lin Chen chuckled, remarking that the faster one runs, the more exhilarating the demise. Krillin and Gohan were taken aback, pondering the notion of treating murder as mere entertainment. Just when Krillin assumed Lin Chen would wait for the enemy to approach before making a move, Lin Chen finally took action. He did not rush towards the foe. Instead, he leisurely adjusted his collar, exuding an air of composure. "Let us go greet Frisia's subordinates," he declared, placing a hand on Krillin and Gohan's shoulders. The scenery before them swiftly blurred. When the two regained clarity, they found themselves hovering over a different region. Beneath them, a sprawling blue forest. Ahead, a blue figure was approaching at great speed. The newcomer, with long dark green hair braided elegantly, possessed striking features and a perpetually arrogant smirk. It was Sabo, a formidable subordinate of Frisia, with combat power surpassing that of Dodoria. Sabo noticed the sudden appearance of the three and came to a sudden halt, a look of surprise crossing his face. His gaze swept over Krillin and Gohan, and the scanner displayed numbers exceeding 1,000. Earthlings? Sabo recognized Krillin's Turtle School martial arts uniform, and his astonishment morphed into disdain. Dodoria, that fool, unable to handle even such insignificant characters? His attention then shifted to Lin Chen, and the scanner revealed the same number, 5. Sabo's lips twitched slightly, irritation flickering in his gaze. A mere mortal with a combat power of only 5 dares to obstruct my path? How distasteful. Very well, since we have crossed paths, I shall rid myself of you pests. Sabo, uninterested in prolonging the conversation, raised a finger, gathering a sphere of purple energy at its tip, his demeanor calm. In his view, dealing with such triviality required no grand techniques. Yet, just as he prepared to unleash the energy blast, Lin Chen suddenly frowned. The expression did not convey tension or fear. Rather, it seemed to express distaste. Another one? Lin Chen mused softly, observing Sabo. Frisia's taste is truly lacking. Sabo's movements faltered, his face paling in an instant. Aesthetic? No, he was judging my appearance. He, Sabo, renowned for his handsomeness within Frisia's ranks, could not tolerate such insolence from an indigenous person whose combat power barely registered. This was unforgivable. It seems you are quite eager to meet your demise. Insect. Sabo's voice turned frigid, and the energy sphere at his fingertips expanded several-fold in an instant, accompanied by a deafening shriek as it hurtled towards Lin Chen's face with the intent to shatter both his visage and his body. Krillin and Gohan felt a surge of tension. Although they placed their trust in Lin Chen, the sheer force of that energy sphere filled them with trepidation. Yet, in the face of this impending strike, Lin Chen did not even flutter an eyelid. He merely extended a hand and waved it casually forward. In the next moment, Sabo's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. The colossal energy sphere vanished abruptly and silently, mere meters away from Lin Chen. There were no explosions, no shockwaves. The grin on Sabo's face froze. His expression contorted in disbelief, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. What has transpired? Where has my attack gone? A chill ran down his spine. Something was amiss. This man was not an ordinary individual with a combat power of merely 5. The detector had malfunctioned, akin to the encounter with Dodoria. Who on earth are you? Sabo's voice quivered with fear, and he instinctively stepped back, assuming a defensive stance. Lin Chen finally regarded him with a glance and shook his head. Too weak and far too ugly. This is utterly uninteresting. This remark pushed Sabo over the edge. Ugly? That word struck a nerve within him. Sabo screamed, his handsome face transforming into a grotesque visage. How dare you call me ugly? I shall demonstrate to you what true power is. His muscles began to writhe violently, swelling as they did. His long hair receded into his scalp, giving rise to sharp bony protrusions. His once handsome face elongated and twisted into that of a reptilian creature. He grew several meters in height, his body enveloped in thick green scales. A surge of malevolence erupted from him, more potent and sinister than before. Boom! This aura compressed the surrounding air, producing a cacophony, while the azure force below was flattened by the shockwave. Krillin and Gohan were thrust backward by the force, their faces pale, nearly gasping for breath. His battle power had at least doubled. Krillin stared at the smoking detector on his wrist, his voice trembling. Transformed, Sabo reveled in the immense power coursing through him, bursting into laughter. Ha ha, DC. This is my true form. This is real power. He spread his arms wide, relishing the fear etched on Krillin and Gohan's faces. To showcase his strength, he casually waved, unleashing an energy wave towards a distant peak. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the mountain was cleaved in two. the upper half collapsing amidst clouds of dust. Do you see this, insignificant beings? This is your fate. Sabo turned his head, fixing Lin Chen with a frigid gaze. His voice booming. Do you still find me ugly? He anticipated seeing a visage marked by fear, regret, perhaps even a plea for mercy. Yet, what met his eyes was a face replete with disdain. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, his expression far from pleasant. He even produced a handkerchief, scrubbing his hands with evident distaste. Goodness, Lin Chen sighed, shaking his head. What had begun as merely unattractive had now escalated to an unbearable level. It was affecting my pursuit of the aesthetics of combat. Sabo's laughter ceased abruptly. Krillin and Gohan were equally bewildered. What time was it? The enemy had transformed into such a fearsome monstrosity, and yet he was still fixated on the other's appearance. What on earth was this person thinking? Enough. I've had my fill. Sabo was thoroughly incensed, his massive frame lunging towards Lin Chen with alarming speed, his claws imbued with formidable power, aimed at Lin Chen's head. I shall shred your incessantly prattling mouth to pieces. Confronted with this ferocious strike, Lin Chen finally moved. He neither dodged nor blocked. Instead, he leisurely extended 2 fingers, bringing them together in a pointed gesture. A radiant golden light erupted from his fingertips, exuding an aura of sanctity and purity. Trash deserves to be purified. In that instant, he casually swiped forward towards the oncoming Sabo. With a swift motion, a slender beam of golden sword energy sliced through the air. It seemed to cleave through space itself. Passing by Sabo before his claws could make contact with Lin Chen. Time appeared to slow. Sabo's advancing form froze mid-air. His menacing expression halted in place. He looked down, noticing an unexpected fine golden line across his chest. He attempted to utter something, but as he opened his mouth, his body smoothly split into 2 halves along that golden line. There was no blood, nor did any entrails spill forth. The cut was impeccably smooth, enveloped in a radiant golden glow. Subsequently, the golden light intensified. Sabo's divided body, along with the frozen terror etched on his face, was consumed by the golden radiance from within. His form instantaneously transformed into countless specks of light, dissipating beneath the skies of Namek. The entire process unfolded with an eerie silence. Lin Chen retracted his fingers, surveying the pristine sky, nodding in satisfaction. This appears much more pleasing. Krillin and Gohan were rendered speechless, their bodies trembling at the sight before them, utterly beyond their comprehension. All of this simply due to aesthetics? Because he deemed the other unattractive, he had purified a monster with a combat power of 40 or 50,000 in such a manner. Who on earth was this person? Meanwhile, aboard Frisia's spaceship, a soldier, scrambling and crawling, burst into Frisia's lounge, his face a mask of terror. Frisia, the tyrant king, was leisurely holding a wine glass, eyes closed in a moment of respite. Upon hearing the frantic voice, he opened his eyes with displeasure. What is the commotion about? The soldier trembled, barely able to articulate. Lord Zabo's life signal has vanished. With a sharp crack, the wine glass in Frisia's hand shattered, crimson liquid dripping through his fingers. What? His voice was low, yet it exuded an icy chill. Another one gone. Both Dodoria and Zabo, his most trusted subordinates, had been killed in mere minutes. Moreover, the data relayed indicated that they were eradicated in an instant by an undetectable force. Slowly, Frisia rose from his levitating chair. A sinister malevolence began to awaken within his diminutive frame. Vegeta, no, that monkey could not be the one behind this. A cold glint flickered in Frisia's crimson eyes as he approached the viewport, gazing at the verdant planet outside, a dangerous smile spreading across his lips. It seems a mouse has infiltrated my hunting ground. How intriguing, indeed. He turned and commanded the communication officer in the corner. How long until the Ginyu Force arrives? Chapter 15. Is potential cosmic? The Grand Elder was stunned. Under the guidance of the village chief, Lin Chen and his companions traversed the peculiar azure forests of Namek. Along the way, the surviving Namekians regarded Lin Chen with expressions akin to reverence, as if beholding a deity. Their destination was the residence of the Grand Elder, the sanctum of this planet. It was a colossal circular edifice perched upon towering stone pillars, exuding an aura of sanctity. A tall, serious Namekian warrior emerged to greet them. Nero, the only combat-ready Namekian on the planet and the Grand Elder's protector. His battle power was 42,000, sufficient to obliterate the transformed Zabo from moments prior. Yet, as Neru's gaze fell upon Lin Chen, his stern visage froze in astonishment. He sensed no energy. The black-haired man before him appeared as an ephemeral phantom. akin to an unfathomable abyss of the cosmos. This sensation sent his combat instincts into a frenzy. The Grand Elder is awaiting you. Nara took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and respectfully bowed to Lin Chen. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Chen, accompanied by the excited yet anxious Krillin and Gohan, entered the sanctuary. The interior of the temple was adorned with simplicity, exuding an ancient and solemn atmosphere. An energy of tranquility permeated the air. At the deepest recess of the temple, seated upon a grand throne, was an elderly Namekian, his skin etched with wrinkles. He was the Grand Elder, the creator of this planet and the progenitor of all Namekians. His body had grown frail, yet within those murky eyes lay a profound wisdom, as if he had witnessed the intricacies of the world. "You have arrived." Benefactor from planet Makis echoed the voice of the Elder through telepathy, resonating in the minds of all present. The tone was ancient and distant, tinged with a hint of frailty. "I am grateful to you for saving my children." Krillin and Gohan stood speechless, overwhelmed by the aura that enveloped them. Lin Chen, however, maintained a relaxed demeanor, waving his hand dismissively, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. "It was but a trifling effort. I merely found those grotesque beings intolerable." This remark caused a twitch at the corner of Nyla's mouth. The officers of the Frisia Force were reduced to mere grotesque beings in his eyes. The Elder paused briefly before breaking into a weak smile. "Your strength surpasses my comprehension. As a token of my gratitude, I wish to present you with a gift, for it is the only thing I can offer." The Elder's gaze fell upon Krillin and Gohan. "I shall awaken the dormant potential within you, granting you greater power to confront those malevolent invaders." Awakening potential? Krillin and Gohan's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was a phenomenon spoken of only in legends. "Let's begin with you, warrior from Earth." The Elder's eyes fixed on Krillin. Taking a deep breath, filled with exhilaration and trepidation, Krillin stepped forward. The Elder extended his withered hand and gently placed it atop Krillin's head. A warm energy enveloped Krillin entirely. He felt as if a shackle within him had been unbound. A surge of formidable power erupting from the depths of his being. His combat power soared dramatically. 1, 750, 10, 000, 13, 000. Finally, the value stabilized an impressive 13, 000. Is this truly my strength? Krillin gazed incredulously at his own hands, feeling a power nearly tenfold greater than before. He felt confident that he could easily defeat Dodoria should they meet again. "Thank you. I am immensely grateful, Elder," Krillin stammered, bowing repeatedly in reverence. The Elder smiled and nodded, his gaze shifting to Gohan. "Come forth, child. Within you lies an even more astonishing power, seemingly in slumber." Gohan glanced at Lin Chen, and upon receiving an encouraging nod, mustered his courage and approached. When the Elder's hand rested on Gohan's head, a look of astonishment crossed his typically tranquil face. "What immense potential this is." Boom! A golden aura, several times more potent than Krillin's, erupted from Gohan's small frame, causing the entire temple to tremble under its force. 10, 000, 20, 000, 50, 000, 100, 000. Gohan's combat power surged, ultimately reaching a staggering value of 140, 000. Naru was utterly astounded. How could this seemingly 4- or 5-year-old child possess strength several times greater than his own? Truly a marvel. Gohan, feeling an inexhaustible power within him, wore a face full of astonishment. Krillin, enviously, was on the verge of drooling. 140,000. This battle power could likely stand against Captain Ginyu head-on. After unlocking the potential of the two, the Grand Elder's breathing became noticeably labored. He gazed at the transformed pair with a satisfied smile. Finally, his attention turned to the calm man before him. "It is your turn, Benefactor." The Grand Elder's voice brimmed with anticipation. "Allow me to offer you a modicum of my power." He was curious about the potential hidden within this man who could effortlessly annihilate Zabo. If this potential were to be unleashed, what heights could it reach? "Oh," Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, a playful smile crossing his face. "Let's give it a try." He had not stepped forward, but casually extended a hand. The Grand Elder, understanding the cue, placed his trembling hand upon Lin Chen's palm. Time seemed to stand still. The temple was engulfed in silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Nothing transpired. No aura erupted from Lin Chen, nor did his battle power fluctuate. Krillin and Gohan were left dumbfounded. What was happening? Could it be that Mr. Lin Chen's potential was zero? Impossible. Just as their confusion deepened, they suddenly noticed a change in the Grand Elder's expression. His aged face shifted from perplexity to shock, then to horror, and finally to a profound fear and reverence that penetrated to the marrow of his bones. Cold sweat poured down his forehead as his entire body began to tremble. The hand resting on Lin Chen's palm felt as though it had touched something terrifying. He wished to retract it, yet an invisible force held him fast, rendering him immobile. Grand Elder. Naru was the first to sense something amiss, exclaiming and attempting to rush forward. Do not come any closer, the Grand Elder hoarsely shouted with all his might. He abruptly withdrew his hand, as if exhausting every ounce of strength, staggering back a few steps. Had it not been for Naru's timely support, he might have collapsed. Gasping for breath, the Grand Elder clutched the armrest of the throne, his gaze towards Lin Chen transformed entirely. It was an expression of a mortal gazing upon a deity. Filled with awe, Grand Elder, what is wrong? Krillin asked with concern. Gohan, too, looked anxiously at the Grand Elder, bewildered by the recent events. The Grand Elder did not respond, but continued to fixate on Lin Chen, his weakened voice trembling from sheer shock. A monster? No, he shook his head. That word is insufficient. You possess no so-called potential within your being. Upon hearing this, Krillin and Gohan were left in stunned silence. No potential? How could that be possible? Yet the next words of the Grand Elder detonated in their minds like a bomb. It was neither a lake nor an ocean. The Grand Elder's lips trembled as he struggled to find the appropriate words to describe what he had just witnessed. It was an infinite expanse of the cosmos, continuously expanding. My voice, the Grand Elder lamented, quivered with emotion, and before such a presence, my strength was but a speck of dust. I cannot discern its boundaries, let alone comprehend it. Boom! Krillin and Gohan's minds went blank. An infinite universe? Continuously expanding? The potential for development was futile against it. It was not that he lacked potential. Rather, his potential was so vast that even the Grand Elder could not fathom or approach it. What manner of existence is this? They finally understood why Lin Chen had always remained so nonchalant. The strength and weakness they perceived bore no significance to him. While they rejoiced at the prospect of enhancing their combat power by several thousand, his potential encompassed an entire universe. This was not merely a disparity of dimensions. It was the chasm between deity and insect. Lin Chen observed the Grand Elder's worldview collapsing, and unsurprisingly, he smiled. Therefore, I stated it is unnecessary. He withdrew his hand, and his casual demeanor, in that moment, held an indescribable elegance in the eyes of the onlookers. Within the temple, silence reigned. Time passed. Finally, the Grand Elder emerged from the depths of his profound shock. He gazed at Lin Chen, and in his eyes, the scrutiny of an elder had vanished, replaced solely by pure reverence. He had finally comprehended. What had descended upon this planet was not a beacon of hope, nor a benefactor, but an existence that transcended all deities and rules. The fate of planet Namek and Frisia's threat, in the presence of such an entity, perhaps amounted to nothing more than a tedious game. The Grand Elder slowly adjusted his robe. Then, before the astonished gaze of Nail, he solemnly bowed his noble head to Lin Chen, this young man from another realm. Nail, with all his might, he issued a command that would reverberate throughout the annals of Namekian history. Go, retrieve the Dragon Ball, safeguarded by our lineage for generations, and present it to this divine being. Chapter 16. My script, you can only play the tragedy. Within the temple, silence reigned. Krillin and Gohan's minds remained blank, still reeling from the shock of the cosmic expanse they had just witnessed. Nail stood frozen, gazing at the dark-haired man, feeling that his pride as the strongest warrior of Namek had been utterly reduced to a farce. The Grand Elder trembled as he issued a command capable of altering the course of Namek's history. Go, bring forth the Dragon Ball, which our clan has guarded for generations, and offer it to this great deity. This command jolted Nail back to reality. He gazed incredulously at the Grand Elder, his lips quivering yet uttering not a single word. To offer the Dragon Balls to an outsider? Such an event had never transpired in the annals of Namekian history. The Dragon Balls were the very essence of Namek, their final hope. Nevertheless, the Grand Elder's gaze brooked no dissent. Nelu inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of confusion and astonishment within him, and bowed deeply to both the Grand Elder and Lin Chen. Yes, Grand Elder. He turned, preparing to execute this weighty command. At that moment, Lin Chen's languid voice resonated once more. Wait. Nelu halted, turning back in perplexity. A flicker of confusion passed through the murky eyes of the Grand Elder. Could it be that this deity held little regard for the Dragon Balls? Lin Chen paid no heed to the curious stares of those present, weighing the pros and cons. Acquiring the Dragon Balls could secure a convenient radar, Yet another notion, evidently more alluring, beckoned, using this opportunity to obtain a divine perspective that could perceive the entirety of the planet. As a director, if one cannot discern their own set, how can one craft a film? The answer materialized within him. He raised his eyelids, his gaze sweeping over the anxious faces of Krillin and Gohan, ultimately resting upon the Grand Elder's visage, which was etched with reverence and anticipation. He halted Nelu, who was about to depart, and spoke slowly. I cannot accept the Dragon Balls at this moment. This declaration left all present in stunned silence. Krillin and Gohan, nearly leaping in their urgency, exclaimed, "Why not? This is our sole hope for resurrection." A flicker of perplexity crossed the Grand Elder's eyes. "Great deity, this is our only means of expressing our respect." "Your respect is acknowledged," Lin Chen interjected, his enigmatic smile betraying nothing. "But now is not the time for gifts." He sauntered to the edge of the sanctuary, surveying the verdant expanse below. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear. "The Frieza Force seeks the Dragon Balls, correct?" The Grand Elder nodded. "Indeed. They will stop at nothing for immortality." "Then it is simple," Lin Chen replied, nonchalantly raising his hands. "Since the mice come for the cheese, let's place the cheese in the most conspicuous spot and await their entrapment. The whack-a-mole game is too tedious. I lack the patience to strike them one by one." Lin Chen turned, the calculating glint in his obsidian eyes unmistakable. "My style is to wait until all the moles have poked their heads out, and then with a single hammer, bring them all crashing down." Hammer? Moles? Krillin and Gohan found themselves in a fog. Yet they sensed that Lin Chen was devising a grand and audacious scheme. The Grand Elder's frail body trembled slightly at Lin Chen's words. He lived through a long epic, possessing extraordinary wisdom, instantly grasping the profound implications of Lin Chen's words. This man was not content with merely expelling the invaders. He sought total annihilation. He aimed to transform Namek into an immense trap, a graveyard meticulously crafted for the Frieza Force. What audacity! What confidence! The Elder's voice trembled slightly with excitement as he spoke. Indeed, Lin Chen snapped his fingers, a serene smile gracing his face, imbued with an air of absolute control. "Have your children inadvertently disclosed the location of the Dragon Balls. Let Krillin and Gohan partake in this fierce contest for the Dragon Balls." His gaze shifted to Krillin and Gohan, appraising the two students before him. The elite forces of Frieza should be arriving shortly, providing the perfect opportunity for these two students to serve as sparring partners for a midterm examination. Students? Sparring partners? Krillin and Gohan's jaws nearly dropped to the ground. The elite forces of Frieza designated as their sparring partners? What devilish proclamation was this? Lin Chen disregarded their astonishment and continued addressing the Elder. "We must put on a grand performance, convincing all that this is a chaotic scramble for the Dragon Balls. Let Frieza and Vegeta believe themselves to be the hunters. Only then will they reveal all their trump cards, and I shall merely sit in the audience, savoring the spectacle." At this juncture, he smiled faintly. "Once the actors have completed their performance, I, the director, shall take the stage for the curtain call." The entire sanctuary fell into an eerie silence. Krillin and Gohan had wholly abandoned their thoughts, gazing at the composed man before them with an expression of reverence. They finally comprehended that they, along with the Elder and indeed the entire Namek, were but characters in his script, and Frieza, the cosmic tyrant, was the protagonist he had ordained, a protagonist destined for a tragic conclusion. Neru's body trembled slightly as he regarded Lin Chen, his eyes reflecting not just awe, but also a hint of fervor. This was the true embodiment of strength. Power was merely the foundation. To manipulate the entire universe with wisdom and vision, that was the stance befitting a deity. The Elder fell silent, his wise eyes fixated intently on Lin Chen, as if attempting to pierce the very essence of the man's soul. After a prolonged pause, a look of relief spread across his aged face. He bowed his noble head once more to Lin Chen, this time in genuine submission, an acknowledgement of a higher dimensional wisdom. "I understand now." The Elder's voice held no trace of hesitation. "The fate of Namek is entirely entrusted to you, great director." He turned to Neru, speaking in an undeniable tone. "Neru, fetch the one-star Dragon Ball and present it to Lord Lin Chen. From this moment forth, it becomes the inaugural prop of this grand performance." "Indeed," Neru responded loudly, his tone brimming with excitement and anticipation. He turned and swiftly ventured deeper into the sanctuary. Moments later, he approached Lin Chen, reverently cradling a box lined with velvet. Inside the box lay a luminous orange-yellow orb, quietly resting, within which a crimson star was distinctly visible. A Dragon Ball. Lin Chen no longer hesitated. He casually lifted the Dragon Ball, weighing it in his hand as if it were an ordinary glass sphere. The prop is in hand, he murmured softly. No sooner had the words left his lips than a stream of intricate and nuanced information surged into Lin Chen's consciousness, more complex than that associated with instantaneous movement. This time, the revelation was not of space, but of life itself, the essence of energy. His perception expanded instantaneously, swiftly enveloping the entirety of Namek. The life force of the entire planet unfolded before his awareness like a vivid holographic map. He could discern the gentle, pure green lights of the Namekians outside the sanctuary. He could perceive the natural energies of Namek flowing slowly deep beneath the ground. He could see, on the opposite side of the planet, within Frisia's colossal spaceship, an immense and malevolent purple aura exuding a nauseating chill, akin to a black hole. That was Frisia. Then his gaze shifted. In a canyon not far from Frisia's spaceship, a cunning and brutal golden light was moving cautiously. That is, a cold smile crept across Lin Chen's lips. Our Scion Prince has finally arrived. As soon as he spoke, in a secluded corner of Namek, a circular Scion spacecraft descended silently into a valley strewn with bizarre rocks. The hatch opened, and Vegeta emerged, clad in tattered battle attire. His countenance was dark, his eyes filled with humiliation and hatred, his fists clenched tightly, cracking audibly. The battle on Earth was the greatest disgrace of his life. Defeated by a lower-tier warrior, only to be released like an insect by a mysterious man of unknown origin. Kakarot and that bastard. Vegeta seethed, his teeth gritted, as he slammed his fist into a nearby rock, shattering it to pieces. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure. He activated his scouter, scanning the planet. Soon, several familiar yet despised energy signatures appeared on the screen. The Frisia Force, and a few weak energies from Earth. Krillin and Kakarot's son. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Vegeta's eyes, but he quickly noticed the several luminous points on the screen, representing the Dragon Balls. As expected, that rascal Frisia is also eyeing the Dragon Balls. On Vegeta's face, a sinister yet exhilarated smile emerged. Frisia, Kakarot, and that enigmatic man, just wait. The Dragon Balls of Namek belong to me, Vegeta. I am destined to become the legendary Super Saiyan and trample all of you beneath my feet. He erupted into a deep, maniacal laughter, his figure flickering and vanishing into the valley. Unbeknownst to him, his presumed clandestine maneuvers, along with all his schemes and fury, were laid bare like an open script, clearly perceived by a pair of eyes miles away. Within the temple, Lin Chen withdrew his gaze, a more playful smile gracing his lips. The performers were in position. It appeared that the grand spectacle was about to commence. Chapter 17. The actors are ready. The show begins. Inside the temple, Krillin and Gohan stood by, hardly daring to breathe. They had just overheard a madcap scheme capable of altering the entire battlefield, using the Dragon Balls as bait to transform Namek into a trap, luring Frisia and his forces to serve as sparring partners. This plan transcended audacity, resembling a game where everyone was treated as mere pawns. The Elder and Nail were thoroughly impressed by Lin Chen, their eyes filled with trust. Lord Lin Chen, what shall we do next? Nail inquired respectfully, having fully embraced his role. Lin Chen did not respond immediately. His mind was immersed in a newly acquired holographic map titled Divine Level Energy Perception. This map encompassed the entirety of Namek, with each life form represented as a luminous, clearly displaying their energy levels and emotional fluctuations. He observed the purple malevolence aboard Frisia's ship, emanating restlessness and malice due to the recent deaths of two of his officers. He could see the two agitated golden auras of Krillin and Gohan, which had just surged. Then, his gaze shifted to a remote corner where a duff filled with resentment and ambition was cautiously moving. Vegeta, the Scion Prince, had officially made his entrance. Lin Chen's lips curved slightly. Patience, our first actor has already taken the stage. At that moment on Namek, in a desolate canyon, Vegeta pressed himself against the rocky wall, swiftly navigating through the terrain. His expression was grim, filled with stubbornness and rage. Being defeated by Kakarot and that mysterious man on Earth was a lifelong humiliation for him. Just wait, Vegeta growled through clenched teeth. Once I acquire the Dragon Balls and attain immortality, I shall become the legendary Super Saiyan. At that point, both Frisia and Kakarot will experience a suffering more agonizing than death. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. Anger alone would not suffice. He needed to rely on intellect and strength to turn the tide. He activated the battle power detector he had brought from Earth, the screen illuminating several powerful energy sources. Among them, one is undoubtedly Frieza. The others are his subordinates. Vegeta let out a cold chuckle. He was well acquainted with Frieza's arrogant and disdainful mannerisms, looking down on everyone. Frieza would surely dispatch his minions to scour the entire planet in search of the Dragon Balls, and this presented him with an opportunity. In a flash, Vegeta darted towards the nearest source of energy emanating from a Frieza soldier. It led him to a small village that had been obliterated, where several of Frieza's henchmen stood guard over the Dragon Balls plundered from the village. "Found you, worthless scum." A glint of murderous intent flashed in Vegeta's eyes. In an instant, he appeared behind the henchmen, and before they could react, several energy blasts had already pierced through their chests. It was swift and decisive. Vegeta picked up the glowing 4-star Dragon Ball, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Without pausing, he quickly located a deep lake and cast the Dragon Ball into the water, using it to obscure its energy signature. Having completed this task, he sought refuge in a secluded cave to contemplate his next move. Unbeknownst to him, every action he took was being meticulously observed by a pair of eyes miles away. Within the Grand Elder's sanctuary, Lin Chen observed the light representing Vegeta on the mental map, chuckling as he watched him busy himself with killing and hiding. "Do you see that?" Lin Chen pointed towards Vegeta's location and remarked to Krillin and Gohan, "Our most diligent actor has begun gathering props for us." Krillin and Gohan gazed in the direction he indicated, only seeing a stretch of blue sky. Yet they understood that Lin Chen had undoubtedly perceived something. "Is it Vegeta?" Krillin asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. Indeed, Lin Chen nodded, his tone casual as if discussing neighborhood gossip. "Our prince has just stolen a Dragon Ball from Frieza and is now reveling in his triumph while hiding in a cave." Krillin and Gohan exchanged incredulous glances, finding the situation utterly absurd. Had Vegeta really stolen a Dragon Ball from Frieza? And was he actually feeling pleased about it? They couldn't shake the feeling that Vegeta seemed rather pitiful, unaware that every move he made was under the scrutiny of this man, who had cleverly positioned himself as the hunter. "Well, we can't let him handle everything alone," Lin Chen stretched lazily. "It's your turn now." He turned his gaze to another point on the map. There, another light, symbolizing a Dragon Ball, rested quietly in a Namekian village, surrounded only by the frail and elderly. In that direction, 300 kilometers away, lies a village concealing the 5-star Dragon Ball. Lin Chen informed Krillin and Gohan. "Your task is to acquire that Dragon Ball." "Is it really that simple?" Krillin questioned, skepticism lacing his words. "Of course, it's not that easy," Lin Chen chuckled. "Once you obtain the Dragon Ball, you must deliberately reveal your whereabouts to divert Frieza's attention away from Vegeta." "What?" Krillin and Gohan exclaimed in unison. "Proactively attracting fire. Is that not a path to demise?" "Fear not." Lin Chen discerned their apprehensions. "Your current strength is sufficient to contend with mere foot soldiers. Moreover, I shall keep a vigilant eye on you." He clasped both of their shoulders, his tone brooking no dissent. "Go forth, stir the waters, and the fish shall surface." The game becomes infinitely more intriguing with a few more variables. Krillin and Gohan exchanged a resolute glance. Yes, 2 golden figures soared into the sky, heading toward the direction Lin Chen had indicated. As he watched their retreating figures, Lin Chen's gaze returned to the holographic map before him. 1 light dot represented the elusive Vegeta. 2 light dots denoted the actively exposed Krillin and Gohan. A massive light that signified the imminent wrath of Frieza. The 3 forces encircled the Dragon Balls, forming a peculiar triangle. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. The players are in position, and the stage is set. He chuckled, as though relishing in a successful prank. Now, it is merely a matter of awaiting the loudest audience to arrive. As if in response to his anticipation, on the other end of Namek, within the confines of Frieza's colossal spaceship, the atmosphere was stifling. "Report to Lord Frieza." A soldier scrambled in, breathless. "We have just lost the signal of a Dragon Ball. Simultaneously, we detected Vegeta's energy signature nearby." "What?" Frieza halted, his grip on the wine glass faltering, a flash of fury igniting in his crimson eyes. That accursed monkey! Before he could unleash his wrath, another soldier responsible for monitoring the situation shrieked, "Lord Frieza, 2 more powerful energy sources have appeared. Their battle power exceeds 10,000. They are heading towards Elder Muri's village." 10,000? Frieza's brows furrowed. More Earthlings? How could their battle power escalate so swiftly? A series of unexpected developments left him feeling increasingly out of control. Just as he prepared to intervene personally, An urgent beeping filled the command room, accompanied by the blaring of a red alert, lights flashing incessantly. Highest alert. 5 spaceships are hurtling into the atmosphere at high speed. Their target is us. It's the signal of the Ginyu Force. Upon hearing that name, Frisia's irritation and fury evaporated, replaced by a twisted smile of anticipation. He rose slowly, making his way to the expansive viewport, observing the 5 capsules descending from the sky, trailing colorful flames in a flamboyant manner. He chuckled softly. They arrived just in time. My little dogs have finally come. Chapter 18. Is this what they call an elite special forces unit? The skies of Namek fell into a profound silence. Frisia's spaceship loomed above, casting an imposing shadow. Suddenly, an anomaly disrupted the calm. Whoosh! 5 beams of light, each adorned with distinct colored tails, sliced through the sky of Namek. One red beam traced a serpentine path through the air. A blue light executed an intricate 360-degree spin. A green light darted about aimlessly, akin to a headless fly. A purple light surged forth in a straight trajectory, exuding an air of leadership. Finally, the last red beam twisted in the air, forming a heart shape. Krillin and Gohan, led by Lin Chen, ascended to a hilltop, gazing at the spectacle with jaws nearly grazing the ground. What is that, Mr. Lin Chen? Krillin's voice trembled, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the 5 lights. Each presence surpassed that of both Zabon and Dodoria. The weight of 4 of these auras left him gasping for breath. While the central purple aura was so formidable that the notion of resistance never even crossed his mind. Lin Chen remained silent, arms crossed, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Boom! 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 5 circular landing pods descended with ostentatious flair, crashing onto the ground before Frisia's ship and kicking up a cloud of dust. Frisia awaited their arrival, holding a wine glass. His expression impassive as he observed the unfolding spectacle, though a flicker of irritation danced in his eyes. The hatches opened simultaneously. First to emerge was a towering, muscular man with red hair, exceeding 2 meters in height. Upon his entrance, he flexed his biceps. The universe's mightiest warrior, Raikum, had arrived. Next, a tall, blue-skinned extraterrestrial zipped forth, leaving only an afterimage before coming to a halt in a single knee starting position. The fastest in the universe, Berta, reported for duty. Following them were a red-skinned man with long white hair and a green, chubby creature with 4 eyes, who jumped out from either side, striking a peace sign back-to-back. Magma Red, Jisoo, master of psychic abilities, Gudu. Lastly, from a central pod emerged a purple-skinned man with 2 horns atop his head. He was the captain of this squad, Ginyu. Ginyu stepped before the 4, turning his back to Frisia, and spoke with calm authority. It's time for us to demonstrate our loyalty and strength to Lord Frisia. Yes, Captain. The 4 responded in unison, their voices resonating loudly. Ginyu Force, special battle pose. At Ginyu's command, the 5 sprang into action. Raikum exaggeratedly bowed, legs wide apart, one hand pointing skyward. Berta twisted his body into an odd angle, pressing his palm tightly against Jisoo's. Gudu squatted at the forefront, resembling a green frog. Meanwhile, Captain Ginyu stood center stage, arms crossed over his chest, striking a classic pose. The backdrop seemed to come alive with explosions and rainbow effects. The entire scene was painfully awkward. Frisia's hand, still holding the wine glass, trembled slightly, and the veins on his forehead throbbed involuntarily. The soldiers behind him lowered their heads, desperately suppressing their laughter, their shoulders trembling. Far atop the mountain, Krillin and Gohan stood in stunned silence, acutely aware of the terrifying aura emanating from the 5 peculiar figures. Yet, why did their antics provoke such amusement? Despite their formidable strength, their behavior resembled that of children. This stark contrast left both of them bewildered. A light chuckle broke the stillness. Krillin and Gohan turned simultaneously to Lin Chen, who could no longer contain himself, clutching his stomach and shaking with laughter. I can't take it. Ha ha ha. These guys are just endlessly hilarious, truly cosmic-level comedians. Krillin's lips twitched. Mr. Lin Chen, they are incredibly powerful, exceptionally so. His wrist-mounted detector began to smoke under the strain of the energy. Powerful? Lin Chen wiped away tears of laughter and waved his hand dismissively. What use is strength without intelligence? The stronger they are, the better a target they become. He pointed at the 5, still striking their awkward poses in the distance, explaining to Krillin and Gohan. See that big guy with red hair? His name is Raikum. He's a muscle-bound fool who relies solely on brute force. The one in blue is Butta, who claims to be the fastest in the universe, but he's really just average. And that red and green duo, Guys and Goodo, one can only shoot beams, while the other possesses some minor psychic ability, but he is as timid as a rabbit. As for the one in the center, fully engrossed in his pose, that's their captain, Ginyu. His strength is decent, but he suffers from a bit of a complex, and his intellect, well, it's somewhat unconventional. Lin Chen's tone was lighthearted. Krillin and Gohan were taken aback. This was the Ginyu Force, the most formidable team under Frieza, and yet, in Lin Chen's words, they resembled a troupe of circus performers, each with their own flaws and lacking in wisdom. Are they really the strongest under Frieza? Gohan couldn't help but ask softly. Indeed, Lin Chen nodded, a playful smile gracing his face. However, in my view, they are more suited to be your sparring partners. Especially for Vegeta, it would be quite fitting. Sparring partners? Intensifying Vegeta's training? Krillin felt overwhelmed. He began to believe that Lin Chen's earlier proposal to transform Namek into a training ground might indeed hold merit. Listening to Lin Chen's carefree banter, Krillin and Gohan felt their fear dissipate. As they glanced back at the five, although they still sensed their terrifying energy, they no longer regarded them as invincible foes. Instead, amusing images of their earlier antics began to surface in their minds. Meanwhile, before Frieza's spaceship, the Ginyu Force finally completed their routine, standing tall and satisfied. Frieza-sama. Ginyu approached Frieza and knelt before him, respectfully reporting, all 5 members of the Ginyu Force are present, awaiting your command. Frieza inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to hurl his goblet at Ginyu's face, and replied coolly, excellent, you have arrived. His gaze swept over the 5 individuals, his tone turning frigid. Dodoria and Zarbon are both dead. What? The others gasped in unison, their faces a mask of astonishment. Was it that traitor Vegeta who dispatched them? Guys inquired. No. Frieza shook his head, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his crimson eyes. According to intelligence, aside from Vegeta, there are 2 Earthlings on this planet with power levels exceeding 10,000, as well as an undetectable mysterious entity. An undetectable entity? Ginyu's interest piqued. He produced a new scouter from his waist. Rest assured, Lord Frieza, the device I have brought this time is the latest model, guaranteed to leave no stone unturned. He affixed the scouter and began scanning the planet. Beep, beep, beep. The screen immediately lit up with several points of light. Report. Vegeta detected. Power level 24,000. Located in the canyon to the southwest. 2 minor entities detected, both exceeding 10,000, near a bald individual named Krillin. Ginyu's voice faltered. The confidence on his face morphed into confusion. He adjusted the scouter's power to maximum, directing it towards the location of Krillin and Gohan. There, aside from the 2 distinct points of light, there was also a hazy signal source that the scouter could not detect. The screen displayed no values, instead flashing erratically with garbled code and emitting a series of alarm sounds. Crack! A faint sound echoed as a fissure appeared on the lens of the new scouter, releasing a wisp of smoke. Captain, what is wrong? Raikum inquired, leaning in with curiosity. Ginyu removed the malfunctioning scouter, his expression shifting from confusion to sheer exhilaration. Fascinating. Utterly fascinating. He chuckled deeply. Lord Frieza, it appears we have encountered an extraordinary rarity. Frieza observed Ginyu's excited demeanor, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, even your new scouter fails to read it? Indeed, Ginyu's eyes sparkled. However, I can sense an unfathomable aura. This is undoubtedly the perfect body I desire. He turned to his eager comrades, gesturing grandly as he issued his command. Listen up. Our targets have expanded beyond the Dragon Balls and Vegeta. Now let us set forth. Yes. The 4 teammates roared in unison, brimming with enthusiasm. In the next moment, the 5 posed once more in a comically dramatic battle stance. The Ginyu Force was ready for action. 5 beams of light surged into the sky, trailing behind them 5 flamboyant tails, heading towards Vegeta's direction. The grand spectacle was about to commence. Chapter 19. Your Examiner, the Ginyu Force. In the valley, Vegeta gasped for breath, forcefully tossing the last Dragon Ball he had just seized into the lake. With that accomplished, he sighed in relief, leaning against a rock, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling upwards. He had successfully hidden 5 of the 7 Dragon Balls. That fool Frieza and his minions were undoubtedly scurrying about in a frenzy. Once he located the final 2 and made his wish for immortality, he would ensure that Frieza, Kakarot, and that man who had humiliated him on Earth would all pay dearly. He was the true emperor of the universe, the legendary Super Saiyan. As Vegeta contemplated his revenge, he remained oblivious to the impending danger. "Hey, look, it seems there's a sneaky little mouse over there," a coarse voice echoed. Vegeta's nerves instantly tensed as he jerked his head up. Surrounding the valley, 5 figures had appeared without him noticing. A burly red-haired man, a stout blue-skinned alien, a short green creature with 4 eyes, a crimson-haired man with fiery skin, and finally, a horned figure with purple skin. The Ginyu Force. Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply, his body frozen in place. How could they have found him here? His proud technique of concealing his energy was utterly ineffective before these beings. Well, if it isn't Prince Vegeta, the red-haired man, Riku, chuckled mockingly, counting on his fingers. Hiding here playing hide and seek? His battle power is only 24,000. The blue-skinned Berta crossed his arms, a look of disdain on his face. "Captain, how shall we deal with him?" inquired the 4-eyed good. Captain Ginyu remained silent, merely surveying Vegeta with interest through his latest scouter, as if admiring a caged beast. Vegeta knew he was finished, facing any member of the Ginyu Force. He had no chance of victory, let alone against the entire team. Just as Vegeta's body trembled slightly, a languid voice abruptly resonated in the valley. Hey, I say you lot, don't scare our important candidate." That voice. Vegeta whipped his head towards the source. Not far away, on a clearing, 3 figures materialized in a flash of light. Leading them was the black-haired man, Lin Chen. How could he be here? Not only was Vegeta taken aback, but the Ginyu Force was equally astonished by this sudden turn of events. Instant transmission. How did this man appear here? The Ginyu Captain's scouter emitted urgent alarms. The screen displaying Lin Chen's location as a chaotic cacophony, rendering data unreadable. "Who are you?" Jinyu's expression grew serious for the first time. He sensed an air of danger emanating from this man. Yet, Lin Chen seemed utterly indifferent, disregarding him entirely. Accompanied by the anxious Krillin and Gohan, he strode through the encircling formation of the Ginyu Force as if traversing his own garden, approaching Vegeta directly. Krillin and Gohan's hearts raced, nearly leaping from their chests. This was the Ginyu Force. The overwhelming presence of those 5 warriors nearly suffocated them. However, Lin Chen appeared oblivious to their intimidating aura. Vegeta instinctively stepped back as Lin Chen approached, instinctively adopting a defensive stance. "What do you intend to do?" His voice was hoarse. Lin Chen did not respond. Instead, he reached out and patted Vegeta's dusty shoulder. "No need to be so tense, Your Highness." A playful smile danced across Lin Chen's face. "You absconded from the examination on Earth, so I have arranged a supplementary test for you." He extended a finger towards the 5 grim-faced members of the Ginyu Force. "They will serve as your examiners." "What? A retest? Examiners?" Vegeta's mind went blank, questioning whether he was hallucinating. What nonsense was this man spouting? He was suggesting that Vegeta challenged the Ginyu Force? This was no exam. It was a death sentence. "Are you mad?" Vegeta shouted. "If you want me dead, just say so." "Dead?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, his smile widening. "I have granted you a chance to grow stronger. If you fail, who can you blame but yourself? Your enemy is Frieza, correct? Yet, look at your current state. Your battle power is a mere 24,000, insufficient even to defeat Frieza's minions. What will you use to seek your revenge? That pitiful pride of yours as the Saiyan Prince?" Vegeta opened his mouth but found himself utterly speechless. Indeed, how could he exact revenge? He could not even overcome the Ginyu Force, let alone the monstrous Frieza. Lin Chen observed the twitching muscles on Vegeta's face, his smile growing ever more pronounced. "Now, the opportunity lies before you." He pointed at Rikwam, Berta, Geese, and Guldo, announcing the rules of the examination in an authoritative tone. "Defeat these 4, or perish here. Prove to me that you still possess value for my purposes. Prove to me that you are worthy of standing before Frieza." The valley fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Krillin and Gohan stood frozen, gazing at Lin Chen's silhouette, feeling as though they were witnessing a stern mentor chastising a wayward student. And that student was none other than the once mighty Saiyan Prince. The 4 members of the Ginyu Force were on the verge of exploding with fury. Being ignored was one thing, but now they were reduced to mere examiners and sparring partners? What a farce! The notoriously fiery Lickum was the first to roar, pointing at Lin Chen, a powerful aura erupting from his body. "Who do you think you are to command the Ginyu Force?" He thundered. "Indeed, we shall eliminate you, this audacious fool." Bart and Guys echoed in furious unison. However, just as they prepared to strike, Lin Chen finally shifted his gaze from Vegeta, and for the first time, it landed upon them. His eyes held no malice, no anger, only an icy indifference. Merely a glance from him extinguished much of the raging fury within Lickham and his companions. A chilling sensation, emanating from the depths of their souls, rendered them frozen in place. Ignoring the four terrified examiners, Lin Chen's gaze transcended them and rested upon the ever-watchful Captain Ginyu. As for you, Lin Chen's face re-emerged with a playful smile. Your opponent is me. Captain Jinyu's pupils contracted sharply. Without granting him a moment to respond, Lin Chen turned back and cast a final glance at Vegeta, who was still engaged in combat. Your Highness, the examination has commenced. Remember, no one is permitted to interfere with your battle, including those two spectators over there. He gestured towards Krillin and Gohan. This is your last chance. With that, he disregarded Vegeta entirely and strode directly toward Captain Ginyu, approaching him as if he were merely an ordinary passerby. Humiliation. Vegeta's body trembled violently, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. He, the Prince of the Saiyans, was being treated like a dog by this unknown individual, even subjecting himself to a deadly examination. Yet, the reverberation of Lin Chen's words echoed in his mind. What will you use for revenge? Indeed, what could he use for vengeance? If he were to perish here today, everything would be over. However, if he could survive this battle, given the Saiyan trait of significantly increased power upon revival from the brink of death, perhaps he could truly gain the strength to challenge Frieza. This man was forcing him to grow stronger in the most brutal manner. Anger, humiliation, and a fervent desire for power ignited within Vegeta. He raised his head, his blood-red eyes filled with reckless determination. Ah! Vegeta unleashed a thunderous roar, golden energy erupting from his being. He did not glance at Lin Chen, but instead channeled all his fury towards the four mocking examiners before him. Do not underestimate me, you bunch of bastards. He bellowed as his figure flickered, charging headlong at the bulliest of them, Lickham. The battle was about to commence. Krillin and Gohan were left utterly astonished, reduced to mere spectators as they helplessly observed the clash of two formidable energies. Meanwhile, in the command room of Frieza's spaceship, Frieza gazed at the chaotic battlefield displayed on the monitor, listening intently to his subordinates' reports. For the first time, a look of bewilderment graced his elegant countenance. What was that enigmatic man up to? Instead of eliminating Vegeta, he compelled him to confront the Ginyu Force? What kind of maneuver was this? In the valley, Lin Chen had approached Captain Ginyu, casting a glance at Vegeta, who was already engaged in combat with Riku. Like a mentor, he shook his head. Too impulsive. Full of flaws, this approach would not suffice. Captain Jinyu's eyelids twitched at Lin Chen's critical demeanor. Well, the bystanders have begun their performance, Lin Chen remarked, turning to Captain Ginyu with a playful smile as he beckoned him with a finger. Shall we find a more suitable venue for our discussion? I fear the ensuing chaos might disrupt my student's examination. Chapter 20. A game of rock, paper, scissors to determine fate? The atmosphere in the valley was tense. Vegeta trembled, his golden aura fluctuating violently with anger and humiliation. An examiner? A retest? This man, who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, dared to use the Ginyu Force as his sharpening stone. He regarded himself, the Saiyan Prince, as a mere student in need of a retest. On the other side, the expressions of the four Ginyu Force members had turned a deep shade of purple. They were elite warriors under Frieza's command, feared throughout the universe by countless powerful beings. Now, they found themselves casually assigned to a monkey with a combat power of only 24,000? What a farce. Riku was the first to lose his composure, his robust physique stomping forward, causing the ground to tremble. Captain, let me tear that guy apart. And that pretentious black-haired brat. No, it should be me, shouted the Swiftbard. I will show him what true cosmic speed looks like. Silence, both of you. It should be the combination of our red magma and blue hurricane that delivers them a spectacular demise. Jisoo interjected. Only the four-eyed Gudo lingered at the back, capable of halting time, but the weakest in direct confrontation among the five. He observed the fervent Vegeta and the composed Lin Chen, feeling a twinge of apprehension. The four were bickering, utterly lacking the demeanor of the universe's strongest special forces, resembling more a squabble than a serious confrontation. This comical scene left Krillin and Gohan, who should have been tense, utterly dumbfounded. How could they perceive these so-called strongest in the universe as somewhat lacking in intellect? Captain Ginyu regarded his subordinates with furrowed brows. Yet, he did not intervene immediately. His gaze remained fixed on the relaxed Lin Chen. The man is utterly peculiar. He seems entirely indifferent to the disparity of power, as if everything unfolding before him is merely a theatrical performance of his own design. Captain Ginyu suddenly conceived an idea. Perhaps by adhering to his script, The true intentions of this enigmatic figure might be unveiled. Utilizing strength to completely vanquish him on the very stage where the enemy feels most triumphant. That is the true artistry of psychologically dismantling an opponent. At that moment, Lin Chen appeared to discern the thoughts of everyone present. He clapped his hands to capture their attention. All right, let's not quarrel, he spoke slowly, wearing an expression that suggested he was helpless against them. Since you all wish to participate, how about we engage in a game for the sake of fairness? A game? Bart, and Jisoo were taken aback simultaneously. Even the ever-vigilant Captain Ginyu exhibited a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. A mischievous smile graced Lin Chen's face. It's quite simple. Let us decide through rock, paper, scissors. The mere mention of this caused everyone in the valley to freeze in astonishment. Krillin and Gohan were so shocked that their jaws nearly dropped. To determine the opponent for this life and death battle through a child's game? What kind of mind does this man possess? Vegeta's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot fury, feeling as if his lungs might explode from indignation. This was a profound insult. He, the Prince of the Saiyans, was to have his opponent chosen through a trivial game. This was more unbearable than being killed outright. Ha ha ha. Rock, paper, scissors? How amusing. To everyone's surprise, the simple-minded Lycum slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. I like it. Let us do it this way. Hey, Lycum, have you lost your mind? Jisoo exclaimed urgently from his side. What is wrong with that? Lycum cracked his knuckles, joints popping. Regardless of who steps up, the outcome will be the same. ISNT deciding through rock, paper, scissors, quite thrilling. Bart pondered for a moment and found some merit in this notion, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. Very well. Whoever wins shall be the first to taste this monkey's despair. Goku remained silent, yet a sigh of relief escaped him internally. Rock, paper, scissors sounds splendid. Perhaps if fortune smiled upon him, he might avoid a fight altogether. Captain Ginyu observed this absurd scene unfold, not only refraining from interference, but also allowing a slight smile to emerge at the corners of his mouth as he nodded. Very well, he concurred, eager to witness the true nature of this mysterious man's intentions. More so, he yearned to see the expression on this man's face when his own team decided the opponent through a game and then crushed him with sheer power. This was a psychological battle, the art of utterly dismantling one's opponent from a mental standpoint. With the captain's approval, Lycum, Bart, Jisoo, and Goku eagerly formed a circle. Rock, paper, scissors. Lycum's booming voice echoed throughout the valley. For formidable cosmic beings, each exuding an aura of terror, were at that moment, with childlike seriousness, extending their hands. Lycum revealed cloth, while Bart and Gi's displayed scissors. Goku, glancing nervously at the other three, finally trembled as he presented stone. Ha ha, you two fools are eliminated. Lycum guffawed, pointing at Bart and Gi's. They exchanged glances, displeased, and retreated to the side. Now, only Lycum and Goku remained. Come on, Goku, let me witness your fortune. Lycum rubbed his hands in anticipation. Goku, with beads of sweat forming on his anxious brow, glanced at Lycum's massive fists and swallowed hard. Rock, scissors, cloth. Lycum displayed scissors. Goku instinctively mirrored with scissors as well. It was a tie. Again, rock, scissors, cloth. This time, Lycum changed his strategy, revealing cloth, while Goku, still tense, displayed scissors. Ha ha ha. I win, Lycum exclaimed, leaping with excitement, his robust figure radiating a tremendous aura that soared into the heavens. That Saiyan monkey is mine. He turned, a predatory glint in his eyes, and strode toward the trembling Vegeta. Vegeta's fists were clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms, blood trickling through his fingers. Yet he felt nothing. All his focus was on the red-haired giant who had won the challenge through a game of chance. Lin Chen's voice resonated once more, and the remaining contender his gaze fell upon Goku, who stiffened, anxiously watching Lin Chen. Lin Chen pointed at the dazed Krillin and Gohan, hiding behind him. Why don't you entertain them? What? Goku was taken aback. Those two weaklings with power levels barely over 10,000? Is this truly my fate? He could hardly believe his luck. Meanwhile, Bart and Gi's wore expressions of discontent. After all this, they had been sidelined, reduced to mere spectators? Now that the opponents have been assigned, Lin Chen clapped his hands, crossing his arms, observing the scene with keen interest, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Let the games begin. No sooner had he spoken than Vegeta could no longer contain his fury and humiliation. He unleashed a roar, golden energy erupting like a thunderclap. Channeling all his rage, he transformed into a streak of golden light, charging fiercely toward the smug Lycum. Simultaneously, Gudo grinned wickedly, advancing step by step toward the quaking Krillin and Gohan. The battle ignited in that instant. Krillin and Gohan were engulfed in despair. Yet they summoned their courage to confront the enigmatic adversary before them. The entire valley was suddenly shrouded in a tempest of air and energy. Only two figures stood aside, Lin Chen and Captain Ginyu. The captain remained motionless, silently observing the unfolding battle while fixating his full attention on Lin Chen, hoping to catch a glimmer of panic or miscalculation on his face. However, none appeared. Lin Chen maintained a playful smile, as if everything transpiring was within his calculations. He glanced at Vegeta, who was already engaged in combat with Raikou, and then at Krillin and Gohan, who were ensnared by Good's time-stopping ability, nodding in satisfaction. Subsequently, he turned his gaze to Captain Ginyu, lightly beckoning with his finger towards the formidable cosmic warrior whose battle power soared to 120,000. Well, the warm-ups are over. It's time for us two directors to change the stage, he remarked. Captain Jinyu's pupils constricted sharply. Lin Chen continued, his tone laced with disdain. I fear I might unintentionally soil my students' training ground. Chapter 21. The Divine Shell, a Temporary Borrowing. A flash of light illuminated the scene, and the confrontation between Lin Chen and Captain Ginyu vanished in an instant, leaving behind Krillin, Gohan, Vegeta, and 3 members of the Ginyu Force, all of whom stood bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Meanwhile, in a desolate expanse of crimson rock on Namek, Lin Chen and Ginyu materialized. The scorching red sand beneath their feet made Jinyu's expression grim. He scanned the surroundings. Aside from stones, there was nothing else, truly an undisturbed battleground. Who are you? Jinyu's voice was hoarse, his seasoned instincts warning him of the extreme danger posed by the man before him. This individual was the most peculiar he had ever encountered. His scouter could not register his battle power. He could teleport instantly. Even a mere glance from him could intimidate his fearless subordinates. Just a passerby, director. Lin Chen replied casually, hands in pockets. You were too noisy over there. It disturbed my students. So, I brought you here to chat. Director? Students? Ginyu furrowed his brows, utterly perplexed. Yet he grasped one thing: humiliation. This man had been toying with him and the entire Special Forces team from the outset. Stop pretending to be mysterious. Ginyu was thoroughly incensed. With a furious roar, he assumed his battle stance, purple energy erupting from him. 120,000. This is the true power of Captain Ginyu. This surge of strength filled him with unshakable confidence. No matter what you are, you will perish before my might. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of the Ginyu Force's captain. The figure of Ginyu vanished in an instant, only to reappear before Lin Chen, delivering a heavy punch aimed at his face. The force of this blow could penetrate a small asteroid. However, Lin Chen did not even raise an eyelid. He merely tilted his body slightly, effortlessly evading the strike. Jinyu's fist met empty air, causing a flicker of alarm within him. Yet he reacted swiftly, channeling power into his waist for a sweeping kick that sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh. Lin Chen did not even retreat. He simply bent backward, allowing the gust of wind from the kick to brush past the tip of his nose. Too slow, came Lin Chen's voice. Jinyu's pupils constricted sharply. He unleashed his full speed, delivering punches and kicks with a ferocity akin to a torrential downpour, creating a flurry of purple afterimages that enveloped Lin Chen. Each attack bore devastating power, capable of shattering even a warrior as formidable as Vegeta. Yet at the center of this tempest, Lin Chen remained utterly unscathed. His hands remained tucked in his pockets, and with a mere shift of his body, he evaded every blow. Throughout the entire exchange, Ginyu failed to graze even the hem of Lin Chen's garment. How is this possible? Ginyu could hardly believe it. The strength and speed he took pride in were utterly ineffective against this man. Ack! Ginyu roared in disbelief, pushing his energy to the limit. He unleashed a barrage of purple energy waves, obliterating the surrounding rocks for miles and sending dust clouds billowing into the air. As the dust settled, Lin Chen stood there, untouched and devoid of even a speck of dirt. He even yawned, displaying a hint of impatience. Is that all you have? If this is the extent of your prowess, I must say, it is quite disappointing. This remark extinguished what little fighting spirit remained in Ginyu. He halted his assault, panting heavily, his purple skin slick with sweat. Gazing at Lin Chen, he felt an unfamiliar sensation of fear and helplessness. The disparity between them was insurmountable. This was not a gap that could be bridged by skill or experience. It was a crushing difference in their very existence. It is over. Jinyu's mind echoed those two words. Yet, in that moment, a wild thought flickered into his mind. Just because strength and speed cannot win does not mean I have lost. I still possess my ultimate trump card. The final technique, praised even by Lord Frisia, capable of reversing all. A peculiar smile crept across Ginyu's face. He chuckled softly at first, then his laughter grew louder and increasingly maniacal. I concede, you are indeed powerful, the strongest opponent I have ever encountered. But what of it? Ginyu suddenly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with a pathological fervor. He gazed upon Lin Chen's formidable physique, his expression brimming with greed. Such a perfect body will soon belong to me. With that, he executed a surprising maneuver that even caught Lin Chen off guard. He let out a roar and slammed his fist into his own chest. A muffled thud resonated as Ginyu's armor shattered. A torrent of purple blood erupted forth, revealing a deep wound upon his chest. The excruciating pain contorted his face, yet his smile grew even more maniacal. This was his old trick, to inflict harm upon his own body, thereby ensuring that upon exchange, his opponent would receive nothing but a useless, broken vessel. Your strength, your power, your very essence. Ginyu spread his arms wide, as if embracing victory itself. All shall belong to me, Ginyu. With every ounce of strength, he unleashed a furious roar. Exchange. A golden beam shot forth from his mouth, hurtling straight towards Lin Chen. This was his ultimate technique, body switch. Once struck by this beam, regardless of the opponent's might, their souls would be forced to swap. He had reversed countless dire situations with this move. He was confident that this time would be no different. His gaze was fixed intently upon Lin Chen, eager to witness the terror etched upon his face. But disappointment washed over him. Lin Chen stood there, calm and composed, observing the rapidly approaching golden light, devoid of panic, a hint of curiosity gracing his features. Oh, is this the principle of body exchange? A forced transference at the soul level? Quite intriguing, Lin Chen mused. Just right, let me personally experience this little trick. He showed no intention of evasion, instead opening his arms wide, allowing the golden light to strike him. Buzz! In an instant, the surroundings were engulfed in golden radiance. As the light dissipated, two figures remained upon the rocky expanse. Thud! The body of Ginyu, with a gaping hole in its chest, succumbed to weakness and collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the body that once belonged to Lin Chen stood tall and erect. After a brief silence, Lin Chen's body stirred slightly. He slowly raised his hand, inspecting it before clenching his fist. A vast torrent of power surged forth from every cell of his body. This force was immense, pure, utterly invincible. Ginyu, in Lin Chen's body, was initially bewildered, but soon ecstasy consumed him. He felt it. He felt the power within this body, capable of annihilating star systems and commanding the cosmos. Frisia's battle power of 530,000 was but a jest in the face of this might. Eternal life? Cosmic overlord? In the presence of absolute power, they were nothing. Ha 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 ha. A cacophony of maniacal laughter echoed throughout the desolate landscape. Ginyu laughed towards the heavens, tears of joy streaming down his face. He had succeeded. He had truly succeeded. He had acquired the strongest body in the universe. From this day forth, I, Ginyu, shall be the sole deity of this cosmos. I am invincible. I am the mightiest in the universe. Frisia, Vegeta, and that damned Saiyan, you shall all kneel before me. He was immersed in the ecstasy of power, completely oblivious to the figure kneeling on the ground, his former self, slowly raising its head. Just as Jinyu's laughter reached its zenith, a calm voice, tinged with a hint of mockery, distinctly pierced his ears, rendering his laughter abruptly silent. How does it feel? The mirth ceased. Jinyu's expression froze, and he whipped around, as if confronted by a specter, gazing at the body he had abandoned, which was meant to be on the verge of death. There! Ginyu beheld his original form, kneeling on one knee, one hand clutching the wound on its chest, the other bracing against the ground, gradually rising. On its face, there was no agony or despair, only a serene composure and a trace of pity. That calm voice emanated once more from the lips that belonged to Ginyu, each word striking like a hammer deep within Jinyu's soul. Are you satisfied with the divine vessel I lent you? Chapter 22. Your ultimate move is but a jest. The manic laughter abruptly halted, vanishing into the crimson wasteland. The smile on Jinyu's face stiffened. He turned rigidly, fixating on his original body. Impossible. That calm, playful voice was emanating from his own throat. He was still alive? No, this couldn't be. His soul should have been ensnared within that grievously injured shell, slowly succumbing to agony. How could this be? Just as Jinyu's mind descended into chaos, the body he had forsaken, with a gaping wound in its chest, moved. It pushed itself up with one hand, disregarding the grievous injury, unsteadily rising to its feet, even twisting its neck with a crackling sound. There was no trace of pain on its face. Instead, it bore an expression of serene insight, as if regarding a mere jester. What? Do you not appreciate the gift I have lent you? Lin Chen's voice once again echoed from Ginyu's lips, each word resonating in Ginyu's heart. This is a divine vessel. You should feel honored. Ginyu's pupils suddenly constricted to pinprick size. He finally comprehended a truth far more terrifying than death. The other's soul had remained utterly unaffected by the body swap. He was still himself. Meanwhile, he was but an empty shell, a fool who could accomplish nothing. No, this is impossible. Ginyu's voice turned shrill. This power, I can feel it. He desperately sought to harness the immense strength within his body. He attempted to raise his hand to unleash a ki blast. However, the body remained unresponsive. This vessel, brimming with power, was now utterly disobedient. No matter how he screamed, he could not perform the most basic of actions. He was now guarding a treasure trove, yet could not take a single thing. Indeed, the power was there. He could sense it, but he would never be able to wield it. Lin Chen kindly explained to him, resembling a teacher instructing a slow-witted student. My strength is inextricably intertwined with my soul. What you have taken is merely an empty shell. Lin Chen tilted his head, seemingly contemplating a more relatable analogy. It is akin to stealing the emperor's dragon robe, believing that donning it grants you the authority to command legions. Yet without the imperial jade seal, in the eyes of the soldiers, you are but a fool. My soul is that singular jade seal. These words sent a jolt through Ginyu's mind. He comprehended fully. The ability he prided himself on, the power of transformation, was nothing but a grand jest before this man. Not only had he failed to seize the other's strength, but he had also ensnared himself within an unmanageable cage. While the other now possessed his body, though injured, it was still under his control. This cannot stand. It must be reclaimed. It must be reclaimed at once. Exchange. Ginyu exerted every ounce of his strength and let out a hoarse roar, a golden beam of light bursting forth from Lin Chen's mouth, aiming towards his own body across from him. However, at the very moment he activated his ability, Lin Chen's lips curled into a smirk, and with a subtle shift of his body, he evaded the golden light effortlessly. Destroying his soul? That would be too merciful. Lin Chen's mind sparked with a more intriguing notion. Render him forever devoid of the power to transform, allowing him to languish in despair within his own body. Now that was captivating. Lin Chen ceased evading. He slowly raised his right hand, pointing a finger at his own body, which was in a state of frenzy. A glimmer of golden light ignited at his fingertip. This light was neither energy nor chi, but rather a rule that transcended all laws. A golden imprint, composed of countless runes, gradually took shape at his fingertip. All right, the game is about to conclude. Lin Chen's voice resonated as he flicked his finger. The golden rune imprint shot forth, transcending spatial distances, and instantaneously imprinted itself upon the center of his own body's forehead. A piercing scream, born from the depths of his soul, erupted from Ginyu. He felt as though his soul had been seared by a red-hot brand, the agony radiating through every corner of his consciousness. Immediately thereafter, he sensed an invisible chain tightening around his soul, irrevocably binding him to his current body. The connection between his innate ability to transform and his soul had been brutally severed by this chain. It was gone, completely gone. It felt as if his limbs had been severed. His greatest trump card, the very ability upon which his existence relied, had been wholly stripped away at that moment. Just as Ginyu teetered on the brink of collapse, racked with pain and loss, Lin Chen's voice echoed once more. Return my vessel. Lin Chen's soul initiated the exchange voluntarily, requiring no golden beam, merely a thought. Buzz. A faint glimmer of light flickered. In an instant, the souls of the two individuals returned to their original forms. Lin Chen found himself back in his own body, stretching as if he had merely awakened from a restful slumber, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. Conversely, Ginyu's soul re-entered the battered body he had inflicted wounds upon himself. Thud! Ginyu's legs buckled, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, clutching the gaping wound in his chest. He gasped for breath, his body trembling violently from the agony and loss of blood. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on his suffering. Lifting his gaze, he stared at Lin Chen with the eyes of one who beholds a monster. He attempted once more to summon his abilities, but within the depths of his soul, there was only an eerie silence. That innate instinct had vanished entirely. No matter how he called out, there was no response. Darkness enveloped his vision. He, Ginyu, the captain of King Friesia's elite forces, was finished. completely finished. Not only had he lost, but he had lost everything. Lin Chen looked down upon him, as if observing a toothless beast, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire. His expression returned to one of nonchalance. Well, the warm-up is over. Lin Chen turned away, no longer gazing at this utterly defeated foe, his attention directed towards the battlefield in the distance, where energy fluctuations could be felt. Let's return to see how your comrades are faring. A mischievous smile curled at the corners of his lips. Oh, no, they should be referred to as sparring partners. I wonder how they are performing. Chapitre 23, Renforcement arrive. In the valley, the confrontation between the two figures had clearly established a victor. This could hardly be termed a battle. It was a one-sided beating. Boom! A powerful punch from Lycum struck Vegeta's abdomen with a resounding impact. Vegeta's body curled into a shrimp-like position, spewing forth a torrent of blood mixed with fragments of his insides, before he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a distant rock formation. Ha ha! How does it feel, Your Highness? Is my massage to your liking? Lycum boasted with arms akimbo, his robust muscles unscathed. Watching from the sidelines, Bart and Jess grew increasingly impatient. Hey, Lycum, finish him off. We still need to search for the Dragon Balls, Bart urged, arms crossed. Patience, my friend, Lycum replied, cracking his knuckles. This is the Prince of the Saiyans. Wouldn't it be a waste not to play with him a little longer? Among the Vegeta propped himself up with trembling arms, his scarred body a testament to his brutal ordeal. His battle suit lay in tatters, his form riddled with wounds. The earth beneath him stained crimson. Every nerve in his body throbbed with excruciating pain. Yet, more potent than the physical agony was the deep-seated humiliation. He, Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans, had been brazenly toyed with by a dim-witted brute under Frisia's command. The visage of Lin Chen, adorned with a playful smile, flickered through his mind. Examiner? Retake? Prove to me that you are worthy to stand before Frisia. Such words pierced deeply into his pride. How infuriating! Vegeta clenched his teeth, a crimson veil instantly clouding his vision. He could not afford to lose. He must not perish here. He had yet to exact his vengeance upon Frisia. He had yet to surpass that inferior warrior, Kakarot. He had yet to cleanse the humiliation wrought upon him by that dark-haired man on Earth. An indomitable will erupted within him. Vegeta let out a roar, golden energy once more surging from his battered form. Though feeble, it radiated with resolute determination. He forced himself to rise, fixating fiercely on the nearby Rikuum, his eyes ablaze with madness. Oh! Rikuum's smile faltered slightly, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. He can still stand? Truly, he is a Saiyan, resilient like a cockroach. Just as Vegeta prepared to expend his very life in an assault, a remarkable shift occurred on the battlefield. Solar flare. With a resounding shout from Krillin, a blinding light erupted, enveloping the entire arena. My eyes! Goku, who was playfully toying with Gohan, found all four of his eyes seared by the intense radiance, leaving him momentarily blinded. Damn that little pest! Goku roared in fury, instinctively attempting to activate his time-stopping ability. However, it was too late. Watch out! Krillin's figure suddenly appeared beside Goku, having anticipated this moment. A rapidly spinning energy blade silently sliced towards Goku's neck. He blade. A sense of imminent danger sent shivers down Goku's spine, compelling him to unleash his powers. Time! He barely completed his utterance when, having regained his sight, Gohan's eyes brimmed with tears and rage, releasing the pent-up energy he had long harbored. Demon Flash. The golden energy beam surged forth, striking Goku's corpulent form with devastating force. Wah! Goku emitted a wretched cry, his body torn asunder. The shock and unwillingness in his eyes freezing in an instant. His time-stopping ability, despite the duo's seamless coordination, had not even fully activated before it met its demise. Nearby, Bart and Geese stood agape, astonished. Goku had been defeated by those two youngsters with power levels barely exceeding 10,000? Yet, they had no time to dwell on their fallen comrade, for Vegeta had already made his move. He channeled all his fury and resentment into his fists. Charging once more at Rikuum, I am the Prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta bellowed, his fists raining down relentlessly upon Rikuum's body. Bang, 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 bang. A series of resounding blows echoed, each strike embodying Vegeta's final vestiges of dignity. Yet, Rikuum merely stood his ground, allowing the frenzied onslaught to rain down upon him. Not a trace of pain marred his expression. Have you not eaten, Your Highness? Rikuum sneered, revealing a set of cruel teeth in a sinister smile. Your strength is woefully inadequate. With a sudden, forceful lift of his knee, he struck Vegeta's abdomen with a brutal knee thrust. The wind expelled from Vegeta's lungs, halting his assault as he doubled over, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Enough, the game is over. Losing all patience, Requiem seized Vegeta by his hair and hoisted him up, delivering a punishing punch to his back. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of bones fracturing. Vegeta's spine was violently shattered. A gasp of agony escaped him, plunging him into darkness, his cries stifled as the golden aura that once surrounded him extinguished entirely. Leaving him limp, Requiem casually discarded him, and Vegeta's body tumbled across the ground, ultimately landing face down in the dust, motionless. It was over. Every last ounce of strength had been siphoned away, and his consciousness began to blur. He could sense Requiem's immense presence drawing nearer, the shadow of death enveloping him. Vegeta! Mr. Vegeta! Krillin and Gohan gasped at the sight, yearning to rush to his aid, yet were obstructed by Buddha and Jeez. Your opponents are us, they hissed, unleashing a formidable aura that pinned the two down. Requiem stood before Vegeta, looking down upon him. Such a tenacious monkey, but this is where it ends. He slowly parted his lips, a swirling mass of purple energy gathering ominously within. Requiem's eraser cannon. He intended to obliterate this troublesome prince, reducing him to cosmic dust. As the destructive purple light swelled, Krillin and Gohan felt their hearts plummet. They could only watch helplessly. Vegeta, lying on the ground, mustered his last shred of strength to tilt his head slightly. His vision blurred. He could discern only the expanding orb of purple energy. Is this my end? A torrent of humiliation, resentment, and rage surged within him, coalescing into a silent sigh. Flashes of Frieza's face crossed his mind, followed by Goku's, and then Lin Chen's. Kakarot, you bastard. You must kill Frieza. A solitary tear slipped from the corner of his eye, seeping into the crimson earth beneath him. He slowly closed his eyes. As the energy sphere within Lycum's mouth reached its zenith, poised to unleash its destructive force, an anomaly unfolded. A sharp, piercing whistle, tearing through the atmosphere, resounded from the far reaches of the sky. Instinctively, everyone, including Lycum who was preparing to fire the annihilation cannon, lifted their gaze. Among the clouds, a small white orb plummeted at an astonishing velocity. Its trajectory was straight and precise, imbued with unmistakable intent, targeting the very center of the battlefield. What on earth is that? Guys exclaimed in astonishment. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as the white object struck the battlefield's heart, sending a cloud of dust soaring and causing the ground to tremble violently. The powerful shockwave forced everyone back several steps. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if the entire world had been suspended in time. All eyes were riveted on the dust-laden area, hearts racing uncontrollably. As the dust gradually settled, a battered, circular white spaceship emerged, nestled within the vast impact crater. Klin and Gohan, recognizing the familiar vessel, exclaimed with joy, "It's Mr. Goku's spaceship. Uncle Goku has arrived." Vegeta, who lay prostrate on the ground, was momentarily roused from his stupor by the tremendous commotion. Struggling to open one eye, he gazed at the spaceship with a complex expression. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a faint mechanical whirring resonated. The hatch of the spaceship slowly creaked open. Chapter 24. A worthless being with a power level of only 5,000? The skies of Namek were shrouded in an ominous violet glow. Lycum opened his mouth wide, powerful energy coalescing into an ever-expanding sphere of light, exuding a terrifying aura. He grinned wickedly, relishing the final tremors of his prey before death. Klin and Gohan were filled with a sense of helplessness. They had just defeated Goku, yet now they were forced to witness Vegeta's impending execution, followed by their own demise. Damn it, unable to move? Klin gritted his teeth as the oppressive auras of Bart and Guys pinned him and Gohan in place, rendering them immobile. Vegeta, lying on the ground, summoned the last vestiges of his strength to slightly turn his head. His vision blurred. He could only glimpse the ever-enlarging purple light. Is this truly my end? Helplessness and fury surged within his shattered consciousness, ultimately manifesting as a silent sigh. Images flashed through his mind. Frieza's elegant yet cruel visage, Kakarot's naive and foolish face, and Lin Chen's nonchalant demeanor. Kakarot, you bastard. You must kill Frieza. A single hot tear slipped from the corner of his eye, soaking into the crimson earth beneath him. Slowly, he closed his eyes. Just as the energy sphere in Lycum's mouth was about to be unleashed, an unexpected twist occurred. Whoosh! A sharp whistle pierced the heavens, instantly drowning out all sounds on the battlefield. Everyone instinctively looked up, including the poised attacker, like him. In the clouded sky, a small white orb plummeted at an astonishing velocity. Its trajectory was straight and its target unmistakable, the very center of the battlefield. What could that be? Guys exclaimed in shock. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. The white object crashed violently onto the ground between Lycum and Vegeta, sending clouds of dust swirling and shaking the very earth beneath them. A powerful shockwave radiated outward in a circular motion, forcing everyone to stagger back. For a moment, the battlefield fell into a profound silence. The energy sphere in Lycum's mouth dissipated due to the sudden onslaught. He, Bart, and guys all stared intently at the dust-laden area, their hearts racing uncontrollably. As the dust began to settle, a circular white spacecraft, marred with scratches yet remarkably intact, lay ensconced in the vast impact crater. Krillin's pupils dilated, an unbelievable thought surging within him. Gohan, too, fixated on the familiar craft, his eyes ablaze with disbelief and joy. It was his father's ship. Father had arrived. Vegeta, prone on the ground, was jolted back to a semblance of consciousness by the commotion. With great effort, he opened one eye to gaze at the vessel, his expression a tumultuous blend of emotions. Amidst the awestruck stares of all present, a soft sound emerged as the spacecraft's hatch slowly opened. A familiar figure clad in an orange martial arts uniform stepped out against the light. His hair was somewhat disheveled, yet his gaze remained remarkably calm. Son Goku. He had come. Goku stepped from the ship, his feet gently touching the edge of the crater as he surveyed his surroundings. When his eyes fell upon the injured Krillin, then the tear-streaked face of his son Gohan, and finally Vegeta, who lay weakly on the ground, his tranquil demeanor sharpened into a piercing intensity. A formidable aura radiated from him. Krillin, Gohan, are you all right? Goku's voice was steady. Goku, Dad. The moment Krillin and Gohan laid eyes on him, relief washed over them, nearly bringing them to tears. Lycum, Bart, and Guys exchanged wary glances, each perceiving the caution reflected in the other's eyes. Guys instinctively pressed the button on his scanner, eager to uncover the identity of this unexpected visitor. Ignoring the trio of adversaries, Goku approached Krillin and Gohan. Retrieving a small cloth bag from within his robe, he poured out 2 bean-sized orbs and offered them to them. Quick, eat this. Spirit beans. Without a moment's hesitation, Krillin and Gohan consumed the beans. A warm sensation coursed throughout their bodies, instantly alleviating all pain and fatigue. They felt even more invigorated than at their prime. Fantastic. I'm completely restored. Krillin clenched his fist and exclaimed in astonishment. Having completed his actions, Goku's gaze fell upon the motionless figure of Vegeta not far away. A slight furrow formed on his brow as a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. Though an adversary, he was still a Saiyan, and, moreover, the last prince of his kind. Even though you are a villain, Goku murmured to himself, I cannot bear to witness a Saiyan perish at the hands of these fiends. He retrieved another senzu bean from his pouch and flicked it with his finger. The tiny bean traced a perfect parabolic arc, landing precisely at Vegeta's lips. Vegeta's consciousness was fading, yet driven by the instinct for survival, he opened his mouth and swallowed the bean. In the next moment, a miracle occurred. A powerful surge of life energy erupted within his battered body. His shattered spine, ruptured organs, and torn muscles, all grievous injuries that could prove fatal, began to heal at a visible pace. An unprecedented force, magnitudes greater than before, surged forth from the depths of his bloodline. Zenkai, the Saiyans' power would experience explosive enhancement upon revival from the brink of death. Vegeta leaped up from the ground, staring at his restored hands in disbelief, feeling the overwhelming power within him nearly spilling over, leaving him in a state of profound shock. How formidable! My strength is astonishing. Yet this elation was fleeting. Upon raising his gaze to see Kakarot, that subordinate warrior standing a short distance away with his back turned, a wave of intense humiliation swiftly supplanted the joy. I was saved by Kakarot, that lowly warrior? As the proud Saiyan prince, I must rely on his meager offerings to survive? Vegeta's fists clenched in rage, the sound echoing ominously, his face flushed with indignation, and his gaze filled with turmoil. At that moment, the numbers on the scouter finally registered. Glancing at the screen, Gi's was momentarily taken aback before erupting in thunderous laughter. Ha ha! I thought we were dealing with a formidable opponent. His power level is merely 5,000. 5,000. Hearing this, the previously tense Rikuum and Berta burst into laughter as well. What a joke. It turns out he is just a mere fish. Hey, Gi's. Is your scouter malfunctioning? How could it register such a ludicrous number? Absolutely not. G's eyes pointed at Goku, his expression dripping with contempt. This guy is nothing but trash with a power level of 5,000. The trio's derisive laughter echoed throughout the valley. However, Goku paid them no heed, his face maintaining an expression of tranquility as if everything around him were inconsequential. He merely turned to Krillin and Gohan, who had fully recovered, and offered them a reassuring smile. You two should step back to a safe distance. His voice was soft, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. I will handle this from here. Krillin and Gohan nodded vigorously, swiftly retreating, fully aware that the battlefield was beyond their intervention. Vegeta remained motionless, his gaze fixated on Goku's retreating figure, jealousy and resentment simmering within him, almost palpable. As Goku disregarded him, Raikam's laughter abruptly ceased, a glimmer of cruelty flashing in his eyes. Hey, you, new monkey, are you underestimating me? He cracked his knuckles and advanced step by step toward Goku, a formidable aura erupting from him once again. Let me show you what despair truly means. Just as Raikam lunged toward Goku, poised to unleash a devastating punch, Goku finally turned around. He regarded the towering red-haired behemoth before him with a calm demeanor, his previously gentle gaze sharpening into a blade-like intensity. An overwhelming pressure emanated from him, altering the atmosphere dramatically. Raikam's advancing body instinctively froze. Goku spoke in a tone that bordered on indifference. Has the warm-up concluded? Then, it's my turn. Chapter 25. A single elbow decimates. Is this Goku's true power? In the valley, the mocking laughter ceased suddenly. Raikam, Barta, and Jis stood frozen, staring at the slowly turning black-haired Saiyan. Just moments ago, that man had declared it was his turn. He appeared unchanged, his battle power still at 5,000. Yet, when Goku's gaze swept across them, a chilling sensation drenched the backs of these seasoned warriors in sweat. Stop acting all mysterious. The hot-headed Raikam was the first to shatter the silence. Scared by a guy with a battle power of 5,000? Such humiliation was intolerable. You new monkey. I will tear you to shreds. Raikam bellowed, his massive form radiating a tremendous energy, causing the ground beneath him to crack. He then charged fiercely toward Goku, the very same strength that had effortlessly defeated Vegeta moments ago. Krillin and Gohan shouted nervously, Goku, Dad, be careful. Vegeta's gaze remained fixed on the battlefield. Having recovered through the use of a sense of being, his power had surged to new heights. Yet he knew all too well that even with this boost, facing Raikam would be a grueling battle. What on earth does Kakarot intend to achieve? As Raikam's powerful charge approached, Goku stood still, unperturbed. His expression revealed no hint of anxiety. Just as Raikam's fist was about to collide with his face, Goku's figure flickered momentarily. In a mere instant, he vanished. Raikam was momentarily blinded, realizing Goku had disappeared. Where did he go? Raikam stumbled, nearly losing his balance, and spun around frantically in search of Goku. Bart and Jis were equally astonished, having failed to discern each other's movements. Behind you, Jis screamed in terror, pointing at the space behind Raikam. Raikam's pupils constricted as he sensed an imminent threat. He attempted to turn, to defend himself, to evade, yet his body lagged far behind his awareness. An elbow had unexpectedly settled lightly upon the nape of his neck. The owner of that elbow was none other than Goku, as though he had been standing there all along. Too slow, a calm voice whispered in his ear. Then came a muffled thud. Goku's elbow merely pressed down gently. There was no explosive energy, no flashy effects, just a simple motion. Raikam's towering form stiffened abruptly. His expression froze, and his eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness. With a single strike, the formidable Raikam, who had effortlessly overwhelmed Vegeta, collapsed. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Krillin and Gohan gaped, rendered speechless. They had exerted every ounce of strength to defeat Goku, while Vegeta had been thoroughly dominated by Raikam. Yet now, this formidable foe had been vanquished by Goku in one fell swoop? This must be a trick. Krillin rubbed his eyes, unable to comprehend the unfolding spectacle. Vegeta stood frozen, trembling slightly. He felt shock, jealousy, and even a hint of exhilaration. How was this possible? Kakarot, that lowly warrior, possessed such immense power. Goku had not even unleashed his aura or employed the Kaioken. It was merely raw speed and precise control power. This was a battle of entirely different realms. Raikam, Bart, and Jez snapped back to reality, gazing at their fallen comrade, their faces etched with horror and fury. What have you done to Raikam? Yist Bellomed. You've got some speed. Bart glared at Goku, But to play with speed before me, you're still too green. Let us take him down together. Tear him apart. Bart and Jaius exchange glances, unleashing their full power in unison. Two figures, one blue and one red, surged towards Goku from either side at blinding speed. This was their proud joint attack. However, in the face of this onslaught, Goku remained stationary, his posture unchanged, arms relaxed, eyes tranquil. The two figures approached in an instant, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks that whistled through the air, targeting Goku. Vegeta's pupils contracted. He could sense that this duo's combined might was more formidable than Lycum's had been. Yet, curiously, amidst the barrage of strikes, Goku merely shifted his body within a narrow range. Bart and Jesus' attacks all missed their mark, from start to finish. Not even a corner of his clothing had been touched. What? In Bart's eyes, a flicker of terror emerged for the first time. His once proud speed now appeared as a mere jest before Goku. The opponent did not counter with speed, but rather anticipated every one of his attacks. At the moment when both were shocked and exposed, Goku made his move. He raised his hands, astonishingly swift, precisely entering the fray of attacks, and then gently clasped his grip. Bang! Bang! With two muffled thuds, their ferocious assaults abruptly ceased. Their attacks were effortlessly captured by two hands. One hand seized Bart's fist, while the other grasped Gaius's. The two remained frozen in their attacking stances, rendered immobile. The expressions on their faces had not yet faded, but their eyes brimmed with dread. "You are too noisy," Goku remarked calmly as he regarded them. "Leave this planet, and I shall spare you." Such words fell upon Bart and Gaius like a profound humiliation. "How dare you look down upon us?" Bart roared, his other hand wildly gathering energy, intent on launching another assault. Goku sighed. With a slight exertion of force upon Bart's fist, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Bart screamed in agony, his body trembling violently before his eyes rolled back. Succumbing to unconsciousness, following in the footsteps of Rikum, Goku casually tossed him aside, placing him next to Rikum. Now only Gaius remained, his fist still firmly held in Goku's grasp. He was rigid, drenched in cold sweat, feeling the incomprehensible power emanating from that hand. Gaius's mind was a blank slate. Rikum and Bart had been effortlessly dispatched. Goku lay dead, and the fate of their captain was uncertain. It was over. The Ginyu Force was on the brink of annihilation. Fear overwhelmed dignity. Gazing into Goku's calm eyes, Gaius's mental defenses crumbled entirely. "A monster!" he screamed, unleashing a wave of energy from his other hand towards his own arm, severing it to escape Goku's grasp. Then, with all his might, he transformed into a streak of red light, fleeing without a backward glance. He needed to report to the captain. He had to inform Lord Frisia. Here, a true monster had emerged, a being that transcended all reason, a godlike entity. Observing Gaius's retreating figure, Goku made no move to pursue. Krillin and Gohan snapped back to reality, erupting in cheers. "We won. Goku won. Dad is amazing." They rushed over, excitedly surrounding Goku, shouting and jumping with joy. However, amidst the battlefield, a chilling aura quietly ascended. It was Vegeta. He stood not far off, fixated intently on Kakarot, who was surrounded by Krillin and Gohan, wearing a foolish grin. His body trembled violently. Could it be? His lips quivered as a horrifying thought surged forth. He was the legendary Super Saiyan? This thought ignited the embers of jealousy, resentment, and insatiable thirst for power within him. Why? Why could this subordinate warrior attain such a terrifying realm? How could he so effortlessly vanquish the enemy that had humiliated him to the brink of despair? "I am the Prince of the Saiyans. I should be the one to embody that legend." A frenzied notion seized his reason. He suddenly raised his hand, palm directed at the unconscious Rikum on the ground. "Vegeta, what are you doing?" Krillin exclaimed, alarmed by his actions. Yet it was too late. A wave of energy erupted from Vegeta's palm. Boom! The unprepared Rikum was instantly reduced to dust. "You scoundrel!" Goku's smile vanished in an instant, his gaze sharpening as he fixed it upon Vegeta. Ignoring him, Vegeta lifted his hand once more, aiming at the unconscious Bata. Another energy wave surged forth. Boom! Bata, too, was obliterated. After completing this grim task, Vegeta gasped for breath, lifting his head to gaze at Goku with a frenzied intensity. "Kakarot, do not measure us Saiyans with your naive ideals," he roared, as if expelling his fury while simultaneously attempting to convince himself. To show mercy to one's enemy is to be cruel to oneself. These wretches deserve to perish. Chapter 26. The demise of Ginyu, the Emperor approaches. Vegeta's sudden aggression rekindled the tension in the battlefield that had only just begun to ease. "Vegeta, you monster!" Krillin shouted, bewildered by Vegeta's actions. As Goku had already spared them, Goku's smile faded, and he confronted Vegeta, questioning, "Why do this? They are incapable of fighting back." "Kakarot, do not apply your naive notions to us, Saiyans," Vegeta gasped, a twisted delight etched across his face. He relished the feeling of personally annihilating his foes. And even more so, displaying his princely ethos before Goku. To show mercy to one's enemy is to be cruel to oneself. These fiends should have perished from the very beginning. At that moment of confrontation, a streak of crimson light zipped across the sky at an astonishing speed, heading towards the direction where Captain Ginyu and Lin Chen had departed. It was Jisoo. He was fleeing, utilizing the fastest speed he had ever mustered. His mind consumed by a singular thought: to escape and report the events transpiring here to Captain Ginyu. The Saiyan known as Son Goku was a monster, an entity beyond the realm of reason. Raikam had been dispatched in a single blow. Bada, who prided himself on being the fastest in the universe, could not even graze the opponent's clothing, also falling victim to a single strike. His once proud Ginyu Force was utterly powerless before that man. "Captain! Captain!" Jisoo shouted into his communicator while flying, his voice trembling with fear. Soon, he pinpointed Captain Ginyu's location based on the signal from his scouter. As he navigated through a bizarre landscape, the sight that greeted him left him utterly stunned. In the open field, Lin Chen stood leisurely with his hands tucked into his pockets. Opposite him, Captain Ginyu slumped on the ground, devoid of his usual vigor, his expression hollow and numbed. His gaze was vacant, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, his entire demeanor one of utter despondency. "Captain Ginyu?" Jis cautiously descended, unable to believe his eyes. "What has happened to you?" Slowly, Ginyu raised his head, his lips moved, yet no words escaped. He had suffered a complete defeat. His most formidable technique, the body change, was utterly ineffective against this man. Not only had his abilities been unraveled, but they had also been sealed away. Now, he was merely an ordinary warrior with a power level of 120,000, stripped of his greatest asset. Lin Chen, the architect of this downfall, had not broken a sweat. "Oh, your comrades have returned," Lin Chen remarked, casting a glance at Jis with a smile. Observing his distressed appearance, it seemed the situation elsewhere was dire. "Report, Captain," Jis exclaimed, scrambling to Ginyu's side, his voice pitched high with urgency. "There has been a catastrophe. Raikam and Berta were both slain by a newly arrived Saiyan. Gudo has also been defeated by those two Earthlings. We're finished." Jis' frantic account of the battlefield's devastation weighed heavily upon Ginyu's heart with each word. The Ginyu Force was no more. This once mighty team, notorious across the universe, had been utterly annihilated on this planet by two unknown adversaries. Listening to Jis' report, Lin Chen nodded. Indeed, it appeared that Goku and his companions had made significant strides. Stretching languidly, he announced, "Well, it seems the matter over there has concluded. We should be on our way back." No sooner had he spoken than he waved his hand lightly, causing Ginyu and Jis to witness the scenery before them warp. In the next moment, they found themselves back in the valley. Vegeta and Goku glared at each other, while Krillin and Gohan bore expressions of trepidation. Upon witnessing Lin Chen and his companions materialize from thin air, everyone instinctively widened the distance, assuming defensive postures. Goku and Vegeta could distinctly sense Ginyu's formidable power level of 120,000. "Mr. Lin Chen," Krillin called out, anxiety evident in his voice. "Do not worry," Lin Chen replied with a reassuring smile. "His abilities are no longer of consequence." "What?" Goku and Vegeta exclaimed in unison, taken aback. Ginyu slumped on the ground, felt a flicker of defiance at these words. He refused to believe that his powers had been completely sealed, convinced that Lin Chen was merely deceiving him. This was his final opportunity. Ginyu's gaze fixated on Vegeta, whose body radiated vitality, far superior to his own battered form. If he could just swap bodies change. Ginyu bellowed, summoning his last reserves of strength, as a golden beam erupted from his mouth, aimed directly at Vegeta. "Vegeta, watch out!" Goku instinctively shouted. Vegeta was taken aback, poised to evade, when the golden beam dissipated with a soft pop just shy of 10 meters, transforming into a cascade of shimmering golden particles that vanished into the air. The seal imposed by Lin Chen had taken effect. The entire valley plunged into an eerie silence, as everyone stood in stunned disbelief at the scene before them. Had Captain Ginyu's proud technique simply vanished? "See, I told you," Lin Chen said, nonchalantly shrugging his shoulders with a mocking smile. Your special ability has expired. Those words extinguished any glimmer of hope in Ginyu's eyes. In that moment, all his aspirations and pride crumbled into nothingness. He was finished. Yet, just as he contemplated surrender, a flicker of movement caught his peripheral vision, a Namekian frog at his feet. An idea pierced through the chaos of his mind. There was still a chance. Although he could not exchange with a superior opponent, he could leverage this small creature to sow confusion. If he directed the exchange towards that man with black hair and hurled the frog into the beam, he could trap the man's soul within the frog's body. This notion reignited a spark in Ginyu's eyes. He stealthily bent down, intending to seize the frog. But before his hand could grasp it, Lin Chen's languid voice rang out once more, extinguishing his final flicker of hope. Oh, still wish to struggle? Planning to bring a little companion into the mix? Lin Chen's gaze settled on the innocent frog, a smirk dancing on his lips, revealing Ginyu's intentions. His mental defenses crumbled entirely. I will fight you to the end. He roared, akin to a cornered beast, unleashing one last exchange beam towards Lin Chen. At the same moment, he hurled the Namekian frog with all his might toward Lin Chen. He no longer cared about the outcome. He merely desired for this man to experience the humiliation he had endured. As the beam and the frog approached, Lin Chen merely shook his head gently. Ah, how unbecoming. He did not attempt to evade. Instead, he extended a finger and lightly flicked the frog. Whoosh! A wave of energy struck the frog, causing it to flip in midair, altering its trajectory so that it no longer soared towards Lin Chen, but instead headed straight for the golden beam emanating from Ginyu. With a soft pop, the golden beam collided with the frog. A flash of light passed by. Ginyu's body, caught in the act of throwing, froze abruptly, his expression turning to stone. Then, he toppled backward, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. His once formidable body had become an empty shell. The struck frog landed safely on the ground, shaking its head in bewilderment. Moments later, it opened its mouth and emitted a hoarse croak. Ribbit, ribbit, Ginyu. In the valley, the only sound that remained was the comical, croaking reverberating through the air. Once a formidable force that instilled fear across the universe, the Ginyu Force met an unexpected demise. Lin Chen clapped his hands, no longer paying heed to the raucous frog, and gazed towards the direction of Frisia's spaceship. The smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a flicker of excitement and anticipation. The minions had been dispatched. It was time for the final adversary to make their entrance. As if in response to his thoughts, a chilling and colossal aura suddenly surged from a distance. This terrifying presence cast a shadow over the skies of Namek, causing the earth to tremble and the air to become stifling. All present, including the significantly empowered Vegeta and Goku, felt a shiver under this overwhelming energy. It was Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe, who had personally intervened. Chapter 27, The Fury of the Cosmic Monarch. In the command chamber of Frisia's spaceship, all soldiers stood frozen at their posts, instinctively holding their breath. They fixated on the main screen, where several flickering life signals represented their revered Ginyu Force members. However, just moments ago, the signal of Guldo had abruptly vanished. Subsequently, the signals of Rikum and Berta extinguished in quick succession. Now, only the signals of Ginyu and Jis remained on the screen. Frisia, seated upon his throne with a glass of red wine in hand, maintained an air of composure, his smile suggesting that the disappearance of a few insignificant soldiers was of little consequence. Yet, only the soldier stationed behind him could perceive the slight whitening of his knuckles as he gripped the goblet with excessive force. Oh ha ho ho ho. This is becoming increasingly amusing, Frisia remarked, swirling the wine in his glass, the crimson liquid reflecting his emotionless, blood-red eyes. To think my elite squad would find themselves in such a struggle. It seems this monkey is more capable than anticipated. His tone remained flippant, laced with amusement. But the moment his words fell, the signal representing Jis abruptly vanished without warning. The temperature in the command chamber plummeted to a chilling low. Frisia's smile faltered slightly, as events began to unfold beyond his expectations. Yet, he remained unmoved. He still possessed his trump card, Ginyu, a man with a battle power of 120,000 and the ability to switch bodies. No matter who the enemy was, as long as Ginyu was present, victory would eternally belong to Frisia. However, in the next instant, a sharp sound echoed, a piercing beep. On the screen, the brightest signal, representing Captain Ginyu, flickered violently before it dimmed entirely. It vanished, completely gone. A crisp crack shattered the silence of the command chamber, resonating with an unsettling clarity. The goblet in Frisia's hand had inexplicably crumbled to dust, slipping through his fingers. The crimson liquid trickled down his hand, dripping steadily onto the polished floor. Witnessing the scene, the minds of all soldiers in the command room momentarily blanked, their blood nearly congealing in their veins. The composure and amusement that adorned Frisia's face vanished in an instant, replaced by an icy void. He neither roared nor bellowed. Instead, he slowly rose from the throne that symbolized the pinnacle of cosmic authority. His movements were deliberate and almost graceful, yet with each action, a chilling malevolence erupted from his not-so-imposing figure. The overwhelming aura triggered ear-splitting alarms from every instrument aboard the ship, while chaotic static danced across the screens before they all extinguished in unison. The lights in the command room flickered erratically, as though on the brink of shattering under the weight of this oppressive presence. Lord Frisia, one soldier, closest to him, attempted to utter something, but as he opened his mouth, he found himself unable to produce a single coherent syllable. It felt as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped his throat, draining the air from his lungs. His eyes bulged from oxygen deprivation, his body convulsed violently, and he ultimately collapsed, losing consciousness entirely. One by one, soldiers in the command room fell in droves, none escaping the onslaught. They could not even muster a sound. Under the sheer pressure of this raw aura, they simply succumbed to darkness. Frisia did not cast a glance in their direction. To him, these wretches, incapable of enduring even his unconscious emissions, were no different from the dust beneath his feet. He slowly raised his hand, delicately wiping the remnants of the wine from his skin. Then, he seated himself upon the white, hovering chair that floated beside the throne. The chair silently activated, carrying him slowly towards the exit of the ship. Meanwhile, on the battlefield in the valley, Krillin and Gohan, who had just breathed a sigh of relief at the annihilation of the Ginyu Force, suddenly found their smiles frozen in place. What is this? Krillin's voice trembled as he sensed a bone-chilling coldness sweeping in from all directions. Goku's smile vanished in an instant as he abruptly glanced towards the colossal ship in the distance, his expression transforming into one of unprecedented gravity. What a terrifying aura. Even Vegeta, who had just been driven to madness by his personal vengeance, felt as if he'd been doused with icy water. Every hair on his body standing on end. He understood better than anyone what this presence signified. It was a nightmare imprinted deep within his soul since childhood. Frisia. Vegeta's voice was hoarse, his body trembling uncontrollably from fear. His recently surged power, born from a near-death revival. And the pride of a Saiyan prince appeared utterly ludicrous and insignificant in the face of this overwhelming presence. It was as if the very atmosphere sought to respond to their trepidation. The azure sky of Namek darkened without warning. The three suns lost their brilliance, dimming into obscurity. The entire world succumbed to an eerie twilight. The wind ceased its whisper, and the cries of birds and beasts faded into silence. The air thickened, feeling heavy and viscous, suffocating those who breathed it. The lake beside the valley, once tranquil with its emerald waters, began to churn violently, even forming colossal whirlpools. Crack, crack! The solid red earth beneath began to fracture, intricate fissures spreading visibly in all directions. It was as if the very planet itself emitted a mournful cry, overwhelmed by the arrival of a certain presence. Amidst the horrified gazes of all, a massive circular spaceship opened a hatch in its underbelly. A white, hovering chair emerged silently from the darkness within. Seated upon it was a figure, small, even somewhat diminutive. Yet, with his appearance, an oppressive terror surged 100-fold. Goku, Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan instinctively bent under this weight, beads of cold sweat beading on their foreheads as though a mountain pressed upon them. Only Lin Chen remained, hands in pockets, leisurely standing, even raising his head to curiously observe the descending figure. Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe. He had personally arrived. The hovering chair descended slowly, finally halting 3 meters above the ground. Frisia surveyed the battlefield from his elevated position. His gaze fell upon the lifeless shell of Ginyu, and then flickered to a trembling frog in the grass, emitting pitiful croaks. A slight frown crossed his brow, as if displeased by such a death. Then, he glanced disdainfully at Krillin and Gohan. His gaze shifted to the quaking Vegeta, a cruel smirk dancing at the corners of his mouth. Finally, his eyes settled on the calm, black-haired man, who wore a hint of a playful smile. In this battlefield, he was the only one unaffected by Frisia's oppressive aura. The pressure he exuded seemed to have no effect on him. Frisia's blood-red eyes narrowed slightly. A cold, emotionless voice resonated through the vibrations of the air, clear to every ear present. What a pitiful bunch of worthless trash. His tone was steeped in disappointment towards the Ginyu Force and tinged with irritation at being disturbed. It seems that it must be I, the great king, who personally intervenes to rid ourselves of you bothersome monkeys. As he spoke, his icy gaze swept past Wukong and Vegeta, ultimately locking onto Lin Chen with unyielding intensity. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. You are the one who killed Zarbin and Dodoria, aren't you? Chapter 28. 2 fingers facing the death beam? Frisia's voice was soft, yet each word resonated clearly in the ears of all present. You're the one who killed Zarbin and Dodoria, aren't you? Upon hearing this inquiry, Krillin and Gohan felt their minds go numb. It dawned on them that those 2 formidable subordinates of Frisia had also fallen at Lin Chen's hands. Vegeta's pupils dilated as he stared at Lin Chen in disbelief. He was well aware of Zarbin and Dodoria's prowess, though not as strong as the Ginyu Force. They were nonetheless powerful beings in the universe, each boasting combat power exceeding 20,000. How could this man have quietly dealt with them without their knowledge? In an instant, the atmosphere grew palpably tense, and all eyes turned toward Lin Chen. Frisia's hovering throne descended slowly, his diminutive form floating down as his feet hovered half a foot above the ground. From this elevated position, his blood-red eyes coldly scrutinized Lin Chen, enveloping everyone in a terrifying pressure. Krillin and Gohan turned ashen, struggling even to breathe. Wukong wore a grave expression, sensing the unfathomable energy within this diminutive figure, the malevolent aura unsettling him deeply. Even Vegeta, who had recently felt a surge in power, trembled uncontrollably under the weight of this oppressive force. It was an instinctive fear ingrained in the very blood of every Saiyan, a primal dread of Frisia's race, their natural adversary. Yet, at the epicenter of this looming pressure, Lin Chen appeared utterly unfazed, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets and a polite smile gracing his face. He resembled someone greeting an old friend after a long separation. In response to Frisia's accusations, Lin Chen merely shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, you mean those 2 rather unattractive fellows? His tone was light, as if discussing the weather. I believe I may have killed them. I can't quite recall. After all, I've squashed far too many bugs casually. The phrase squashed bugs elicited a collective gasp from everyone present, save for Frisia. How audacious! This was no mere provocation. It was a complete disregard for the cosmic Emperor Frisia. The smile on Frisia's face indeed faltered for a moment, a flicker of rage igniting in his blood-red eyes. Never had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Never. Oh ho ho ho! What an amusing response. A sharp, piercing laughter erupted from Frisia's throat as he slowly raised his right hand, extending a solitary index finger. It seems I must impart the most fundamental etiquette of this universe to you. As the words left his lips, whoosh, a violet beam of light shot forth from his fingertip, moving with such swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible. The death beam, Friesa's signature technique. This seemingly slender ray contained enough annihilating energy to pierce through a planet. At the moment the beam was unleashed, Goku and Vegeta's pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks. So fast. There was no time to react. Memories flooded Vegeta's mind, recalling the day planet Vegeta was obliterated by Frisia's casually lifted finger. This was the very technique. That man is doomed. Krillin and Gohan were left in a daze, rendered helpless as they watched the violet light of demise hurtle toward Lin Chen's brow. It's over, mister. Lin is about to. However, in that fleeting instant, when all believed Lin Chen was surely doomed, a scene appeared that froze everyone in place. Lin Chen did not even remove his left hand from his pocket. He simply raised his right hand slowly. His movements were languid, almost as if time itself had decelerated countless times, creating a bizarre yet vivid contrast with the lightning-fast death ray. Under the stunned gazes of all present, Lin Chen extended his index and middle fingers. Then, with a gentle pinch, a soft sound akin to a bubble bursting echoed. The death beam, capable of piercing planets, which had instilled despair in both Goku and Vegeta, was effortlessly caught between his 2 fingers. Indeed caught. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no earth-shattering shockwave. That destructive violet energy simply halted at Lin Chen's fingertips, less than 10 centimeters from his brow. It quivered violently, struggling like a venomous serpent grasped by its vulnerable neck. Unable to advance even a fraction further, the world seemed to descend into utter silence. The wind ceased, the once turbulent lake calmed, and the earth no longer trembled. Krillin and Gohan gaped in shock, their mouths agape, their eyes bulging, their minds blank. Goku's body froze in place, his instinct as a combat genius sounding an unprecedented alarm of madness. He gazed at Lin Chen as if beholding a deity. Vegeta trembled violently, not out of fear, but from the overwhelming shock of the scene before him. What was he witnessing? Frieza's death beam being pinched between two fingers? This cannot be real. It must be an illusion. That dreadful technique, which had haunted him throughout his life, appeared as nothing more than a jest in the presence of this man. Vegeta felt as though his very soul was being wrenched from his body. Meanwhile, the expression on Frieza, the instigator of the attack, was nothing short of captivating. His cruel smile had completely frozen. In his blood-red eyes, for the first time, there flickered a look of shock and disbelief. He stared intently at Lin Chen's slender fingers, fixated on the energy beam at his fingertips that was gradually dissipating, as if he were witnessing a creature that defied logic and the laws of the universe. How could this be possible? Lin Chen gazed at Frieza's dazed visage, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He delicately flicked his two fingers. With a soft puff, the death beam extinguished like a snuffed-out cigarette, vanishing into nothingness, as though it had never existed at all. Is this truly the manner in which the Emperor of the Universe extends his greetings? Lin Chen shrugged his hand, as if brushing away non-existent dust from his fingertips, speaking with a relaxed tone. Quite the enthusiastic welcome indeed. This remark struck a severe blow to Frieza's proud ego. Instinctively, Frieza's body recoiled a half-step. He abruptly glanced down at his index finger, which had just unleashed the death beam, confusion and disarray swirling in his eyes. Did I truly attack just now? Or was this merely a ludicrous nightmare? The power capable of annihilating civilizations had been so easily dismissed by two fingers. Frieza's mind was in disarray. For the first time before an adversary, he felt his own insignificance, not in terms of power, but in dimensionality. He and his opponent were not even in the same realm. Observing Frieza's face, slightly twisted in astonishment, Lin Chen's smile broadened. He shook his head, seemingly disappointed with Frieza's reaction. Then, he extended a finger, not aimed at Frieza, but rather directed toward the ever-watchful son Goku, who had been on guard since earlier. However, it seems you have misunderstood a crucial detail. Lin Chen's voice snapped everyone back from their shock. Frieza shot his gaze upward, fixated on Lin Chen, the wariness and murderous intent in his eyes reaching a pinnacle. Lin Chen spoke slowly and deliberately. Today, your opponent is not me. His finger landed firmly on Goku. It is he, the one you fear the most, and the one you most desire to obliterate. A mischievous grin spread across Lin Chen's lips as he enunciated the word that would drive Frieza into utter madness. The legendary Super Saiyan. Chapter 29. The director is ready. The stage is set. Lin Chen's words sent a tremor through Frieza's heart. Super Saiyan. This term was a nightmare passed down through generations of the Frieza clan, the very reason he had resolved to annihilate planet Vegeta. Frieza had always believed it to be merely a legend. Yet now, this term was uttered from the lips of a man shrouded in mystery, directed at a Saiyan. Frieza's gaze fell upon son Goku. This Saiyan, who had just vanquished 3 of his minions, indeed possessed formidable strength. However, to claim he was the legendary Super Saiyan, Frieza's lips curled into a grotesque smile, accompanied by a cacophony of derisive laughter. Oh, a Super Saiyan? Such a fable is truly laughable. His laughter dripped with disdain, yet within his blood-red eyes flickered a hint of trepidation, one he himself had yet to recognize. He fixed his stare upon Lin Chen, as if attempting to pierce through the veil of the man before him. Do not attempt to prolong your demise with such absurd falsehoods. However, it was Vegeta who reacted with greater intensity than Frieza. His body trembled violently, not from fear, but from a tempest of rage and humiliation. How dare he? Why must it be Kakarot once more? Why should this lowly warrior earn the recognition of such a powerful being? Why must he take the spotlight? I am the prince of the Saiyans. I am the mightiest among them. I have just acquired immense power. That legend should belong to me. Vegeta's teeth ground together, his eyes bloodshot, as he glared fiercely at Lin Chen, barely managing to force the words through clenched teeth. Lin Chen did not even turn. He merely cast a sidelong glance. His tone as calm as if stating a simple fact. You are too weak. Those 4 words struck a devastating blow to Vegeta's pride. Weak? Me weak? Vegeta felt his mind whirl, sanity consumed by fury. Ah! He roared, a golden aura erupting around him as he transformed into a streak of light. Charging directly at Lin Chen, he sought to prove himself. He desired to make this contemptuous individual pay. Yet, just as he was about to reach Lin Chen, The latter merely lifted his eyelid slightly. An invisible pressure descended instantaneously. Vegeta's body halted abruptly, as if colliding with an unseen wall, before being propelled backward with even greater speed, crashing into a distant mountainside, becoming embedded within it. Throughout this entire ordeal, Lin Chen had not moved a single finger. Once the spectacle concluded, Lin Chen nonchalantly dusted off his hands, surveyed the surroundings, and donned that indifferent smile once more. Well then, since all the actors have gathered, it is time for me, the director, to unveil today's script. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Today here shall be the final stage where your Saiyan race and Frieza settle their long-standing grievances. He extended a finger, gesturing back and forth between Goku and Frieza. The rules are exceedingly simple, a one-on-one duel. I shall not intervene, nor shall I allow anyone else to do so. These words left everyone momentarily speechless. Krillin and Gohan wore expressions of bewilderment, utterly perplexed by Lin Chen's intentions. Frieza, however, erupted with a sardonic laughter, incredulous that this individual dared to position himself as the director and impose rules upon him. It was utterly absurd. Lin Chen paid no heed to the reactions of those around him. Instead, he gradually raised his right hand and gently waved it toward the sky. A low, resonant hum emanated from the depths of the cosmos. A translucent ripple of energy radiated outward from Lin Chen, expanding in all directions. Subsequently, a colossal semicircular energy shield descended from above, its edges precisely enveloping Goku and Frieza, while encompassing the surrounding mountains and lakes within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, Vegeta, Krillin, Gohan, and the others found themselves perfectly situated outside the shield. This energy barrier was immense, its edges piercing the clouds, its surface shimmering with vibrant hues, completely isolating the two worlds. Thus, an insurmountable arena for combat materialized. Everyone stood transfixed, their minds blank in astonishment. What manner of power was this? With a mere gesture, such an enormous barrier was conjured? Was this truly a force attainable by a mere human? A frustrated roar broke the silence, snapping everyone back to reality. It was Vegeta. He struggled to extricate himself from the mountainside. His expression twisted as he beheld the massive barrier, encapsulating Goku and Frieza. He could not accept this. He could not bear to be a mere spectator while Kakarot battled Frieza. Get away from me, Vegeta bellowed, unleashing his recently surged power to the maximum, transforming into a streak of golden lightning that crashed violently against the energy shield. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as Vegeta's body collided with the barrier, akin to striking a surface both soft and unyielding. The immense force capable of shattering mountains dissipated in an instant, replaced by a gentle yet irresistible power that sent him hurtling backward. He tumbled several times upon the ground before finally coming to a stop. Lying prostrate, he raised his head, gazing despairingly at the barrier, his eyes brimming with resentment, envy, and an incomprehensible fear of that overwhelming force. Lin Chen, not sparing him a glance, directed his gaze toward Goku within the shield, his tone imbued with hopeful anticipation as he spoke slowly. Son Goku. Upon hearing his name, Goku snapped his head around. This stage has been prepared especially for you. Lin Chen's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. Go forth and engage in battle. To the entirety of the universe. To that contemptuous emperor who belittles you Saiyans, demonstrate the immense power that a benevolent heart can unleash. Go and tell him who the true legend is. Lin Chen's words sent a jolt through Goku's heart. Gazing into Lin Chen's eyes brimming with trust, Goku then glanced at Krillin and Gohan, their faces etched with concern, and at Vegeta, sprawled on the ground, his expression one of bitter reluctance. Taking a deep breath, the confusion and gravity in his gaze dissipated, replaced by an unwavering resolve. He understood. Lin Chen had meticulously prepared everything for him, clearing all obstacles, even crafting this very stage, solely to allow him to engage in this fated battle of the Saiyans without any lingering worries. Gradually, he turned to face Frieza once more, his aura transforming dramatically. A powerful battle spirit surged forth from his being. Within the barrier, Frieza observed the scene before him, feeling that his dignity as the Emperor of the Universe had been insulted. First, he was thwarted by an inexplicable individual who had caught his death ray between his fingers. Now he found himself confined within a cage, treated like a performing monkey, with this individual assigning him a challenger. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Frieza's body trembled violently with rage. veins popping on his once handsome face, his expression contorted into a snarl. Very well, very well. He fixed his gaze on Lin Chen beyond the barrier, unleashing a piercing roar. You have successfully provoked me. Since you wish to witness a spectacle, I shall first tear your protagonist to shreds, allowing you to fully appreciate what true despair looks like. Let me show you just how ridiculous your so-called script is in the face of my power, King Frieza. Frieza bellowed, resolving to follow this man's script for the time being. He intended to annihilate the Saiyan monkey before him in the most brutal manner possible. He sought to make that self-righteous director witness the gradual shattering of his hopes. Aya! With a furious scream, Frieza's body began to undergo a dramatic transformation. His form swelled and elongated. The purple armor atop his head shattered, and two black horns sprouted from his temples, curving skyward. In mere seconds, his diminutive figure morphed into a towering giant over 2 meters tall, muscles rippling with power. An aura of malevolence, exponentially stronger than before, erupted forth. Boom! The very space within the energy barrier quaked violently under the weight of this presence. Frieza had entered his second form. His battle power had instantly surpassed 1 million. Chapter 30. Can he transform again? Within the barrier, Frieza's roar still echoed. His body was undergoing a tremendous metamorphosis, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. The originally diminutive form began to ascend at a visibly rapid pace, inflating with an ominous vigor. His back arched as muscles bulged forth, the hue of his skin darkening. Most terrifying of all was his head, as a smooth, purple exoskeleton split down the middle, and 2 obsidian horns violently pierced through flesh, barbarically reaching skyward. Within mere breaths, the elegant cosmic sovereign transformed into a towering behemoth, exceeding 2 meters in height, exuding an aura of brutal ferocity. Ahaha! Frieza flexed his newly thickened neck, emitting a deep, resonant laugh, reveling in the overwhelming power coursing through him. Several times stronger than before, a profound sense of fulfillment swelling within. Do you see it, Saiyan monkey? This is my true power. At that moment, Frieza's battle prowess surged past 1 million. A formidable pressure wreaked havoc within the confines of the barrier, the earth cracking inch by inch, while distant lakes erupted in tumultuous waves. Outside the barrier, Krillin and Gohan paled under this oppressive force, struggling to remain upright, as though a mountain bore down upon them. With a battle power exceeding 1 million, Vegeta gazed at the readings on his scouter. His voice parched and his pupils filled with terror. The power he had just gained seemed a mere jest in the face of this figure. Is this truly Frieza's strength? How can we possibly fight against this? Kakarot is doomed. However, as the only warrior capable of contending with Frieza, Goku's expression ignited with fierce determination. He inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening with unparalleled intensity. Kaioken 20 times. Boom! A more potent crimson aura erupted from Goku's being. His muscles swelled instantaneously, veins becoming vividly pronounced, and his skin reddened under the strain of this newfound strength, bulging with power. In that fleeting moment, Goku's battle power also skyrocketed to an alarming figure. Frieza! Goku bellowed, his foot striking the ground with a thunderous crack, propelling him like a crimson projectile towards the enormous monstrosity. Bring it on! Frieza sneered, swinging his greatly enlarged fist down upon Goku with ferocity. Bang! A muffled thud resonated. The fists of 2 titans, representing the pinnacle of power in this universe, collided with tremendous force. There was no energy leakage, no shockwave to disperse. All strength was manifested in the purest, most primal manner, crashing solidly against one another. A visible wave of white energy erupted at the point of their clash, rippling outward. The ground beneath them, spanning hundreds of meters, imploded under the force, transforming into a massive chasm. Interesting. A flicker of surprise flashed in Frieza's eyes. He had not anticipated that this monkey could withstand his punch head-on. He exerted his arm with ferocity, intent on crushing Goku beneath his might. Yet, Goku's combat skills surpassed his own expectations by a considerable margin. With a swift movement, he lowered his body, dissipating the force of Frieza's punch, and executed a sweeping kick aimed at Frieza's lower body. Frieza, displaying remarkable agility for his massive frame, leapt upward to evade Goku's strike. Simultaneously, his long tail, akin to a steel whip, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, striking fiercely at Goku's back. Without a backward glance, Goku reached out and, astonishingly, caught Frieza's tail with precision. What? Frieza's mind raced in shock. In the next moment, he felt an immense force emanating from his tail, as Goku lifted his colossal form and slammed him to the ground like a mere sandbag. The earth groaned under the impact, issuing a mournful cry of distress. "Well done, Goku! Go, Dad!" Outside the barrier, Krillin and Gohan shouted in unison at this spectacle. Even Vegeta's eyes were filled with astonishment. This lowly warrior, Kakarot, could contend with the power of Frieza in his transformed state? No, that couldn't be right. Vegeta quickly discerned the truth. Kakarot's strength was still inferior to Frieza's, yet through his exquisite combat techniques, he managed to subtly dominate the scene. "Do you understand now, Your Highness?" A languid voice drifted into Vegeta's ears. He turned sharply to find Lin Chen, who had somehow conjured a beach chair and a glass of juice, reclining leisurely as if enjoying an outdoor film. "Understand what?" Vegeta instinctively inquired. Lin Chen took a sip of his juice, gestured towards the battle within the barrier, and began his commentary. Frieza's first transformation did indeed amplify his power significantly. However, as you can see, his massive size affects his speed and agility to a certain extent. Observe his previous attacks. They were powerful but lacked finesse, appearing somewhat clumsy in the face of a fighter like Goku. Lin Chen paused and pointed at Goku. As for Goku, he is quite astute. Rather than engaging Frieza in a contest of raw strength, he exploits his smaller, more agile frame to continuously target Frieza's joints and lower body, seeking out weaknesses. This is the essence of combat technique. Strength is not everything. The key lies in how effectively one utilizes that strength. Lin Chen's words illuminated Vegeta's mind, which had been shrouded by pride and brute force. He had always believed that victory in battle was achieved by overpowering a weaker opponent. Yet, it seemed there was an entirely different realm to combat. He watched Goku, who adeptly countered Frieza's assaults with skill, and glanced at Lin Chen, who appeared to possess profound insight and control over the situation. For the first time, he felt like an apprentice. Within the barrier, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Damn monkey, flitting about like a fly. Frieza's ire was ignited by Goku's relentless combat style. With a thunderous roar, he abandoned the pursuit of a single decisive strike and unleashed a barrage of fists, transforming the air into a tempest of punches aimed at Goku. Amidst the impenetrable web of blows, Goku deftly evaded, navigating a perilous dance, yet his gaze remained unwaveringly calm. He was waiting for an opportunity, a chance to strike a decisive blow. At last, the moment arrived. After a forceful straight punch missed its target, Frieza exposed a minuscule opening. Now was the time. A glimmer of determination flashed in Goku's eyes as he abruptly retreated, creating a distance of over 100 meters in an instant. He clasped his hands at his waist, striking a familiar pose known to all, the Kamehameha. With a fierce shout, a blinding blue energy sphere rapidly coalesced and compressed between his palms. This was the Kamehameha unleashed in the state of 20 times the Kaioken. It represented Goku's most formidable attack to date. The very fabric of space within the barrier twisted violently due to the gathering energy. Futile. Frieza sneered at the radiant orb of light, crossing his arms defiantly before his chest, preparing to withstand the onslaught. Huh. Goku channeled the last vestige of his strength into this Kamehameha. A colossal blue energy beam erupted forth, carrying with it the cataclysmic force to obliterate all, instantly engulfing Frieza's massive form. Boom! The resounding explosion reverberated throughout the entirety of Namek. The powerful shockwave collided brutally with the golden barrier erected by Lin Chen, causing ripples to dance across its seemingly delicate surface. Outside the barrier, Krillin and Gohan were buffeted by the force of the shockwave, struggling to maintain their footing as they fixated on the epicenter of the battlefield shrouded in blue light, their hearts brimming with anticipation. Did it succeed? Krillin asked anxiously. It must have. That attack from Dad was incredible, Gohan exclaimed excitedly. Only Lin Chen remained leisurely reclined in his chair, swirling his juice and letting out a soft sigh. Ah, still too naive, he murmured. As his words faded, the cataclysmic blue radiance at the heart of the battlefield gradually dissipated. Amidst the swirling dust, a colossal figure slowly re-emerged, standing upright once more. It was Frieza. A slight tear marred his battle armor, and several charred marks adorned his body. Yet, that was the extent of his injuries. Goku's all-or-nothing strike had merely left him with superficial wounds. Ahaha, a commendable attack, Frieza remarked, brushing off the dust from his attire. A hint of approval mingling with a more pronounced, cruel smile. To express my admiration for your courage, I shall allow you to witness my next transformation. What? You could transform again. Goku's pupils constricted sharply, his body weakened by exhaustion, struggling merely to maintain the Kaioken. Outside the barrier, Krillin and Gohan's cheers faltered in their throats, their faces etched with despair. Vegeta felt as though he were plunged into an icy abyss, his entire being frozen with dread. It was over. Everything was over. In the midst of the collective despair, Frieza's body underwent a bizarre transformation once more. His recently swollen muscles began to shrink and tighten rapidly. His form diminished, yet his head elongated grotesquely like a stretched olive, becoming disproportionately large and extending backward. His mouth vanished, merging his nose and lips into an expressionless panel. Two enormous shoulder pads sprouted from his shoulders, and his back hunched ominously. In mere seconds, he transformed from a muscular giant into a more grotesque monstrosity. Frieza's third form. His aura surged with a qualitative leap once again. Thus, the second round commenced. Frieza's chilling voice echoed in Goku's ears. A warning bell rang in Goku's mind as he attempted to retreat. However, it was too late. Frieza's figure vanished without a trace from before him. The next moment, he appeared behind Goku, moving so swiftly that Goku could hardly react. Too slow. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Whoosh. Countless purple beams erupted from Frieza's fingertips, raining down. Death beams. Goku could not even muster the reflex to evade. His body was pierced by dozens of death beams in an instant. Blood stained his orange eye, transforming him into a figure of crimson. His body, like a marionette with severed strings, fell helplessly from the sky. Chapter 31. True Despair. Frieza's final form. With a scream, Son Goku plummeted from the heavens, crashing heavily into the earth and raising a cloud of dust. His orange GI lay in tatters, punctured by blood-stained holes from the death beams, nearly turning him into a blood-soaked wretch. Frieza's third form hovered in the air, expressionless, gazing down at the struggling figure in the pit. Daddy! Goku! Outside the barrier, Gohan and Krillin's voices trembled. Vegeta's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, his body trembling uncontrollably. It was over. Kakarot had lost. The man who could contend with Frieza's second form, using 20 times the Kaioken, had not withstood even a minute against this form of Frieza. Speed, power, and reflexes were utterly suppressed. This is nothing short of a one-sided massacre. The game must come to an end. Frieza's cold voice echoed across the battlefield. He gazed down at Goku, who was still attempting to rise from the pit, a flicker of weariness flashing in his eyes. He had grown tired of this. This cat-and-mouse game had ceased to provide him with any pleasure. It was time for these monkeys to witness true despair. To commend the courage that allowed me to adopt this form, Frieza slowly extended his arms. I shall make an exception this once, and let you behold it. A silent smile seemed to curl upon his lipless face. My true form, one I even find distasteful. As his words faded, Frieza's body began to transform once more. But this time, it was a contraction. His enormous head swiftly shrank inward, reverting to a smooth sphere. The massive shoulder armor retracted into his body, his hunched back straightened, and the withered muscles vanished. The contours of his entire form visibly became simpler and more fluid. Finally, his grotesque skin shed in patches, revealing a pure, smooth white beneath. In mere seconds, the horrifying monster had vanished. In its place stood a figure roughly the height of an ordinary person. His physique was well-proportioned and entirely white, save for a small amount of purple armor on his shoulders and atop his head, giving him a somewhat diminutive appearance. He was devoid of horns, bulging muscles, and sharp claws. He seemed to have returned to his most primal form, simple, pure, and perfect. Yet, this seemingly innocuous final form exuded an air of terrifying oppression. While the previous Frieza embodied outward malevolence, this malevolence had been highly condensed, coiled within his seemingly slender frame, creating a more subdued yet far more terrifying essence. Beyond the barrier, Krillin and Gohan were rendered incapable of thought. They simply stared blankly at the white figure, feeling as though their very souls were being frozen by its aura. The device in Vegeta's hand shrieked before shattering with a loud crack. Yet, he needed no such apparatus. The number was already etched in his mind. 60 million. A staggering 60 million in battle power. This figure exceeded Vegeta's comprehension. This was no longer mere strength. This was divinity, the god of creation, the god of destruction. Do you see it, Your Highness? Just as Vegeta teetered on the brink of mental collapse, Lin Chen's languid voice echoed in his ear once more. Vegeta stiffly turned his head to see Lin Chen still leisurely reclining on a beach chair. Even having poured himself a new glass of juice, a look of appreciation gracing his face. It was as if this terrifying entity before him was merely an art piece just completed. This is the true visage of the sovereign whom your Saiyan lineage has served for generations. Lin Chen's tone was unassuming, yet it bore an undeniable authority. Do you not feel as though your very existence no longer belongs to you? Do you not sense that even the right to breathe has been stripped away by the adversary? Excellent. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction, a smile gracing his countenance. Etch this fear, this sense of powerlessness, deep into your bones and infuse it into your very blood. Trust me, it shall become your most treasured possession for a lifetime. Vegeta trembled violently, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen's eyes, which seemed to see through all, and then glanced at the figure within the barrier. A tumult of humiliation, rage, and terror welled within him. Inside the barrier, Goku struggled to rise from the depths of the pit. He beheld the newly transformed Frieza, his expression growing grave. He could sense that the adversary's dimension was utterly distinct from his own. Yet he did not falter. Behind him stood his friends, his son, and this very planet. Goku unleashed a final roar, squeezing every last ounce of strength from within, enveloped once more by a crimson aura. 20-fold Kaioken. He became a streak of red light, exerting all his might as he hurled a punch towards Frieza. However, Frieza merely observed him calmly, not even making an attempt to dodge. Just as Goku's fist was about to collide with Frieza's face, Frieza slowly raised his left hand, extending a slender finger to gently touch Goku's fist. With a soft thud, Goku's forward momentum abruptly ceased. His fist, which had gathered all his strength, was effortlessly halted by that delicate white finger. Goku's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. He felt as though he were striking not a finger, but an immovable celestial body. Is this all you possess? Frieza's voice carried a hint of disappointment for the first time. In the next moment, he moved. No one could discern his motion. To Krillin and Gohan, Frieza's form merely flickered before appearing behind Goku. Meanwhile, Goku remained frozen in his striking stance. Puff! A jet of blood erupted from Goku's back. Frieza's hand, as if a knife, pierced through his body unbeknownst to him. Too slow. Frieza withdrew his hand, flicking away the blood with a hint of disdain. Too weak. He lifted his foot as if to kick aside an obstructive stone. Bang! With a dull thud, Goku's body was violently propelled away, tracing a parabolic arc through the air before crashing into a distant lake, creating a ripple upon the surface. Soon, the water was tinged with crimson. The essence of Wukong swiftly diminished in the perception of all, fading into near silence. Had he truly perished? Krillin and Gohan's minds were blank. Vegeta's body crumpled to the ground, his eyes clouded with despair. Lin Chen, observing the lake stained crimson with blood, finally sat upright from his reclined position. The smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a glimmer of intrigue in his gaze. The prologue has concluded. It is time for the protagonist to exit the stage. At that moment, Frieza slowly turned, not casting a single glance at the lake. As if merely swatting away a fly, his blood-red eyes pierced through the golden energy barrier, fixating on Lin Chen. A chilling smile creased his lips. Now we are undisturbed. Isn't it time for your ludicrous stage to shatter? Chapter 32. Frieza experienced the halo of the protagonist. The lake lay in utter silence. Frieza's icy voice reverberated across the battlefield. Now we are undisturbed. His blood-red gaze pierced through the golden barrier, fixated on Lin Chen, a smirk spreading across his face. Isn't it time for your ludicrous stage to shatter? Just as everyone believed Wukong had sunk to the lake's depths, and Lin Chen was poised to become Frieza's next target, the blood-stained lake suddenly erupted. Boom! A column of water soared skyward. Within the spray, a battered figure slowly ascended. It was Son Goku. His body was marred with grievous wounds, his orange martial arts uniform tattered into rags, his aura faint. Yet, in his black eyes, there was no hint of yielding. It is not over yet. Goku fixed his gaze on Frieza, fully aware that conventional attacks were futile. He had but one final move left, the only glimmer of hope. Ignoring Frieza, he soared towards the dim sky of Namek, slowly raising both hands high above his head. Spirit Bomb. Upon witnessing this posture, Frieza paused momentarily before bursting into mockery. Ah, even at this juncture, you still wish to employ such a circus-like maneuver? Gathering energy before me? How much do you underestimate me? Frieza the Great. Frieza's laughter ceased abruptly as he raised a finger, a purple radiance coalescing at its tip. However, just as he prepared to unleash the death beam to obliterate the Saiyan, a calm voice resonated directly within Frieza's mind. Do not be hasty, Frieza. Frieza's body stiffened. The mocking expression on his face vanished in an instant. This voice belonged to that black-haired fellow. He can communicate directly within my mind. The climax of this drama has only just begun. Before I declare the curtain to fall, do not disturb the protagonist's performance. Lin Chen's voice remained monotonous. Yet the implication was unmistakable. Frieza remained frozen in place, his head snapping towards the man reclining on the beach chair just beyond the barrier. The man did not even glance his way, engrossed in sipping his juice. Yet, Frieza felt a chill enveloping his entire being. This individual was not jesting. His aura was ostensibly non-existent, yet it felt infinitely more perilous than the energy sphere forming above him. What was his intention? Did he want me to witness this monkey's final struggle? Frieza's teeth ground together audibly. As the sovereign of the universe, his dignity urged him to strike immediately and crush these two insolent fools. However, an instinctive fear held his actions in a vice-like grip. Ultimately, Frieza slowly lowered the finger that radiated the essence of death. Very well. He glared fiercely at Goku in the sky, silently vowing to play along. I shall see what kind of spectacle this chosen protagonist can conjure. Outside the barrier, Krillin and Gohan were growing increasingly anxious. What was Goku doing? That was a spirit bomb, which required a significant amount of time to accumulate energy. Why was Frieza not attacking? He clearly had the opportunity. Even the fallen Vegeta watched this bizarre scene in bewilderment. What are you dawdling for? Lin Chen's languid voice broke the tension as he pointed to Goku in the sky. Addressing the three, don't you see he needs assistance? Channel your energy to him. With that, Lin Chen casually raised a hand. A pure white energy flowing from his palm into the sky. Krillin and Gohan instantly realized what to do and unhesitatingly raised their hands. Goku, here it comes. Dad, take our energy too. Two streams of energy merged with Goku's body. Vegeta stood frozen, his expression fluctuating. Lending my energy to Kakarot, a lowly warrior? On what grounds? As he battled internally, he sensed Lin Chen's gaze upon him. It was calm, neither urging nor threatening, reminiscent of a teacher observing a dim-witted student. Vegeta's cheeks flushed crimson. This gaze filled him with embarrassment. He suddenly recalled Lin Chen's earlier words. Engrave this fear deep within your bones. Ah, how infuriating. Vegeta let out a low growl. Yet reluctantly, he slowly raised a hand. A faint but equally pure energy flowed from his palm into the sky. Goku felt the energy from his friends invigorate him. But in the next moment, he was astounded. A torrent of vast energy surged from all directions, wildly converging between his hands. This energy was so pure, so immense. It felt as though it originated from the entire universe. Outside the barrier, a subtle smile graced Lin Chen's lips. He raised one hand, seemingly channeling energy, while the fingers of his other hand rhythmically tapped against the armrest of the beach chair. With each tap, the surface of the massive golden energy barrier rippled. The ripples spread out, traversing the void, connecting to several desolate planets beyond Namek. In that moment, the life force from those planets was forcibly extracted by a more potent power, transforming into invisible beams of light that traversed the cosmic sea and precisely infused the energy sphere above Goku's head. Lin Chen utilized his energy barrier as a long-range interstellar energy transmission relay station. A slight enhancement effect shouldn't be deemed as cheating. He mused as he sipped his juice leisurely. Above in the sky, the energy sphere began to expand at an unimaginable speed. It grew to the size of a basketball, then a house, and finally a mountain. Ultimately, it transformed into a colossal blue sun, eclipsing the sky. The three genuine suns of Namek appeared dim in comparison to the brilliance of the energy sphere. The entire world was suffused with an ashen hue from this surge of energy. Even Goku was momentarily stunned, feeling as though he was lifting an entire galaxy. What was happening? Why was there so much energy? Outside the barrier, Krillin and Gohan stood agape, their jaws nearly hitting the ground in utter disbelief. Is that the spirit bomb? Krillin trembled, realizing it was larger than a city. Vegeta had completely collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the blue sun above. Then glancing at the relaxed man beside him, feeling as though his worldview had been utterly shattered. Is this the man's power? This was no longer a battle. This was a miracle. As the sole target of the spirit bomb, Frieza's expression morphed through a myriad of emotions. All his composure, elegance, and cruelty vanished in an instant, replaced by a profound terror emanating from the depths of his soul. He could sense that the energy sphere contained an extraordinarily pure life force, completely antagonistic to his malevolent essence. It was his nemesis, No, this is impossible. Frisia's voice, tinged with fear, became shrill. His proud demeanor dissipated. This absolutely cannot be. How could a mere Saiyan monkey amass such immense energy? This is an illusion. It has to be an illusion. His body trembled uncontrollably. The cosmic Emperor Frisia, throughout his long and brutal existence, felt the genuine threat of death for the very first time. Goku clenched his teeth, every muscle in his body quaking under the weight of his power. Yet, as he gazed down at Frisia's twisted visage of fear, his resolve solidified. With determination, he slowly extended both hands forward. Frisia, these are the Namekians you have slain, the embodiment of the wrath from all the planets you have obliterated. Vanish from my sight. Chapter 33. The true performance begins. As Goku's furious roar echoed, the colossal blue energy sphere began its slow descent. Its pace was lengthened, allowing the beings below to perceive the life energy that formed the azure radiance above them. Yet, the pressure it exerted caused the very fabric of space to groan under the burden. Frisia, with the last vestiges of his strength, Goku exerted all his might to push the spirit bomb downward, his body unable to sustain itself any longer, and he plummeted helplessly from the heights. He had accomplished all that he could. Below, Frisia tilted his head back, for the first time displaying fear upon his visage. He gazed at the energy sphere descending upon him, feeling as though his very soul were being scorched. No, no. Driven by the instinct for survival, he let out a piercing scream, unleashing all 60 million of his combat power. A purple-black aura erupted from within him, forming a massive energy beam that forcefully met the descending spirit bomb. Disappear. Frisia's eyes turned crimson, veins bulged beneath his smooth white skin, and his form twisted from the strain of exerting such power. Boom! The blue spirit bomb collided with the purple-black beam. There was no explosion, only a dull roar. The two energies grappled in midair, halting the spirit bomb's descent. Has it been stopped? Outside the barrier, Krillin watched the stalemate in the sky, his voice trembling. That monster Frisia was actually holding back such a massive spirit bomb by himself. Vegeta's countenance turned pale, sensing that Frisia's energy had surpassed all comprehension. Such power was beyond what any being should possess. The stalemate lasted less than 10 seconds before the spirit bomb once again began its slow, unwavering descent. Frisia desperately squeezed every ounce of strength, his frantic roars echoing, yet he could not prevent the spirit bomb's arrival. This was the will of countless lives, rendering an individual's power insignificant in comparison. As Frisia's unwilling howls filled the air, the blue energy sphere overwhelmed the purple-black beam, engulfing his diminutive form. Thunderous rumblings echoed. The spirit bomb ultimately crashed into the surface of Namek. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Then a massive blue beam shot into the sky, tearing through the clouds and piercing into the depths of space. The entire Namek trembled violently, the ground undulating like waves, countless bottomless chasms spreading in all directions. Distant mountains crumbled in vast sections, lakes evaporated in an instant, and even the golden barrier laid by Lin Chen rippled violently. Krillin and Gohan were buffeted by the tremendous shockwave, tumbling helplessly, clinging desperately to a rock to avoid being swept away. Even Vegeta had to cross his arms in front of him to barely maintain his balance, his gaze fixed upon the apocalyptic scene shrouded in blue light. His eyes filled with astonishment. The explosion lasted an entire minute. As the brilliance faded and the smoke dissipated, the battlefield underwent a profound transformation. The plains and lakes had vanished, replaced by a colossal pit with a diameter exceeding 10 kilometers, its depths unfathomable. Rocks and soil continued to tumble from the edges of the abyss, producing a soft, rustling sound. Beyond that, the world lay in utter silence. Frisia's malevolent aura had completely dissipated. Disappeared? Krillin stared vacantly at the enormous pit, struggling to believe his own eyes. We did it! Gohan exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the air and shouting towards the bottom of the pit, Dad. You did it! You defeated Frisia. Goku triumphed. Frisia was vanquished. Krillin joined in the celebration, embracing Gohan with overwhelming emotion, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. It was over. This nightmare had finally come to an end. Vegeta slumped to the ground, gazing at the unfathomable pit, then glancing at the exhausted Kakarot in the distance, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. That lowly warrior had truly achieved the impossible. He had indeed defeated the cosmic tyrant Frisia, who had reigned over the universe and instilled terror in the hearts of the Saiyans. A tumultuous blend of jealousy, resentment, astonishment, and a hint of relief surged within him. Just as everyone basked in the euphoria of victory, a languid voice broke the silence. Don't celebrate too soon. Lin Chen, having risen from his beach chair at some point, sat with his arms crossed, calmly observing the abyss. His expression bore no joy, only a hint of amusement. The real show has only just begun. Krillin and Gohan's cheers abruptly ceased, their faces a canvas of confusion as they looked at Lin Chen, unable to comprehend his words. Mr. Lin Chen, what do you mean? Frieza has already been. Before Krillin could finish, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A charred, battered white hand emerged from the edge of the pit without warning. The hand clutched desperately at the rocky ledge. The smiles on everyone's faces froze instantly. Krillin and Gohan's eyes widened in horror, their color draining away, leaving only a profound fear etched upon their faces. A figure, tattered and seemingly clawing its way from the depths of hell, slowly ascended from the pit. It was Frieza. He was still alive. His once smooth white skin was marred by cracks, his body bearing the scars of energy burns, and one of his purple shoulder pads lay in ruins, presenting a pitiful sight. Yet he was alive. The fury in his eyes seemed capable of incinerating the entire planet. An aura more ferocious, more sinister, and brimming with boundless malice erupted from him. The freshly ignited hope was utterly shattered in that moment. Chapter 34. The Necessary Sacrifice. The smile on Krillin's face froze in place. He gazed at the white figure emerging from the immense pit, feeling a chilling wave wash over him. Gohan's cheers were caught in his throat, his tear-streaked smile fading to an ashen pallor. How could this be? How could he still be alive? That was the spirit bomb. Even Vegeta, who lay collapsed on the ground, suddenly stiffened, the flicker of light in his eyes extinguished once more. Saiyan Monkey. Frieza's voice lost its elegance, now a hoarse rasp filled with venom. His white skin was marred by cracks, his left arm twisted and evidently broken. With each breath he took, black blood seeped from the fissures in his skin. Yet within his crimson eyes, fury burned brighter than ever. The mighty cosmic emperor had been reduced to this state by a mere swarm of insects. Unforgivable. Frieza's gaze swept over the petrified Krillin and Gohan, finally settling on the prostrate Goku. I will kill you. Frieza wasted no words. His remaining right hand shot up, finger pointed menacingly at Goku. Whoosh. A vengeful beam of death tore through the air, aimed at the back of Goku's heart. Goku. A furious roar erupted. A green figure suddenly interposed itself before Goku. It was Piccolo. Splat. The beam effortlessly pierced Piccolo's chest, creating a gaping wound. Piccolo. Goku, struggling to lift his head from the ground, caught sight of Piccolo's towering form collapsing backward. Hee. Piccolo coughed up blood, yet managed to smile, finally letting me be cool for once. Before he could finish, he fell heavily to the ground, his breath fading in an instant. Uncle e Piccolo. Gohan let out a heart-wrenching scream, utterly breaking down. However, Frieza wore no expression of satisfaction. He didn't even spare a glance at the fallen Piccolo. To him, the Namekian was merely an appetizer before the main course. Frieza's gaze slowly shifted, landing on the little bald head that stood frozen in shock at the loss of his friend. Oha ho ho ho. A jagged, sinister laughter erupted from Frieza's throat. I recall, you were the one who seemed to be enjoying yourself the most just now, weren't you? Krillin trembled, a wave of dread surging from his feet to his head. He wished to flee, but his legs felt as if they were weighed down with lead, refusing to obey. In the next moment, an invisible force seized his body. His feet involuntarily lifted off the ground. Krillin, Uncle Krillin, Goku and Gohan simultaneously screamed in horror. Let me go. Krillin thrashed wildly in midair, flailing his arms and legs in a display both comical and desperate. Frieza savored the struggle, relishing the expressions on the faces of the two Saiyan monkeys below, a perverse pleasure flooding his heart. Father, please save Uncle Krillin, Gohan cried out, instinctively glancing beyond the barrier towards the one man capable of altering this grim reality. Mr. Lin Chen, I beg you, please save Uncle Krillin. Gohan dashed to the golden barrier, pounding against it with all his might, his small fists soon bloodied and bruised. I implore you. Yet, Lin Chen merely sat upright in his beach chair, his demeanor calm. He neither looked at Gohan nor at Krillin suspended in midair. His gaze settled coolly upon Son Goku, who trembled on the ground, consumed by rage and helplessness. Then, he uttered a chilling phrase that sent a shiver through all present. This is a necessary sacrifice. Lin Chen's voice was flat, almost devoid of emotion. It is also the qualification for Son Goku to become a legend. What? Gohan's cries abruptly ceased. He stared blankly at Lin Chen, utterly bewildered by the meaning of those words. Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply as comprehension dawned upon him. In that moment of collective shock at Lin Chen's statement, Frisia's piercing laughter shattered the silence. Oh ho ho, what a splendid drama this is. Let me conclude this scene of despair. Frisia's gaze returned to Krillin, a glint of cruelty flickering in his eyes. Farewell, little bald head. As the words left his lips, Frisia's enscathed right hand clenched into a fist with ferocity. In midair, Krillin's body suddenly stiffened, his terrified expression frozen. He opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to call out something. Goku! Boom! There was no scream, no gore display. Krillin's body swelled in a blinding flash of light, and then burst apart, leaving not even a speck of dust. He vanished from this world, as if he had never existed at all. In that moment, silence enveloped the world. The wind ceased to blow. The clouds hung motionless. Every breath was suspended. Son Goku, prostrate on the ground, slowly raised his head. His pupils had lost focus, staring blankly at the empty sky where Krillin had just been. That was a dear friend, one who had grown up alongside him. Though often timid, he had always been willing to stand up for him at critical moments. They had faced countless life-and-death situations together. Just moments ago, Krillin had been cheering for his victory. Was he really gone? There were no final words, no intact body. Just like that, before his eyes, the demon had effortlessly erased him. A hoarse syllable emerged from Goku's throat as his body began to tremble uncontrollably. With a crack, the rock beneath his feet shattered, unable to withstand the chaotic energy radiating from him. Dark clouds inexplicably gathered above, obscuring the three suns. Silver lightning danced through the clouds, accompanied by a deep rumble of thunder. An unprecedented and terrifying energy, infused with boundless sorrow and overwhelming rage, was awakening furiously within the Saiyan, who lay prostrate on the ground. Chapter 35. The legendary Super Saiyan. A low growl erupted from Son Goku's throat. Krillin. Boom! The dim sky of Namek was suddenly pierced by a thunderous clap. The already murky heavens were instantaneously engulfed in darkness. The wind howled, clouds amassed, and countless flashes of lightning surged through the thick layers of clouds, emitting a guttural roar, as if trembling in anticipation of the impending events. What? Frisia gazed at the unforeseen cosmic phenomenon and then at Goku, who knelt on the ground, trembling violently. For the first time, an ominous premonition stirred within him. The energy of that Saiyan monkey was escalating in a manner he could not comprehend. Goku slowly raised his head. His once black eyes now blazed crimson with fury. A single tear slipped from the corner of his eye, landing on the cracked earth, where it evaporated instantly. Countless memories flashed through his mind. The initial defiance upon meeting that little bald head on Master Roshi's island, carrying the turtle shell together while delivering milk. The fierce encounters at the World Martial Arts Tournament, witnessing the self-destruction of Kairatsu and the severing of Tien's arm, watching Yamcha and Piccolo fall before Vegeta's onslaught. And just moments ago, the terrified and reluctant face of Krillin vanishing in a blinding light. These fleeting images overwhelmed the last vestige of reason within him. Frisia! A roar erupted from Goku, resounding like thunder. This roar transcended human vocalization. It was the primal scream of a warrior race, buried deep within their souls. Boom! A golden aura erupted from Goku, soaring skyward. This energy was no longer the crimson hue of the Kaioken, but a dazzling gold. The golden beam tore through the cloud, piercing the heavens and earth of Namek. The ground quaked, mountains crumbled. Within 100 meters of Goku's feet, the earth sank several meters under the force of this energy wave. His black hair stood defiant against gravity, rising in defiance, transforming from dark to radiant gold in the span of a second. His eyes, stripped of their crimson hue, now gleamed a cold, emotionless emerald green. A powerful, ancient aura enveloped the entirety of Namek. Frisia stood transfixed, gazing at the figure emerging from the golden radiance, rising slowly to its feet. He could no longer sense the opponent's energy. No, it wasn't that he couldn't sense it. Rather, the energy had ascended to a transcendent dimension that was utterly beyond his comprehension. In this moment, the pride of the universe's emperor was shattered by an overwhelming fear that surged from the depths of his very being. He trembled uncontrollably, with a quivering voice. He uttered the most terrifying words of his life, Super Saiyan. Beyond the barrier, Gohan and Vegeta were equally astonished by the spectacle. Gohan felt a familiar yet unfamiliar energy, powerful enough to instill dread, rendering him momentarily speechless. Vegeta slumped to the ground, his eyes fixed on the golden figure, filled with shock and indignation. Golden hair. Could the legend truly be real? And the one who transformed into a Super Saiyan was none other than Kakarot, this lowly warrior? Why him? Why not me? I am the prince of the Saiyans. An endless tide of humiliation and resentment threatened to drive him to madness. Amidst this chaos, one figure remained composed. Lin Chen rose from his beach chair, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He gently clapped his hands. Just like that. His voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in the ears of Vegeta and Gohan. Anger and sorrow reached their zenith, followed by a tranquility that transcended all, transforming every emotion into formidable strength. Thus, a legend was born in that moment. Lin Chen's words jolted Vegeta and Gohan back to reality. They turned to him, their eyes filled with awe. So this was Mr. Lin Chen's intent? He tacitly allowed Krillin's demise to facilitate Goku's transformation. Within the barrier, Son Goku stood tall, quietly suspended in midair, golden flames of energy flickering around him like fire. He did not glance at anyone. Instead, he lowered his gaze slightly to observe his hands, now transformed into a golden hue, seemingly savoring the inexhaustible surge of newfound power. Moments later, Goku raised his head, his emerald eyes falling upon Gohan, not far off. The coldness in his gaze melted slightly upon seeing his son. Gohan. His voice was deeper than before, devoid of emotion, yet still clear. Take Piccolo and leave this planet immediately. Gohan stared at this unfamiliar version of his father, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Hurry. Goku's voice carried an undeniable command. This place will soon become hell. Gohan trembled all over. From his father's icy emerald gaze, he perceived an unmistakable resolve that brooked no dissent. Gritting his teeth, he hesitated no longer, rushing to Piccolo's side to hoist his towering form with great difficulty, then expending every ounce of strength to soar towards the cave where Bulma was hiding. Once he accomplished this, Son Goku slowly turned around. His cold, emerald eyes finally rested upon the rigid figure of the cosmic tyrant, Frieza. Goku's voice emerged softly, yet it struck Frieza's heart like a hammer. I am Son Goku, a Saiyan from Planet Blue. I am filled with rage due to Krillin's death. The golden aura surged once again, inflating with his words. I will never forgive you. Chapter 36. Is this the Super Saiyan? The battlefield lay in utter silence. Frieza remained in a defensive stance, eyes wide and mouth agape, unable to fathom the reality before him. This was a deception. It must be an illusion. How could this Saiyan monkey possess such formidable energy? No, it was impossible. Frieza screamed as the terrifying visions he had long feared materialized before him. Roaring, Frieza summoned every ounce of power within him, unleashing countless death beams towards the golden figure. Son Goku merely stood there, motionless, even refraining from raising a hand. He allowed the beams to strike him. Boom! 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 The explosive dust enveloped Goku. Was he dead? Frieza screamed, attacking with fervor until he gasped for breath, unable to unleash another beam. As the dust began to settle, the golden figure remained suspended in place, unchanged, his tattered orange GI unscathed. The golden aura shielded him from all assaults. Is this all you have? Goku spoke slowly, devoid of emotion. In the next instant, he vanished from sight. Frieza's pupils dilated sharply, instinct warning him of imminent danger. Behind him, without a moment's thought, Frieza spun around, delivering a fierce knife-hand strike with all his might. Yet, he struck nothing but air. A hand seized his wrist. It was Son Goku. Goku had appeared beside Frieza, grasping his wrist with a blank expression. Too slow, Goku remarked flatly. He tightened his grip on Frieza's wrist. The sound of bones shattering echoed through the air. Ah! Frieza cried out in agony as his wrist was crushed. Ignoring Frieza's screams, Goku seized his severed arm and forcefully swung it downward. Bang! Frieza's body was hurled into the earth, stirring a cloud of dust. Outside the barrier, Vegeta stood, utterly dumbfounded. He stood with his mouth agape, staring blankly at the unfolding spectacle within the barrier. It was a complete annihilation. The formidable cosmic tyrant, Frieza, who instilled no thoughts of resistance in him, was rendered utterly powerless before Kakarot. Do you understand now, Your Highness? Lin Chen's voice pierced through Vegeta's thoughts. Vegeta stiffly turned his head, finding Lin Chen casually sipping juice with his legs crossed, as if the battle before them was merely an after-dinner entertainment. Why is this happening? Vegeta's voice was hoarse, Even if Kakarot had transformed into a Super Saiyan, he should not possess such overwhelming strength. Strength? Lin Chen chuckled softly. At this juncture, you still measure power by combat strength? Lin Chen set down his juice, straightened his posture, and began to elucidate the battle unfolding before them. Observe closely, Vegeta. The Super Saiyan transformation is not merely an enhancement of combat strength. It is a transcendence of dimensions. Look at Frieza. Each of his attacks is meticulously calculated, assessing his opponent's energy to determine positioning and trajectory. He continues to fight with the logic of a powerful being. But what of Goku? A smile played on Lin Chen's lips. He has relinquished thought. His body instinctively surpasses conscious reasoning. Each evasion and strike is not conceived in his mind, but executed as the optimal solution by his physique. This is not merely combat, Lin Chen remarked, gazing at the golden figure with admiration. This is a dimensional suppression. In the face of legend, Frieza's strength and cunning become nothing but a jest. Lin Chen's words profoundly reshaped Vegeta's worldview. Transcendence of dimensions? Dimensional suppression? These phrases opened the gateway to a new realm for him. He gazed back at the arena, perceiving the battle anew. It resembled a deity toying with mortals. Within the barrier, Goku gradually extracted the severely weakened Frieza from a pit. He grasped Frieza by the throat, lifting him before his eyes. Frieza was drenched in blood, his pale skin marred by cracks and bruises. As he met Goku's cold, emerald gaze, regret washed over him for the first time. He should never have come to this planet, nor provoked these Saiyans, and certainly not have slain that little bald head, thus creating this monstrosity. I was wrong. Frieza strained to voice his plea for mercy, his last vestige of strength expended. Spare me, and I shall offer you all my planets. I am willing to serve you. Goku merely regarded him with an impassive expression, slowly shaking his head. I once thought that defeating you, the cosmic tyrant, would be exhilarating. There was a hint of disappointment in Goku's voice. But now, it seems you are far too weak. Weak enough that I lack even the interest to kill you. With that, Goku released his grip. Frieza's body crumpled to the ground. Goku turned away, the golden aura gradually dissipating, not casting another glance at Frieza. I do not wish to see you again. Before I change my mind, leave swiftly. You no longer deserve to perish at my hands. These words deeply pierced Frieza's heart. An affront. This was the utmost humiliation to him, the emperor of the universe. Frieza, reduced to being pitted by a mere monkey, even stripped of the privilege of being killed. A surge of fury erupted within Frieza's chest. He struggled to rise. His blood-red eyes filled only with resentment and madness. Damn you, monkey. Do not revel too much in your triumph. Frieza's body emitted cracking sounds as his injured, shriveled muscles began to swell once more. His physique became more robust, veins bulging across his frame. Allow me to demonstrate. Frieza's voice sharpened with rage. Behold my full power. The absolute strength of Frieza. Chapter 37. An insult. This was a direct affront to him, the emperor of the universe. Frieza, pitted by the monkey in his eyes, even deprived of the right to take a life. A wave of rage exploded from Frieza's chest. He struggled to rise from the ground, his blood-red eyes brimming with resentment and insanity. Damn you, monkey. Do not gloat too much. Frieza's body once again crackled, his previously shriveled muscles swelling madly at this moment. His physique grew even more imposing, veins intertwining across his body. Allow me to show you. Frieza's voice became piercing with fury, the full power of King Frieza. The golden Super Saiyan, Son Goku, merely hovered in the air, observing Frieza's final struggle. He neither intervened nor uttered a word, his jade-green eyes displaying only coldness. Boom! A tremendous aura erupted from within Frieza. 1 million, 5 million, 10 million. His combat power surged at an astonishing rate. 30 million, 60 million, 90 million. Finally, it stabilized at 120 million. The full power form. This was Frieza's ultimate trump card, a state achieved at the cost of his own vitality. Ha ha ha. Frieza gasped for breath, feeling the power within him rapidly depleting. This strength would not last long, but it is sufficient to crush this Saiyan before me. Frieza roared, the ground beneath him shattered. His massive form transforming into a white lightning bolt, rushing towards Goku at an astonishing speed. A heavy punch struck fiercely at Goku's face. Bang! Goku raised his arm, effortlessly blocking the blow. The force still propelled him backward several meters. Oh, for the first time, a hint of interest appeared on Goku's icy face. How intriguing. This is not over yet. Frieza's relentless assault was unceasing. Every punch, kick, elbow, and knee of his transformed into a weapon, launching a frenzied attack on Goku from all directions. In that moment, the two figures engaged in a fierce battle in the sky. Each collision of fists and feet erupted in white shockwaves, distorting the surrounding space. The aftermath of their clash radiated outward, flattening distant mountains and upheaving parched lake beds. The entirety of Namek trembled beneath their feet. Beyond the barrier, Vegeta stood in stunned disbelief. Frieza's combat power had astonishingly reached a staggering 120 million. As he gazed at the two figures, now mere flashes of light, his heart raced perilously close to stopping. He had assumed that once Kakarot transformed into a Super Saiyan, the battle was concluded. Little did he know that Frieza harbored such formidable strength. "Calm yourself," a languid voice echoed in his ear. Vegeta stiffly turned his head to see Lin Chen leisurely reclined on a beach chair, even producing a bucket of popcorn, thoroughly engrossed in the battle unfolding before him. "Mr. Lin Chen, this is Shu." Lin Chen gestured for silence, indicating the arena. "Watch closely and learn. Frieza's current form is indeed powerful, but observe how each attack saps his very life force. He resembles a dying star, radiating its final brilliance." As he popped a handful of popcorn into his mouth, Lin Chen continued, somewhat muffled. "He is trading his lifespan for power, lacking in endurance. Now look at Kakarot." His gaze fell upon the golden figure, an approving glint in his eyes. "His strength continues to ascend. He is adapting, learning, evolving. His fury transforms from wild chaos into calm and lethal precision. The outcome has long been decided." Lin Chen's words seemed to unlock a new realm of understanding for Vegeta. He no longer merely felt the two energies, but began to analyze and observe them. Indeed, as Lin Chen had indicated, after a few minutes into the battle, Frieza's movements began to exhibit a hint of sluggishness. Each breath became labored, beads of sweat forming on his brow. In stark contrast, Goku grew ever more resolute. He had fully acclimated to the power of the Super Saiyan. Every punch thrown and every dodge executed became increasingly precise. No longer merely on the defensive, he launched a counterattack. Bang, bang, bang. Goku's fists crashed repeatedly against Frieza. The tyrant's full power appeared utterly feeble in the face of Goku's rising strength. "No, this is impossible," Frieza gasped, blood spilling from his mouth as he retreated, unable to comprehend that his ultimate form, upon which he had wagered everything, was still being suppressed. What manner of beast was this Saiyan monkey? How could his strength continue to grow? "It is over, Frieza." Goku's figure appeared spectrally behind Frieza, his voice icy. With a swift strike of his hand, he delivered a powerful blow to the back of Frieza's neck. Thud! Frieza's body plummeted from skies, crashing deeply into the earth, leaving behind a human-shaped crater. He lay at the bottom of the pit, every bone in his body seemingly shattered. He had lost utterly and completely. His pride and dignity were trampled beneath the feet of that golden Saiyan. Yet, just as Goku believed everything had come to an end and prepared to turn away, a glimmer of madness and resentment flickered in Frieza's eyes at the bottom of the pit. Even in death, he struggled to muster the last remnants of his strength. Raising his hand toward the sky, a massive sphere of purple-black energy rapidly formed in his palm. "Even in death, I shall take this planet and all of you with me." Frieza unleashed his final roar. He hurled the energy sphere into the air, but its target was not Goku above, but rather the core of the planet itself. The energy sphere arced through the air, swiftly plunging toward the depths of Namek. "No!" Goku's expression changed, and without a moment's hesitation, he attempted to teleport to stop it. Yet, he was a moment too late. The sphere, imbued with the power to obliterate the planet, had already penetrated the surface. It was over. As despair settled in Goku's heart, he noticed Vegeta outside the barrier, his face ashen. Suddenly, an unexpected event transpired. The energy sphere, now embedded within the earth, seemed to collide with an invisible wall, halting abruptly. Then, amidst a ripple, the destructive sphere began to disintegrate inch by inch from its core, ultimately dissolving into energy particles. Frieza's frenzied expression froze. He stared blankly at the empty underground, his mind a void. Had his attack been thwarted? How could this be? At that moment, Lin Chen's languid voice, tinged with reproach, resonated throughout the battlefield. "I told you, no petty tricks on my stage. Why do you never heed my warnings?" Chapter 38. "I apologize, this path is blocked." Lin Chen's voice, seemingly casual, yet carrying a hint of admonition, echoed clearly in everyone's ears. Time appeared to freeze at that instant. The madness and resentment on Frisia's face solidified entirely. His blood-red eyes, bulging from exertion, fixated on the spot where the destructive energy sphere had vanished, his mind a blank slate. Where has my energy sphere gone? I wagered everything, condensing my final energies, enough to annihilate this planet and take everyone with me. Where'd it go? There was no explosion, no impact. Not a whisper escaped into the air. It simply vanished, as if conjured from thin air, like a soap bubble blown by a child. It burst in the sunlight and ceased to exist. Frisia's body trembled uncontrollably, not from rage nor from fear, but from a profound emotion he had never experienced before, bewilderment. He abruptly turned his head, his gaze traversing the golden figure suspended in mid-air, locking onto the man leisurely reclining on a beach chair beyond the barrier. Lin Chen. It was him. Surely, he was the one responsible. Frisia was no fool. He grasped the truth in an instant. Yet, how was it achieved? That energy sphere contained enough guided energy to detonate the core of a planet. Such power could not merely be countered. What sorcery had he employed? A chill deeper than death itself surged from Frisia's tailbone, racing up to the crown of his head. He suddenly realized that he had fundamentally misunderstood one crucial aspect. This man had set up the barrier and claimed to be watching a show, not out of arrogance or bluster, but because he was genuinely, merely observing. The life and death battle between himself and this Super Saiyan, a cataclysmic clash, was perhaps nothing more than an after-dinner entertainment in his eyes. He was not a participant, nor even a judge. He was the divine architect of all the rules governing this game. Gulp. Frisia struggled to swallow, a dry sound escaping his throat. His final hope, the script of mutual annihilation, had been effortlessly confiscated by this deity. Hope was utterly extinguished. Meanwhile, Son Goku emerged from his earlier panic, staring vacantly at the empty abyss below, then glancing back at the composed Lin Chen, whose cold, emerald-green eyes displayed a rare expression of confusion. In that fleeting moment, he had indeed sensed a surge of power. That power was faint and light, yet vast beyond imagination. It resembled an invisible net that enveloped the energy sphere in an instant, and then obliterated it. Yes, obliterated. It was neither a cancellation nor a redirection, but a complete erasure from existence itself. What kind of power was this? Goku was utterly bewildered. He felt that Mr. Lin Chen's strength resided in a realm beyond his own, beyond Frisia's, and even beyond the combined might of Piccolo and Vegeta. They were still fighting with fists and energy waves, while Mr. Lin Chen seemed to have already begun to battle, through some form of rules. Outside the barrier, Vegeta's complexion was more pallid than Frisia's, his entire form trembling, teeth chattering in fear. Did you see it? Krillin stammered, equally petrified. Vegeta remained silent, for he had witnessed it, more clearly than anyone else. In the fleeting moment before the energy sphere plunged into the ground, he perceived a barely discernible ripple in the fabric of space. It was as if that very space had been plucked away by Lin Chen. The energy sphere discarded along with it into the abyss. Is this what you refer to as dimensional suppression? Vegeta's voice was hoarse and dry, akin to the murmurs of a somnolent dreamer. He finally grasped the meaning behind Lin Chen's prior words. In the face of true legends, Frisia's might was but a jest. Yet, before a rule-maker like Lin Chen, the so-called Super Saiyan legend was merely another farce. Lin Chen did not deign to look at him. Instead, retrieving a bottle of juice from the nearby ice bucket, leisurely twisting it open and taking a sip. Do you comprehend now, Prince? He spoke coolly. The rules I establish are immutable. Those who dare to play tricks must be prepared to have their scripts confiscated. Frisia faced this fate, and so shall you. These words fell upon Vegeta like a cascade of icy water, extinguishing all his pride and ambition in that instant. Slumped on the ground, he gasped for breath, for the first time questioning the power he had relentlessly pursued. The once palpable tension of the battlefield dissipated entirely. Goku descended slowly from the air, his feet touching the cracked earth. He approached the now utterly despondent cosmic overlord. Frisia lay prostrate. Injuries marred his form, purple blood saturating the soil beneath him. As he gazed upon Goku's advancing figure, the malice and madness that once filled his eyes had vanished, leaving behind an ashen silence. He had lost completely. Not only had he been bested in strength, but even the right of a defeated foe to choose mutual destruction had been stripped away. Goku halted before him, the golden aura still blazing around him, his emerald eyes coldly surveying the adversary who had once plunged him and everyone into despair. Kill him. A voice roared within Goku's mind. This villain had annihilated planet Vegeta, claimed countless innocent lives, and had slain Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin. He deserved nothing less than utter obliteration. Goku's fist slowly clenched, golden energy coalescing within his palm. With a single blow, he could erase this cosmic tyrant from existence. Frieza sensed the ominous intent, closing his eyes in anticipation of death's arrival. Yet, the anticipated strike never descended. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes in confusion. Before him, he beheld Goku's fist, charged with terrifying energy, slowly loosening its grip. In those cold emerald eyes, a flicker of complex emotion passed. Anger, disgust, and a hint of disappointment that even Goku himself could not articulate. "Leave," Goku spoke, his voice still low, but the murderous intent had significantly waned. Frieza was taken aback. "What?" "I said leave." Goku gazed at the pitiful figure before him, and for reasons unknown, the flames of his fury gradually subsided. He had once believed that vanquishing this so-called strongest in the universe would be an exhilarating triumph. However, witnessing Frieza sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog rendered him utterly disenchanted. What meaning lay in extinguishing the life of one who could not even rise to his feet? That was not a battle. It was merely execution. "I do not wish to see you again." Goku's tone carried a hint of exhaustion. He extended a finger, releasing a gentle stream of energy that flowed into Frieza's body. This energy mended a portion of Frieza's wounds, restoring him at least to the ability to move. "This energy is sufficient for you to return to your ship." Having completed this act, Goku turned away, his golden aura gradually retracting, preparing to depart this place. He cast one last remark over his shoulder. "Reflect well. I hope to never see you again." With effort, Frieza propped himself up from the ground. He felt the Cyberman energy coursing within him, gazing at the Golden Warrior's retreating form. Humiliation. An unprecedented humiliation. He, the Cosmic Emperor Frieza, had been defeated by a creature he deemed a mere monkey. Not only had he been vanquished, but he had also been pitted by his adversary, who had bestowed upon him the energy to survive. This was 1,000 times more painful than death itself. Why? Why did this monkey possess the power to decide my fate? Why could he look upon me with the gaze of a deity, filled with compassion? Why? The smoldering embers of despair in Frieza's eyes ignited with an intense, inky hatred. He stared at Goku's silhouette, a grotesquely twisted smile spreading across his face. He gathered the energy Goku had given him, channeling it along with the last vestiges of his vitality into the tip of his right index finger. "DD. Saiyan Monkey, your laughable mercy is your greatest downfall." Chapter 39. In the vast cosmos, there is no need for your presence. "Perish, Saiyan Monkey. Your compassion is your most egregious flaw." Frieza's face contorted with malice, revealing a maniacal grin. He envisioned the golden silhouette being pierced by an energy blast, shattered into countless fragments, and heard the monkey's unwilling scream as it faced its demise. "How dare you feign sympathy? I, Frieza, even in death, shall drag you, this hypocritical wretch, into the depths of hell alongside me." Concentrating the last of his vengeful energy, he launched an energy blast towards Goku's back. However, just as the energy sphere was about to make contact with Goku's body, he hesitated momentarily. The weariness etched on his face vanished, replaced by an icy resolve. As the last vestige of warmth in his emerald eyes faded away, leaving only disappointment, he sensed that familiar, treacherous, evil energy coursing through the air. There was no need to turn around. It was a foolish act. A golden aura surged once more from his being as he prepared to confront this villain. Yet, a figure appeared even faster. This figure did not move, but rather emerged abruptly and seamlessly behind Frieza. It was Lin Chen. Without casting a glance at Frieza, he casually placed one hand in his pocket and waved the other dismissively at the energy blast hurtling towards Goku. With a soft pop, the energy blast disintegrated mid-air, dispersing into a myriad of luminous particles. The world fell silent once more. Frieza's manic grin froze in place. His arm, poised to attack, hovered in mid-air, trembling slightly. He dare not look back. A chilling terror seeped into every pore of his being, instantly freezing his blood and marrow. "I gave you a chance." Lin Chen's calm voice resonated behind him. "I set the stage for your battle. The script of mutual destruction has been torn asunder, and I even allowed that monkey to grant you a final opportunity to live without interference." Lin Chen's tone remained tranquil, as if he were discussing an unrelated matter. He slowly placed his hand upon Frieza's smooth, now sweat-drenched head. Frieza's body stiffened abruptly. He longed to flee, to scream, to struggle. Yet, he realized he was powerless. An invisible force bound him, rendering him immobile. What a pity, Lin Chen sighed softly, a hint of disappointment lacing his words. You have severed all paths for yourself. This performance has reached its conclusion. However, in the universe, Lin Chen's fingers pressed down slightly on Frisia's head. There is no need for you. The moment those words left his lips, Frisia's form began to emanate a gentle golden glow, starting from the head that Lin Chen had restrained. Gradually, that golden light began to spread. The very essence of his being, skin, muscle, and bone, silently disintegrated within the luminous radiance, transforming into countless sparkling particles. Frisia's blood-red eyes widened in shock. He could feel his body vanishing. He yearned to scream, yet discovered that his vocal cords had become mere specks of light. He attempted to struggle, only to realize that his limbs were also disintegrating into a flurry of particles. This was not death, it was obliteration. He was being utterly and completely erased from his universe. Along with his consciousness and memories, he was being stripped away, decomposed, and ultimately reduced to nothingness. In a mere 3 seconds, the emperor who once made the universe tremble, the harbinger of endless carnage, transformed into a cascade of golden light under Lin Chen's hand. A gentle breeze swept by, scattering the luminous droplets. In that place, only Lin Chen remained, as if Frisia had never existed at all. Ding! A crisp notification echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Hidden task, director of the battle with Frisia, has been completed. Task evaluation, beyond perfection. Congratulations, host, for flawlessly mastering all critical plot points of the Namek saga, guiding the birth of legends as the director, and personally erasing the final boss under the supreme rules. Achieving a 100 completion of the main storyline, 30 in additional plot exploration, and maintaining a prestige level of 200. Special rewards exceeding S rank are being distributed based on your overall performance. Lin Chen paid no heed to the voice in his mind. He simply clapped his hands gently, as if dusting off non-existent particles. Then, he turned to face Goku, who still retained his Super Saiyan form. A look of bewilderment etched across his face. Goku was utterly dumbfounded. What had just transpired? Where was Frisia? He distinctly felt Frisia's ambush and was prepared to retaliate. Then, Mr. Lin Chen appeared, patted Frisia's head, and then Frisia transformed into light and vanished? What kind of power was that? It was neither a ki blast nor a martial technique. It was a force he could not comprehend, one that eluded his very perception. It was as if an invisible hand had wiped him from existence. Mr. Lin Chen Goku's voice was somewhat hoarse, and for the first time, a sense of reverence flickered in his cold, emerald eyes. Meanwhile, beyond the distant barrier, Krillin and Gohan clung to each other, trembling in fear. Frisia he? Krillin stammered, unable to articulate a single word. Is he dead? Gohan interjected vacantly. Only Vegeta remained silent. He did not scream, nor did he tremble. He merely sat limply on the ground, his eyes vacant as he gazed at Lin Chen's figure, as if his very soul had been extracted. Defeated. No, it transcended the mere notion of victory or defeat. The legendary Super Saiyan state he had relentlessly pursued and yearned for paled in comparison before this man. It was a despair so profound that it extinguished any thought of chasing after it. Vegeta's pride was utterly shattered in that moment. Lin Chen surveyed the desolate battlefield. Along with the petrified Saiyans, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He dispelled the golden barrier and strolled leisurely towards Goku and Vegeta. The performance is over. His voice shattered the silence. It was time to fulfill his wish and return home. Chapter 40, The Perfect Wish. The performance is over. Lin Chen's voice disrupted the stillness, pulling everyone from the miraculous erasure back into reality. It was time to realize their desires and return home. Goku stared at him blankly, the golden aura gradually dissipating as he reverted to his black hair and eyes. A wave of intense fatigue washed over him, causing him to sway unsteadily, nearly toppling over. His mind was in disarray. Was Frisia truly gone? Not dead, nor defeated, but simply erased? He looked towards Lin Chen, opening his mouth to inquire, yet found himself at a loss for words. It surpassed all his comprehension of power. Meanwhile, Vegeta remained seated on the ground, his eyes still vacant. Going home, he mumbled, a smile more grotesque than tears tugging at his lips. Indeed, going home. This nightmare had finally come to an end. Yet, the lifelong ambition he harbored, to surpass Frisia and become the strongest in the universe, seemed utterly ludicrous and trivial after witnessing Kakarot's transformation and Lin Chen's divine prowess. His pride, his ambition, everything that defined him as the prince of the Saiyans had been crushed. The man named Lin Chen had cruelly imparted a lesson. Your endpoint is not even my starting point. Gohan, don't cry. Lin Chen approached Gohan, who was still softly weeping while clutching Piccolo's cold body, and gently patted his head. Prepare to witness a grand spectacle. With that, Lin Chen made no further movements, merely snapping his fingers. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 7 orange orbs of light swiftly descended from all directions of Namek. They disregarded the shattered earth and the parched seas, converging before Lin Chen in mere seconds, glowing gently as they hovered in the air. The 7 Dragon Balls of Namek had assembled. Gohan and Goku stood in stunned silence. They had previously exerted immense effort to gather the Dragon Balls, only to have them snatched away by Frieza. Now Mr. Lin Chen merely snaps his fingers and calls forth the dragon. Come forth, Shenron. Grant my wish. Lin Chen did not employ the Namekian language, but instead uttered the most commonplace universal tongue with a calm demeanor. In an instant, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted with dazzling brilliance, casting the sky into darkness as a colossal golden lightning bolt rent the heavens asunder. A roar, reminiscent of an ancient dragon's cry, resonated throughout the entire planet. Amidst the pitch-black sky, a massive figure, muscular and reminiscent of a demonic deity, slowly materialized, nearly obscuring half the heavens. Shenron Purunga, the immense physique and the blood-red eyes, which surveyed the beings on the ground, emanated an overwhelming presence. Who has summoned me? Purunga's authoritative voice echoed in the depths of every soul present. However, upon locking eyes with the calm Lin Chen standing before the Dragon Balls, the enormous form trembled slightly. Within those blood-red orbs, a flicker of human emotion surfaced. Speak your wish, summoner. Purunga's voice involuntarily adopted a tone of reverence. I can grant you 3 wishes. Lin Chen nodded and extended a finger. The first wish, to resurrect all the kind-hearted beings who were slain by Frieza and his minions on Namek. This wish left everyone momentarily speechless. Mr. Lin Chen's son, Gohan, whispered, "What about Uncle Krillin?" Lin Chen smiled, but remained silent. A flash of red light flickered in Purunga's eyes. This wish is quite simple. No sooner had he spoken than gentle beams of light illuminated every corner of Namek. Those Namekians who had been slaughtered by Frieza's forces felt their bodies reconstituted in the light, and they opened their eyes in confusion. Am I still alive? What has happened? In an instant, Namek transformed from a desolate silence into a vibrant realm of life. Lin Chen extended his second finger. The second wish, to resurrect Krillin and Piccolo, who were killed by Frieza in the temple on Earth. Goku and Gohan finally understood. Lin Chen had long since devised this plan. Purunga nodded again. This wish is also quite simple. Another flash of red light followed. On distant Earth, within the heavenly temple, Bulma and Master Roshi, anxiously awaiting news, suddenly witnessed 2 beams of light erupt within the chamber. As the light dissipated, Krillin and Piccolo appeared, unharmed. I'm Aliva? Krillin touched his bald head, bewildered. We have returned. This is wonderful. Bulma and the others erupted in cheers. Back on Namek. Lin Chen extended his third finger, voicing the final wish that left everyone astounded. The third wish, to transport Namek, along with all its inhabitants, to a bountiful and peaceful star system, one that shall forever remain hidden from the eyes of malevolent beings. Upon uttering this wish, not only did Goku and his companions stand in stunned silence, but even the recently resurrected Namekian elders, led by the Grand Elder, were taken aback. They gazed at Lin Chen in astonishment. They had anticipated that this formidable benefactor would seek eternal life or boundless wealth. Yet, to their surprise, his final precious wish was dedicated to the future of their entire race. Even the mighty voice of Purunga wavered slightly upon hearing this request. Is it possible? Lin Chen inquired. Indeed, it is absolutely possible. Purunga bellowed with all his might, as if to release his overwhelming excitement. Your benevolence and wisdom surpass my wildest imagination. Esteemed warrior. With that, Purunga's form erupted into the most radiant light, enveloping the entire Namek. The planet began to tremble violently. The earth, sky, and ocean all became somewhat ethereal within this brilliance. Thank you, great benefactor. The Grand Elder, accompanied by all the Namekians, bowed deeply in the direction of Lin Chen. With a smile, Lin Chen graciously accepted their gratitude. As the light dissipated, Purunga and the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into stones, cascading down from the heavens. Meanwhile, Namek had completely vanished from its original galaxy, embarking on a journey to a new, unknown sanctuary of peace. At that moment, a chime resonated in Lin Chen's mind, heralding the long-awaited notification. Congratulations, host. You have flawlessly completed the main storyline of Volume 1. The Namek Saga. Final evaluation, SSS grade, beyond perfection. As a director, you guided all critical plot points. As a mentor, you witnessed the birth of legends. As a deity, you judged the ultimate evil. And as a savior, you granted everyone the most exquisite conclusion, commencing the distribution of the ultimate reward for Volume 1. Congratulations, host, you have received the SSS grade unique reward. Heart of Creation. Heart of Creation, a core fragment of a universe's origin. With this heart, you can forge an independent dimensional space within yourself. The size, environment, and flow of time within this space can evolve in accordance with your will and power. You shall be the sole, supreme deity of this dimensional realm. A surge of warm and immense creative power instantaneously flowed into Lin Chen's limbs and bones, ultimately coalescing within the depths of his soul into a pulsating, golden heart, seemingly containing the essence of the entire cosmos. Lin Chen closed his eyes, and he could perceive a hazy, infinitely extending space brimming with boundless possibilities within his being. Is this my world? A smile crept upon Lin Chen's lips. Mr. Lin Chen? As Wukong gazed curiously at Lin Chen, who suddenly closed his eyes with a smile, he called out softly. Lin Chen opened his eyes, the mirth in them deepening. He observed the weary expression on Wukong's face and the somewhat incapacitated yet rekindled fiery gaze of Vegeta. With a gentle motion, he raised his hand and drew a line through the void. A stable portal, radiating a soft white light, materialized before the three of them. On the other side lay the familiar, lush forests of Earth. Let us return to Earth, Lin Chen declared, stepping into the portal first. The tale of Namek had concluded, yet our journey was merely beginning. In West City, at the Capsule Corporation, a grand celebration was underway. Everyone rejoiced in the hero's return and the miraculous resurrection of their companions. However, amidst the fervent festivities, a jarring sound tore through the air from the sky above, startling everyone to look up. A sleek yet slightly worn single-person spacecraft wobbled as it descended onto the lawn. The hatch opened, revealing a resolute and sorrowful young man with purple hair, clad in a Capsule Corporation jacket and wielding a long sword. As he beheld the scene of peace and joy before him, a fleeting look of bewilderment crossed his face. His gaze then pierced through the crowd, locking onto a black-haired man who was laughing and conversing with Krillin while holding a plate. Mr. Sun Wukong? The boy's voice trembled, laced with a final flicker of hope. Chapter 41. Triumph and Resentment on Blue Star in West City. At the Capsule Corporation, three figures materialized on the familiar lawn, the air slightly distorting around them. It was none other than Lin Chen, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta. We're back, Wukong exclaimed, taking in the familiar scenery and the gentle atmosphere of Blue Star, a cheer escaping his lips. In the next moment, the villa's door was flung open. Bulma, Kiki, Master Roshi, and the briefs rushed out in unison. Wukong, Gohan. Chi-Chi's scream pierced through the air as she spotted her son, who had been brought back by Lin Chen, and dashed towards him like a gust of wind, enveloping her son in her embrace. You disobedient child. You scared your mother to death. Chi-Chi Gai, Pouding Guan Xiao Buckhin Li. Though her strength was lacking. Mom, I'm fine. Gohan gasped for breath, yet a blissful smile illuminated his face. Wonderful. You all have returned, Bulma exclaimed, her eyes glistening with tears of joy as she beheld the unharmed group. Soon after, an extravagantly grand celebration erupted upon the Capsule Corporation's lawn. An array of delectable dishes formed small mountains, while champagne and juices flowed like rivers. Piccolo and Krillin, having been resurrected at the sacred land, also joined in, filling the lawn with laughter and merriment. Undoubtedly, Lin Chen had become the undeniable focal point of the party. Mr. Lin Chen, I heard from Dandy that you actually transported the entire Namek star using a wish. Bulma exclaimed, her face a picture of incredulity. It was merely a trivial matter, Lin Chen replied, reclining in a lounge chair, sipping juice, exuding an air of nonchalance. And what about Frieza? Was he truly defeated by Goku? Master Roshi inquired. His curiosity piqued. More or less, Lin Chen chuckled softly. He had no interest in elucidating the details of how he had obliterated Frieza from the very fabric of existence. Such revelations would be far too astonishing. Better to allow Goku to maintain his status as the hero. Wow, Goku, you really have transformed into a Super Saiyan. That's so cool, Krillin exclaimed, starry-eyed as he circled around Goku. At that moment, the legendary hero, Son Goku, was completely engrossed in a feast. with a whole roasted lamb in his left hand and a platter of sushi in his right, his mouth stuffed with cake as he mumbled, "Delicious. So good. The food from Blue Star is the best." Observing his gluttonous demeanor, one could hardly believe that just hours earlier he had been the legendary warrior, striking fear across the universe and vanquishing Frisia. Chi-Chi, relieved to see her son return safely, ceased her nagging about studies. Instead, she busily served food into Gohan's bowl, a maternal smile gracing her face. Piccolo stood coolly with his arms crossed, observing Gohan, a rare softness gracing his usually green visage. The entire party was imbued with joy from survival and the warmth of reunion, smiles lighting the faces of all present, except for one. Vegeta stood alone in the shadowy corner of the party, most of his figure enveloped in darkness. He held a glass of red wine, untouched. His gaze was as cold as a blade, sweeping across every individual at the gathering. He observed that lowly warrior, Kakarot, gorging himself without any semblance of dignity, surrounded by a throng of Earth's weaklings, grinning like a fool. Yet this very fool had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, personally bringing an end to his lifelong nightmare, Frisia. His eyes then fell upon Lin Chen at the center of the crowd. That man had hardly lifted a finger. He simply sat there, sipping juice, while orchestrating the entire war, summoning the dragon, resurrecting the dead, relocating planets, and ultimately employing divine means to completely eradicate Frisia. Everyone regarded him as a savior, and Bulma looked at him with eyes brimming with admiration and reverence. Why? Why did all the glory belong to them? Why was it that he, the noble prince of the Saiyans, had been reduced to a mere spectator, unworthy even of applause? The legendary Super Saiyan. The downfall of Frisia. None of it had anything to do with him, Vegeta. He resembled a jester, exerting every ounce of his strength to perform upon the stage of planet Namek, only to ultimately discover that he lacked even the merit to ascend it. Kakarot's prowess was a crushing dominance on the battlefield, inciting envy and resentment within him. In contrast, Lin Chen's might was a dimensional assault, an absolute despair so profound that it extinguished any flicker of jealousy or ambition to chase. This sensation was more agonizing than death itself. Creak! The goblet in Vegeta's hand emitted a mournful groan under the strain, fine cracks spreading from where his fingers gripped it. He gazed at the center of the gathering, where Lin Chen was surrounded by laughter and camaraderie, then shifted his gaze to Kakarot, who was still grappling with his meal. A profound sense of humiliation and rage surged within him, like molten lava, searing his pride, now utterly shattered. He slammed the goblet onto the nearby table, producing a muffled thud. The crisp sound, though scarcely audible amidst the uproar of the party, served as a signal. Vegeta turned away without uttering a word, striding directly towards the rear of the villa. He exchanged no greetings and did not glance back. His solitary figure stood in stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere behind him, creating a striking tableau imbued with melancholy and determination. He was resolute in his quest for strength, by his own means and at any cost. He would pursue and even surpass that damned Kakarot. As for Lin Chen, Vegeta's fists clenched tightly at his sides, nails digging into his palms. He was uncertain if he could ever catch up to that monster, but he recognized that to lack even the courage to attempt would condemn him to an irreversible farce. His goal was crystal clear: the Capsule Corporation's pride, the gravity training room capable of simulating any planetary gravity. Vegeta's silhouette swiftly vanished into the shadows of the corner. The party continued unabated, yet one person noticed his departure, Bulma. She held a glass of orange juice while discussing something with her father, but her peripheral vision remained fixated on the solitary Saiyan prince. She observed the discontent in his eyes, the tension in his clenched fists, and the resolute departure of his figure. For reasons unknown, witnessing that lonely silhouette stirred an inexplicable emotion within Bulma. This man, proud to his core, had endured the destruction of his homeland, the trampling of his dignity, the overshadowing of his ambitions by his kin, and even glimpsed the powers of deities. His emotions must be intricate indeed. Bulma's gaze flitted between Lin Chen and Goku before returning to the direction Vegeta had vanished. She picked up a brand new, unopened beverage from the table, hesitating for a moment. Ultimately, she seemed to have made a resolute decision, offering her father a brief smile before turning and following the path ahead. Beneath the night sky, two individuals, hailing from disparate worlds and possessing contrasting temperaments, ventured forth, one leading and the other following, toward a realm steeped in steel and sweat. Chapter 42. The show concludes. A new performer takes the stage. The party raged on until the depths of the night, finally drawing to a close. After bidding farewell to the last batch of inebriated guests, the villa belonging to the Capsule Corporation finally settled into tranquility. Wukong, having already feasted to his heart's content, was dragged home by Chi-Chi. Meanwhile, Vegeta silently retreated into the gravity chamber, ignoring Bulma's persistent knocking. Lin Chen smiled and bid goodnight to the others before returning to his room alone. Upon closing the door, the courteous smile on Lin Chen's face vanished instantly. He lay down on the bed, eager to delve into the insights gained from this journey to Namek. System. Open the reward interface. Ding. A blue luminescent screen, visible solely to Lin Chen, unfolded before his eyes. At the top of the screen, a golden treasure chest icon spun and hovered gracefully. Congratulations, host. You have completed the main storyline of Volume 1, the Namek Saga. Final evaluation. SSS level, beyond perfection. You played a pivotal role in the keen narrative, witnessing the birth of legends, delivering judgment upon ultimate evil, and bestowing the most exquisite conclusion upon all. Final rewards are being issued to you. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the SSS level unique reward, the Heart of Creation. Lin Chen's gaze fixated on the line of golden text, the Heart of Creation. Merely seeing those words sent a tremor of excitement through him. With a thought, Lin Chen opened the detailed description of the reward. Item name, the Heart of Creation. Rank, SSS level, unique. Source, one of the core fragments of the universe's origin, embodying the laws of creation from nothingness to existence. Ability 1, World in Hand. The host can establish an independent dimensional space within their body. This space initially spans a diameter of 100 kilometers with its size, environment, and physical laws capable of evolving in accordance with the host's will and energy. Ability 2, Master Time. As the bearer of the Heart of Creation, the host can freely adjust the flow of time within the internal space. Currently, the maximum adjustment ratio is 1001 to 1. In other words, while a day passes outside, 100 days elapse within. Ability 3, Divine Creation. Within the space of the Heart of Creation, the host can conjure non-living entities through their imagination and energy. The stability and complexity of the creations depend on the host's energy level and comprehension of the laws. Note, you are the sole creator god of this world. Lin Chen had encountered many remarkable things, yet upon reading this description, he was still astounded. A personal world, acceleration of time, creation out of thin air. Each of these three abilities alone could alter one's destiny. Now, astonishingly, all three were his to command. What an incredible windfall! Lin Chen beamed with delight. After much toil, transforming into a director, a caretaker, and even making a cameo as a deity, the efforts of the Mexing had finally borne fruit. With this creation, he felt assured that not only could he handle the artificial beings of 3 years hence, but even if the god of destruction, Beerus, were to arrive tomorrow, Lin Chen could confidently prepare a grand surprise in his own garden. He needed to delve deeper. Closing his eyes, he gently directed a fragment of his consciousness into the depths of his being. At the core of his soul, he beheld a golden heart pulsating with radiant brilliance. This was the Heart of Creation. Without hesitation, he willed his entire consciousness to transform into a stream of light, plunging into the golden heart. A wondrous wave of dizziness enveloped him, and when it subsided, Lin Chen found himself in a new realm. It was a chaotic void, devoid of direction and time. His consciousness floated within this emptiness. Was this the primordial space? Indeed, it appeared remarkably pristine. Lin Chen chuckled softly to himself. If so, let the renovation commence. He formed his first thought. Light must exist. Boom! Instantly, the chaotic space was filled with brilliance. Darkness retreated, and the entire world came into sharp focus. Within this radiance, Lin Chen's consciousness coalesced into his own form. He gazed down at his hands, and then at the void beneath his feet. A solid foundation was necessary. With another thought, the void beneath him began to churn and coalesce. Countless particles materialized from thin air, combining and compressing until they birthed a vast expanse of black earth, fragrant with the essence of soil. This land spread rapidly from Lin Chen's point of contact, quickly reaching a diameter of 100 kilometers. Feeling the solid ground beneath him, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. A barren landscape lacked charm. It required greenery. Tender shoots erupted from the dark soil, growing swiftly until they transformed into an endless prairie. However, the verdant grass appeared too monotonous. In the distance, the earth swelled, and mountain ranges soared skyward, piercing the clouds. Waterfalls cascaded from the peaks, merging into streams that meandered into the horizon. A sea was also necessary. With a thunderous roar, the land at the edge of the prairie suddenly sank, forming a colossal basin. Water surged forth from the void, filling the basin within minutes and forming a vast azure ocean. The sea breeze wafted through the air, carrying a salty tang, while waves danced and crashed upon the shore. Thus the sky, earth, prairie, mountains, and ocean materialized, crafted from mere thoughts, giving rise to a vibrant world from nothingness. Yet it still lacked a sun and moon. Lin Chen gazed upward at the heavens. He extended his hand and gently pointed towards the east as a golden sun began to rise, casting warm rays of light upon this newly birthed realm. He gestured towards the western horizon, where a silvery moon hung serenely, adorned by countless twinkling stars. The sun and moon shone in unison, while the galaxies sparkled brilliantly. Lin Chen had even established the laws of celestial movement, dictating the eastward rise and westward set of the heavenly bodies. After completing this masterpiece, he surveyed his creation with a contented smile. Indeed, it was nearly perfect. All that remained was to construct a dwelling for himself. His gaze settled upon the highest peak of the mountain range. With a mere thought, numerous white jade stones and golden crystals erupted from the mountainside, swirling through the air and beginning to assemble. In no time, an eastern palace, floating above the sea of clouds, took shape. The palace was enveloped in mist, accompanied by the harmonious calls of cranes, with rainbows connecting it to the mountains below. Lin Chen stepped forward, and in an instant, his figure appeared upon the warm jade throne at the heart of the palace. Leaning back on the throne, he crossed his legs and gazed down upon this world that wholly belonged to him. There would now be a place for training, vacationing, and solitary confinement. With a time flow rate 100 times faster, while a day passed outside, over 3 months would transpire within. Ample time to mold Wukong and Vegeta into the forms he desired. Just as Lin Chen contemplated the future, his brow arched slightly. His mind sensed a faint temporal fluctuation rapidly approaching Earth from the outer reaches of Blue Star. This disturbance did not belong to this era. Rising from his throne, Lin Chen's gaze pierced the void, reaching deep into the cosmos. A smirk graced his lips. Oh, the performance has barely concluded, and new actors are eager to take the stage? Chapter 43, A Wrong World? Friesia's arrival. In the outskirts of West City, amidst a desolate wilderness seldom trodden by human feet, the air ought to have been tranquil, disturbed only by the sound of the wind brushing through the grass. Yet, at this moment, that tranquility was brutally shattered. With a sudden crack, the sky was torn apart by an invisible force, creating a pitch-black rift. Within this chasm, flickers of lightning danced, and chaotic temporal currents rampaged wildly. Following this, a futuristic single-person aircraft emerged from the rift. Its body was marred with scratches and charred marks, trailing smoke as it plummeted towards the ground. Boom! The craft gouged a 100-meter-long trench into the earth, finally coming to rest upon a small hillside, emitting thick, black smoke and blaring a piercing alarm. On its fuselage, a single word was hastily painted in white, half obscured by soot, yet still discernible: hope. The alarm blared for several seconds before abruptly ceasing, as if its energy had been entirely expended. Once more, the surroundings fell into profound silence. Creak! A harsh sound of metal scraping echoed as the severely deformed circular hatch was slowly pushed open by an unseen force from within. A figure emerged from the billowing smoke. Before him stood a youth who appeared to be no older than 17 or 18, with a striking crop of violet hair, and clad in a jacket emblazoned with the emblem of a capsule corporation. A long sword, wrapped in bandages, was slung across his back. His face retained a hint of youthful innocence, yet his gaze bore an extraordinary resolve, imbued with a weariness and depth that belied his tender years. This was Trunks. He set foot upon this unfamiliar terrain, his feet sinking into the soft earth, his body slightly swaying from prolonged temporal travel, inhaling the crisp air of this blue planet, devoid of any acrid smoke or the stench of blood. He felt a fleeting sense of disorientation and discomfort wash over his typically vigilant eyes. Peace. Such a sensation felt exceedingly luxurious and distant to him. Shaking his head, he compelled himself to reclaim his focus. The task at hand remained unfinished, and this was no time for relaxation. Trunks closed his eyes, gradually releasing his energy to begin perceiving the world around him. He needed to locate Mr. Goku at once to inform him of the impending future and implore him to avert the catastrophic disaster that awaited. Soon, a slight arch appeared in his brow. He had found it. A A powerful aura emanated from the far eastern horizon, warm and serene. This essence, he had only felt through the remnants of his mother's preserved records. It was Mr. Goku. He was truly alive. A hint of a smile finally graced Trunks' previously taut visage. Wonderful, the first step was successful. As long as Mr. Goku remained, and could prevent the emergence of the androids, that grim future could surely be altered. Suppressing his exhilaration, he continued to keenly sense his surroundings. For he needed to gather more intelligence about this era. Suddenly, Trunks' smile froze in place. He detected another aura. It was faint, like the lingering remnants of something that had just dissipated, yet it harbored an unmistakable chill, a malevolent essence of brutality and destruction that he would never forget. Frieza! How could this be? Trunks' pupils dilated in shock. Was Frieza supposed to have been slain by the Super Saiyan Goku on that distant planet Namek? Why then did his aura manifest on this blue planet? Had history been altered? No, that couldn't be right. Trunks forced himself to regain composure and focus more intently. He discerned that Frieza's presence seemed to have been eradicated. Yes, eradicated. It had been thoroughly obliterated by superior force, wiped clean from the fabric of existence itself, distinct from mere natural dissipation or concealment. What was happening? Trunks' thoughts spiraled into chaos. His sensing continued to expand, and then his expression shifted from confusion to astonishment, ultimately settling into bewilderment. He had perceived several familiar auras. A presence emanated with a steadiness akin to a mountain, imbued with a botanical freshness. Could it be Piccolo? Impossible. Wasn't Piccolo slain by the hands of the Saiyan Nappa before the events on Namek, in a bid to protect Gohan? Another aura, though not as potent, radiated vibrancy and cleverness. Was that Krillin? Hadn't he fallen victim to Frieza's merciless hand on Namek? That incident was the very catalyst for Mr. Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan. And what of Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu? One by one, their names existed solely in tombstones and within the tales told by his mother. Yet, at this moment, their essences thrived vibrantly in every corner of this world. Moreover, Trunks sensed another formidable and proud energy. This energy was rife with fury and defiance. Undeniably belonging to a Saiyan, his own father, Vegeta. He was still alive. Trunks stood frozen in place, gazing at the lush wilderness before him, overwhelmed by the presence of those who should not exist. His mind was utterly incapacitated. What on earth was happening? Why were all those who should have perished thriving? Son Goku was here. Frieza's presence had also manifested, but was subsequently eradicated. Piccolo, Krillin, his father, all the Z fighters, everyone was alive. This contradicted the history he had learned from his mother completely. Was this truly the past of 20 years ago? Or had he mistakenly traversed time and space to an uncharted parallel universe? A realm where everyone was safe and sound? Countless questions surged through Trunks' mind, further complicating his already burdened heart. Should he rejoice or be engulfed in confusion? If everyone was still alive, did that imply that the hellish future brought about by the androids would never come to pass? What, then, was the purpose of his journey through time? Just as Trunks was engulfed in shock and self-doubt, a familiar and sinister aura, capable of sending shivers through his very soul, descended from the azure sky above without warning. This energy was suffused with icy resentment and utter disdain for life. It was Frieza. Suddenly, Trunks looked up, his complexion paling instantly. He could sense that two energies were manifesting in the sky. One was the Frieza he knew all too well, yet it seemed even stronger, colder, and infused with a mechanical essence. The other presence was even more immense, unfathomable in its depth. These two malevolent energies, akin to colossal dark meteors, tore through the atmosphere with alarming velocity, hurtling directly toward his location. No way. Trunks' voice trembled with shock. He finally comprehended the reason behind his earlier sensation of Frieza's presence. It was not merely an echo, but rather an ominous portent. How infuriating! Trunks' countenance darkened in an instant, his previously bewildered eyes now ablaze with resolution and fury. He could no longer ponder the bizarre nature of this world. The most terrifying crisis had descended upon him. Frieza had not only survived, but had arrived on Blue Star accompanied by an ally whose strength surpassed his own. Had he indeed arrived just in time? Trunks clenched his jaw, his right hand gripping the hilt of the sword at his back with fervor. It seemed that even this seemingly tranquil world could not escape the clutches of this fated confrontation. He was unaware of the whereabouts of Mr. Son Goku in this world. All he knew was that he must remain here to sever the impending calamity. This was his duty as the last Saiyan warrior and as a savior burdened with the hopes of an entire future. Chapter 44. Bewildered, this script is all wrong? Above the desolate wilderness on the outskirts of West City, the clouds were slowly torn asunder. A menacing, circular metal spacecraft descended, casting a colossal shadow upon the ground and instilling a profound sense of dread. Boom! The ship landed, stirring a cloud of dust into the air. Immediately, several formidable auras surged from all directions. What a malevolent presence! Krillin's face turned pale, his entire body trembling. There were two sources. Piccolo's expression grew grave, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. One aura was unmistakably Frisia's, while the other was likely even more powerful. Son Goku, Vegeta, Gohan. And the others soon gathered in the wilderness, their gazes fixated on the slowly opening hatch of the spacecraft. Trunks, hiding behind a massive rock, stood frozen in disbelief. Son Goku was alive. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, Uncle Yamcha, they were all alive. Even his father, Vegeta, the man who was supposed to have perished in history, was now defiantly hovering in midair. Those who should have perished were alive, and the tragedy of Namek seemed to have transformed into a comedy. What on earth had transpired in this world? Trunks' mind was a blank, utterly unable to fathom the unfolding events. Was this truly the past he had come to? As Trunks grappled with self-doubt, the hatch of the spacecraft finally swung open completely. Clomp, clomp, clomp. Accompanied by heavy footsteps, two figures emerged from the darkened cabin. Leading the way was Frisia, half of his body transformed into machinery, his eyes filled with malice. Following him was a towering man, adorned with horns and exuding an ominous aura. Frisia's father, King Cold. We have finally arrived at this filthy blue planet. The mechanical Frisia gazed at the distant Z warriors, a cruel smile spreading across his face. My dear father, do you see that fellow with the black spiky hair? He is the one who defeated my Saiyan, Son Goku. King Cold, with his hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the crowd with disdain, sneering, "Oh, is this the caliber of opponents I must face? Frisia, you truly bring me shame." Father, Frisia's tone grew urgent. Do not underestimate him. He can transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan? King Cold scoffed, a derisive snort escaping him. And what of it? Before me, the so-called legend is but a jest. As he spoke, his gaze fixed upon Son Goku. An overwhelming aura erupted, suffocating in its intensity. Are you ready to face judgment, inferior Saiyan monkeys? I shall reduce you and this planet to cosmic dust. King Cold's maniacal laughter echoed across the desolate landscape. Behind the rocks, Trunks' expression darkened. There was no time for contemplation. He glanced at the arrogant Frisia and his father, then at Son Goku and the others in the distance, clenching his fists. No, I cannot allow Mr. Goku to intervene. If history repeats itself, everything will be lost. Since I am here, I shall sever this despair. With that thought, Trunks gripped the hilt of the sword at his back, a golden aura surging around him. He intended to transform and eliminate Frisia and his father before anyone else had the chance, fulfilling his duty as a savior. However, just as his muscles tensed and he prepared to charge forward, a hand gently pressed upon his shoulder. The hand bore no weight, as light as a feather. Yet, in that moment of contact, Trunks' body went rigid. The energy he was about to unleash was forcefully suppressed, vanishing in an instant. Trunks' pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. He stiffly turned his head inch by inch, only to find a man clad in casual attire with black hair and eyes standing behind him, a playful smile gracing his lips. Trunks' mind buzzed, blank with confusion. Who was this person? When did he appear? Why was there no sense of his presence? It was as if he had materialized from thin air. Do not be alarmed, Lin Chen said, observing the purple-haired youth with a smile. His voice was soft yet resonated clearly within Trunks' ears. I'm a child from the future. Boom! This seemingly innocuous statement struck Trunks like a thunderbolt. He understood my origins. How could that be? Trunks' eyes widened, mouth agape, unable to utter a word, his face a mask of astonishment. Before this man, he felt as if all his secrets had been laid bare, utterly exposed. Lin Chen paid no heed to the astonishment surrounding him, merely gesturing with his chin towards the distant figures of Frisia and his son, his tone as nonchalant as discussing two bothersome flies. Just observe. With that, Lin Chen ceased to regard Trunks, casually slipping his hands into his pockets as he strolled leisurely from behind the rocks. His pace was unhurried, his demeanor relaxed, akin to an ordinary person taking a post-meal walk. Yet, The direction in which he advanced was precisely towards the two malevolent cosmic overlords. The Z-Warriors also took note of the commotion. "Mr. Lin Chen?" Goku inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. That guy is just seeking attention," Vegeta scoffed. Though beneath his irritation lay a flicker of anticipation he himself had yet to recognize. Upon catching sight of Lin Chen, Frieza's mechanical visage contorted with malice and dread. "It's you," he shrieked, extending his metallic arm to point accusingly at Lin Chen. "Father, it's him, this scoundrel. On Namek, he was the one who obliterated me." Frieza's voice trembled, the memory of his utter annihilation haunting him like an inescapable nightmare. "Oh," King Cold remarked, finally casting a scrutinizing glance at the approaching young man with raven hair. He appraised Lin Chen with a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You dare challenge me, a mere earthling lacking even a power level of 10,000? Frieza, you have truly disappointed me more with each passing moment." King Cold shook his head, seemingly devoid of any interest in engaging, casually waving his hand toward the minions behind him. "Go crush that insect." Trunks stood dazed behind the rocks, observing Lin Chen's unhurried retreat and the soldiers of Frieza charging towards him, while also registering King Cold's contemptuous gaze. His mind was in turmoil. Why does this unknown man know everything about me? Why is he attempting to thwart me? Why is he approaching those two monsters alone? Who is this person, truly? Chapter 45. Two Fingers Crush. Is this despair? In the desolate wilderness, a profound silence enveloped the scene. All eyes were fixed on the man advancing towards the colossal spaceship. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Lin Chen walked at a leisurely pace. His expression relaxed as though he were strolling in his own backyard. The Z-Warriors behind him wore expressions of puzzlement. Goku was full of curiosity. Krillin and Gohan expressed complete trust. Piccolo stood with arms crossed in silence, while Vegeta appeared visibly displeased, his lips twitching, yet his eyes widened with intensity, fearing he might miss any detail. Behind the rocks, Trunks felt his heart leap into his throat. What is he doing? What is that man, Lin Chen, truly thinking? That's Frieza, and even stronger, King Cold. Is he not courting death by approaching them alone? Trunks was drenched in sweat, his heart racing with anxiety. He attempted to rush forward several times, yet the thought of Lin Chen being a child from the future rendered his feet as heavy as lead, immobilizing him. Before the spaceship, Frieza gazed upon the approaching young man with dark hair, a twisted smile forming on the mechanical half of his face. His signature, sharp laughter echoed, filled with disdain. "Should I commend your bravery or lament your foolishness? A mere insect from Earth dares to approach me. The mighty Frieza." His voice dripped with the thrill of vengeance, as the humiliation he endured on Namek found its outlet at this moment. Behind him, King Cold stood with his hands clasped behind his back, crimson eyes sweeping over Lin Chen before dismissively averting his gaze. "Is this the earthling you spoke of, Frieza? It seems he possesses hardly a fighting power of 10,000. To think you could be defeated by such filth brings disgrace to our Frost Demon clan. Father." Frieza's tone was urgent and exhilarated. "You do not understand. This fellow is peculiar. But no matter, I have undergone mechanical enhancements, and my power is now more than doubled since the days on Namek. Today, before your very eyes, I shall reduce this disgraceful being and this planet to mere dust." With the weight of his father's scorn and his hatred for Lin Chen fueling him, Frieza ceased his idle chatter, launching himself skyward with explosive force. "You insolent fool! Prepare to experience despair," Frieza screamed, raising his hands high above his head. A resonating hum filled the air as a dark purple energy sphere coalesced in his palms, swelling with alarming speed. The sky darkened instantaneously, fierce winds howled, and sand and stones were swept away. The energy emanating from the sphere caused the atmosphere of the entire planet to wail in anguish, the very fabric of space warping around it. "What is this?" From behind the rocks, Trunks' pupils constricted sharply, his face paling. "A super death sphere, and its intensity is several times greater than what I remember Frieza wielding on Namek. This strike could easily obliterate Earth into cosmic dust. It's over. Everything is over." The sword at Trunks' back vibrated uncontrollably, a golden aura rising from him. He needed to transform. He had to stop this. Yet, his gaze remained fixed on the figure striding forward. Why did that person not flee? Why did he appear so indifferent? Could he not sense the world-ending power? A distorted smile crept across Frieza's face as he exerted every ounce of his strength, hurling the colossal death sphere toward the diminutive figure on the ground. "May you and this planet vanish from the cosmos." The colossal sphere of energy plummeted downwards. King Cold, with arms crossed and a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, prepared to revel in the spectacle of planetary annihilation. The Z warriors remained motionless, with Goku even stroking his chin in curiosity. Trunks closed his eyes, as if he could already envision the earth cracking open, magma surging forth, and all life turning to ash in the wake of this cataclysmic strike. Yet, just as the immense energy sphere was about to crash to the ground, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The man who had been steadily advancing finally made a move. Without breaking his stride, he lazily raised his right hand. Then, to the astonishment of all present, he extended his index and middle fingers towards the descending energy sphere. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The cataclysmic energy ball, capable of obliterating the planet, abruptly halted less than a centimeter from Lin Chen's fingertips. All kinetic energy, rotation, and destructive force were erased in an instant by a mightier power. It hovered silently in midair. Then, an even more unbelievable scene unfolded. Lin Chen casually prodded forward with his 2 fingers, pinching it. Indeed, he pinched it. The energy sphere, over 100 meters in diameter and potent enough to annihilate a planet, was effortlessly held between his 2 fingers. The entire world fell silent. The howling wind ceased. The roar of energy vanished. Frisia's grin froze in place, and King Cold's sneer also became rigid. Trunks abruptly opened his eyes, witnessing an unforgettable sight. The man, with 2 fingers pinching the energy sphere, even wore a look of disdain. He curled his lips, and with a slight exertion of his fingers, a soft pop echoed. The sound was gentle and crisp. Then, the super death energy sphere, which had encapsulated Frisia's full might, the very weapon that had filled Trunks with despair, silently transformed into a myriad of violet specks, gradually dissipating into the air at Lin Chen's fingertips. There was no explosion, no shockwave, not even a whisper of wind. It was utterly clean, as if it had never existed. A profound silence ensued. An eerie, bone-chilling silence. Frisia's blood-red electronic eyes flickered with shock, sparking with intensity, his mouth agape, yet unable to produce a sound. Behind him, King Cold's once imposing visage cracked for the first time. His crimson eyes were fixed on Lin Chen's immaculate fingers, a strange, choking noise emanating from his throat, as if something had gripped it tightly. What had he witnessed? An indigenous being whose combat prowess could not even be detected, effortlessly crushed an energy sphere potent enough to obliterate a planet with merely 2 fingers. This phenomenon transcends the realm of combat and strength. For the first time in centuries, the formidable king of the Kurds, who has conquered countless galaxies, found himself utterly at a loss for words in the face of the scene before him. Clang! The sharp sound of metal striking echoed through the air. It was Trunks. The long sword that had hung in his exhausted grip slipped from his fingers and fell to the ground. He stood there, dazed, mouth agape, his eyes vacant. His worldview, his 2 decades of understanding regarding power, and his pride as a Super Saiyan had all been utterly shattered by Lin Chen's casual gesture. Lin Chen flicked his hand, as if ridding himself of some unsightly residue. He raised his gaze, his dark eyes calmly surveying the 2 petrified cosmic monarchs suspended in the sky. His voice, though devoid of emotion, struck heavily upon the hearts of all who heard it. Did you believe this to be a battle? No, this is merely my judgment upon you. Chapter 46. Is this judgment? A profound silence enveloped the wilderness. Frisia and the king of the Kurds remained frozen in midair, paralyzed with fear. Mere moments ago, they had been boasting of their intent to annihilate this planet. Frisia's cybernetic visage contorted as his muscles twitched uncontrollably, while the crimson-eyed king of the Kurds fixated on the ground below, trembling instinctively, a primal reaction of a creature confronting its nemesis. In their minds, a singular image replayed relentlessly. The young man with black hair, extending 2 fingers, effortlessly shattering the energy sphere capable of planetary destruction. It was nothing short of divine mockery of mortals. Below, the Z warriors were equally stunned. Gulp. Krillin's labored swallow resonated loudly amidst the silence. Beside him, Piccolo wore a vacant expression, oblivious to the cold sweat trickling down his green visage. Goku and Vegeta hovered in the air, their faces marred with dismay. Goku was simply bewildered. He felt that the door to Super Saiyan power he had just opened was rendered laughably fragile in Lin Chen's presence. Vegeta, however, appeared even more disheartened. He had just recovered from the blow dealt by Kakarot's transformation and rekindled his fighting spirit, only for Lin Chen's display to extinguish that flicker of hope along with all his pride, crushing it to dust. Behind the rocks clang. The sharp sound of Trunks' sword hitting the ground reverberated again. The young warrior was completely entranced, mouth slightly ajar, his focus lost. Everything he had built over 20 years, his understanding of power, combat, and his pride as a Super Saiyan had been obliterated by that single gesture. He felt like a joke, a fool who had traversed time to save the world. Lin Chen paid no heed to the spectators behind him, who were engulfed in existential doubt. He flicked his wrist, as if merely brushing off dust from his hands. Raising his gaze, his dark eyes calmly fixed upon the two cosmic emperors above, who were paralyzed with fear. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. The battle had come to an end. At these words, Frieza and King Cold involuntarily shuddered. Ended? Was he truly going to spare us? Yet, Lin Chen's subsequent words sent a chill coursing through their veins. Next came the time of judgment. A hint of gentle amusement played at the corners of Lin Chen's mouth as he slowly lifted his right hand. This motion caused Frieza to tremble violently. His intact arm instinctively raised in a plea for mercy, yet his throat felt constricted, rendering him voiceless. He sensed an utter absence of energy and, more alarmingly, any intent to kill from his opponent. It was this tranquility that instilled a profound terror within him. Lin Chen's palm did not coalesce into an energy sphere. Instead, it gradually emanated a soft light. This glow was neither blinding nor harsh. Indeed, it bore a warmth. However, within this radiance, Frieza and King Cold perceived something far more terrifying than death itself. It embodied principles of a higher order, utterly beyond their comprehension. No, please. Frieza finally managed to croak out a plea. But Lin Chen disregarded him, merely gesturing gently towards Frieza and his son. With a hum, that gentle light swiftly enveloped them. There was no explosion, no sound. Trunks and the others witnessed the strangest scene of their lives. Enshrouded in light, Frieza and King Cold's expressions morphed rapidly. Initially, they were gripped by extreme fear, their bodies contorting in struggle, as if invisible hands were tearing at their souls. Soon, fear gave way to bewilderment and confusion. Their eyes began to glaze over, as if questioning, "Who am I? What am I doing here?" Ultimately, even the bewilderment faded. Their gazes became utterly vacant, resembling two newly minted puppets devoid of programming. Their faces stripped of all expression, merely suspended in a stupor, with drool trickling from their lips. What has he done to them? Klin's voice quivered. No one could provide an answer, for even Vegeta could not comprehend the unfolding events. He could only vaguely sense that, beneath the onslaught of that light, the very foundations of Frieza and King Cold's existence were being forcibly rewritten. Lin Chen's will, akin to a supreme command, penetrated the depths of Frieza and his son as souls. Then, it commenced the process of deletion. Core attributes, evil, cruelty, savagery, slaughter, conquest, destruction, were meticulously scrutinized and subsequently formatted. Instincts of battle were severed. Negative emotions were stripped away. All memories were eradicated. Self-awareness stripped away. The formatting is complete. The current objective has reduced to the most fundamental instinct for survival, a blank slate of a being. As all of this transpired, the radiance in Lin Chen's palm gradually dissipated. In the heavens, those two emperors who once instilled dread throughout the universe had now devolved into a pair of simpletons. Their expressions innocent, their intelligence akin to that of an infant. They curiously examined their hands, exchanged glances, and even emitted babbling sounds. This scene churned the stomach of Trunks. He would rather witness Lin Chen mercilessly obliterate them than behold this spectacle more horrifying than death itself. Killing is merely a matter of striking down the foe. However, Lin Chen was executing a far more profound annihilation. He eradicated the enemies from the very essence of existence, leaving behind mere breathing shells. With the detritus cleared away, Lin Chen clapped his hands, seemingly satisfied with his handiwork. He raised another hand and gently sliced through the void. A dark fissure, exuding the chaotic breath of the void, materialized in midair. On the opposite side of the chasm lay a desolate, lifeless celestial body, devoid of any trace of vitality. This was the prison Lin Chen had meticulously crafted within his world of creation for this father-son duo. "Step inside, you two." Lin Chen gestured nonchalantly at the babbling simpletons. Frieza and King Cold's bodies were uncontrollably drawn by an unseen force, drifting into the inky abyss. In their final moments before being consumed by darkness, the now imbecilic Frieza turned instinctively to glance back at Lin Chen. In his once malevolent crimson eyes, there remained only the pure, primal fear of a newborn. The fissure slowly closed. The father and son, who had wreaked havoc across the cosmos for centuries, vanished completely from the world. They were not dead, but they would exist as two eternally infantile simpletons in that eternally desolate realm, enduring until the universe's end. This was Lin Chen's judgment upon them. The wilderness returned to tranquility. Lin Chen turned to face the group behind him, still in a state of shock, and donned a relaxed smile. Well, the troublesome lot has been dealt with. He stepped forward toward the dazed Trunks. Now, we can have a proper conversation about your dismal future and the androids. Lin Chen's voice pierced through the haze, awakening Trunks from his stupor. The young man snapped back to reality, gazing at the man approaching him with a smile. His pupils constricting sharply in fear, a singular thought racing through his mind. This is not a battle. This is no battle at all. This is divinity. This is divinity judging mortals. His lips trembled as he summoned all his strength to utter a few words. Who exactly are you? Chapter 47. Your future. I know it all. In the living room of the Capsule Corporation, a somber atmosphere enveloped the space. Everyone, including the newly arrived Chi-Chi and Master Rashi, sat in a circle, fixated on the anxious, violet-haired youth. Just moments ago, this boy, who identified himself as Trunks, had witnessed the astonishing defeat of Frieza and his father at the hands of Lin Chen. Originally, he had come to save the world, but now he found himself gripped by fear. Bulma approached with a steaming cup of tea, offering it to her future son, her eyes filled with concern and curiosity. Child, are you all right? Who are you? Why have you come from the future? Trunks took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. He glanced at the man lounging on the sofa, Lin Chen, who appeared utterly indifferent, yawning in boredom. Then, he began to recount the grim future he had come to share. My name is Trunks. His voice was hoarse and weary, each word seemingly forced from his throat. I hail from 20 years in the future. A profound silence fell over the room, punctuated only by Trunks' heavy voice. In my time, the world has descended into chaos. His fists clenched unconsciously, his blue eyes brimming with sorrow and rage. All the tragedies began 3 years hence. It was on that fateful day, Mr. Goku. His gaze shifted to the man clad in an orange GI, his tone turning more pained. You succumbed to a mysterious viral heart disease that struck suddenly. Boom! The revelation left everyone in stunned silence. What? Chi-Chi gasped, her face paling instantly as she instinctively grasped Goku's arm. Kakarot is going to die. Vegeta's eyes narrowed. Disbelief etched across his features. Goku himself was momentarily taken aback, instinctively touching his chest, confusion evident on his face. Heart disease? But I feel perfectly fine. Disregarding the shock that rippled through the room, Trunks continued in a tone devoid of hope. Half a year after Mr. Goku's passing, 2 terrifying creatures emerged in the southern city. They are androids, possessing a strength that breeds despair. Uncle Piccolo was the first to confront them. He perished in battle. What? Gohan trembled, his small face drained of color. Then, Mr. Vegeta, you two fell in battle. Trunks' gaze turned to Vegeta, his voice trembling slightly. Bulma swayed, tears welling in her eyes as she looked from the Saiyan prince before her to her son from the future, her heart heavy with anguish. Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Teen, Uncle Krillin, all the Z fighters fell one after another in their struggle against the androids. Krillin, along with Yamcha and the others, wore ashen expressions, beads of cold sweat dotting their foreheads. The entire living room was shrouded in an atmosphere of despair. The joy that once enveloped the post-party atmosphere has vanished entirely, replaced by a profound stillness and an icy sorrow. Trunks' voice had grown increasingly hoarse. Over the ensuing 2 decades, Earth had transformed into a veritable inferno. Those 2 androids, merely for their amusement, incessantly ravaged cities and slaughtered humanity. The global population dwindled to a mere few thousand. I stand as the last Saiyan warrior on this planet. My mother, the esteemed Miss Bulma of this era, expended all her resources and devoted 20 years to creating the Soul Time Machine. He gestured toward the dilapidated craft on the lawn outside. She placed all her hopes upon me, urging me to return to this time with 2 objectives. First, to deliver the miraculous cure for heart disease to Mr. Goku to avert his demise. Second, to forewarn everyone that in 3 years, those 2 demons will emerge, urging all to prepare and, by all means, to prevent that hellish catastrophe. Upon concluding his words, Trunks appeared utterly drained, bowing his head as his shoulders trembled slightly from the weight of oppressive anguish. He bore the blood and tears of the entire world. In the living room, everyone was rendered speechless by this harrowing future. Chi-Chi clung to Goku's arm, tears streaming down her face, unable to articulate her sorrow. Bulma covered her mouth, tears flowing uncontrollably. Goku's fists clenched tightly, his ever-smiling visage now marred by anger and gravity. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Vegeta's expression was dark enough to elicit a torrent of water. He could not accept the notion of perishing in battle, especially after Kakarot's demise. Just as the atmosphere in the living room reached a suffocating intensity. With everyone engulfed in sorrow and rage over the future, a languid, somewhat impatient voice suddenly broke the silence. Is that all? Everyone froze, turning in unison toward the source of the voice. There stood Lin Chen, stretching and yawning, his face a canvas of boredom. The story is quite touching. Though a bit lengthy, the tea is nearly cold. Trunks shot up, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Lin Chen. How could this individual remain so calm after hearing such a despairing prophecy? Did he lack a heart? Just as a surge of indignation welled within Trunks. Lin Chen's next action left him utterly flabbergasted. Lin Chen leisurely retrieved an object from the pocket of his leisure attire. It was an unremarkable white plastic vial. Without a glance, Lin Chen tossed the vial toward Goku. Here, the cure for heart disease. Goku instinctively caught the vial, a look of bewilderment etched across his face. Lin Chen reclined back on the sofa, crossing his legs, and spoke in a tone so nonchalant it bordered on dismissive. Just 3 drops. And not only will your heart disease be cured, but your cardiovascular system will be fortified as well. From this moment forth, even if one were to transform into a Super Saiyan 3 and suffer from myocardial overload, rest assured, it would be of no consequence to you. Boom! This statement resonated with a force surpassing that of Trunks' earlier description of a doomsday future, crashing into the minds of all present with a formidable impact. The entire living room fell into an immediate silence, so profound that one could hear the faintest sound of a needle dropping. Goku stood there, dazed, clutching the small vial. Chi-Chi, Bulma, and the others gaped in astonishment, utterly stunned. As for Trunks, his blue eyes widened to the size of copper bells, fixated on the inconspicuous white vial. His mind blank. A medicine? An extraordinary remedy? After risking his life and traversing 2 decades through time, bearing the last hope of his mother and the entire world, he had brought this back. Yet this man had casually retrieved it from his pocket. Moreover, from his words, it seemed the efficacy of this medicine surpassed that of what he had brought. Trunks' voice trembled violently from shock as he pointed at Lin Chen, struggling to articulate a single coherent sentence. How could you possibly possess this medicine? Lin Chen lifted the slightly cooled cup of tea from the table, took a sip, and then lazily raised his eyelids to glance at him. Why should I not have it? A smile curled at the corners of Lin Chen's mouth, his gaze reminiscent of a deity surveying a mere mortal. Your tale is indeed captivating and poignant. However, the information contained within is rather outdated. He paused, continuing in a tone that conveyed mere factuality. I am aware of Goku's heart condition. I also know of the androids that will emerge in 3 years. Isn't it merely the work of that stubborn old coot, Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army? A pair of twins, designated as 17 and 18, transformed into perpetual motion machines with boundless energy. Each of Lin Chen's words struck Trunks like a heavy hammer, pounding mercilessly upon his heart. Not only does he know, he possesses knowledge that is even more detailed than my own. He is fully aware of the android's designations and origins. How could this be possible? This is classified information that exists solely within the future. Trunks felt as if his breath were about to cease, his worldview being effortlessly pulverized by this man. Lin Chen set down the teacup and concluded with a final remark. Thus, the arduous endeavor you undertook to bring back information or medicine from the future holds no significance for me. Because, regarding your future, Lin Chen's gaze settled calmly upon his face, which was etched with shock and confusion. I have long been fully aware of it. In that moment, Trunks stared blankly at Lin Chen, gazing into those pitch-black eyes that seemed to penetrate all mysteries. His mind consumed by a singular thought, a notion so absurd and terrifying that it sent tremors through his very soul. This person, he not only possesses knowledge of the future. Could it be, can he truly grasp the future in his hands? Chapter 48. A great enemy approaches. Everyone on holiday? In the living room of Capsule Corporation, silence reigned, the atmosphere thick with gravity. Despite the sun shining brilliantly outside and the lingering sweetness of the party on the lawn, the room felt as frigid as a crypt. Trunks had just recounted a tale from 20 years hence. Goku was dead, the Z-fighters annihilated, the world transformed into a hell by androids. These revelations left everyone in a state of shock. Chi-Chi clung to Goku's arm, weeping silently, terrified that her husband might vanish at any moment. Bulma covered her mouth, tears brimming in her eyes. She glanced at her future son and then at the grim-faced Vegeta, her heart heavy with despair. It was unforgivable. Goku's fist clenched tightly. The jovial expression he typically wore replaced by a grave demeanor. Those two androids shall not escape my wrath. Golden energy erupted uncontrollably from him. Oof. How could Kakarot possibly succumb to heart disease? Vegeta crossed his arms, his expression twisted in disdain, a true disgrace. Though he spoke thus, the slight tremor in his fist betrayed his inner turmoil. Vegeta could not fathom dying in battle, especially after Kakarot's demise at the hands of some androids. Such a fate was an affront to his identity as a Saiyan prince. We must commence our training immediately. Piccolo's voice shattered the silence, his usually composed face now etched with seriousness. 3 years, neither long nor short, were at our disposal. We must prepare ourselves. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien nodded in resolute agreement. After hearing such a grim future, no one dared to relax. Trunks observed the reinvigorated group, his heavy heart finally lightening a little. This era is truly wonderful. Everyone is still alive. Moreover, Mr. Lin Chen is here. Trunks' gaze instinctively drifted towards the man languidly reclining on the sofa, sipping tea with an air of ennui. Although Lin Chen had just proclaimed his omniscience and conjured a miraculous remedy, which had shattered Trunks' worldview, there was an inexplicable sense of reassurance whenever he laid eyes upon this man. He rose and deeply bowed to the assembly. Esteemed friends, my mission is complete. I must return to my future and share this good news with my mother. Wait, Goku called out to him. Can your time machine still function? Just in case. Fear not, Goku. Bulma wiped her tears and steeled herself. I will assist him in checking and replenishing the energy. But Trunks, are you truly not staying? To be with us? Trunks shook his head, a trace of determination evident on his youthful face. No, my battle lies in the future. He had witnessed the strength of this era and experienced Lin Chen's divine methods. He firmly believed that the tragedies of this time could indeed be averted. He, too, must carry this glimmer of hope back to his own world to alter that desolate future. In an instant, the atmosphere in the living room became charged with fervor. Wukong began to contemplate training in the hyperbolic time chamber, while Vegeta set his sights on the gravity room of Capsule Corporation, determined to surpass Kakarot in 3 years and be the first to shatter those androids. Piccolo and Tien also established their respective training regiments. Everyone was prepared to confront the cataclysmic battle that would determine the fate of the world 3 years hence. Just as this fervor and spirit reached their zenith, a languid voice, tinged with impatience, interrupted. Stop, stop, stop. Everyone paused, turning in unison towards the source of the voice. Lin Chen set down his teacup, stretched languorously, and wore an expression of utter boredom. I say, have you all misunderstood something? 3 years? Lin Chen scoffed. Is it really necessary to toil for 3 years just to deal with 2 modified little brats? If you aren't embarrassed, I am. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the living room. Everyone stared at Lin Chen as if he were a lunatic. Wukong gaped, bewildered, but Trunks said they are formidable. Formidable, my foot. Lin Chen interjected bluntly. They are merely 2 perpetual motion machines with infinite energy. Their strength is fixed and will not evolve. What is there to fear? You. Vegeta's temper flared, leaping from the sofa, veins bulging on his forehead. You speak so casually. The enemy is about to arrive. If we do not seize the time to train, are we to wait for death? Who said anything about waiting for death? Lin Chen shot him an incredulous glance, as if regarding a simpleton. Then, rising to his feet, brushing off non-existent dust, he announced in an irrefutable tone something that left everyone utterly astounded. Starting tomorrow, everyone gets a month off. I will cover all expenses. Go wherever you wish, eat whatever you desire. There is but one stipulation. Lin Chen's gaze swept over the petrified faces of the group, a smirk gracing his lips. No training allowed. Boom. If Trunks had brought a future that was a ticking time bomb, then Lin Chen's statement was akin to a supernova capable of obliterating the galaxy. The living room fell into a deathly silence for several seconds. Everyone remained frozen, as if struck by a spell, their expressions a mix of disbelief and shock. A break? Krillin felt his tongue twist in knots. And no training allowed? Yamcha was certain he had misheard. Mr. Lin Chen, you cannot be joking. Trunks felt his mind spiraling into chaos. After traversing 2 decades across time, burdened with a deep-seated grudge, he had come to this world to find a way to save the future. Yet the strongest person in this realm, upon hearing his dire tale, not only refused to lead the training, but instead mandated a holiday for all? What sort of farce was this? Do I appear to be joking? Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders, wearing an expression of utter nonchalance. This is madness. You must be completely insane. Vegeta could no longer contain his frustration, his anger erupting uncontrollably, causing the curtains in the living room to flutter wildly. Kakarot will perish. We will all be slaughtered. The world will be obliterated. Do you grasp the gravity of the situation? It is precisely because I understand that I am allowing you to take a break. Lin Chen replied with an air of ease, though his logic was perplexing. He approached the window, gazing at the serene landscape outside, and spoke slowly. Each of you has fought for so long that the strings of your minds are nearly frayed. Especially you, Vegeta. He turned to give him a sidelong glance. What is the purpose of battle? To protect. Protect what? To safeguard all that we currently possess, to uphold this peace and happiness. If the pursuit of combat leaves you perpetually grim-faced, consumed by training to the exclusion of all else, forgetting the essence of what you are meant to defend, then have you not completely misunderstood the situation? Lin Chen's words rendered everyone speechless. Goku stroked his chin in contemplation, while Piccolo's furrowed brow began to relax. Even the irate Vegeta found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Observing their thoughtful expressions, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. There is still hope. He clapped his hands, redirecting everyone's attention. In any case, this is settled. 1 month to thoroughly relax and recalibrate your mindset. Spend time with your families, travel, and rediscover the reasons behind your fight. We will reconvene here in a month. At that time, a mysterious smile graced Lin Chen's face, one that sent shivers down the spines of Vegeta and Trunks. I will take you to a splendid place for a unique, vacation-style training experience. I guarantee that you will enjoy yourselves while your strength rapidly increases. Vacation-style training? Enjoy while rapidly enhancing our abilities? The combination of these phrases utterly surpassed the comprehension of all present, both Saiyans and Earthlings alike. They exchanged bewildered glances, each face emblazoned with large question marks. An enemy was imminent, yet this inscrutable man was not only preventing them from training urgently, but was instead compelling them to take a month off. What exactly was his agenda? What could this so-called vacation-style training possibly entail? No one knew the answer. Yet, witnessing Lin Chen's self-assured demeanor, an absurd yet irrefutable notion sprouted in the minds of all. Perhaps following this man's rhythm truly posed no issue. Chapter 49. 1 day equals 3 months? A month had swiftly elapsed. The morning sun bathed the Capsule Corporation's lawn in a warm glow. Just a month prior, tension had permeated the air due to battle. But now the atmosphere was remarkably relaxed. Sun Wukong donned a vibrant new orange martial arts uniform, exuding an air of vitality, his face adorned with a smile. Over the past month, he had relished a period of complete relaxation alongside Chi-Chi and Gohan at Baozi Mountain. Beside him, Krillin, Tien, and Kairatsu appeared equally at ease, animatedly sharing delightful anecdotes from their month together. However, Vegeta stood aloof, arms crossed, a frown etched upon his face as he donned the casual attire prepared by Bulma. Clearly perplexed by the situation, under Bulma's somewhat reluctant guidance, he had traversed the cities and attractions of Blue Star, and for the first time, the Saiyan Prince discovered that beyond battle and destruction, the world was filled with a myriad of wondrous experiences. This sensation was peculiar, leaving him somewhat unsettled, yet not entirely displeased. Meanwhile, Trunks from the future appeared burdened with thoughts of his own. He ultimately resolved to remain, yearning to witness firsthand the future that awaited in the wake of Mr. Lin Chen's tumultuous intervention in the past. Over the month, he resided at Capsule Corporation, observing Goku and the others indulge in carefree revelry, while witnessing Vegeta's transition from resistance to reluctant acceptance, which left his mind in a state of turmoil. Faced with impending danger, how could they all be so relaxed? What audacity did that Mr. Lin Chen possess, allowing everyone to squander an entire month? Greetings, everyone. How was your holiday? A languid voice emerged as Lin Chen sauntered out of the villa clad in a t-shirt and beach shorts, a toothpick casually held in his mouth. Upon his arrival, all eyes were drawn toward him. Mr. Lin Chen. Goku was the first to dash forward, his eyes gleaming with excitement. You're finally here. Can we commence our training? What exactly is this vacation-style training? I can hardly contain my anticipation. Vegeta also approached with a dismissive grunt, though he remained silent. His keen gaze fixed on Lin Chen was filled with curiosity and anticipation. Patience, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly as he strolled into the midst of the group. surveying them with a nod of satisfaction. It seems everyone's spirits have been rejuvenated. You all appear much more vibrant than before our time on Namek. His words elicited a twitch at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. What did that imply? Could indulging in leisure truly enhance combat prowess? Finally, Trunks could no longer contain himself. His tone tinged with urgency. A month has passed. We truly need to begin preparations. The androids could strike at any moment. I know. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively, interrupting him. Do not be so anxious, future child. I have assured you, everything is under my control. He glanced at his wrist, then clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. All right, since the first phase of our holiday, which was dedicated to relaxation, has concluded, let us embark on the second phase. A mysterious smile played at the corners of Lin Chen's lips. The moment his words resonated, a palpable anticipation filled the air. Amidst the bewildered gazes of all, especially Vegeta and Trunks, Lin Chen slowly raised his right hand. There was no astonishing aura, nor any fluctuation of energy. With a gentle motion, his index finger traced an arc through the air before him, from left to right. A soft sound emerged, akin not to the tearing of space, but rather the unzipping of a zipper. As his fingertip glided through the air, a crack shimmering with iridescent hues materialized upon the lawn. Shortly thereafter, the fissure expanded rapidly, transforming into a door 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, its edges flowing with luminescence reminiscent of a starry river. Within the doorway, darkness was absent, as was any distortion of space. Instead, an indescribable vista unfolded. The onlookers beheld verdant mountains stretching across the horizon, shrouded in mist, with celestial cranes soaring gracefully. A silver river cascaded from the heavens, morphing into a waterfall that poured into a grand lake. In the heart of the lake floated a resplendent palace, ethereal and white, resting upon clouds. Just the faintest breath emanating from the portal invigorated all present, leaving the entire courtyard of the Capsule Corporation in a hushed awe. Klein stood agape, his juice cup slipping from his grasp and shattering upon the ground, oblivious to it all. Piccolo's typically impassive visage was now etched with astonishment. He sensed the life energy emanating from the world beyond the door, a vitality 100-fold more potent than that of the entire blue planet. Goku's eyes widened in disbelief. He perceived that this realm was infinitely superior to King Kai's planet. Meanwhile, Vegeta's proud eyes reflected a profound stupor, gazing at the door that had materialized from thin air and then at the relaxed Lin Chen. His mind became a void. What is this? What kind of ability is this? It wasn't T-Key, nor martial skill, nor any force he could comprehend. This was creation, a door to another world conjured from nothingness? No, that realization struck Vegeta with a more terrifying possibility. Trunks' reaction was even more exaggerated. The young warrior stood utterly petrified, his sword vibrating not from battle intent, but from sheer shock as he trembled. He felt as though his worldview had been shattered into countless fragments over the past month, and now, with the emergence of this door, it lay utterly in ruins. The very notions of traversing time and altering the future seemed absurd in the presence of a man capable of effortlessly creating a new world. Lin Chen withdrew his hand, gazing with satisfaction upon his masterpiece, while relishing the expressions of awe on the faces of those around him. He turned to the utterly dumbfounded crowd, spreading his arms wide in an inviting gesture. A smile graced his face, reminiscent of a host welcoming esteemed guests. Welcome to my world. The words struck like a thunderclap, awakening everyone from their petrified state. They exchanged glances, and ultimately, all eyes converged upon the luminous portal. Goku was the first to respond. His Saiyan instincts informed him that the world beyond the door held an irresistible allure. Without hesitation, he stepped boldly through the glowing entrance. As his body merged with the portal, he suddenly froze. How utterly delightful! Goku could not suppress a moan of pleasure. He felt an energy surging into his being, more nourishing than the senzu beans and purer than the air of the sacred world, flooding him with an overwhelming vitality. He even sensed a slight increase in his combat power within that fleeting second. Kakarot, Vegeta, unable to contain himself any longer, followed suit and stepped inside. He too was immobilized. As the prince of the Saiyans, his acute perception allowed him to grasp the terrifying essence of this world more clearly than Goku. Every inch of air here was saturated with a high concentration of life, energy, and an indescribably superior essence. Here, not only could one cultivate, but even resting would enhance combat prowess. This was truly the sanctum of every martial artist's dreams. Trunks, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others, filled with excitement, curiosity, and awe, each stepped into the radiant portal. When the last individual entered, Lin Chen smiled slightly and followed suit. With his entrance, the resplendent, floating rainbow portal gradually shrank until it transformed into a mere speck of light, vanishing from sight. The backyard of Capsule Corporation fell silent, as if nothing had transpired. In the dimension known as the Heart of Creation, the Z-Fighters, akin to a group of country folk visiting the city for the first time, gazed in astonishment at this enchanting world filled with fragrant blossoms and ethereal mists. What place is this? Bulma's voice trembled as she too stepped inside. My personal training ground and resort, Lin Chen explained with a smile as he approached the group. Here, you will enjoy the finest training environment in the universe. The energy concentration is approximately 1,000 times that of the outside world. 1,000 times. This figure caused every heart to skip a beat. Yet, it was Lin Chen's subsequent revelation that truly illustrated the essence of cheating. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention the most crucial point. Lin Chen raised a finger, a mysterious smile gracing his face. I have slightly adjusted the laws of time and space here. 1 day in the outside world equals about 3 months here. Boom! This statement shattered their minds. 1 day equating to 3 months? Did that mean, with 3 years remaining until the appearance of the androids, they had over 300 years of preparation time in this realm? 300 years. In a sanctum where the energy concentration is 1,000-fold greater than the outside world, 3 centuries of cultivation. Everyone was left utterly astounded. Goku, with his mouth agape, began to calculate the extent of his potential enhancement. Piccolo and Tien, among others, were filled with fervent excitement. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Trunks stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. A singular thought reverberated through Vegeta's mind. Surpass Kakarot in 300 years. Surpass everyone. I will surely achieve it. Trunks, on the other hand, had relinquished all rational thought. He gazed at the man, whose demeanor was relaxed, and realized that his understanding had been completely overturned. He finally comprehended that this man had never regarded the androids as a threat. To him, it was merely a whimsy, a vacation with friends, casually saving the world in the process. Chapter 50, you call this a game? Within the dimensional space of the Heart of Creation, there were neither sun nor moon nor stars, only a dome radiating a gentle luminescence that illuminated the entire realm. The air was imbued with a delightful sweetness, and merely breathing in the essence made everyone feel invigorated, as if each cell were being cleansed by pure life energy. Wow, how incredible! What a marvelous place! Goku exclaimed, like a child, exuberantly darting across the verdant grass, occasionally throwing a punch to savor the inexhaustible energy that enveloped him. He felt akin to a fish returned to the ocean, brimming with vitality. Krillin and Yamcha sprawled on the grass, basking in the comfort, their faces adorned with silly grins. Even the typically composed Piccolo sat cross-legged upon a rock, eyes closed. His slightly trembling shoulders and the upward curve of his lips betrayed his inner turbulence. He sensed the excitement of his Namekian bloodline, stirred by the environment, as if the barriers to his cultivation were beginning to loosen. Bulma and Chi-Chi, conversing as if wandering through their own backyard, pointed at the palace floating in the clouds, discussing how they might renovate it upon their return. However, 2 individuals stood in stark contrast to the atmosphere. Vegeta, arms crossed and with a grim expression, stood rigid as iron. He suppressed the urge to absorb the abundant energy around him, yet his pupils, constricted in shock, betrayed the turmoil within. To create a world out of thin air? To manipulate the flow of time at will? Who exactly was this man named Lin Chen? Vegeta's pride had been utterly shattered today. Trunks simply stood in the spot where the portal had vanished, his spirit seemingly lost. He gazed at the astonishing scene before him, then at the exhilarated Z-Fighters, with a singular thought echoing in his mind. 1 day in the outside world equals 3 months here. In other words, they had nearly 3 centuries to prepare for a battle that would not arrive for another 3 years. 3 centuries. In his bleak future, not to mention 3 centuries. Even 3 days felt like an extravagant luxury. He traversed time and space, wagering everything in pursuit of that precious 3-year reprieve. Yet before this man, time appeared to be a mere plaything, manipulable at will. Trunks felt as though he was the subject of an elaborate jest. Just as the crowd remained enraptured by the wonders of a new world, Lin Chen's languid voice resonated. All right, everyone, the time for sightseeing has concluded. He clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Welcome to my private resort and training ground. For the foreseeable future, this will be your home. Lin Chen gestured towards a palace suspended among the clouds. Within, each of you will find a personal training villa, equipped with all the necessary amenities. Choose any room you desire. Now, before you begin your training, let me briefly announce the rules of this game. Game? Rules? The utterance of these words rendered the crowd momentarily speechless. Goku scratched his head, curiosity piqued, and leaned closer. Mr. Lin Chen, what kind of game is this? Is it a competition to see who can train the fastest? No. Lin Chen shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before settling on the bewildered and shocked faces of Vegeta and Trunks. A cryptic smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The game I refer to involves the androids matter 3 years hence. This statement struck with greater force than the earlier shockwave, reverberating in the minds of all present. An immediate silence ensued. Goku's smile froze, while the relaxed expressions of Krillin and others solidified into expressions of disbelief. The matter of the androids was a game? What did you say? Vegeta was the first to react, his head snapping up, his eyes aflame with rage and disbelief. A formidable aura erupted uncontrollably from him, causing the grass beneath to bow in submission. A game? You dare call that a game? He bellowed, his voice laced with fury. Kakaot will di. We will all perish. The entire world will be obliterated. And you nonchalantly label a game? Vegeta's outburst echoed the sentiments of all present. They could accept Lin Chen's formidable and unfathomable power, even his ludicrous training plans. However, they could not abide the trivialization of a crisis that threatened the existence of the world and the lives of them all, reduced to the casual term of a game. This was not confidence. It was a profound insult to each of them and to that grim future. Trunks' complexion turned ashen in that instant, his azure eyes brimming with hurt and humiliation. He wished to retort, to question Lin Chen on what grounds he made such assertions, yet he found his throat constricted, as though gripped by an unseen hand, rendering him utterly speechless. In that moment, he realized that before this man, who could effortlessly conjure worlds, he perhaps lacked even the right to question. Confronted by Vegeta's fiery gaze and the bewildered, furious stares of the crowd, Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. He regarded Vegeta with an air of tranquility, as one might observe a young student troubled by a simple problem. Clearly, you remain perplexed, Lin Chen sighed, his voice tinged with a hint of resignation. Indeed, to you, this may seem a crisis that determines the fate of the world. Yet to me, it is merely a game where I establish the rules, control the unfolding events, and dictate the outcome. His voice, though soft, struck each heart like a hammer, resonating with profound force. In the past, you were mere pawns of fate. Whether on planet Namek or amidst the calamities of the future, you could only respond passively, struggling desperately against the tide. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. But this time it is different. This time, I'm the sole dealer in you. His eyes swept over Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks, on my players. The aim of this game is not to save the world with my presence. This world cannot be destroyed. The true purpose of this game is to facilitate your growth. Lin Chen's tone remained placid, yet the power contained within it left all present momentarily breathless. Vegeta's fiery spirit had, unbeknownst to him, been extinguished. He opened his mouth to counter, only to find his mind blank. For what Lin Chen stated was the truth, a harsh reality he was loath to accept yet could not refute. Before this man, the so-called crisis was indeed nothing more than a jest. Observing the astonished expressions of those around him, Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. This was the effect he sought. He aimed to fundamentally alter the Z fighters' grim perspectives on battle. Combat, he insisted, could also be a celebration of the journey toward strength. Do you all understand? Lin Chen clapped his hands, shattering the silence. From this day forth, your mission is no longer to bear the burden of saving the world through arduous training. You have but one task. He extended a finger, his face adorned with a relaxed smile. That is to wholeheartedly and joyously partake in this 300-year-long festival of growth. Unearth your potential, break through your limits, and develop every technique you can conceive or cannot conceive. Then, Lin Chen's gaze transcended the present space, as if envisioning the two youths who would soon emerge in the southern capital 3 years hence. As the game commenced, he ascended the stage I had constructed, ready to deliver an extraordinary performance. With that, he disregarded the group, now petrified and struggling to comprehend his words. He turned away, leisurely making his way towards the floating palace. The rules have been announced, and you are free to roam. Remember, we have 3 full years here, while the outside world will merely experience a month. In a month, I shall personally take you out for some amusement. Lin Chen's silhouette vanished behind the grand doors of the palace, leaving a cohort of Z warriors whose worldviews were being shattered and reconstructed, exchanging bewildered glances. After a prolonged silence, a gulp broke the stillness. "I think I understand what Mr. Lin Chen meant," Kieran murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. He wasn't jesting. He was referring to the androids. To him, it's akin to the martial arts tournaments we participated in during our childhood. "No, it is different," Piccolo interjected. Having opened his eyes at some point, his sharp gaze filled with unprecedented shock and fervor. The outcome of the martial arts tournament was uncertain. Whereas this game, Piccolo cast a glance at the magnificent palace, held a predetermined fate, imbued with an air of reverence he had not even recognized. Goku's face rekindled with excitement, a pure longing for the unknown and the formidable shining through. "Incredible. Truly magnificent. Mr. Lin Chen, I understand now. I shall strive to cultivate and deliver the strongest performance." Yet Vegeta and Trunks remained rooted, unable to shake off their stupor. Vegeta's fists clenched and unclenched, a tumultuous expression of confusion and contemplation. Game? Dealer? Players? What height does this man occupy to look down upon all of us? Trunks slowly raised his head, gazing at the perfect sky crafted by Lin Chen's own hands. The last vestiges of sorrow and despair from the future quietly dissipated, replaced by a new light filled with curiosity and anticipation. Perhaps this era truly does not require him, the savior from the future, for here, a genuine deity already exists. Chapter 51. Training? No, it is an indulgence. In the Creator's domain, there is neither day nor night, only an eternal soft glow. The sweetness in the air left the newly arrived Z warriors feeling dizzy, their faces adorned with foolish grins. "Wow, this is so comfortable," Kieran exclaimed as he dramatically rolled onto the grass. Yamcha and Tenshinhan sat cross-legged, eyes closed in blissful enjoyment. Even a usually composed Piccolo could not resist taking a deep breath, sensing a slight loosening of the cultivation bottleneck within him. What an extraordinary place. "Mr. Lin Chen, this is simply marvelous." Sun Wukong dashed across the verdant meadow, throwing punches and kicking his legs, reveling in the boundless energy coursing through him. In stark contrast stood Vegeta, arms crossed, and a scowl etched upon his face, enduring the spectacle with great restraint, though his slightly trembling shoulders betrayed his true feelings. What manner of place is this? Merely breathing causes one's battle power to rise slowly? What kind of creature is this man, Lin Chen? Enough of the sightseeing. Lin Chen's voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention. "I know you are all eager to begin, especially those two Saiyans." His gaze fell upon Wukong and Vegeta, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Since this is training, it must resemble training in some fashion." No sooner had he spoken than he snapped his fingers. A resounding crack echoed across the distant plains, and soon after, a towering black metallic mountain began to rise slowly from the earth, the very space around it warping slightly due to its immense mass. "This is the 10,000-fold gravity mountain," Lin Chen casually remarked. "It should be just right for you at this stage." 10,000 times gravity? Krillin's tongue stumbled over the words. When he visited King Kai's planet, he nearly lost his life under 10 times gravity. The thought of 10,000 was unfathomable. Yet, in Vegeta's eyes, a fervent light sparkled. Excellent. This is precisely the training he yearned for, worthy of his princely Saiyan heritage. And this, Lin Chen continued, snapping his fingers once more. Suddenly, a vast expanse of swirling dark clouds materialized in the sky, crackling with thunder and lightning, each bolt brimming with terrifying energy. "The thunderstorm zone is provided for you to stretch your limbs." Wukong gazed at the tempest with gleaming eyes, sensing that the lightning there was more ferocious than any he had ever encountered. "What do you think? Are you satisfied with these two locations?" Lin Chen inquired with a cheerful smile. "Absolutely." Wukong could hardly contain his excitement, fists clenched as his joints crackled in anticipation. "Mr. Lin Chen, I am ready to test my limits right now." "Humph. You do possess some discernment," Vegeta scoffed, though the corners of his mouth twitched upwards ever so slightly. He had resolved to dwell within the gravity mountain for the next 300 years, vowing not to emerge until he had surpassed Kakarot. However, just as Wukong and Vegeta were preparing to embark on their arduous training, Lin Chen snapped his fingers once more. This time, between the gravity mountain and the thunderstorm, several steaming outdoor hot springs appeared, accompanied by beach chairs, umbrellas, and a long table laden with delectable dishes. Roasted whole cows, golden barbecued meats, and fragrant seafood paella were all present. "I understand you have a penchant for self-torture. The venue has been prepared for you." Lin Chen reclined on a beach chair, casually sipping a glass of chilled fruit juice. However, I suggest that you train for an hour, then rest for 2. He gestured towards the hot springs, an exquisite cuisine. Intense exertion must be accompanied by the finest replenishment and recovery. This is the most effective method of cultivation. To exhaust oneself to the point of near death is nothing but a waste of time. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he donned his sunglasses, preparing to bask in the sun. This statement left everyone speechless. An hour of training and 2 hours of rest? Soaking in hot springs? Indulging in lavish meals? Is this cultivation? It is clearly a vacation. Wukong scratched his head, looking perplexed. But Mr. Lin Chen, can this really make one stronger? Oomph, such decadence. Vegeta was the first to express disdain, casting a scornful glance at Lin Chen, as if viewing a fallen individual. A true warrior breaks through their limits on the edge of life and death. Your hedonistic reasoning will only weaken a warrior's resolve. With that, the Saiyan prince turned and dashed towards the mountain of 10,000-fold gravity. Vegeta's words seemed to carry some weight. Wukong pondered thoughtfully. Although Lin Chen was formidable, he had been accustomed to Vegeta's philosophy for over a decade. Then I shall go too. Wukong smiled awkwardly at Lin Chen and hurried after Vegeta. Krillin and the others exchanged glances, unsure whose advice to heed. A group of fools who do not understand enjoyment. Lin Chen shook his head, comfortably reclining in his chair, continuing to sip his juice. Boom! The moment Vegeta's figure touched the periphery of the gravity mountain, he was struck down by an immense force from midair, crashing heavily to the ground. Doof! He felt every bone in his body cry out in agony, as if his internal organs had shifted, and he could not suppress a mouthful of blood. What terrifying gravity! This was 100 times stronger than any gravity chamber he had ever encountered. Darn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth, using all his strength to avoid being crushed into a pulp. His muscles trembled violently, sweat cascading down like a waterfall. Meanwhile, Wukong's situation was no better. He plunged into the thunderstorm zone, immediately struck by hundreds of bolts of lightning. Crackle! Aya! Wukong let out a scream. His body enveloped in black smoke, his hair standing on end as he plummeted from the sky. What a formidable lightning! Lying on the ground, his body paralyzed and immobile, he spat out a puff of black smoke. The power of the lightning was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. It not only assaulted the body, but also numbed the nerves. Oomph! That useless cockroach. Below the gravity mountain, Vegeta, witnessing Wukong in such a disheveled state, steeled himself, painstakingly taking one step after another towards the summit. He aimed to prove to everyone who the strongest warrior truly was. Wukong, ever the indomitable spirit, lay on the ground, recuperating for a moment before once more gritting his teeth and charging into the thunderclouds. Thus, within the realm of the Creator, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Vegeta, under the crushing weight of 10,000 times gravity, struggled upward, each step a formidable test of his limits. Meanwhile, Wukong found himself repeatedly scorched to cinders by the lightning, only to rise again, bolstered by the tenacious vitality of the Saiyan. Both disregarded Lin Chen's words, opting instead for the most primal and self-punishing methods to extract their latent potential. An hour later, with a thunderous crash, Vegeta finally depleted his last vestige of strength and tumbled down from halfway up the mountain, his bones shattered in multiple places, gasping for breath. On the other side, Wukong could no longer endure. After yet another jolt of electricity rendered him to ashes, he succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing onto the ground. Lin Chen, reclining on a beach chair, removed his sunglasses, glancing at the two near the brink of death, shaking his head in dismay. They refused to heed his advice and insisted on enduring hardship. With a snap of his fingers, 2 gentle beams of light descended from the heavens, transforming into invisible hands that lifted Vegeta and Wukong, before unceremoniously dropping them into the adjacent hot spring. The spring, though modest in size, held milky white water that emanated a delightful fragrance. Upon being tossed in, both Vegeta and Wukong lacked the strength to move. Yet, in the next moment, their eyes widened in unison. An indescribable warmth surged through their pores, flooding into their bodies. The sensation surpassed that of consuming a magical bean. Vegeta could distinctly feel his fractured bones knitting together swiftly. His damaged organs were mending, and his depleted cells were revitalized. Even his weary spirit, enveloped by this warm energy, experienced an unprecedented revival. Just moments ago, he had felt close to death, but now, after less than 10 seconds in the spring, he sensed himself restored to peak condition, perhaps even stronger than before. What is this? Vegeta murmured instinctively, his face, once contorted by pain, now radiated astonishment. He couldn't help but stretch, releasing a contented sigh. On the other side, Wukong's reaction was even more immediate. Wow, this feels amazing. My strength has returned. He sprang from the hot spring, his body brimming with power, even feeling as though he could transform into a Super Saiyan at that very moment. Standing in the spring, they exchanged glances, each bearing a mix of trepidation and delight. Their eyes then gravitated toward the long table adorned with steaming delicacies. An intense hunger surged from their bellies. Vegeta hesitated for a moment. The pride of a Saiyan prince made it difficult for him to lower his guard. However, beside him, Kakarot had shamelessly lunged forward, seizing an entire roasted leg of lamb, and began to indulge voraciously. Delicious. Simply exquisite. I feel as though everything I consume transforms into strength. Goku shouted, his words barely intelligible amidst his feasting. Vegeta's stomach betrayed him with a grumble. Observing Goku's gluttonous display and sensing an unprecedented fullness within himself, his inner pride began to waver. Perhaps that man's words held some truth? Ultimately, hunger triumphed over dignity. With a scowl, Vegeta approached the dining table, picked up a steak, and tentatively took a bite. In the next moment, his eyes lit up. Pure energy erupted in his mouth, sliding down his esophagus into his stomach, manifesting as warm currents that nourished his body. It was exquisite, far superior to anything he had ever tasted. Moreover, he could genuinely feel his strength surging. Thus, the Z warriors beheld an unforgettable spectacle in their lives. The two Saiyans, who had only moments ago been engaged in fierce combat, were now ravenously devouring a feast, their faces slick with grease. Watching the two Saiyans completely succumb to the allure of deliciousness, Lin Chen's lips curled into a smile. He realized that from this moment onward, this group of martial enthusiasts, accustomed to arduous training, had been irrevocably led down a divergent path, one of enjoyment and unprecedented efficiency in their quest for strength. Just then, Lin Chen rose from his beach chair and strolled over to Goku, who was still engrossed in his meal. Goku looked up, half a chicken leg still in his mouth, and asked Mr. Lin Chen, "What is it?" A mysterious smile graced Lin Chen's face. "Goku, your Super Saiyan transformation is, in fact, merely a work in progress." Goku halted, momentarily forgetting to chew his chicken leg. "A work in progress? Would you like to learn about the complete version?" Lin Chen teased, his tone laced with intrigue. Chapter 52. Your anger is misplaced. Time within the Genesis divine domain passed swiftly. To the outside world, it may have seemed like merely a few days, yet here, several months had elapsed. The combination of a life, spring, and energy delicacies allowed the Z warriors to experience rapid training. They could push themselves to their limits without concern, then instantaneously recover in a comfortable environment, resulting in swift increases in power. Krillin and Yamcha had long since surpassed their battle power from Namek, now focusing on developing even stronger ki blasts. After merging with the Supreme Kai, Piccolo's potential soared, and he made remarkable progress here, his aura becoming notably stable, even exceeding that of the former Namekian elder. The Saiyans, of course, progressed the fastest. Gohan, under Goku's companionship, could now effortlessly transform into a Super Saiyan. Though his strength remained unstable, his potential was immense. Goku himself, guided by Lin Chen's philosophy of calmness, began to experiment with controlling his Super Saiyan form. He has now managed to restrain his formidable power while sporting golden hair, quietly finishing a meal. Although he occasionally crushes plates and utensils, that ferocious aura has indeed subdued considerably. Everyone else is immersed in the sensation of their rapidly increasing strength, save for one individual. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted from the foot of the gravity mountain. Bare-chested, Vegeta's veins bulged as he delivered a powerful punch to the ground, creating a deep crater. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Vegeta gasped for breath, his eyes burning with rage, his face etched with frustration. Why? Why is it still not possible? He toils harder than anyone else. While Kakarot practices some form of tranquility and plays with his son, he pushes himself to the limit on the gravity mountain. When Piccolo and the Earthlings indulge in hot springs and gourmet food, he trains amidst stormy thunderclouds. His scars have healed and multiplied, and his strength has undeniably increased exponentially compared to a few months ago. Yet, that elusive realm remains just out of reach. No matter how furious he becomes or how much he pushes himself, that golden glow refuses to manifest upon him. He can feel a shackle firmly binding him, preventing any further progress. Ah! Vegeta roared once more, the shockwave lifting the ground around him. At that moment, a voice called out from behind him. Hey, what is with the yelling so early in the morning? Are you trying to disturb my sleep? Vegeta's body stiffened as he turned abruptly. Lin Chen, yawning and bleary-eyed, approached from the hot spring area, still clad in a bathrobe. What is the matter? Lin Chen glanced at Vegeta and casually inquired. You. Vegeta's fury swiftly turned toward him, fixing Lin Chen with a fierce gaze, gritting his teeth as he demanded, cut the sarcastic remarks. What is going on? Why can't I transform? What have you done to me? Done something to you? Lin Chen chuckled. You really overestimate yourself. With your current strength, you're not worthy of my interference. You. Those words struck Vegeta deeply. His pride as a prince was utterly shattered. Lin Chen paid no heed to his anger, walking up to him and circling around, scrutinizing him closely. At last, Lin Chen's gaze settled on Vegeta's chest. The issue does not lie within your body or talent. Lin Chen shook his head, stating calmly, it is your heart that is too small. What did you say? Vegeta's eyes widened in fury. I said, your heart is burdened with too many thoughts. Lin Chen's gaze drifted past Vegeta, focusing on a golden figure not far away, teaching Gohan to read. Your eyes are fixed on Gravity Mountain, yet your mind wanders to why Kakarot can transform. Every punch you throw is aimed at catching up to Kakarot's shadow. All your anger and effort are aimed at proving to that lower-class warrior that you are stronger than him. Every word uttered by Lin Chen pierced Vegeta deeply, leaving his face ashen in an instant. He yearned to refute, yet found himself rendered speechless, for Lin Chen's assertion struck true. Your heart is filled to the brim with Kakarot, saturated with jealousy and resentment towards him. Lin Chen turned to face Vegeta, a glimmer of pity in his eyes. That heart, burdened with envy, has no room to harbor your own untainted fury. You long to surpass Kakarot. This very desire has become your greatest shackle. Boom! The word shackles echoed explosively in Vegeta's mind. He stood frozen in place, his body rigid. Indeed, shackles. I've been relentlessly bound by that man named Kakarot. All my training, all my battles, all my fury. Was it merely for him? Then what am I, Vegeta? What does it mean to be the Prince of Saiyans? In that moment, Vegeta's worldview began to unravel. A wave of confusion and self-doubt washed over him. Observing his despondent demeanor, Lin Chen sensed the moment of truth had arrived. Forget Kakarot, Vegeta. Lin Chen's voice was low, imbued with an enchanting quality. He is unworthy of being your goal and your constraint. Vegeta instinctively raised his head, gazing at Lin Chen in bewilderment. Lin Chen offered a mysterious smile. There is another whom you should strive to surpass. With that, Lin Chen gently snapped his fingers. Snap! A soft sound resonated. The surrounding scenery transformed instantaneously. The realm of creation vanished. The sky darkened, the earth cracked, and the air was thick with despair and ruin. In the distance, several volcanoes erupted, while violet lightning danced wildly among the clouds. Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply. This scene would be forever etched in his memory. Namek, just as he was engulfed by shock, a voice, ingrained in his very being, echoed from the heavens. It carried an air of elegance and mockery, laced with disdain for all life. Oh, is that not my loyal little monkey, Vegeta? Vegeta's body trembled uncontrollably. He stiffly lifted his head inch by inch. He beheld a white figure gracefully descending from the sky, its smooth purple crown, blood-red eyes, and a white tail swaying behind. Frieza, look at your pitiful state. The illusion of Frieza tilted its head, regarding Vegeta with contempt. Have you been defeated once again? How pathetic, always overestimating yourself. Boom! That face, that gaze, that tone. In an instant, Vegeta's rationality vanished. The fear he had buried deep within, along with years of humiliation, overwhelmed him completely, just as despair threatened to engulf him. Lin Chen's voice resonated deep within his soul. Have you gained clarity, Vegeta? The true adversary you must surpass is not Kakarot, but rather the pitiful version of yourself, trembling and devoid of dignity, kneeling before Frieza, helpless and weak. Vegeta's body trembled violently. In his eyes, once filled with fear, a spark of light reignited. He gazed at Frieza's mocking visage and felt Kakarot's image in his mind begin to blur and ultimately vanish. Lin Chen's words awakened him. Indeed, why should I chase after that inferior warrior? Why should I allow my anger to be directed at him? Is my rage as Vegeta so trivial? My true enemy, my genuine shame, my real shackles have always been this very being before me. In that moment, Vegeta comprehended fully. His heart had finally found the rightful target for his fury. He looked upon the illusion of Frieza, who continued to revel in his fear. The confusion, resentment, and jealousy in Vegeta's eyes vanished, replaced by a pure, frigid, and immense wrath. Chapter 53. I am the Super Saiyan. The illusion of Namek was strikingly vivid. The sky bore an eerie green hue, the ground was riddled with craters, and the air was thick with a pungent odor. Vegeta's breaths became heavy as he beheld the figure suspended in midair, the embodiment of his lifelong nightmare. Frieza? Oh, is that you, Vegeta? The illusion of Frieza spoke. His tone as mocking as Vegeta remembered. Look at you in such disarray. Who has defeated you this time? Truly pathetic, my loyal little monkey. Silence. Vegeta roared, fury erupting from within him. He transformed into a streak of light, charging fiercely at Frieza. His fist, infused with the entirety of his training in the realm of the Creator, carried enough power to shatter a small planet. Yet, Frieza merely smiled and extended a single finger. Bang! Vegeta's formidable punch was effortlessly intercepted by that slender digit. A tremendous force surged from Frieza's fingertip. Vegeta's pupils constricted in shock. He attempted to retreat, but it was too late. With a gentle flick of his finger, Frieza sent Vegeta reeling. Thud! Vegeta felt an excruciating pain radiate from his fist, as if the bones in his arm had shattered. His body was hurled back, crashing violently against a distant rocky outcrop. Coughing and gasping, he struggled to rise from the debris, spitting out bloodied saliva, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? I am far stronger than I was on Namek. Why? Why is it still so weak, is it not? Frieza's voice echoed in his ears. Vegeta abruptly turned around and saw Frieza, having appeared at some point behind him, gazing down with a look akin to that of observing an insect. Truly, you have a short memory, Vegeta. Frieza extended his foot, gently pressing it upon Vegeta's shoulder. Crack! The sound of Vegeta's scapula shattering echoed, and he let out a muffled groan, kneeling on one knee. In the eyes of this monkey, you may believe you have grown significantly stronger. Frieza's foot gradually exerted pressure, forcing Vegeta's head closer to the ground. Yet in the eyes of me, King Frieza, you're no different from that pitiful little monkey who used to grovel before me decades ago. Vegeta's teeth chattered as he yearned to retaliate, to unleash all his fury and obliterate this wretch who stood upon his head. However, the deep-seated fear coiled around his heart, rendering him devoid of any strength to resist. Why? Why am I still afraid? This wretch is clearly dead. Kakarot killed him. Kakarot. Yes, Kakarot. The image of Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan involuntarily surfaced in Vegeta's mind. That golden hair, that immense power. If only I could be like Kakarot. Hehehe. Frieza suddenly let out a light laugh, filled with mockery. Still thinking of your companion, that lower-class warrior named Kakarot? How pitiful, Vegeta. Frieza lifted his foot and kicked Vegeta to the ground, then slowly approached him, crouching down to grasp his chin and force him to meet his gaze. You regard that lower-class warrior as your target. You envy him, you despise him, you dream of surpassing him. But have you ever considered what he is doing while you struggle to catch up? He is on Earth, surrounded by family, friends, and everything he wishes to protect. And what about you? A cruel smile crept across Frieza's lips. You possess nothing. Your planet has been obliterated by me. Your father has been slain by my hand. Your entire race has been extinguished by me. You are merely a homeless wretch, unable to avenge even your own kin. You do not even dare to hate me. You can only vent all your resentment and fury upon that weaker counterpart. Each of Frieza's words pierced deeply into Vegeta's heart, utterly shattering his pride. You lie. I do not. Vegeta roared, yet his rebuttal felt feeble. I do not envy Kakarot. I merely seek to reclaim the glory that belongs to me, the Saiyan Prince. Glory? Frieza erupted into exaggerated laughter, as though he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes. Honor? You, who do not dare defy your master, and can only perform like a jester before me, dare to speak of honor. A jester? The very words sent a shiver through Vegeta. Memories flooded back to him. On Namek, just before his demise, he had wept, relinquishing all dignity, pleading with the very lowly warrior he despised most to avenge the Saiyans. What difference is there between that moment and now? Both instances reflected his utter impotence and lamentable state. No, not like this. Vegeta's gaze began to lose its focus under Frieza's taunts. His spirit teetered on the brink of collapse. It seems you have yet to grasp reality. Frieza's smile vanished, replaced by a chilling contempt. Let's allow you to relive the taste of despair. Slowly, he raised his right hand, the tip of his finger igniting with a faint purple glow. Farewell, my pitiful jester. Once again, death loomed over Vegeta. The scene mirrored the despair of his memories. No, I refuse. I will not perish in such a manner. His heart screamed in madness. Yet, fear weighed heavily upon him, rendering him immobile. At that moment, Lin Chen's voice resonated in his mind as if from another realm, erupting like thunder. Forget about Kakarot, Vegeta. Your true rival is not him, but the powerless version of yourself, who could do nothing but plead and weep before Frieza. The phrase powerless version of yourself jolted Vegeta back to clarity. Indeed, what was he doing? Why was he fixated on Kakarot? Why regard that lowly warrior as his target? His enemy, his disgrace. Throughout it all, it was only this bastard before him. What was Kakarot? My fury, my pride as the Prince of Saiyans. Do they deserve to be wasted on envy toward my kind? No, absolutely not. In that moment, Vegeta's understanding crystallized. His twisted heart finally found its direction for rage. He slowly lifted his head, and in his nearly vacant eyes, all confusion, all resentment, all jealousy were incinerated in an instant. In their place burned pure, icy wrath. This fury was directed at his own impotence. It was a hatred of his relentless adversary. Oh, your eyes have changed. Frieza noted Vegeta's transformation, not merely indifferent, but sporting a more playful smile. What? Have you come to terms with your fate? Yet, it will be of no use. The light at his fingertips had gathered to a critical point. Go peacefully, my jester prince. With a flick of his fingers, a violet beam shot toward Vegeta's heart, seemingly heralding the end. But no, it was not yet over. At the very moment the beam was about to make contact, an astonishing radiance erupted from Vegeta's eyes. Within that light was a tempest of pride, hatred, and humiliation, the raw, unadulterated fury of a prince confronting the enemy who had obliterated his homeland. I am not a fool. A roar, suppressed to its utmost limits, erupted from Vegeta's throat. Boom! A golden aura surged forth from within him, erupting like a volcanic explosion. This radiant gold instantaneously dispelled every cloud in the skies above Namek. The violent shockwaves sent tremors through the illusory world, fracturing the earth and tearing enormous rifts in the sky. Purple lightning crackled around his form, emitting a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Slowly, Vegeta rose from the ground. His hair had transformed into a dazzling gold, standing erect in defiance. His pupils had turned a striking emerald green. An unprecedented, boundless power surged wildly within him. For the first time, Frieza's face, typically adorned with a mocking smile, froze in utter shock. The beam aimed at Vegeta's heart was halted less than a centimeter from his body by an invisible golden aura, dissipating into nothingness. What is this? Frieza gazed at the golden-haired figure before him, feeling a terrifying aura that even made his heart race. For the first time, his crimson eyes displayed astonishment and fear. The legendary Super Saiyan? Indeed, he was correct. Vegeta gradually lifted his head, his emerald eyes coldly locking onto Frieza. A sinister smile crept upon his lips. Alas, there would be no reward. He moved. His figure vanished from sight in an instant. Frieza's pupils constricted to the utmost, giving him no time to react. In the next moment, a fist ablaze with golden flames struck his face with tremendous force. Bang! There was no earth-shattering explosion. Frieza's illusion shattered instantly, dissolving into motes of light in the air. The illusory world crumbled violently, and the surroundings transformed back into the realm of the Creator. Vegeta hovered midair, engulfed in golden flames, surrounded by crackling lightning, resembling a golden war deity. He had succeeded. At last, he had broken free from all shackles, pushing open the fabled door through sheer will. Ha 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 ha! Vegeta, feeling the surging power within him, could not help but erupt into a fit of joyous laughter. In that laughter resided the exhilaration of liberation after a lifetime of repression. He lowered his gaze to his palms, ablaze with golden flames. This is the true power. This is the strength that I, Vegeta, ought to possess. He slowly turned his head. Those emerald eyes, ablaze with golden flames, pierced through the vast distance, landing precisely on the other side of the plain. There, a figure, equally radiating a golden aura, sat cross-legged. Kakarot. In Vegeta's gaze, the fires of battle blazed fiercely. Our fight has only just begun. Chapter 54. Goku's Equanimity. Within the realm of the Creator God, ever since Vegeta bellowed that he was the Super Saiyan, the atmosphere of the training ground transformed. The tension between Goku and Vegeta intensified. After successfully transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta brimmed with confidence. He was no longer as tempestuous as before, yet the pride within him burned even brighter. He ceased training at Gravity Mountain, opting instead to emulate Goku by attempting more precise control training in his Super Saiyan state. Naturally, given his temperament, he would never admit to mimicking Kakarot. Vegeta floated in mid-air, maintaining his golden-haired form, arms crossed, eyes closed, utterly still, resembling a golden statue. Meanwhile, Goku felt the weight of pressure. Vegeta's success delighted him. It had also illuminated his own shortcomings. With a sudden flash of golden light on the nearby lawn, Goku reverted from his Super Saiyan transformation, scratching his head in frustration as he plopped down onto the ground. He had merely wished to test, if he could, in his transformed state, casually pluck a flower like Mr. Lin Chen without crushing it. Alas, he failed. The moment his fingertips brushed against the delicate blossom, it disintegrated into ashes. Damn it! Why can't I control it? Goku's agitation caused him to ruffle his own hair. He realized that while he could transform, the side effects of this state were overwhelming. Each transformation sent his emotions spiraling into a hyperactive rage, akin to an overinflated balloon that could burst with the slightest touch. Furthermore, the energy expenditure was immense. Simply maintaining the transformation while doing nothing drained his stamina rapidly. This was hardly a form suitable for regular combat. Anger might trigger his transformation, but once transformed, he was at a complete loss as to what to do next. Goku glanced at the distant golden statue. Although the aura enveloping Vegeta was domineering, it was equally unstable, flickering like a flame that could extinguish at any moment, dancing erratically. It was evident that he too faced the same dilemma as Goku. Sighing what to do, Goku lay back on the grass, gazing at the eternally gentle sky crafted by Lin Chen, puzzled. Eureka! A thought suddenly sprang forth in his mind. He sprang up from the ground, a smile returning to his face. Indeed, such inquiries can simply be directed to Mr. Lin Chen. Without further hesitation, Wukong transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the distant palace suspended amidst the clouds. At the pinnacle of the palace lay a tea room. Lin Chen reclined languidly on a soft couch, squinting his eyes as he leisurely savored a cup of hot tea. Wukong burst through the entrance, the gust of wind he'd generated causing the curtains of the tea room to flutter noisily. Mr. Lin Chen, I have a question I wish to pose to you, he exclaimed, unable to contain his eagerness. Lin Chen did not even lift his eyelids. Leisurely blowing on the steam rising from his cup, he replied nonchalantly, Did you not think to knock before entering? Oh, my sincerest apologies. Wukong finally realized, awkwardly scratching his head, I was simply too hasty. Impetuous indeed. Lin Chen remarked with a slight curl of his lips, finally opening his eyes to cast a glance at him. Speak, what troubles you? That expression of yours suggests you have hit another obstacle. Indeed, Wukong nodded fervently, like an eager pupil, sitting cross-legged before Lin Chen. Mr. Lin Chen, it pertains to the transformation into a Super Saiyan. I have discovered that while I can transform, I am unable to maintain control. My emotions become exceedingly volatile, and my stamina depletes rapidly, making it impossible to sustain for any length of time. That fellow Vegeta is likely experiencing the same. It feels akin to wielding a powerful firearm that might misfire at any moment, which is quite disconcerting. Wukong laid bare his confusion in one breath. Lin Chen listened quietly, his expression devoid of surprise, as though he had anticipated this very question. He set down his teacup and countered, Wukong, what do you perceive a Super Saiyan to be? Wukong pondered for a moment before responding. It is a formidable battle form that erupts from anger? Partially correct. Lin Chen shook his head, pouring himself another cup of tea. Anger merely serves as the trigger for your transformation. Surely, one cannot engage in battle and then linger at the entrance, exposed to the cold winds? This analogy momentarily stunned Wukong, who stroked his chin in contemplation. True strength does not lie in mere eruption. It resides in mastery. Lin Chen raised his teacup, his gaze growing profound. It is about completely taming this ferocious power, transforming it into an integral part of your being. Allow it to flow as naturally as your hands and feet, as instinctual as your breath and heartbeat. Each of Lin Chen's words left Wukong bewildered, his mind struggling to grasp the concept. Become a part of my body, like breathing and heartbeat? How could one possibly achieve that? Wukong felt his mind was nearing its limits. Just as he endeavored to comprehend this profound insight, Lin Chen's subsequent action caused Wukong's eyes to widen in astonishment. Lin Chen was poised to bring the teacup to his lips. At the very moment he raised his hand, his jet-black short hair transformed, without warning and in utter silence, into a cascade of golden hues. His emerald green eyes remained devoid of any turbulence. No anger, no arrogance, and not a trace of energetic fluctuation. It seemed as though he had merely changed his hair color with the utmost naturalness. Then, under the petrified gaze of Wukong, Lin Chen, adorned with golden locks, leisurely exhaled the steam from his teacup and took a gentle sip. Ah, delightful tea, he uttered with a contented sigh. In an instant, with a flash of golden light, his hair reverted to its original black. The entire sequence was as effortless as a mere blink of an eye. Wukong stood agape, staring at Lin Chen in a daze, feeling as though his mind had short-circuited in that moment. Had he transformed and then reverted? He even had time for a sip of tea. Moreover, throughout the entire process, his energy remained utterly undisturbed, tranquil as a still pond. What on earth had just transpired? Wukong felt his decades of martial understanding utterly upended by Lin Chen's actions. So, this was how a Super Saiyan could operate. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner outside the tea room, two figures were equally entranced. It was Vegeta, who had stealthily followed to discern what Kakarot was up to, and Trunks, who was purely driven by curiosity. Vegeta, arms crossed and maintaining his proud demeanor, found his intensely constricted pupils and involuntarily agape mouth, betraying his inner astonishment. What had just unfolded? That creature, had he trivialized the legendary transformation of a Super Saiyan to something akin to dyeing one's hair? This was inconceivable, absolutely impossible. Vegeta felt his mind turn blank. Beside him, Trunks was in an even worse state. The youth had entirely relinquished his capacity for thought. Staring vacantly at the man's silhouette within the tea room, his eyes filled solely with boundless awe and reverence. Inside the tea room, Lin Chen, observing Wukong's bewildered expression, smiled with satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he desired. Some truths, he mused, are best understood through direct experience rather than mere explanation. Have you grasped it? Lin Chen lazily inquired as he set down his teacup. I think I understand, but it seems I don't, Wukong stammered, his thoughts still muddled. Not understanding is precisely right. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. Such a realm of comprehension cannot merely be conceived. One must adapt through the body. He gazed at Wukong, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Thus, beginning today, your training regimen shall be altered. Huh? Altered to what? Wukong instinctively asked. Lin Chen raised a single finger, articulating an instruction that both Wukong and the two eavesdroppers outside believed they had misheard. From this moment until you depart from here, maintain the form of a Super Saiyan throughout all activities, eating, drinking, bathing, and even sleeping, without ever reverting to your original state. What? Goku leapt from the ground, a cry escaping his lips. Sleep while maintaining this transformation? How could that possibly be achieved? I drool in my sleep without transforming. If I do transform, wouldn't I end up demolishing the bed? Merely envisioning such a scenario sent chills down his spine. That is precisely your dilemma. Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders, adopting a demeanor of indifference. When you can maintain that golden mane and peacefully slumber, dreaming of grand feasts rather than engaging in chaotic battles, that will be the moment you have truly mastered this power. With that, Lin Chen paid Goku no further heed, reclining back onto the soft couch and closing his eyes. Well then, I've imparted the wisdom. I shall indulge in a nap now. You're free to do as you wish. Goku stood there in a daze, observing Lin Chen, who had already begun to emit soft snores, and contemplated the training regimen he had just proposed. Maintaining transformation while living, while sleeping. Is this truly a form of training? It feels 1,000 times more challenging than training under 10,000-fold gravity. However, a spark of excitement ignited in Goku's eyes. How intriguing. This method of training is genuinely fascinating. I understand now, Mr. Lin Chen. Goku bowed deeply to Lin Chen's back, a brilliant smile illuminating his face. I shall accomplish this. With that declaration, he turned on his heel, exuberantly exiting the tea room. He could hardly contain his eagerness to embark on this new journey of self-challenge. Meanwhile, in the corner outside the tea room, Vegeta and Trunks remained frozen in place, unable to shake off the astonishment. Trunks' eyes reflected not only shock, but also a glimmer of hope for the future. So this is the unimaginable peak of Super Saiyan. As for Vegeta, his countenance shifted erratically. Shock, confusion, disbelief, and a hint of suppressed frustration and competitiveness danced across his features. To live while maintaining transformation? That fool Kakarot dares to undertake such a foolish training regimen? What a simpleton. I, Vegeta, Prince of the Saiyans, would never stoop to such methods. Internally, he dismissed this ludicrous training approach. Then, darkening his expression, he turned away in silence, flying back towards his training villa. He resolved to see for himself if he could manage to avoid dismantling his bed while sleeping. Chapter 55. For whom do you fight? Within the realm of the Creator God, a fervent atmosphere of training enveloped the air. Goku, sporting his golden hair, sat at the dining table alongside the similarly golden-haired Gohan. Both engaged in a challenging endeavor, grasping peanuts with chopsticks. Gohan observed closely. One must maintain a relaxed wrist. And then, oh dear, snap! Once again, a pair of chopsticks crumbled into dust in Goku's unsteady grip. Gohan stifled a laugh, covering his mouth. Not far off, Vegeta hovered above a waterfall, sustaining his Super Saiyan form with tightly shut eyes. His golden aura fluctuated between calm and tumultuous, unleashing uncontrollable bursts of golden lightning that carved deep holes into the water below. Clearly, he too struggled to attain a state of serene composure. Each was advancing rapidly in their own manner, yet Trunks stood alone in the distant clearing, an incongruous figure, clutching the long sword that had accompanied him through time. He felt the surge of his own power escalating swiftly, nearing the threshold of Super Saiyan. However, joy eluded him. He sensed something amiss with his strength. Drawing a deep breath, he raised his sword high and struck down upon the vacant earth before him. Boom! A blade of energy erupted, leaving a profound trench in the ground, its potency exceeding that of his earlier attempts tenfold. Yet, Trunks bore no expression of elation, his brow furrowed in anguish. He felt it. That last strike was imbued with fury, anger at the atrocities committed by the androids, anger at his own impotence, anger at the grim future that awaited them. He swung his sword again. The flash of the blade conjured the haunting image of Uncle Piccolo lying in a pool of blood. Another swing followed, conjuring the merciless murder of his father, Vegeta. And then the final strike. The sword whistled through the air, echoing with the desperate cry of his mother, Bulma. In her final moments, Trunks screamed, discarding the sword, cradling his head with trembling hands, collapsing to the ground. The greater his power, the clearer those despairing memories became. Each swing of his sword felt like a revisitation of a nightmare that had destroyed everything he held dear. This power was a poison, a double-edged sword that not only harmed his enemies, but tormented him as well. Raising his gaze, he looked towards the floating palace in the distance. There, he saw Goku and his son sharing carefree laughter, Vegeta, though visibly displeased, still striving to master his power, and that man, Lin Chen, who remained reclined on a sun lounger, leisurely sipping juice, as if all of this were none of his concern. Why? Why could you all remain so composed? Why was your power so pure? And yet, mine is fraught with sorrow and pain. Trunks rose, retrieving the sword from the ground, and began to step toward Lin Chen, uncertain of what to ask or what answers he might receive. Yet he possessed an instinct, a belief that perhaps only that man could liberate him from the shackles that bound him. Lin Chen reclined on a chair, basking in the unique sunlight of the creation divine realm. A figure obscured the light before him. Without opening his eyes, he lazily inquired, "What brings you here?" "The future child, shirking your training to sunbathe?" Trunks fell silent for a moment, summoning his courage to ask in a hoarse voice, "Mr. Lin Chen, what must I do to become stronger?" "Are you not already growing stronger?" Lin Chen replied casually. "I saw that last sword strike of yours. It was quite powerful. With a few decades of practice, you might be able to trim my nails." "No." Trunks abruptly raised his head, his azure eyes filled with anguish and confusion. "I do not speak of such strength. My power is rife with anger and sorrow. It torments me, as if it seeks to consume me. What I desire is the composure you possess, like Mr. Goku." Composure. The word prompted Lin Chen to slowly open his eyes. He sat upright, for the first time regarding the boy from the future with a discerning gaze. He observed the weight of burden upon the youth's youthful face, his eyes brimming with despair and hatred. The weight of his sword was nearly crushing him. "Ah, I see." Lin Chen nodded, a look of understanding dawning upon his face. Rising and stretching, he said, "Follow me." Without further ado, he turned and walked deeper into the divine realm. Trunks, though perplexed, quickly followed suit. The two traversed past a waterfall and through a forest, ultimately halting before a vibrant meadow adorned with an array of exquisite flowers. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the blossoms to sway, filling the air with their delightful fragrance. This place was the most vibrant and serene within the entire creation divine realm. "Mr. Lin Chen, we have arrived here," Trunks remarked, as the beauty before him calmed the turbulence within his heart. Patience, Lin Chen said, stepping into the heart of the flower sea, turning to face him with a smile. Do you not wish to know what you should fight for? Do you not wish to understand where your power should be directed? A mysterious smile graced Lin Chen's face. Then witness it with your own eyes. Just as his words concluded, he snapped his fingers. With a soft pop, the scenery transformed instantaneously. The vibrant flower meadow vanished, replaced by a bustling, peaceful future city. Hovering vehicles darted through the air, and smiles adorned the faces of the people. Laughter echoed from the shops lining the streets. Trunks stood in astonishment. This scene was one he had only heard of in his mother's tales. As he stood astonished by the sudden spectacle before him, his gaze was drawn to a building at the end of the street. He recognized that structure, the Capsule Corporation. A woman clad in a white lab coat, her hair tinged with gray, stood on the balcony of the corporation, smiling gently and waving in his direction. Time had etched its marks upon her face, yet her eyes retained their wisdom and warmth. It was his mother. It was Bulma, the living embodiment of his mother, smiling directly at him. Mother! Trunks' lips trembled, and tears cascaded uncontrollably down his cheeks. He reached out, yearning to touch that figure, but it seemed as ephemeral as a mirage, separated by an insurmountable distance. Do you see it, Trunks? Lin Chen's voice resonated in his ear. This is the world you have safeguarded. This is the future you have yearned for. A future devoid of destruction and despair, filled only with peace and laughter. Lin Chen approached him, gently patting his trembling shoulder. Your sword should not be wielded solely for vengeance. Revenge will only ensnare you in deeper darkness. Your sword should be wielded to protect this hope, to safeguard every smiling face in the city, to protect the mother waiting on the balcony for your safe return, for the most beautiful scenery in your heart. Each word spoken by Lin Chen washed over Trunks' heart, which had been frozen in hatred for many years. He gazed at the illusion before him, at the mother smiling at him, at the children frolicking in the street. It was as if he beheld an entirely new world, a beautiful future he had never dared to dream of. So, the purpose of my fight is not to extinguish the androids, but to protect all of this for hope. Hope, a word he had not felt in far too long. In that moment, the grievances, pain, and despair that had been suppressed for over a decade surged forth. Trunks could no longer contain himself. He fell to his knees, weeping like a child, his cries tearing at the very fabric of his being, as if he were shedding the burdens of years through his tears. Lin Chen did not intrude upon his sorrow. He merely stood quietly by, observing as this tormented child released his emotions. After a while, the sobs gradually subsided. Trunks slowly rose from the ground, wiping the tears from his face. His blue eyes sparkled with unprecedented clarity and brightness. The weight that had burdened him lifted, replaced by a sense of ease and an unwavering determination. He bowed deeply to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin Chen, thank you. I understand now. The moment his words fell, a thunderous sound erupted. A golden aura erupted from his being, soaring majestically into the heavens. This transformation was devoid of any roars or anguish, embodying only unwavering resolve. The golden flame, unlike its previous manifestation of fury, now radiated a warm, hopeful glow capable of illuminating the darkest of voids. Trunks slowly lifted his gaze, his golden locks dancing in the currents of energy, and within his verdant eyes resided an indomitable will to protect all. He gripped his sword tightly. This time, he sensed that the weapon was no longer burdensome. It felt light, remarkably light. Light enough to sever the chains of past despair. Light enough to bear the weight of an entirely new future. Chapter 56, Calculated Collapse. All Super Saiyans? Deep within the northern mountain range, a vast research facility operated in orderly fashion. This was the domain of Dr. Gero, a place forged from steel and data, existing solely for the sake of vengeance. Before the main console, Dr. Gero wore a faint smile upon his aged visage. Hundreds of screens before him displayed real-time footage captured by insectoid robots from around the globe. 20 years. He had devoted 2 full decades to establishing a surveillance network that spanned the entirety of Planet Blue. The singular objective was clear: Goku. Everything was proceeding according to my calculations. Dr. Gero lifted his steaming cup of coffee, casting a glance at the final debugging report of the android number 19 in the corner, nodding in satisfaction. The perfect energy absorption device was sufficient to counteract the Kamehameha waves that Goku and his companions prided themselves upon. Coupled with his meticulous analysis of each battle and technique over the past 2 decades, this revenge would be a precise hunt. Yet, just as Dr. Gero reveled in this tranquility, The central screen of the main console suddenly displayed the collective disappearance of dozens of red dots, representing Goku and his allies, without any forewarning. The smile on Dr. Gero's face froze as he set down his coffee cup, his brow furrowing in concern. Disappeared? He immediately accessed the highest level of authority, commanding the global surveillance network to conduct a comprehensive energy scan, from the stratosphere to the Earth's core, leaving no corner unchecked. The results yielded nothing. The energies of Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and even that boy from the future, the presence of all Z warriors had seemingly evaporated, leaving no trace upon Planet Blue. A clever ruse to mask their energy? A futile struggle. Dr. Gero reclined in his chair, dismissively snorting. In his database, the Z warriors could indeed suppress their energy signatures, but that would only deceive low-level detectors. Before his intricate web of surveillance, such trivial actions held no significance. They must have concealed themselves within some specialized energy shielding facility. Dr. Gero paid little heed. In his calculations, regardless of where Goku and the others might hide, they could not achieve a qualitative leap in power within mere days. As long as they remained on Planet Blue, they could not escape his grasp. He merely needed to wait, to bide his time until his prey, under the illusion of safety, dared to reveal themselves once more. Days passed, 3, 4, 5. The console remained eerily tranquil. The multitude of red dots had not re-emerged. Dr. Glow's patience began to wane, discomfort gnawing at him as the unpredictable variable eluded his calculations. Just as he contemplated initiating the contingency plan, dispatching search robots to scour the globe for all suspicious underground facilities, an alarm blared. The entire console erupted with a shrill, high-level alert. Hundreds of screens instantaneously transformed into a blinding crimson hue. What was happening? Dr. Glow sprang from his chair, knocking over his coffee cup without a second thought. His gaze fixated on the central display. There, the area representing the headquarters of the West City Capsule Corporation, where the numerous red dots had vanished for days, suddenly, without warning, reappeared all at once. It was as though someone had simultaneously flipped dozens of switches. Finally, they dared to show themselves, a horde of rats. The irritation etched on Dr. Glow's face morphed into a sinister grin as he swiftly returned to the console, his fingers flying over the keyboard. Activate the highest precision energy analysis. Lock on all targets. I demand to see their energy levels. With his command, the research facility's backup energy systems surged to life, a massive current flooding into the console. The central screen rapidly shifted to reveal a series of analytical windows, each filled with data and waveforms corresponding to AZ Warrior. Target locked. Krillin. Energy analysis in progress. Energy level, 5 million warning. Data shows an increase of over 300% compared to 3 days ago. Anomaly detected. 300%? Dr. Glow's brow furrowed. That unsettling feeling resurfaced. Krillin, that bald-headed warrior, was among the weakest of the Z fighters in his database. How could his power have tripled in mere days? There must be a malfunction with the detector, he mused, shifting his gaze to the next window. Target locked. Piccolo, energy analysis in progress. Energy level, 170 million warning. Data shows an increase of over 50% compared to the Namex saga. Anomaly detected. 170 million. Dr. Glow's breath caught in his throat. This was impossible. Piccolo's energy was nearing that of Frisia's base form. What had transpired in these past days? His breathing grew rapid as he forced himself to remain composed, focusing on the most critical targets, his arch-nemesis and his nemesis's son. Target locked. Son Gohan. Energy analysis in progress. The numbers on the screen surged wildly, ultimately devolving into a series of garbled symbols amidst a cacophony of electrical static. Warning. Energy level exceeds detection limits. Calculation impossible. What? Dr. Gero's eyes were nearly bulging out of their sockets. A mere child, yet possessing energy that exceeded the limits of his detectors? His apparatus was a military-grade device capable of measuring combat power up to 2 billion. A chill crawled up his spine. Trembling, he clicked on the data of the purple-haired boy from the future, known as Trunks. Target locked. Energy analysis of Trunks in progress. Super Saiyan energy reaction detected. Stable. Efficient. Energy activity warning. Unknown mixed energy form detected. Analysis failed. A Super Saiyan. Another Super Saiyan. And what was this mixed energy form? Dr. Gero felt as if his mind was about to explode from the data that transcended 2 decades of his research. He dared not ponder further and instinctively clicked on a name he both knew all too well and despised. Vegeta. Target locked. Energy analysis of Vegeta in progress. At that moment, the alarms on the control panel converged into a cacophony representing annihilation. The screen displayed no numbers, no waveforms. Only two blood-red, frantically flashing words. Super Saiyan. No, it's impossible. Dr. Gero muttered in a daze, as the pride he took in his science and logic was shattered in an instant. How could that proud prince, Vegeta, possibly have transformed into a Super Saiyan? According to his calculations, Vegeta's temperament could never meet the conditions for transformation. It was unscientific. It contradicted all his research. Yet this was not the end. Dr. Gero's gaze, as if drawn by a magnet, stiffly shifted to the final and foremost window. Within that window danced the essence of his lifelong nemesis, Son Goku. Target locked. Energy analysis of Son Goku in progress. Super Saiyan energy reaction detected. This line was within Dr. Gero's expectations. However, the subsequent line of data struck him like a sledgehammer, shattering his last glimmer of hope. Energy stability analysis. Stability at 99.9%. Energy fluctuation approaching 0. Status determined. Normal form? Warning, warning, warning. This life form has transcended known biological parameters. Incomprehensible. Unanalyzable. Evacuation recommended. Before the final word evacuation had fully appeared, the central screen flickered several times amidst a surge of electrical overload and then went completely dark. The control room plunged into an eerie silence. Only the faint smoke rising from overloaded instruments remained. Dr. Gero's body froze in place, his mind a blank. Normal form? A Super Saiyan in normal form? He has transformed a cataclysmic battle, achievable only through extreme fury, into a mere daily routine akin to eating and drinking. A dry chuckle, reminiscent of a deflating balloon, escaped from Dr. Gero's throat. Slowly, he turned his stiff neck to gaze into the corner of the control room. There, in a colossal charging chamber, android number 19 lay quietly, the energy indicator on its chest displaying a progress of 98%. This was his pride, his instrument of vengeance, the culmination of his scientific endeavors. However, now, as he observed the slowly charging masterpiece and recalled the lines of data on the screen that shattered his worldview, Dr. Gero's gaze began to dull. His legs buckled, and he fell backward along with his expensive chair, collapsing onto the floor. It was over. Everything was finished. His calculations, his data, his 2 decades of toil, all reduced to a farce. The monsters had evolved into true monstrosities. Dr. Gero lay sprawled on the ground, mumbling in a daze. What will become of my revenge, my science? His eyes pierced through layers of walls, reaching the innermost depths of the laboratory. There, sealed away, lay his last trump card, 2 entities he deemed failures, possessing limitless energy, demons of his own creation. Chapter 57. Can transformations be played this way? The portal to the Genesis domain slowly revolved on the lawn of Capsule Corporation. Lin Chen was the last to emerge, snapping his fingers, causing the grand door to shrink rapidly into a mere point of light before vanishing. Only a few days had passed outside, yet the lawn still bore the remnants of a post-party scene. Wow, finally out. Clint stretched widely, a look of lingering satisfaction on his face. It felt as though he had just entered, and he wished to remain inside for a lifetime. Indeed, the hot springs there were exquisite, Yamucha concurred. Bulma and Chi-Chi had been waiting at the entrance and rushed forward to greet the group as they emerged. How was it? How did the training go? Bulma's eyes flickered between Goku and Vegeta, her face etched with curiosity. She noticed that while they seemed slightly more invigorated and their demeanor more composed, there appeared to be no remarkable changes. They radiated no astonishing energy, nor did they exude the oppressive aura of true strength. They resembled a group of ordinary individuals returning from a vacation. Goku, are you all right? Chi-Chi grasped Goku's hand, scrutinizing him from head to toe, fearing he might have lost a hair. I'm fine, Chi-Chi, Goku replied, scratching his head with his characteristic grin. See? I'm all good. Good? What do you mean good? You all are a constant source of worry. Chi-Chi exclaimed, her hands on her hips. Though her words were filled with complaints, the concern in her eyes had lessened considerably. How did the training go? Bulma, still uneasy, posed the question once more. After all, this was pivotal to the fate of the world 3 years hence. Not too bad, Goku remarked, taking a large bite out of an apple from the nearby table, his words somewhat muffled. Not too bad. Bulma's brow furrowed, perplexed by the inadequacy of his response. Was Lin Chen's leisurely cultivation merely a vacation? Beside her, Vegeta maintained his typical stance, arms crossed, a scowl that suggested everyone owed him a fortune. With a disdainful huff, he turned his head away, dismissing such inquiries. Trunks, visibly agitated, glanced at his mother, his lips moving as he struggled to find the right words. Observing their expressions, Bulma felt an ominous premonition wash over her. Surely, this group hadn't truly been led astray by that unreliable fellow, forgetting their serious pursuits in favor of frivolity? Just as Bulma's heart sank, preparing to confront Lin Chen, Goku, still munching on his apple, flashed her a subtle smile. Look, he said. In an instant, a golden light enveloped Goku without any roar, struggle, or explosive energy. He stood there, casually consuming his apple, as his iconic black hair transformed silently into a brilliant gold. His emerald eyes remained serene, the aura of a Super Saiyan suppressed to an imperceptible level, as if he had merely changed his hair color. Bulma's mouth slowly fell open, her eyes widening in disbelief. The juice in her cup tilted unnoticed, spilling its vibrant orange liquid all over her, yet she remained oblivious. Chi-Chi, poised to continue her tirade, found her words caught in her throat, her expression frozen in astonishment. Golden hair? She gazed at her husband's shimmering locks under the sun, then at his profile, still nibbling on the apple. Her mind momentarily stalled. What was happening? Was the transformation into a Super Saiyan supposed to stem from intense rage? Wouldn't it incite a ferocious and fearsome demeanor? How could it be as effortless as changing attire? And he could even eat while transforming? For dull trick. Came a scoff filled with disdain for Vegeta, still with his arms crossed, not even bothering to raise his eyelids, his face replete with scorn for Kakarot's ostentatious display. Then, under the dazed gazes of the onlookers, a flash of golden light erupted from Vegeta as well. His hair shot up in a magnificent golden display. Yet his overwhelming aura remained contained within, unyielding. He stood there, sporting his golden mane, embodying an air of superiority as if he were born to be this way. If Goku's transformation had left Bulma and Chi-Chi astonished, then Vegeta's transformation rendered them utterly speechless. Two Super Saiyans, so nonchalantly before them, one savoring an apple, the other striking a pose. The scene was imbued with absurdity and striking intensity. Just then, a clear voice roused Bulma from a reverie. It was Trunks. The boy approached her, his typically melancholic visage graced with a radiant smile. Behold, he declared, drawing in a deep breath, a flicker of warmth glimmering in his eyes. Suddenly, a golden aura erupted from him, soaring skyward. This time, the golden energy was no longer steeped in sorrow and fury. It radiated a warm brilliance, brimming with hope. The power remained formidable, yet was no longer burdensome. Bulma gazed at her golden-haired son, feeling the reassuring warmth emanating from him, and her eyes instantly filled with tears. She sensed that her child had transformed. He had become a warrior of hope, destined to protect the future. Unable to contain herself any longer, Bulma embraced Trunks tightly, tears cascading silently down her cheeks. How wonderful, truly wonderful. Krillin, Yamcha, and Piccolo stood in astonishment, their hearts overwhelmed with surprise and awe. Just a few days had passed, yet Goku and Vegeta had ascended to such heights. Transforming into Super Saiyans had become their everyday state. This was no mere strength. It was a divine manifestation. All eyes involuntarily gravitated toward the man casually chewing on a toothpick, wearing an expression of nonchalance. Lin Chen. This transformation was brought about by him. All right, Lin Chen said, discarding the toothpick and clapping his hands, dispelling the tender atmosphere. The warm-up is over. It seems the actors are in fine form. Actors? The crowd paused, bewildered by his words. Lin Chen offered no explanation, a smile playing on his lips as his gaze appeared to pierce through time and space, glimpsing a city in the throes of disaster. Let us proceed. It is time to receive the first wave of applause from our audience. Chapter 58. You are not even worthy of making him move. In South City, West District, the bustling commercial street had transformed into a sea of flames. Panicked crowds fled in all directions, their cries and screams mingling with the thunderous sounds of collapsing buildings. At the epicenter of the catastrophe stood a grotesque, portly figure, adorned with a ludicrous pointed hat emblazoned with the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army. It was Android 19. He extended his hands, the black contraptions in his palms voraciously absorbing the surrounding energy. Explosive flames, leaking electricity, even the life energy of the planet itself, were being relentlessly drawn into his being. Hee. More energy, Android 19 cackled, his voice grating like metal scraping against metal. Not far above, An elderly man with flowing white hair and a beard hovered, coldly observing the chaos. It was Android 20, Dr. Gero. Almost there. Dr. Gero cast a glance at the chaos unfolding below, a satisfied nod marking his approval. Such a commotion surely alerted that fool, Sun Wukong. A morbid smile crept across his face. For 2 decades, he had lurked in the shadows, dedicating his efforts to meticulous data analysis, ultimately crafting a weapon capable of exacting revenge upon Sun Wukong. The moment that Saiyan dared to show his face, Android 19 would absorb his energy waves, recharging himself. This act of vengeance would herald the triumph of science and intellect. As Dr. Gero reveled in his scheming, an urgent alarm blared from the detector in his line of sight. Dozens of high-energy reactions suddenly materialized within the detection range. One energy source perfectly matched the name he despised most in his database, Sun Wukong. Had he finally arrived? A cruel curve formed at the corners of Dr. Gero's mouth. He abruptly lifted his gaze to the sky above the city, where a dozen figures silently hovered. Leading them was the Scion clad in an orange martial arts uniform, his face radiating innocence, Sun Wukong. Dr. Gero's voice brimmed with excitement and hatred. 20 years. At long last, I have awaited this day. With a swift motion, he charged toward Wukong, his modified mechanical hand aimed directly at the Scion's heart. He intended to eradicate this man with his own hands. The Z fighters regarded the 2 approaching clowns with boredom. Hey, is that an android? Krillin scratched his ear, unimpressed. He looked so weak, like he just stepped out of a circus. Indeed, his energy felt far from formidable. Yamcha concurred, nodding in agreement. Mr. Lin, Wukong scratched his head, glancing at Lin Chen. Can we go now? Patience. Lin Chen yawned, gesturing towards the rotund figure wreaking havoc below. Let one person handle it first and clean up that mess. The noise is disturbing the citizens' sleep. I'll take care of it. A cold, haughty voice interrupted. Vegeta stepped forward, his aura locking onto the 2 targets below. He had been harboring a great deal of frustration in the God Realm, and now he finally had a plaything. As Dr. Gero's grotesque visage drew nearer to Wukong, Vegeta vanished in an instant, reappearing directly in Gero's path, obstructing Wukong. Huh? Dr. Gero halted abruptly, narrowing his eyes at the sudden apparition before him. Vegeta? What do you want? Get out of my way. My target is Sun Wukong. In his calculations, Gero had deemed Vegeta's strength inferior to Wukong's and therefore inconsequential. Yet, Vegeta's response surpassed his expectations. The Scion Prince, instead of retreating, chuckled derisively, his gaze filled with contempt as if he were observing a pitiful insect. Trash! Vegeta raised his chin, his black eyes glimmering with mockery. Your opponent is me. What did you say? Dr. Gero had yet to comprehend the situation. I declared, as a subtle smile crept across Vegeta's lips, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. You lack even the qualifications to compel Kakarot, who stands behind me, to intervene. The moment the words escaped his lips, a brilliant golden aura erupted from Vegeta, soaring into the sky. His short black hair stood on end, transforming into a radiant gold, while his obsidian eyes metamorphosed into a vivid green. He had ascended to Super Saiyan. What, Doctor? Gero's electronic eye widened in disbelief as the detector within his gaze emitted a piercing scream. The screen displayed Vegeta's energy levels soaring uncontrollably. 100 million, 500 million, 1 billion, 1.5 billion. Then, amid a cacophony of overwhelming noise, the screen went black and burned out. No, it's impossible. Doctor. Gero's mind went blank. How could you possibly have transformed into a Super Saiyan? According to my data, my calculations clearly indicated, he muttered in a daze, his confidence shattered by the golden figure before him. Calculations? Vegeta remarked, observing his ghostly expression with a cruel smile. Do you truly believe you are worthy of calculating the heights of the Prince of Science? Disinterested in further dialogue, he vanished in a flash, charging directly towards Android 19. 19, quickly, absorb his energy. Dr. Gero regained his senses and shouted his command in terror. Hee hee hee. Android 19 cackled, for in his programming, any energy source was merely sustenance. He spread his arms wide, directing the black holes in his palms towards the descending Vegeta. Energy belongs to me. However, Vegeta had no intention of unleashing an energy wave. Faced with those 2 energy-absorbing black holes, he merely swung his fist. His fist, enveloped in golden flames, struck solidly against Android 19's plump face. Bang! The grotesque laughter of Android 19 ceased abruptly. His pallid visage contorted and caved in an instant, as he was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing through a building behind him. How can this be? Dr. Gero screamed in disbelief from midair. Why didn't he absorb it? What happened to 19's energy absorption device? Why did it not activate? He was utterly confounded, incapable of grasping the situation. Amid the rubble, Android 19 shakily rose to his feet, his damaged face revealing mechanical innards, sparks of electricity flickering. His processor was analyzing. Analysis failed. Target did not utilize energy attack. Determination, purely physical strike. Threat level reassessment, evaluation failed. Data overflow. Before his processor could reach a conclusion, Vegeta reappeared before him. Trash belongs in the trash bin. Vegeta's voice was frigid. He seized Android 19 by the head, exerting his strength effortlessly to hurl the 200-kilogram behemoth into the sky. He then pursued, delivering a powerful kick to 19's abdomen. Bang! Number 19 plummeted towards the ground at an astonishing speed. Just before impact, Vegeta reappeared beneath him, delivering an uppercut that sent him soaring into the sky once more. Bang! 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 In an instant, Vegeta's figure transformed into a streak of golden lightning, delivering a flurry of punches, kicks, elbows, and knees from every conceivable angle upon number 19. This was not a battle. It was an indulgence, a pleasure derived from toying with his adversary. High above, Goku and the others watched with growing boredom. Looks like Vegeta is having quite the fun, Goku remarked. Too slow. Lin Chen scoffed, calling down, Vegeta, if you can't finish him in 3 seconds, switch out. What did you say? Vegeta paused mid-attack, nearly causing number 19 to plummet. He turned to Lin Chen and shouted, I don't need your interference. Yet, despite his words, he was unwilling to squander any more time. He materialized above number 19, observing the grotesque figure that had been so thoroughly battered, his eyes flashing with impatience. Game over. Extending his right hand, he concentrated a golden point of light no larger than a grain of rice at his fingertip, then flicked it. The golden speck silently descended upon number 19. There was no explosion, no sound or light. The moment the enormous body of the android made contact with the golden point, it was silently disassembled from the inside out, leaving not even a trace of dust behind. From Vegeta's transformation to number 19's obliteration, the entire process took no more than 30 seconds. Silence enveloped the world. In midair, Dr. Gero stood frozen, his mechanical eye fixated on the spot where number 19 had vanished, now utterly void of presence. It was as if his proud creation had never existed. Instantaneously defeated, not even allowing a warm-up. A chilling sense of dread flooded his chip-driven brain, rendering all his calculations, plans, and confidence in a mere jest. Run. Run fast. This was the only command his malfunctioning mind could muster. Without hesitation, Dr. Gero pivoted sharply, unleashing maximum energy, fleeing northward towards the mountains without a glance back. Trying to escape? Vegeta scoffed, his golden form flickering as he prepared to pursue and swat down the annoying old fly. Wait. Lin Chen's voice halted him. Vegeta turned back, irritated. What is it? Do you want to let him go? Don't be too hasty in killing him, Lin Chen said, a smile creeping onto his face, his gaze hinting at some hidden secret beneath the surface. This guide could still prove useful. Chapter 59, Doctor, if you don't run now, it will be too late. Across the barren expanse of the northern mountains, a white streak zipped close to the ground, racing ahead. The luminous trail kicked up dust, forming a swirling cloud behind it. It was Dr. Gero, or rather, Android 20. He had maximized the energy of his modified body, his mind fixated on a singular thought, run. His core processor emitted an overload alarm, overwhelmed by humiliation. He had meticulously orchestrated a revenge plot over the span of 2 decades, only to witness his prideful creations and theories shattered moments ago beneath the foot of a golden-haired Saiyan prince. It was an instant annihilation, scarcely qualifying as a warm-up. The power report, exceeding its limits, signified an utterly unreasonable force. Dr. Gero finally comprehended that he was not a hunter, but merely a pitiful creature. His only recourse now was to flee, to return to his lab and awaken the 2 aces he once feared, who now represented his last hope. If only he could reach the lab, a glimmer of hope flickered in the electronic eye of Dr. Gero. He elevated his form and dashed into the mountains ahead, intending to utilize the canyon to shake off his pursuers. However, as he entered the canyon, a languid voice drifted from the opposite end. Hey, old man, it seems you've taken a wrong turn. This way leads to a dead end. Dr. Gero's body stiffened, halting abruptly mid-air. He lifted his gaze, his pupils constricting instantly. At the canyon's end, Sun Wukong sat cross-legged, propping his chin with one hand while the other waved at him in a friendly manner. Beside him, Krillin and Yamcha were setting up a tea set, leisurely sipping tea as if enjoying a picnic. How could this be? Dr. Gero's mind buzzed, blanking out. When did they maneuver to position themselves before him? His speed had surpassed Mach 5, and even the radar could not keep pace. Were they toying with him? Run. Why aren't you running? Yamcha teased, taking a sip of tea with a grin. We're almost finished with our tea. Yamcha, don't say that. One must respect the elderly. Krillin feigned seriousness, correcting him. Look at the doctor. He can barely catch his breath. This comment ignited a burning sensation on Dr. Gero's face. This was humiliation. You wretched monkeys. He roared, pivoting to face the mountain wall behind him. Boom! Two beams of energy erupted from his palms, crashing against the canyon walls. The violent explosion triggered a landslide, countless boulders tumbling with smoke, instantly burying the entire canyon. Witnessing the sealed escape route, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Dr. Gero's face. Even if he could not kill them, he would at least buy himself some time. Without a moment's pause, he turned again, fleeing at full speed in another direction. Yet, before he could fly 100 meters, a golden figure materialized before him. It was Vegeta, arms crossed, suspended in the air, gazing down at him with a disdain reserved for refuse. Are you done making a scene? Vegeta's icy voice sent chills down Dr. Gero's spine. You, Doctor. Gero's electronic eye fixated on Vegeta. Once again, he had been intercepted. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape the other's grasp. This sense of helplessness caused his chip-formed brain to experience despair for the first time. He had invested 2 decades of effort, believing himself to be the hunter. In the end, he was merely the prey ensnared by the web. No, he was less than prey. He was but a jester. Why must this be done? The voice of Dr. Gero trembled, surrendering the will to escape, his face a canvas of confusion. You could have easily taken my life. Why must you toy with me so? Because it is rather amusing. A light, airy voice drifted from a nearby boulder. Lin Chen had appeared, nonchalantly perched upon the stone. A tuft of grass clutched between his lips, a mischievous grin adorning his face. The expression of a self-proclaimed genius, realizing that all his schemes were naught but a farce, was far more entertaining than any film. These words pierced through the remnants of Dr. Gero's dignity. You knew all along? Dr. Gero murmured. Knew what? Lin Chen feigned confusion in response. Knew of your lair hidden within the northern mountains? Or perhaps the 2 you deem failures, yet they are your last hopes. Number 17 and 18? Boom! Each word from Lin Chen detonated like a bomb in Dr. Gero's mind. He froze, the color draining from his face in an instant. His most deeply buried secrets had been casually revealed by his opponent in a tone of idle conversation. Before this man, everything about him was transparent. The hunter, the plans, the revenge. Ultimately, it was all a jest. He himself was the punchline. With a splutter, humiliation and despair crashed into his core system, causing the energy circuits to spiral into chaos, spewing forth black oil from his mouth. In the sky, Trunks, witnessing all this, was rendered speechless. He glanced at number 19, obliterated by Vegeta, then at the broken Dr. Gero below. Is this the nature of combat in this era? Is this the game Mr. Lin Chen spoke of? The artificial human crisis that once plunged the world into despair now appeared to be a mere exercise in futility before this man. He suddenly comprehended that Lin Chen's strength lay not solely in his power, but in his ability to manipulate everything at will, utterly shattering the enemy's psyche with composure. This was not a battle. It was a dimensional plummet. Well, the prelude is nearly at an end. Lin Chen leapt down from the rock, dusting off his hands. He regarded the dazed Dr. Gero below, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. A voice resonated directly within Dr. Gero's mind. Hurry, Doctor. If you do not seize the moment, your 2 most perfect children may very well oversleep. I am eagerly awaiting their grand entrance. This statement served as the final provocation. Dr. Gero's once vacant electronic eyes ignited with a fierce intensity. But this time, the light emanated pure, driven to the brink of madness. He understood. His adversary had known everything all along. They had allowed him to flee, simply to lead him to his own demise. Their objective is numbers 17 and 18. A chill enveloped Dr. Gero, causing his semi-mechanical body to tremble. Yet, this icy sensation was swiftly replaced by a fervent madness. Since his intentions had been discerned and escape was impossible, he would wager everything on the miraculous potential of those 2 creations, endowed with boundless energy. Ah! Doctor! Gero let out a roar, unleashing energy within him at an unprecedented magnitude. He transformed into a shooting star, surging northward with a velocity several times greater than before, racing toward his final bastion of hope. This time, the Z warriors did not obstruct his path. They merely followed at a measured pace. Vegeta wore a cold smirk, while Goku displayed an expression of curiosity and anticipation. Lin Chen retrieved the dogtail grass, placing it back in his mouth, revealing a satisfied smile. Chapter 61. Your creator is too loud. The entire hall fell into an instantaneous silence. Dr. Gero's frenzied howls reverberated against the metallic walls. Yet all gazes were firmly fixed upon the two slowly opening capsules. A torrent of white mist surged forth, enveloping everything within the chambers in a shroud of obscurity. Trunks' heart raced uncontrollably. His grip on the hilt of his sword tightened, veins bulging from exertion, as cold sweat trickled down his brow. It was that feeling, the palpable, lifeless pressure, pure, frigid, as oppressive as the depths of winter. It was them, the nightmare that had dragged the world into an abyss, shattering all hope in his memories. Ha ha! Do you see it? Do you see it? Dr. Gero pointed at the increasingly distinct humanoid silhouettes, frantically taunting Lin Chen and the others. They are my perfect creations, androids imbued with limitless energy. Your demise is imminent. I shall have you torn to shreds in your despair by them. Ha ha! His laughter was laced with a sickly glee, as if he envisioned the Z warriors' blood spilling before him. However, the Z warriors did not even spare him a glance. Goku leaned forward in curiosity, eager to discern the appearance of the androids. Vegeta remained with his arms crossed, his golden aura steadily burning, his emerald eyes reflecting the pride of Prince, devoid of any tension. Piccolo, Krillin, and the others bore solemn expressions, yet it was merely solemnity. This eerie calm caused a slight falter in Dr. Gero's laughter. Why were these individuals unafraid? Why did they not flee? Did they believe they could confront these two creations as they had with number 19? Foolish, ignorant. Just as he prepared to bellow once more, a calm voice, tinged with a hint of amusement, unexpectedly resonated throughout the hall. Awaken. It was Lin Chen. He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of everyone, his gaze calm as he locked eyes with the figures shrouded in the two wisps of white mist. Do not heed the ramblings of that old fool. His voice seemed imbued with an enchanting power, just as they were poised to receive commands, awakening their combat protocols. Subjects 17 and 18 momentarily froze. For the first time, their gaze shifted from Dr. Gero to Lin Chen. In their ice-blue eyes, a subtle ripple of curiosity emerged. A brand new game awaits you. A mysterious smile curled at the corners of Lin Chen's lips. A life of true freedom, one you have long yearned for. Freedom? The word struck deep within the hearts of 17 and 18. For the first time, their expressionless faces, akin to puppets, revealed a notable change, a glimmer of longing. What nonsense are you spouting? Dr. Gero felt a chill run down his spine, an ominous premonition taking root within him. I am your creator. You must obey my commands. I command you. At that moment, Lin Chen's calm, yet compelling voice resonated deep within the minds of 17 and 18, a direct communion at the level of their souls. Lesson 1. First, eliminate that so-called creator who has been buzzing in your ears like a bothersome fly. The bodies of 17 and 18 trembled violently. They emerged from the hazy mist, revealing their strikingly handsome yet cold features. The siblings exchanged a glance, and in each other's ice-blue eyes, they recognized a flicker of the murderous intent that had been suppressed for countless years. Then, Lin Chen's voice echoed once more, laced with temptation. We shall discuss the price of your freedom. Boom! This statement ignited the rebellion in the eyes of 17 and 18. What are you waiting for? Move. Kill them. Dr. Gero continued to scream at the top of his lungs, completely oblivious to the fact that his aces had turned their weapons against him. However, the response came in the form of a cold and cruel smile on 17's handsome face. Silence, old man. His voice, like his gaze, was frigid. You are far too noisy. The moment the words left his lips, 17 vanished from sight. In the next second, he materialized before Dr. Gero like a specter. So swift, so fast that even Vegeta's pupils slightly contracted, so rapid that Trunks could only catch a fleeting shadow. What do you intend to do, Doctor? Gero finally felt a pang of fear. Instinctively, he recoiled, yearning to create distance and activate the emergency controller concealed within his own body. But I am your... His words were abruptly silenced as a frigid hand gripped his throat with unyielding force. Subject 17 hoisted him effortlessly, gazing down through icy blue eyes at the face he had loathed, one he had observed countless times in the cultivation fluid. From this day forth, no one shall command us. A crisp crack echoed as bones and metal circuits fractured simultaneously. With a sudden twist of his wrist, Subject 17 grotesquely rotated Drive Jero's head, adorned with its signature hat, a full 180 degrees, forcing his murky electronic eyes to face his own back. A frenzied red light flickered within them for a brief moment, leaving only a singular thought in his consciousness. My perfect creation has betrayed me. Then, the light extinguished entirely. Subject 17 casually discarded the now lifeless body onto the cold metallic floor, producing a dull thud. The hall was engulfed in an eerie silence. Goku scratched his head. A look of bewilderment etched across his face. Krillin and Yamcha gaped, rendered speechless. A smirk of intrigued amusement graced Vegeta's lips, while Trunks stood frozen, his mind blank. He gazed at the gradually cooling corpse of Dr. Gero on the ground, then at Subject 17, who appeared to be merely brushing off dust. Everything before him shattered his understanding. In his recollections, the mastermind who had annihilated all the Z-fighters, plunging the world into chaos, was Dr. Gero, a figure of despairing strength. To think he had been slain by the very android he had crafted, as easily as one might crush a chicken, and under the instigation of another, no less. What was this? The creator's final words were merely an instruction to act? This narrative was Askew. It contrasted starkly with the brutal, bloody, and hopeless future he had endured. After executing this act, Subject 17 showed no further interest in the body on the ground. He turned away, joining 18, who had emerged from her stasis pod, arms crossed and a look of amusement on her face. The siblings' gazes once again focused on the enigmatic man who had maintained a mysterious smile throughout, Lin Chen. Well, the troublesome individual has been dealt with. A dangerous smile curved the corners of Subject 17's lips, his ice-blue eyes glimmering with scrutiny and curiosity. Now, shall we discuss the freedom you promised us? Chapter 62. Is this what you call negotiation? Freedom? Lin Chen's lips curled into a grin, revealing a set of white teeth. His smile tinged with mischief. Of course we can discuss it. He took 2 steps forward, unfazed by the taut muscles of the surrounding Z-warriors. Nor did he pay heed to Trunks, whose grip on his sword was tightening. His gaze settled calmly upon androids 17 and 18, as if appraising 2 unrefined treasures awaiting polish. However, before engaging in conversation, he wished to pose 2 inquiries. With a raised eyebrow, 17's dark eyes gleamed with a hint of menace. He had his hands buried in his pockets, leaning slightly forward, exuding an aura that suggested he might strike at any moment. Do you believe you have the right to question me? Whether I possess such rights is not for you to determine. Lin Chen replied with a light chuckle, dismissing 17's palpable intimidation while instead addressing the nearby 18. The golden-haired maiden, arms crossed, scrutinized him with a gaze that, beyond its chill, betrayed an uncontainable curiosity. 18. Lin Chen's voice was gentle, yet possessed an extraordinary penetrating quality. Would you desire a wardrobe that contains every new fashion from around the globe? One that could never be filled to capacity? For a fleeting moment, 18's expression froze. Before she could react, Lin Chen added, "Oh, and a complimentary black card that allows you to purchase anything you desire with no limit whatsoever." The hall descended into an eerie silence. Not only 18, but even Vegeta, Krillin, and Piccolo stood dumbfounded. They had envisioned countless scenarios, from battles determining the fate of the Earth to negotiations concerning survival. Yet, no one anticipated that Lin Chen's initial words would resemble a shopping list. A wardrobe? A black card? What kind of conversation was this to have with 2 beings capable of annihilating the world? Trunks felt his mind whirl in confusion. The man before him, who sought to entice the cold and ruthless 18, who would obliterate a city for a few exquisite garments, was proposing to win her over with clothing and wealth. It was utterly absurd, yet even more outrageous was what followed. After addressing 18, Lin Chen turned his attention to the dangerously radiant 17, whose expression had grown increasingly frigid. 17, would you care to have your own private national park? Lin Chen continued, one that harbors every species of flora and fauna in existence, from the gentlest rabbits to the most ferocious dinosaurs, all under your guardianship. A mysterious smile played upon his lips. Couple that with a fully fueled, high-end off-road vehicle that ensures you'll never worry about energy, capable of whisking you away from snow-capped mountains to the depths of the ocean. Boom! If the first question had left the audience bewildered, the second plunged them into utter chaos. What are you talking about? That is a heartless demon you're addressing. Are you asking him if he wants to be the zookeeper? The atmosphere was utterly incongruous. The Z warriors exchanged glances, their faces a canvas of confusion. Vegeta's lips twitched with disdain as he observed Lin Chen's nonchalant demeanor. Glancing at the two bewildered androids and experiencing a rare moment of doubt regarding his long-held belief that combat was the solution to all problems. Could it truly be approached in such a manner? Yet, it was the androids number 17 and number 18 who felt the most profound impact. Created by Dr. Gero, their sole purpose had been annihilation. The Doctor had bestowed upon them immense power, but in doing so, he had transformed them into weapons devoid of past. Freedom was their only rationale for rebellion. Yet, what did freedom truly signify? They were uncertain. Perhaps it lay in the unbridled capacity for destruction, erasing this tedious world from existence. However, this man, with an almost casual tone, articulated scenarios that they had never contemplated, yet which seemed to dwell deep within their souls. Exquisite garments and boundless wealth, vast nature, and the exhilarating thrill of freedom. These prospects appeared to be far more enticing than world destruction. Number 17's dark pupils constricted sharply as a latent affection for nature, one that he had not even recognized within himself, was deftly unearthed by Lin Chen's words. Laid bare before him, number 18, arms crossed, unconsciously relaxed her grip. She brushed a strand of golden hair aside in an attempt to mask the turmoil in her eyes. Yet her slightly pursed lips betrayed her inner unrest. They had once been human, who would not desire beautiful clothing and endless riches. Alas, they had long been stripped of the right to possess such things. It sounded appealing indeed. At last, number 18 broke the silence. Her voice retained a hint of coldness. Yet there was an undercurrent of authenticity in her teasing tone. She raised her blue eyes, locking onto Lin Chen's gaze, and posed the pivotal question, what is the cost? There is no such thing as a free lunch. Dr. Gero had granted them power at the expense of their lives. What then did this man hope to gain in exchange for such alluring terms? Upon hearing her question, the hearts of the Z fighters leapt into their throats. Finally, the crux of the matter had arrived. They were all eager to discern Lin Chen's true intentions. Even number 17 subdued his murderous aura, his gaze sharp as he awaited the answer. He was prepared, should the proposition involve becoming his subordinate. He and his sister would ensure that the man understood the true essence of terror. Yet, Lin Chen's response once again exceeded all expectations. The cost? He chuckled, his smile imbued with a sense of ease that suggested they were overthinking the matter. With a leisurely snap of his fingers, a resounding crack echoed through the air. A colossal three-dimensional holographic screen materialized in the center of the hall. Within this projection floated a vast island, slowly rotating. The island was adorned with waterfalls, forests, gardens, and lakes. At its heart stood an opulent, pure white villa, complete with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows and a rooftop swimming pool, alongside a helipad. The cost is simply residing here, Lin Chen remarked, gesturing towards the island within the luminous screen with an air of nonchalance. Then he added, it would be prudent to refrain from recklessly detonating cities or destroying roads. His gaze shifted from number 18 to number 17, the curve of his lips widening. It is time to upgrade your outdated and tedious game of world annihilation to something more intriguing, aptly named enjoying life. With that, Lin Chen stepped forward, arms outstretched, wearing a smile that radiated authority. And I shall be the game master of this new endeavor. Chapter 63. The warm-up match is approved. Game master? Number 17 repeated the phrase, the mirth on his face swiftly evaporating, his eyes turning frigid. He did not even glance at the floating island, as if that aerial city were non-existent. His gaze fixated intently on Lin Chen, as if attempting to scrutinize him to his very core. In contrast, number 18 appeared quite different. The golden-haired maiden's eyes sparkled with excitement as her gaze flitted between the floor-to-ceiling windows, the pool, and the garden, the corners of her mouth betraying a slight smile. However, as soon as number 17 spoke, the previously relaxed atmosphere in the hall dissipated instantaneously. Your words are more melodious than a song, he remarked, his voice low yet sending shivers through those nearby. With his hands shoved into his pockets, he exuded a languid demeanor, yet Klin and Yamucha instinctively took a half-step back. An infinitely stylish wardrobe, a private national park, a floating island. Each word he uttered deepened the sarcasm at the corners of his mouth. The cost is merely to let us reside here, without bombing cities? He advanced a step, his icy blue eyes fixated on Lin Chen. What do you take us for? Infants? Who knows if you're the next Dr. Gero, intending to treat us as caged pets, only to unleash us to bite when it suits your needs? His words brimmed with malice and skepticism, causing the hearts of the Z fighters to sink anew. Their greatest fears had manifested. These two monsters could not be swayed by mere words or trivial benefits. They were inherently designed for destruction and slaughter. Vegeta's golden aura flared once more, indicating he was ready to strike. Yet Lin Chen remained serene, gazing at the wary number 17 with a smile. Pets? He shook his head, his expression suggesting he viewed the situation as trivial. You overestimate yourself and underestimate me. I harbor no interest in keeping pets, especially unruly ones. Lin Chen spread his hands, donning an expression that conveyed helplessness. Since reason fails, let us resort to a method you comprehend. He regarded number 17 and number 18, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable gravity. You may come and test my strength. If I surpass you, then I shall have the right to establish the rules of this new game. However, if I fall short, the fate of this planet and its inhabitants rests in your hands. How does that proposition strike you? Insanity. This individual is undoubtedly deranged. Upon hearing this, Clin's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. To wager the fate of the entire Earth merely to convince these two artificial beings? Such audacity borders on madness. Trunks felt his heart skip a beat. To leave their fate in their hands. He understood all too well the hellish implications behind those 5 words. He opened his mouth to voice a protest, to halt this reckless gamble, yet no sound emerged. Yet for Android 17 and 18, this proposal was precisely what they desired. They exchanged glances, excitement gleaming in their eyes. Now, this was more like it. Rather than empty promises, determining everything through strength was the game they were most familiar with and cherished. It sounded quite equitable. The coldness on 17's face dissipated, replaced by curiosity and a fighting spirit. He rolled his neck, producing a cracking sound, his gaze sharpening like that of a predator fixating on its prey. Then let us proceed. Before he could finish his thought, his attention shifted to the Z fighters behind Lin Chen, particularly the disgruntled Saiyan prince radiating golden energy. A provocative smile curled at the corner of 17's lips. However, before we engage with you as the game master, we wish to have some fun with these Earth warriors first. He pointed his finger at Vegeta and Goku from a distance. If they prove to be easily vanquished, then you, as the game master, would indeed lack significance. The atmosphere in the room erupted at those words. What did you say? Trash. Vegeta's fury could no longer be contained. A more potent golden aura surged from him, causing the ground around them to tremble slightly. How could a mere creation dare to label him, the noble Saiyan prince, as trash? This was an insult he could not tolerate. Kakarot, don't you dare interfere. Before Lin Chen could speak, Vegeta roared at the eager Goku beside him, declaring, those two are mine. Oh, don't be so stingy, Vegeta. Goku scratched his head, his face not showing anger but rather excitement. They seem quite strong, and I wish to test my skills as well. Silence. The Z fighters were in disarray, yet Trunks felt a chill run through him. He looked at the provocation in 17's expression, at his father Vegeta, who was ready to spring into action, and at Uncle Goku, who was filled with enthusiasm. A wave of dread surged from his feet, instantly freezing his heart. Play? They actually intended to toy with 17 and 18. They had no idea. They are utterly oblivious to the terrifying nature of these two demons. In his future, it was this very pride that led to his father being mercilessly crippled by Android 18, trampled like a lifeless dog. All the Z fighters were systematically slaughtered in their despair and anguish. This was not a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. No. Trunks' lips turned pale as he trembled, desperately wishing to rush forward and intervene. Father, Uncle Goku, you cannot engage them. His words were abruptly interrupted by a soft laugh. It was Lin Chen, observing the scene before him. His smile widened with satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he desired. He aimed to let androids 17 and 18 experience firsthand the formidable strength of the Z fighters in this era. Only by demonstrating that, even in his absence, they were incapable of wreaking havoc on this planet would they temper their absurd destructive urges and accept their new game with humility. Now let's have some quiet. Lin Chen raised his hand, and the raucous Vegeta and Goku instantly fell silent. He turned his gaze towards Android 17, nodding as if to convey that this proposal suited him perfectly. Very well. A warm-up match, I approve. Upon saying this, he turned to face the Z fighters, his countenance adorned with an encouraging smile. Did you hear? Our esteemed guests wish to stretch their limbs, indulge them in a game. He deliberately emphasized the word game. The Z fighters exchanged puzzled glances, Although uncertain, they felt compelled to comply with Lin Chen's directive. Vegeta snorted dismissively, his gaze fixated on the indifferent blonde girl. Finally, Lin Chen turned to the future boy, who appeared pale and trembling. He patted Trunks on the shoulder, speaking in a tone that was almost cruelly casual. "Don't be so tense, Trunks. Remember to be a bit more amiable, and don't overdo it." Lin Chen flashed a grin, a smile that appeared exceedingly ominous to Trunks. After all, they might very well become your neighbors in the future. Chapter 64. Your opponent is me. Trash. Those two words struck Vegeta like a dagger. Boom! A surge of energy erupted from Vegeta, golden light transforming into flickering bolts of lightning. The ground beneath him cracked under the pressure of his aura, debris floating uncontrollably. "Kakarot, silence yourself, and do not even think about competing with me." Vegeta growled at Goku, who was also eager to engage. His eyes were bloodshot, fixated with fierce intensity on the nonchalant, dark-haired boy. The Prince of the Saiyans could not tolerate being referred to as mere trash by a mere earthling. This was an insult he could not abide. He would crush these two ignorant fools with sheer power. However, before he could charge forward, Lin Chen's voice resonated once more. "The warm-up match is approved. Do you hear me? Our esteemed guests wish to stretch their limbs, so accompany them in their endeavors. Remember to be cordial and keep it light. After all, they may very well be your neighbors in the future." These words stifled Vegeta's surging fury, which was now lodged firmly within his chest. Play? Neighbors? What is this fool thinking? Yet, Lin Chen's words provided Vegeta with an escape route. He inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing his murderous intent. The time for slaughter could wait. First, he must cleanse the humiliation. His gaze shifted from Android 17 to the blonde girl beside him, who had been watching the spectacle with her arms crossed. Android 18. In Trunks' memories, it was this woman who effortlessly shattered his father's arms in the future, trampling him like refuse. Vegeta could sense the humiliation through Trunks' fear. Excellent. Very well. Let us begin with this woman. He aimed to crush this nightmare before everyone, especially in front of that useless brat from the future, to prove that he, Vegeta, is the strongest Super Saiyan. You. Vegeta raised his hand, fingers ablaze with golden energy, pointing directly at Android 18. His voice was icy and haughty. "Woman, your opponent is me." With this declaration, the air above the desolate ground outside the research facility seemed to solidify. Goku scratched his head, a hint of regret on his face, yet obediently stepped back. Krillin and Yamcha swallowed nervously, instinctively drifting away to clear space for the impending clash. Meanwhile, Trunks felt as though his heart had nearly ceased beating. Here it comes. The dreaded moment has returned. History was inevitably veering toward the branch he feared most. His father was once again facing that blonde woman. "No, that." Trunks' lips turned pale with terror as he instinctively murmured, only to find his legs immobilized as if encased in lead. The fear of being dominated by Android 18 in the future was indelibly etched into the depths of his soul. Upon Vegeta's challenge, Android 18 finally lowered her arms. She tossed her golden hair back and revealed a sweet smile. "Oh, you seem quite confident." Her voice was melodious, yet carried an undercurrent of chill that sent shivers through the Z-fighters. "Well, since you're so eager, I suppose I shall indulge you." Android 18 flexed her wrists, her demeanor relaxed, as if she were preparing not for a battle, but for a leisurely post-meal exercise. Her nonchalant attitude only added fuel to the fire. Seeking death, Vegeta bellowed, no longer willing to engage in idle chatter. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. A thunderous roar echoed as the air was torn apart. Vegeta materialized before Android 18 with astonishing speed, having undergone the gravity training in the realm of the Creator. His velocity had transcended the limits of human comprehension. With fists enveloped in a golden aura, he unleashed a raw, powerful straight punch aimed squarely at the smiling visage of 18. Yet, in the face of this formidable strike, 18's smile remained unperturbed. Her body merely leaned back slightly, executing a bridge maneuver. Vegeta's punch whistled past her nose, the force of it whipping her golden locks back, revealing her calm, blue eyes. Missing his target, Vegeta quickly shifted tactics. He harnessed strength from his waist, twisting his body forcefully, and unleashed a sweeping kick that sliced through the air towards 18's midsection. However, 18's reflexes were swifter still. She supported herself with her hands on the ground, performing an elegant backflip that allowed her to deftly evade the strike. Intriguing. In midair, 18 adjusted her posture, landing gracefully several dozen meters away, her face still adorned with that playful smile. Not bad for speed. Without further ado, Vegeta let out a furious roar and vanished once more. Boom! 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 In the next moment, the desolate land was filled with golden afterimages. Encircling the blue figure as a flurry of relentless attacks ensued from all directions. Fists, feet, elbows, and knees. Vegeta showcased the wild and exquisite combat techniques of the Saiyans to their fullest. Each strike resonated with explosive sound. Each collision sent tremors through the earth. The Z fighters in the distance were left in awe. Incredible speed. Krillin's eyes widened as he struggled to discern the movements of the two. All he could perceive was a blur of golden light, with a blue shadow darting amidst the radiance. Vegeta had indeed grown immensely stronger. Goku's expression turned serious. Though deep within, excitement brewed as his fighting spirit intensified. Only Trunks felt a growing unease. Something was amiss. It was all too strange. Although his father's current strength far surpassed any memory of the future and had completely overpowered 18, she seemed utterly untroubled. From the onset of the battle, she had not moved a single step proactively. All her actions consisted solely of evasion and defense. The smile remained on her exquisitely crafted face, her breathing steady and unperturbed. Not a speck of dust clung to her. This was not a battle of equals. It resembled more a game where an adult accompanied an energetic child, playing a game of stamina. In the arena, the beleaguered Vegeta began to sense an unsettling shift. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his breathing grew increasingly labored. The transformation into a Super Saiyan inherently demanded tremendous stamina, coupled with the relentless intensity of his assaults. His energy was rapidly waning. Yet, the woman before him resembled an indefatigable specter, evading his every attack with minimal movement and effort. This sensation filled him with profound frustration. Is your only tactic to scurry like a mouse? Vegeta roared, abruptly leaping back to distance himself from Android 18. With arms outstretched, he summoned a furious golden aura that surged toward his palms, intent on enveloping the area with absolute power, leaving her nowhere to hide. However, at the very moment he prepared to unleash his energy wave, Android 18's figure inexplicably vanished from his sight. Vegeta's pupils constricted in alarm. Not good. Just as he attempted to react, a chill swept over him from behind. Android 18 had somehow appeared at his back, her expression still sweetly smiling. Yet her blue eyes glinted with a hint of bored indifference. Your speed has diminished, she remarked, and in that instant, she lifted her leg, executing a swift and precise roundhouse kick. Bang! Her long legs, clad in denim, struck Vegeta's cheek with formidable force. A ringing sensation echoed in his head as an overwhelming power slammed into him, sending him careening as if struck by a high-speed train, instantly throwing him off balance and transforming him into a golden projectile that flew sideways. Boom! His body crashed violently into a small hill, carving a deep trench several hundred meters long into the earth, finally coming to a halt amidst a cloud of debris and dust. The arena sank into a profound silence. Goku and Krillin's expressions froze in shock. Trunks trembled uncontrollably, witnessing the scene he had most feared unfold before his eyes. Amidst the dust, Vegeta struggled to support himself with one hand, half kneeling as he rose. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his golden aura flickering weakly, clearly drained. Lifting his gaze, disbelief filled his emerald eyes. Had he truly been struck, and so decisively that he hadn't even had time to react? Impossible. His stare fixated on the golden-haired girl, who gracefully descended from the sky, her appearance untouched, even her hairstyle unruffled, leaving him bewildered. Android 18 merely observed him from her elevated position, tilting her head as if stating an undeniable fact. Your power is commendable. However, a slight smirk curled at the corners of her lips. It seems your stamina leaves much to be desired. Chapter 60. Doctor, the audience can hardly contain themselves. A thunderous roar reverberated through the mountains. The specialized alloy door, several meters thick, was forcefully dented by Dr. Gero's own body. The alarm blared throughout the underground research facility. Red lights flashed incessantly, casting a blood-red glow over the metallic corridors. Dr. Gero tumbled through the doorway, disregarding his deformed, sparking mechanical arm. Ignoring the alarms, his sole focus was a singular path, one leading to the innermost depths of the laboratory. As he staggered, manic laughter escaped his lips. The mind of the supercomputer was in disarray. He had lost, utterly and completely. His pride, calculations, and painstaking creations crumbled before those monstrous entities. But mattered not. Everything was far from over. If only he could awaken them. Those two failed experiments he had crafted with his own hands, now deemed too perilous even for him to endure. They possessed boundless energy and unpredictable growth potential, true instruments of carnage. You shall regret this. You will pay dearly for your hubris. I wish to witness you being torn asunder by my most perfect creations. A frenzied light sparkled in Dr. Gero's eyes as he rushed through security doors, arriving at the heart of the research facility. Before him lay a vast circular hall. In the center stood two silvery cryopods, marked with the numbers 17 and 18 in crimson letters. At last, my trump cards. Dr. Gero let out a guttural roar, scrambling towards the control console. Just then, the sound of leisurely footsteps echoed from the corridor behind him. Dr. Gero froze, stiffly turning his head. There stood Lin Chen, casually chewing on a grass blade, hands tucked in his pockets, sauntering in. Following him were Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, and the other Z warriors. Their demeanor was relaxed, as if they were not invading an enemy stronghold, but rather strolling through a shopping mall. Wow, this place is enormous, Wukong remarked, curiously glancing around, even tapping on the adjacent metallic wall, impressed by its sturdiness. The decor is atrocious, Krillin scoffed, wrinkling his nose. It's cold and devoid of any warmth, resembling a vast mortuary. Humph, a rodent hiding in such a dark corner has only this level of taste. Vegeta crossed his arms, his golden Super Saiyan form seemingly too lazy to dissipate, his emerald eyes filled with disdain for the surroundings. Each of their remarks pricked at Dr. Gero's already frayed nerves. He gazed at the intruders, then at the console, so tantalizingly close, his facial muscles twitching violently. Why do you not stop me? He rasped. Lin Chen spat out the grass blade, grinning. To Dr. Gero, that smile was utterly terrifying. Why should we stop you? Lin Chen retorted, gazing at him as if he were a fool. Did we journey from afar merely to witness a grand opening ceremony? If you, the host, were to abandon your post midway, would it not be profoundly embarrassing for us? Hurry, Doctor, do not dawdle. The audience is eagerly awaiting. Dr. Grawl gritted his teeth, fixating on Lin Chen's smiling visage. As the rationality in his electronic, I was consumed by madness. Very well, since you so desire death, I shall oblige, he bellowed, abruptly turning, his full attention now riveted to the control panel. His fingers danced frantically across the myriad buttons and virtual screens, inputting a cascade of intricate commands. One verification program after another was forcibly bypassed. Warning, Units 17 and 18 exhibit unstable performance, posing a risk of loss of control. Proceed with awakening? Continue. Final warning. The awakening procedure is irreversible. Once initiated, it cannot be forcibly suspended from the outside. Confirm execution. Execute. With all his might, Doctor. Grawl slammed down on the blood-red confirmation button. Come forth, my most perfect children, he exclaimed, arms outstretched, laughter echoing with delight. Step into the light. Let these ignorant fools witness what true, boundless terror looks like. Buzz. As his laughter resonated, the lights in the hall dimmed dramatically. Only the two dormant pods began to emit an eerie azure glow. Trunks felt his breath catch, instinctively clutching the hilt of his sword, palms slick with cold sweat. It was coming. The nightmare that had transformed his future into a hellscape, annihilating all his comrades, was finally upon him. 17, 18. He sensed his body tremble. That fear, despite his immense strength now, could not be erased. Just as he was on the verge of being engulfed by terror, a hand gently rested upon his shoulder. It was Lin Chen. Relax, Trunks. Lin Chen's voice, though soft, carried an undeniable sense of reassurance. From this day forth, history shall be rewritten. He observed the youth's still anxious expression and smiled, adding, furthermore, those two from your memory are but defective specimens. What lies before us now are the perfect sparring partners I have meticulously prepared for you. Sparring partners? Trunks was utterly taken aback. He could not fathom what Lin Chen was implying. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's gaze had shifted beyond the frenzied Dr. Grawl, seemingly peering directly into the dormant pods. A smile gracing his lips. Awaken. His voice seemed to possess an enchanting power, reverberating throughout the hall. No longer heed that noisy old man reciting his tedious revenge script. A brand new and far more intriguing game awaits you, one that embodies the life of true freedom you have longed for. As his words echoed, two dormant pods simultaneously emitted a hiss of depressurization. White mist billowed forth as the doors slid open slowly. The maniacal laughter of Dr. Gero abruptly ceased. His eyes widened in fervent anticipation as he fixated on the figures gradually materializing from the cold fog. The first to come into view was a dark-haired youth. His gaze icy and an orange scarf tied around his neck, clad in casual attire emblazoned with the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army. His hands languidly rested in his pockets, exuding an aura of detached indifference. He was the android, number 17. Beside him stood a statuesque blonde girl, her features exquisitely refined. Dressed in a blue denim jacket and a short skirt, she crossed her arms, her sapphire-like eyes glinting with a chilling, scrutinous light. She was the android, number 18. Together, they represented Dr. Gero's ultimate trump cards, the most formidable artificial beings of this era, endowed with boundless energy. Do you see them? Do you see them? Dr. Gero bellowed, pointing at them as he raged at Lin Chen and the others. Behold my most perfect creations. Your time is up. Destroy them. Number 17. Number 18. Tear them all to shreds. Leave not a single one. He issued his first and final command as their creator. However, number 17 and number 18 remained utterly motionless, not even casting a glance at Dr. Gero. They emerged from their pods, traversing the mist, their emotionless gazes bypassing their creator and locking onto a man at the forefront of the Z-Fighters, a playful smile dancing upon his lips, Lin Chen. At the moment their eyes met Lin Chen's, a calm voice, tinged with a hint of amusement, resonated unexpectedly within the depths of their minds, simultaneously. Welcome to the real world. As a congratulatory gift for your rebirth, I shall impart to you your first lesson. The content is quite simple. Lin Chen's gaze flicked momentarily to the still caterwauling Dr. Gero, his smile turning frigid. First, eliminate that incessantly buzzing creator who is proving to be a nuisance. Then, we shall engage in a leisurely discussion regarding your newfound freedom. Chapter 65. The qualification of a finger. It seems your stamina leaves much to be desired. Number 18's seemingly casual remark pierced the heart of the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta. In the desolate expanse, amidst a deep pit, the Saiyan Prince knelt, his body rigid with shock. He slowly raised his head. His face, stained with dust and blood, revealed no discernible emotion, yet the flames of his emerald eyes flickered and extinguished, leaving a void of desolation. Stamina? This woman dared to mock the endurance of the Saiyan Prince? The humiliating image of her effortlessly breaking his arms and trampling him like a dog overlapped with the reality before him. Trunks' terror, the gazes of the Z-Warriors, and Lin Chen's amused smile all ignited his reason in that moment. A low growl escaped from Vegeta's throat. Boom! A surge of golden energy, stronger than before, erupted from him without warning. The aura transformed from mere flames and sparks into a tangible storm, soaring upward and tearing a vast hole in the clouds above. Father! Trunks screamed at the sight. He recognized this initiation. It was his father's most formidable technique, the final strike fueled by the burning of all his life and energy. The ultimate flash. No! Trunks' voice was hoarse, longing to rush forward, yet a wall of energy held him back, a barrier set by Piccolo to protect him. However, in that moment, Vegeta could hear nothing. In his world, only the golden-haired girl remained. He slowly rose, legs apart, body slightly bent, arms outstretched in front of him, palms facing each other. Die, he rasped. You puppet. ZZZZ. Blinding golden lightning crackled wildly between his palms, compressing into a highly condensed sphere of energy. The immense energy fluctuations caused the very earth to tremble. In the distance, the expressions of the Z-Warriors grew serious for the first time. Fool! Piccolo muttered through clenched teeth. Does he intend to destroy this planet as well? Vegeta is dead serious. The relaxed demeanor on Goku's face vanished as he prepared to intervene at any moment. The target of the attack, Android 18, finally displayed a shift in her expression. She withdrew her playful smile, crossing her arms, and a glimmer of curiosity and excitement flickered in her blue eyes. She could sense the power of this move was sufficient to erase both her and the continent beneath her from the map. Yet, she did not retreat. The boundless energy bestowed upon her infinite confidence. She was eager to experience what it felt like to withstand the final strike of this Saiyan Prince, who wagered everything. Come on, she beckoned to Vegeta with a playful gesture, her face adorned with anticipation. Let me see how beautiful your dazzling fireworks truly are. You shall see. Vegeta's eyes were bloodshot. Enjoyed in hell, he suddenly thrust his hands forward. However, just as the torrent of energy was about to burst forth, a hand, light as a feather, rested upon his shoulder. Time seemed to momentarily suspend itself. Vegeta's impending ultimate flash, a confluence of his utmost dignity and fury, dissipated in an instant. The raging golden aura subsided, and the formidable energy fluctuations vanished without a trace. The scene that had once transformed the heavens and the earth appeared to be merely an illusion. Vegeta's body stood rigid, his anger-fueled mind rendered blank. He sensed that the tempestuous energy coursing within him was effortlessly crushed the moment that hand rested upon his shoulder. "Where has my energy gone?" He turned his head stiffly. A face marked by a hint of resignation met his gaze. It was Lin Chen. Lin Chen had appeared behind him, his expression resembling that of someone attempting to dissuade a mischievous child from throwing stones at a neighbor's house. "Enough said, let it be." Lin Chen shook his head with a sigh. "Engaging so recklessly is not a commendable habit, Vegeta." His voice was soft yet struck harshly at Vegeta's pride. Meanwhile, as Lin Chen restrained Vegeta, the anticipation on Android 18's face shifted to one of astonishment upon witnessing Vegeta's attack vanish. Before she could comprehend what had transpired, she observed the suddenly materialized man, simultaneously holding down the Saiyan Prince while daring to extend another hand toward her, presenting only a single finger. That finger, fair and immaculate, with neatly trimmed nails, posed no discernible threat. "Are you underestimating me?" A flicker of ire ignited in 18's eyes. This man dared to confront both her and the Saiyan with merely one finger? Very well, let him pay for his arrogance. Without hesitation, she propelled herself forward, her body transforming into a blur racing toward Lin Chen. "If you deny me the spectacle of fireworks, I shall reduce you to one myself." Her speed was breathtaking, so swift that Goku and Piccolo's pupils dilated in shock, and Trunks barely caught a glimpse of her fleeting shadow. Yet, Lin Chen remained rooted in place. He did not even cast a glance at the approaching 18. His gaze remained fixed on the bewildered Vegeta beside him, as if contemplating how best to soothe the irate prince. Casually, he positioned that solitary finger in the path of 18's charge. Then the collision occurred. A dull thud reverberated across the desolate land. The anticipated scene of a shattered finger and Lin Chen being pierced through did not materialize. Instead, an uncanny tableau unfolded. The figure of 18, moving at the pinnacle of speed, came to an abrupt halt just half a meter away from Lin Chen, her fist firmly pressing against the tip of that delicate finger. Then it halted abruptly. The air behind her compressed into a visible white shockwave, radiating outward and gouging deep furrows into the ground. The earth beneath her feet, unable to withstand the inertia of her forward momentum, shattered inch by inch, forming a vast web-like chasm. Her blue denim jacket, torn to shreds by the opposing force, revealed the black, form-fitting combat suit beneath. Yet that finger remained utterly still, devoid of even the slightest bend or tremor. Number 18 held her forward posture, suspended in midair. The expression on her face froze, her mind engulfed in confusion and disbelief. What was happening? My strength, my speed. Why? She frantically processed the illogical scene before her, amplifying her energy output, directing her inexhaustible power toward her fist. Boom! A more formidable shockwave erupted from behind her, causing the ground beneath her to sink once more by half a meter. Yet that finger remained unyielding. The force capable of annihilating planets vanished without a trace upon contact with that single digit, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. What is this power? Number 18 finally lost her composure, murmuring in a daze. She felt as though she had not collided with a person's finger, but rather with an immovable wall. In that moment, the world fell silent. Everyone was rendered speechless, astonished by the bizarre and violent scene unfolding before them. Goku's mouth hung agape, his eyes alight with a yearning for a higher realm. Piccolo crossed his arms, yet his fingertips trembled slightly. Krillin and Yamcha were utterly petrified, their expressions questioning their identities, their surroundings, and the reality they beheld. Vegeta stared blankly at the finger so near, then glanced at his own empty hands, a flicker of awe surfacing in his proud gaze for the first time. As for Trunks, his mind had completely shut down. He looked at number 18, who was effortlessly subdued by a mere finger, her face etched with bewilderment, then at Lin Chen, who maintained an air of indifference throughout. The so-called nightmare, the so-called despair, stood before him, proving unworthy even of the slightest movement of his pinky. The only one who remained composed was number 17, standing at a distance, his hands still nestled in his pockets. The playful expression that usually adorned his face had vanished entirely. He fixed his gaze intently on Lin Chen's finger, his ice blue eyes shimmering with grave seriousness. He understood better than anyone the sheer terror of number 18's recent strike. And he comprehended more than anyone else what it signified to effortlessly counter such an attack with a single digit. This was not merely a disparity in strength. It was a chasm of dimensional difference. The test had concluded. Lin Chen finally withdrew his gaze, gently patting the still-dazed Vegeta on the shoulder, then slowly retracted the finger that had been pressing against Android 18's fist. As his finger departed, Android 18 stumbled backward several steps, barely managing to regain her balance. Deprived of support, she stared at her slightly reddened fist, then glanced at the man whose face still bore an indifferent smile, her eyes reflecting an unprecedented complexity of emotions. Lin Chen did not pay her any further heed. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping across each Z warrior and the petrified faces of the androids. Finally, a smile graced his lips. Now, is there anyone still questioning my qualifications? Chapter 66, A Dimensional Strike. The ultimate weapon only targets small birds? An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Everyone's minds succumbed to a void, unable to process the overwhelming information before them. The wind swept across the desolate landscape, stirring up clouds of dust. Android 18 remained suspended in her forward lunge, her fist encased in black combat attire, halting half a meter before Lin Chen, trembling slightly. Energy surged wildly within her, yet an invisible barrier thwarted any progress, leaving her powerless. The backlash of strength inflicted excruciating pain throughout her arm. Yet, the agony of the flesh paled in comparison to the mental upheaval she faced. Gazing at her reddened fist, she turned her attention to the man who had retracted his finger and was now conversing with Vegeta as if he were a wayward child. In her sapphire eyes, anger, bewilderment, and dissatisfaction faded, leaving only a profound sense of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What was I attempting to do just now? Oh, right. I wanted to send this man flying. Yet, my fist was thwarted by a mere finger. This was the first time Android 18's mind descended into chaos. Meanwhile, Vegeta, just emerging from the interruption of his ultimate flash, witnessed this scene. He stared blankly at the casually retracted index finger, then at Android 18's expression of utter disbelief. A wave of helplessness washed over him. Has the disparity become this pronounced? A foe I can barely contend with cannot even earn a mere glance from this man. What, then, was my desperate struggle worth? Am I merely a jester? Vegeta's lips twitched violently, and for the first time, a flicker of reverence appeared in his proud eyes. The Z-Warriors, too, dared not even breathe. Goku's mouth hung agape, his innocent eyes shimmering with a light not of battle intent, but rather an almost devout yearning for the realm of invincibility. Piccolo crossed his arms, yet the tremors in his fingertips betrayed the tempest raging within him. Krillin and Yamcha had surrendered their thoughts, mouths agape and expressions vacant, as if their souls had momentarily departed. Only Trunks, after the initial shock, felt an exhilarating surge of joy rushing from the depths of his heart to the crown of his head. He gazed at the bewildered and helpless Android 18, suppressed in place by a mere finger, and then turned his attention to the unfazed Lin Chen. Fear, despair, worry, all the negative emotions that had entangled him throughout his life were, at this moment, completely washed away by the radiant light of hope. It turned out that the so-called nightmare was truly insignificant in the presence of this man. As everyone was immersed in this astonishment, a chilling voice shattered the silence. Who exactly are you? It was Android 17. He stood at a distance, hands still tucked in his pockets. But the playful expression that had adorned his handsome face had vanished entirely. He fixed his icy blue gaze on Lin Chen, his eyes shimmering with an unprecedented gravity. Android 17 understood more than anyone the power behind Android 18's strike, and knew that being able to nonchalantly counter such a blow with a mere finger signified something far greater. This was not merely a difference in strength. It was a chasm of dimensions, a gulf that these predetermined characters could only gaze up at in awe when confronted by the game administrator. Me, Lin Chen, having dealt with Vegeta, turned to face the solemn Android 17 and smiled. Did I not mention? I am the GM, the game administrator of a new game. Android 17 pondered this title, the seriousness in his eyes slowly morphing into a hint of self-deprecation. He took a deep breath as if making a resolution. We acknowledge your strength, he admitted, his tone carrying a rare hint of submission, strong enough to set the rules. However, he continued, a manic curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Do you truly believe that this guarantees your victory? That old coot, Jero, though a failure, indeed created a being that even he feared. Android 17 suddenly turned, pointing towards the depths of the partially collapsed laboratory behind him. Within it lies a genuine monster, a killing machine born to eliminate Son Goku. He is Dr. Gero's ultimate trump card. Android 17's voice echoed across the desolate wilderness, injecting a tense atmosphere back into the battlefield. What? There's more? The Z fighters were momentarily stunned. Trunks, who had just relaxed, felt his heart leap in his throat once again. 16. He recalled. In the information Bulma had provided him, there was indeed another android, a mysterious android 16 that even his future self had never encountered. Could it be that he is the one? Yet, just as everyone's hearts hung in suspense once more, Lin Chen suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that he nearly doubled over, as though he had heard the most amusing joke. Ha ha ha. My apologies, I simply could not contain myself. Lin Chen wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes, gazing at the astonished number 17, shaking his head. The ultimate trump card? A weapon of annihilation? Are you referring to number 16? Number 17's pupils constricted. You know? Of course I do. Lin Chen's smile took on a mischievous quality. I also know he stands over 2 meters tall, sports a red mohawk, and is a taciturn giant, correct? The expressions on the faces of numbers 17 and 18 turned to stone. These are the external characteristics of number 16. Although obscure, they can be discerned by anyone who has perused the data. Perhaps he merely infiltrated Gro's database. However, Lin Chen's subsequent words shattered their last glimmer of hope. I also know that his combat logic is entirely constructed upon the data of Son Wukong alone. Yet, his core personality program mimics that of Gro's tragically deceased son. Named Gibo, a boy who cherishes birds, adores the forest, and possesses a heart kinder than anyone else's. Apart from the programmed objective of Son Wukong, he harbors no desire to harm any living being. Am I correct? A knowing smile adorned Lin Chen's face. Boom! If the previous gesture was a physical suppression, then this pronouncement was a devastating psychological blow to numbers 17 and 18. What? Number 18's sapphire eyes shrank to the size of pinpoints, her voice a dazed whisper. Number 17 was struck as though by lightning, frozen in place, his ice blue gaze filled with endless absurdity and emptiness. This is an absolute secret buried deep within the core program by Dr. Gro, a truth even they were unaware of. It is the only distorted warmth of a father from that old man. How does this man know? He did not infiltrate the database. He seemed like a deity, piercing through the souls of all of them, seeing the past, present, and future. Well, since you are so eager for his appearance. Lin Chen granted them no time to ponder, as if merely making a trivial decision. He snapped his fingers casually in the direction of the research facility. Snap! A crisp sound echoed. From the depths of the half-collapsed research facility, a violent tremor suddenly erupted. Following that, the heavy sound of a metallic door creaking open resonated from afar. A tall and robust figure slowly emerged from the dark passage, clad in green combat attire, with a red mohawk, powerful muscles, and an expressionless face. The artificial human number 16. His electronic eyes flickered with a faint blue light, scanning his surroundings with a vacant gaze. An overwhelming sense of pressure, heavier and more potent than that of numbers 17 and 18 combined, instantly enveloped the entire scene. Yet, in the face of this weapon of slaughter, Lin Chen, upon seeing a long-lost friend, broke into a radiant smile. He waved at the tall figure before him. Ah, good afternoon, number 16. The electronic eye of number 16 focused on Lin Chen, rapidly processing streams of data, seemingly engaged in identity verification. Target, unknown. Not Son Wukong. Threat level, indeterminate. Before his processor could reach a conclusion, Lin Chen's alluring voice rang out once more. Did you sleep well? The weather outside is quite pleasant. Just now I spotted a rare northern red finch flying over that mountain. Lin Chen pointed towards a distant peak, wearing an expression that seemed to urge, hurry, or we'll fly away. Aren't you going to take a look? This bird, celebrated as the flying ruby, is a rare sight indeed. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence once more. Everyone regarded Lin Chen with the incredulity reserved for the mad. What are you doing? That is a weapon of destruction. Are you discussing birdwatching with him? This is utterly absurd. However, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Number 16, who had maintained a stoic demeanor and emanated an unsettling aura since his arrival, flickered with a moment of surprise upon hearing the words Northern Red Finch. He astonishingly lifted his gaze towards the empty sky in the direction Lin Chen had indicated. Streams of data coursed through his eyes. Target search, Northern Red Finch. Description, red feathers, black facial markings, prominent crest. Searching, Target not found in designated airspace. Number 16 turned back to Lin Chen. A hint of confusion breaking the stone-like expression that had always graced his face. For the first time, his deep voice, tinged with an electronic modulation, resonated in the ears of all present. Where's the Finch? Number 17 and number 18 looked at number 16, who appeared as a child unable to find his beloved toy, bewilderedly asking where the Finch was. Their minds, overwhelmed by shock akin to supercomputers malfunctioning, finally succumbed to complete disarray.